A single female manga artist, pressured relentlessly to marry, finds herself unexpectedly transported to the 1970s, where she stands at the marriage registration office alongside a dashing military officer. The original owner of her new body was not only unattractive and overweight but also despised as a fallen noblewoman and a notorious troublemaker. Her husband, however, exudes charm and elegance, leaving her feeling utterly inadequate. As she grapples with the misdeeds of her predecessor, she resolves to embrace a carefree existence instead. Chapter 1. Pressure to marry. She finds herself at the Civil Affairs Bureau. In a mere moment, 28-year-old Jiang Lanue, who adamantly refuses to marry, is besieged by her relatives during the New Year festivities. In a fit of frustration, she leaps up only to tragically fall. Moments later, she awakens to discover she has been thrust into a preposterous post she had recently stumbled upon an ancient gossip thread. To her astonishment, she finds herself seated at the marriage registration window, preparing to obtain a marriage certificate. Jiang Lanue is momentarily taken aback as she observes the civil affairs staff clad in vintage uniforms, complete with a woman's sporting short, curled hair. The old-fashioned wall clock ticks away, saturating the air with a palpable sense of nostalgia. As she remains in a daze, the official slides the completed marriage certificate toward her. "Comrade, your certificate is ready. May you both enjoy a long and happy life together." The well-wishing sentiment floods Jiang Lanue's mind alongside the memories of the body she now inhabits. It turns out that this new Jiang Lanue is not the independent manga artist who joyfully embraced singlehood while battling online miscreants. Instead, she is a wretched, unattractive troublemaker, a labor reform convict. The revelation is overwhelming, leaving her momentarily speechless. Upon hearing a voice, Jiang Lanue instinctively raises her head to behold a tall, striking figure clad in military green. He possesses an athletic build and an air of confidence that leaves her utterly mesmerized. Could this be the unexpected husband that accompanies her time travel? Such a quality partner seems fortuitous, leading her to consider that marrying him may not be a loss after all. Noticing her silence, Lu Yuang turns away, his demeanor cold. Jiang Lanue instinctively yearns to follow him, but another wave of memories crashes over her. It is now 1976, and the original owner of her body is merely 19 years old. An orphan whose parents perished heroically in battle. She had been adopted by Lu Yuang's family, growing up under the care of his grandmother. The Lu family, with a long lineage of military service, had high hopes for their only grandson, a military prodigy destined for greatness. However, the adoption of the original owner shattered the family's unity, leading to their downfall. The original owner, reckless and self-destructive, ultimately met a tragic end by execution. Presently, she has just been released from prison for 6 months, pressuring Lu Yuang to marry her and obtain their marriage certificate. Overwhelmed by the audacity and malice of her predecessor, Jiang Lanue trembles with indignation. To her dismay, she finds herself occupying the body of such a wretched individual. Even more unfortunate is Lu Yuang, forced by his grandmother to exploit loopholes in military marriage regulations, thereby sealing his fate with a woman known for her mischief. Haunted by the memories of the original owner's past, culminating in her execution, Jiang Lanue quakes in fear, uncertain if it is anger or the shock of her new reality that has rendered her weak. Suddenly, her vision fades and she collapses. When she regains consciousness, she hears a cacophony of curses emanating from outside her dwelling. "Jiang Lanue, you convict, come out!" shouts a familiar voice. Wang Chunhua, the wife of her predecessor's nemesis, Captain Sunday. This confrontation is merely the beginning of her troubles. The original owner not only violated societal norms but also engaged in deceitful behavior. Overwhelmed with anxiety, Jiang Lanue realizes evasion is futile. She must confront the situation. As she steps outside the Lu family courtyard, a throng of women clad in cotton clothing rushes toward her. Before she can utter a word, they seize her by the hair and drag her away. Chapter 2. I am a born troublemaker, and you are no saint either. These military wives were not gentle. During the scuffle, Jiang Lanue took quite a beating. Reduced to a state reminiscent of a battered pig. Before she could comprehend her predicament, she found herself being dragged and tossed out of the military compound like a lamb awaiting slaughter, leaving her dazed and disoriented. Soon after, a torrent of curses and flying spittle rained down upon her. "You shameless little wretch! How dare you steal from the military compound time and again? Have you no fear? Indeed, such a person has no right to remain here. Let us go find the commander and have her expelled." "Ouch, that hurts." Jiang Lanue rubbed her bruised backside and hastily scrambled to her feet. Just as she was about to retaliate, a figure suddenly emerged in her line of sight. A tall, imposing man, impeccably dressed in a tailored military uniform, approached her with an undeniable aura of authority. It was none other than the dashing officer she had encountered at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Yuang. At first glance, He was not only tall but exuded an impressive presence, standing like a towering beacon. His features were strikingly symmetrical, with thick brows and bright eyes that radiated both charm and resolve. He was undeniably handsome. Lu Yuan's appearance caused the military wives, who had been itching to tear Jiang Lanyu apart, to retreat several paces, their demeanor shifting with caution. Yet their tongues remained sharp. "Commander Lu, your wife has stolen again. What do you intend to do about it?" This was not the first incident of its kind, yet Lu Yuang felt a wave of shame wash over him. Typically reserved, he maintained a composed expression as he addressed them. "I apologize, ladies. If anything has been taken from your homes, I shall compensate you threefold." This isn't merely about compensation. It's a matter of this ungrateful girl's moral character. Will your family continue to indulge her? Wang Chunhua, upon seeing a member of the Lu family arrive, was even less inclined to let the matter rest, launching into a barrage of sarcastic remarks. The other military wives chimed in. "Exactly. It's astonishing that a rehabilitated criminal could marry Commander Lu, and yet she dares to behave so recklessly. It's simply outrageous. We should bring her before the commander for proper discipline. Keeping such a troublemaker in the compound is detrimental to all. Indeed, it's prudent to seek the commander's intervention." The prospect of escalating the matter to the commander stirred great excitement in Wang Chunhua. Her husband was currently vying for the position of deputy commander against Lu Yuang. If Jiang Lanyue's petty theft gained traction, the deputy commander position would surely be secured for her husband. In a previous life, this very incident had cost Lu Yuang his chance at the deputy commander role. Realizing the gravity of the situation after enduring an undeserved beating, Jiang Lanyue, embodying the spirit of resilience, quickly spoke up. "Sisters, I am truly sorry. It was my fault for taking your belongings. If you wish to strike or scold, I bear no resentment. Please do not involve the innocent." "What did you just say?" Jiang Lanyue's sudden change of heart left the military wives astounded. After all, in the past, whenever she erred, it was the Lu family who came to her rescue. And she had never humbled herself before them. Has she taken the wrong medicine today? Everything I said was sincere. Witnessing their disbelief, Jiang Lanyue appeared incredibly earnest. "I shall certainly rectify my ways." "Huh, even a dog cannot change its nature. Do you truly believe you can?" Wang Chunhua, realizing something, abruptly interrupted Jiang Lanyue. "I do not trust you. You should go see the company commander." With that, Wang Chunhua attempted to pull Jiang Lanyue away. Observing this, Jiang Lanyue hastily evaded her grasp. "If the sisters truly do not believe me, then I shall heed your words and vacate the military family compound. After all, I am not the original owner. I need not remain here to clean up her mess. You would move out? Who are you trying to fool?" Wang Chunhua clearly doubted her. "I believe you ought to speak to the company commander for it to hold any weight." As she spoke, she again reached for Jiang Lanyue. Understanding her intentions, Jiang Lanyue could no longer contain herself and forcefully pushed her hand away. "It was I who took the items. Whatever the sisters desire, I can acquiesce. But if you insist on making this a matter for the company commander, it seems your intentions are not merely about the items. I am aware that Squad Leader Sun and Lu Yuang are rivals, and it is precisely the time for the organization to test them. If you stir trouble due to my affairs, do you not wish the commander to perceive that Squad Leader Lu, having me as a beloved, is unfit to serve as the deputy commander? It appears that your previous counsel urging me to coerce Madame Lu into marriage was a scheme you had devised from the outset. What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Lanyue's words rendered Wang Chunhua visibly uneasy. Instinctively, she vehemently retorted, "I never urged you to pressure Madame Lu. You are slandering me. Whether I have wronged you, we both know the truth." Jiang Lanyue glared at Wang Chunhua, her presence formidable. "If you insist on confronting the company commander today, I shall not falter. Once before the commander, I shall clarify the matter of your earlier advice to me regarding forcing a marriage. At that juncture, the commander will understand that we two military wives are equally matched, neither superior to the other." Chapter 3. Cohabitation Before Departure. What has transformed Jiang Lanyue, this foolish girl, into such a clever one, considering Lu Yuang's perspective? All present reacted with incredulity as they gazed at her. Wang Chunhua, infuriated yet helpless, knew she could not let her husband learn about her meddling with the Lu family affairs, otherwise she would be in dire straits. The surrounding military wives, noticing Wang Chunhua's fear, hastily intervened. "Sister Wang, since Comrade Jiang has agreed to move out, why not cease the quarrel?" Cornered, Wang Chunhua could only begrudgingly diminish the matter. "I merely intended to frighten her. How could I possibly contend with a mere girl?" With that, Wang Chunhua shot Jiang Lanyue a fierce glare before storming off in anger. Today, Jiang Lanyue had indeed grown wiser. It was best not to provoke her further. As Wang Chunhua departed, the other military wives followed suit. After bidding farewell to these women, Jiang Lanyue finally exhaled in relief. Locking eyes with another, Jiang Lanyue was suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment, her cheeks aflame. She quickly lowered her head. I apologize. I did not mean to cause you any trouble. If she were Lu Yuang, she would likely wish to tear apart the original owner. Thus, even if Lu Yuang were to strike or scold her, the unfortunate Jiang Lanyue could only bear the brunt on behalf of the original owner. Little did she know, Lu Yuang harbored a profound disdain for her, scarcely granting her a glance before turning on his heel and striding into the military family compound. He simply left. To her astonishment, Lu Yuang deemed even a few words of reproach as too taxing. Jiang Lanyue let out a sigh of relief. The military family compound was expansive, comprised of rows of houses, each containing various suites of differing sizes. Typically, 3 or 4 households inhabited a single row. The Lu family resided at the very end of the last row, where the families of higher-ranking officers dwelled. Each row accommodated 2 households, with each household occupying a 4-bedroom, 1 living room residence. At this time of year, the blue jacarandas bloomed amid scattered green leaves, presenting a truly picturesque sight. She had yet to fully appreciate this beauty when she overheard Grandma Lu interrogating Lu Yuang in the living room. The old lady's words prompted Lu Yuang to vexedly remove his red star cap. What? Lu Yuang's response left Grandma Lu utterly astonished. How could this child engage in such behavior again? Indeed, although this era was marked by scarcity, with many facing hunger, the Lu family, all of whom served in the military, received salaries and resided in the military compound. Thus they would never go hungry. What was even more infuriating was that the original owner's misdeeds were not born of necessity, but rather an innate wickedness. Upon seeing a neighbor sun-drying radish strips, she would knock them over. If she passed by a hen hatching chicks, she could trample a few to death. An elderly woman of inherently kind nature, like Grandma Lu, could hardly comprehend the original owner's actions. Lu Yuang, too, could not empathize with the original owner's malice. He merely stated, just now, she promised the military wives that she would move out in a couple of days. Her departure would be beneficial. Everyone could finally have some peace. What? Grandma Lu received this news as if struck by lightning. She was still young. How could she possibly survive on her own? Moreover, since you had tied the knot with her, she is now our Lu family's granddaughter-in-law. If you truly cannot tolerate her, then I shall leave with her. Grandma. Seeing her agitation, Lu Yuang quickly supported her. But Grandma Lu, furious, clenched her fists and struck Lu Yuang. You audacious rascal! How dare you bully my dear granddaughter-in-law? Although the original owner was adopted, Grandma Lu cherished her even more than her own biological grandchildren. In her youth, the original owner had relied on Grandma Lu's affection to frequently bully Lu Yuang, who was 3 years her senior, until he was taken by his parents to study in the provincial city, separating them. When they met again, Lu Yuang had grown into a handsome and imposing young man. The original owner, having developed feelings for him, had coaxed Grandma Lu into facilitating their marriage, causing chaos within the Lu family. Observing Grandma Lu's disbelief in Lu Yuang's words, as she relentlessly berated him, Jiang Lanyue hurriedly interjected, Grandma, this is my own decision. I wish to move out and live independently. She had no intention of remaining to bear the blame, unless she were out of her mind. Jiang Lanyue's declaration left Grandma Lu in a state of shock. The elderly woman's withered hands, marked by prominent veins, grasped her firmly, surveying her from head to toe. The oversized pure white shirt and floral skirt she wore were stained with mud. Her 2 braided pigtails had come undone, and there were injuries on her hands and face, causing Grandma Lu immense heartache. Just as Jiang Lanyue felt emboldened to speak, believing the grandmother would likely acquiesce, the elder languidly declared, You may move out. But you must first consummate your marriage. Once they shared a bed and became a true couple, the marriage would be irrevocable. Chapter 4. Living a life of one's own after divorce, not playing the wicked supporting role. Consummate the marriage? The old lady's words left Jiang Lanyue utterly flabbergasted. Gazing at the strikingly handsome Lu Yuang before her, she could not suppress a nervous swallow. Her voice trembled with trepidation. Grandma, I must politely decline. The absurdity of Grandma Lu's statement also furrowed Lu Yuang's brow, igniting his fury. Grandma, there's no rush. Yes, no rush, Jiang Lanyue echoed. You know I am still young and unversed in the ways of being a wife, so let us postpone this until I am prepared. Grandma Lu genuinely cared for the original owner, not only overlooking her past imprisonment, but also compelling her promising grandson to marry her. However, such affection seemed rather illogical. All right, whatever you say goes, Grandma Lu conceded, unwilling to see Jiang Lanyue suffer even the slightest grievance. But you must heed my words. We shall not move out. If you insist on doing so, I shall accompany you. In her previous life, the original owner had indeed taken Grandma Lu to live elsewhere to manipulate Lu Yuang. Consequently, the original owner squandered the monthly salary sent by the military for Grandma Lu, often running out of rice before the month ended. The elderly lady fell gravely ill within half a year and barely survived. Subsequently, the original owner, frustrated by Lu Yuang's persistent refusal to be intimate, resorted to administering drugs to him, resulting in the birth of their daughter, Lu Xiaxia. After her birth, Lu Yuang treated the original owner with even greater distance. Driven mad by love turned to hate, the original owner harbored resentment towards him, even going so far as to leak critical information to spies during his military campaigns, leading to devastating losses for the troops and the tragic death of their daughter, Lu Xiaxia, at the hands of those spies. Reflecting on this, Zhang Lanue shivered in fright. She quickly waved her hands to reject Grandma Lu's suggestion. I wish to move out to cultivate my independence. I cannot let you endure hardship alongside me. Yet Grandma Lu remained resolute, unwilling to relent. Aware that persuading her would be no easy feat, Zhang Lanue swiftly entwined her arm around the elders, attempting to charm her. She feared the original owner might exploit her connection to the Lu family to continue her wrongful ways. Unexpectedly, the original owner employed a cunning strategy, transforming into the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. Seeing her determination, Grandma Lu sighed. Furthermore, she insisted on organizing a wedding banquet for them, a matter that could not be taken lightly. Standing nearby, Lu Yuan's face was a stormy visage, as the old lady focused solely on appeasing Zhang Lanue. Zhang Lanue merely smiled awkwardly and suggested that these matters be discussed at a later time. Observing how effortlessly she had pacified Grandma Lu, Lu Yuan's expression remained grim as he turned and made his way to the kitchen. It was already noon, and every household was beginning to prepare their meals. Lu Yuang removed his military jacket, leaving only his white shirt, and rolled up his sleeves to commence washing rice and cooking. The original owner had been rather indolent, accustomed to a life of ease where everything was handed to her. Seated in the living room, Zhang Lanue noticed Lu Yuang laboring alone in the kitchen. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she smiled at Grandma Lu and rose to join him. Fortunately, the Lu family's kitchen was spacious enough for her to maintain a comfortable distance from Lu Yuang. However, before she could utter a word, he coldly remarked, "Do not think that by retreating you can lead me to act as if we are a true couple. Old habits die hard." Marrying her and granting her a title was already his limit. Zhang Lanue was well aware that no matter how she explained the original owner's actions, Lu Yuang would never believe her. Thus, she reassured him, "Rest assured, my earlier words were merely to placate Grandma. Once I establish myself outside, I shall obtain a divorce." In her past life, despite the original owner's meticulous efforts to marry Lu Yuang, he had always harbored feelings for another, Zhu Yingxue, a paragon of beauty and refinement, who matched him in both talent and family background. Consequently, Lu Yuang had never been able to forget her, not a single flaw to be found. Zhang Lanue had no desire to play the role of a malicious female antagonist, interjecting herself between them and thwarting their romance. A divorce and a life of her own seemed far more appealing. Chapter 5. Indeed, traversing time has its advantages. Lu Yuang initially intended to tell Zhang Lanue to cease her charade. What tricks was this woman trying to play? Observing his demeanor, Zhang Lanue seized the cucumber from his hand. "You may leave. I will handle the cooking. After all, I will soon be moving out. And I should at least show some filial piety in front of Grandma." It was her attempt to atone for the original owner's transgressions by making an effort in her stead. Lu Yuang did not refuse her request, though he scrutinized her with curiosity before departing the kitchen. Zhang Lanue, undeterred, held the cucumber and rummaged through the cabinet, discovering 3 eggs, 2 tomatoes, and a piece of dried meat. Upon finding these ingredients, she promptly washed them and took out a knife and cutting board to begin slicing the meat. To her astonishment, the dried meat, which should have been tough and difficult to cut, yielded effortlessly into thin slices. The slices were so delicate they almost appeared translucent. Intrigued, Zhang Lanue examined the knife in her hand. It was flat and unremarkable, yet she proceeded to cut 2 more slices, achieving the same impressively thin results. The knife felt remarkably comfortable to wield. Just as Zhang Lanue pondered this peculiarity, a mechanical voice resonated in her ear. Human entity detected. Compatibility with the mechanical traversal system implanted. The implantation was successful within 10 seconds. What mechanical shuttle system? What implantation? The sound left Zhang Lanue bewildered, and her instinctive reaction was to prevent it. But the prompt chimed again. Implantation successful. Host body detected, occupied by a soul from another dimension. The system will adjust the compatibility between the body and the soul, conferring numerous privileges upon the host. The initial privileges will enhance the host's compatibility with all iron structures. Furthermore, it will assist the host in terms of user experience, labor efficiency, and ease of use. The host can use it with confidence. The implantation was already successful, rendering any attempts at resistance futile. After a moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure. Having already encountered such a bizarre event as time travel, receiving a random system was not so hard to accept. Moreover, this system claimed it could enhance her compatibility with any iron structure. Could it be that the ease of using this kitchen knife was due to the system's assistance? In less than half an hour, she had prepared fragrant stir-fried meat with cucumber slices, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a shrimp and vegetable soup, all served at the table. Grandma Lu was astonished that Jiang Langyue, who had never cooked before, had managed to create such appealing dishes. As she accepted the rice handed to her by Jiang Langyue and sampled a bite of the cucumber and meat, she found the ordinary home-cooked meal to be exceptionally flavorful and appetizing. The cucumber slices were crisp, complementing the dish perfectly. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were tangy and tender, leaving a delightful taste in the mouth. Upon tasting the flavors, Grandma Lu couldn't help but praise her. Yeah, you never cook. And I had no idea you were such a good cook. Lu Yuang took a bite of the dish and looked up in surprise. He noticed that this woman seemed transformed today, strikingly different from her usual self. Sensing Lu Yuang's skeptical gaze, Jiang Langyue quickly explained, I used to watch Grandma cook in secret so I can manage simple dishes. Is that so? Whatever she said, Grandma Lu believed her. The elderly lady promptly urged her to sit down. Let's eat together. It's been ages since our little family of 3 shared a meal. All right. Seeing Grandma Lu so delighted, Jiang Langyue refrained from saying much more, obediently sitting beside her and beginning to eat. After the meal, Jiang Langyue picked up the bowls and chopsticks to wash. However, before she could finish, she noticed Lu Yuang tidying his military uniform as he walked out of the courtyard. Jiang Langyue hurriedly chased after him, calling out at the gate, Lu Yuang, wait a moment. Her voice made Lu Yuang frown involuntarily. He then paused, turned to look at her, and asked, What is it? I would like to ask for your assistance. Aware of Lu Yuang's intense dislike for the original host, Jiang Langyue smiled awkwardly. However, her words unexpectedly led to a misunderstanding on Lu Yuang's part. What do you want to do this time? He asked, believing that someone like Jiang Langyue could never truly change. Indeed, within just a few hours, her true nature was beginning to reveal itself. Chapter 6. Indirectly causing death. I believe she did it on purpose. Given my background, even if I were to bleed from my head, they would never come to my aid. In this era, lacking a letter of introduction makes it nearly impossible to make progress. Moreover, the original owner was a former convict, which rendered the requirements even more stringent. Lu Yuang clearly did not anticipate that Jiang Lanyue's request for assistance would come to this. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Did this woman suggest moving out merely to feign hardship? Noting the skepticism etched on his face, Jiang Lanyue scratched her head. I understand you are reluctant to assist me, but I must move out swiftly. I do not have time to go through the proper channels. After all, if the military wives in the compound cause a ruckus again, it would reflect poorly on you. Does he not wish to rid himself of the troublesome original owner as soon as possible? Jiang Lanyue's words stirred a peculiar sensation within Lu Yuang. He scrutinized her for a moment and then said, You can go collect it from the unit this afternoon. With that, Lu Yuang turned on his heel and strode away. He had finally acquiesced, and Jiang Lanyue let out a sigh of relief. She intended to change out of her somewhat soiled shirt and skirt, preparing to head to the unit to retrieve the letter of introduction. However, when she reached the wardrobe in her room and caught sight of the original owner's stout, bulky figure in the mirror, along with a face darkened by excess weight and a lack of exercise, she felt an overwhelming urge to vanish on the spot. Such a physique and appearance were utterly unappealing. If she were Lu Yuang, she would never agree to marry the original owner. The only consolation was that the original owner had reasonably attractive features. If she were to lose weight, she would not be so unsightly. With a heavy heart, Jiang Lanyue casually selected a dark, flowing dress and changed into it. She then braided her hair into 2 neat plaits and departed the Lu residence. Having just finished lunch, it was the moment when the military families in the compound typically took their afternoon naps, leaving the area in serene silence with few souls wandering about. As Jiang Lanyue approached the second row of houses, a pungent odor wafted from an adjacent window. This scent was unsettling, prompting her to halt her steps. According to the original owner's memories, on this very day, an unfortunate gas leak occurred at Instructor Zhang's residence, resulting in the poisoning of Zhang's wife and their 2 children, who tragically perished within their home. Consequently, the military wives in the compound later berated the original owner, accusing her of being the harbinger of death for the Zhang family. With this thought in mind, Jiang Lanyue promptly turned towards the Zhang residence. She could not stand idly by while 3 lives were extinguished before her very eyes. However, due to the theft that had taken place that morning, the gate to the Zhang household had been secured with an iron chain by Sister Zhang, rendering it impossible to push open from the outside. Zhang Langyue attempted to push the gate repeatedly to no avail, resorting to climbing over the wall through a hole that had been left behind. Her considerable girth made her movements rather clumsy. Summoning all her strength, she finally managed to scramble into the Zhang courtyard. Yet, as soon as she landed, she was spotted by the wife of Major Ma, who was in the front row tending to the chickens in the backyard. She quickly called out, "Zhang Langyue, what are you doing? Are you attempting to steal something?" "I am not. I merely caught a whiff from Sister Zhang's house." As she was seen, Zhang Langyue instinctively felt the need to explain herself. Sister Ma was utterly incredulous, immediately shouting, "Everyone, come quickly and catch Zhang Langyue. She's gone to steal from the Zhang family again." Her outcry sent the chickens, ducks, and dogs in the courtyard into a frenzy, creating a cacophony of noise. The sound of doors opening from every household resonated, reflecting a genuine eagerness to apprehend Zhang Langyue. Zhang Langyue was acutely aware that no one would believe her if she tried to explain the actions of the original owner. So she gritted her teeth and dashed straight to the Zhang family's door. Fortunately, while Sister Zhang had locked the courtyard gate, the main entrance remained accessible for Officer Zhang, allowing her to push it open with ease. Upon entering, she was immediately assaulted by a pungent and overwhelming odor. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Langyue rushed into the kitchen, extinguishing the gas stove and securely shutting the gas valve. She then hurried to the living room and bedrooms, flinging open the windows. Next, she scooped up the youngest daughter of the Zhang family and bolted out of the house. By the time she reached the courtyard, the military families had gathered outside the Zhang home. Among them were several officers, their expressions stern as they contemplated capturing Zhang Langyue in the act. However, upon witnessing her emerge with the child, 2 of the officers were momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, 2 of the officers' wives, bewildered yet furious, shouted at her, "Zhang Langyue, what are you doing? Why are you carrying Officer Zhang's daughter? Is stealing not enough for you? Do you intend to abduct her for sale?" They continued to berate her, expressing their disbelief at her audacity. "Why are you fixated on their family? What have they done to deserve this?" Unfazed by their scorn, Zhang Langyue disregarded their accusations. Having inhaled some gas, she felt slightly nauseous. Nevertheless, she turned to the 2 officers who were still standing in shock, urging, "The Zhang family has a gas leak. Sister Zhang and her son are still inside. We must save them." At her words, the officers snapped into action without a moment's hesitation, rushing inside to rescue the family. Before long, Sister Zhang and her son were brought out, but due to their inhalation of gas, they were unresponsive. Panic ensued, prompting the neighbors to immediately report the incident to the military unit. In response, a vehicle was dispatched to transport the Zhang family to the military hospital for emergency treatment. Once they were taken away, Zhang Langyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. She reflected on the fragility of life, particularly noting the slightly embarrassed demeanor of Lieutenant Ma's wife, who had misjudged Zhang Lanyue's intentions. "Comrade Zhang, I didn't realize you were trying to save them and mistakenly accused you. I'm truly sorry." The past misdeeds of the original owner, who had caused much turmoil, made such misunderstandings unsurprising. Zhang Langyue offered her a gracious smile in response. "It was my previous actions that led to your misunderstanding. There's no need for an apology." Just then, Wang Chunhua, who had suffered an indignity at Zhang Lanyue's hands that very morning, interjected with evident dissatisfaction. Had it not been for the incident she caused that morning, perhaps a gas leak would not have occurred at the Xiaozhang household. It must have been her influence on Xiaozhang's partner's mood that led to the forgetfulness in turning off the gas. Thus, she has indirectly caused harm. What a jinx she is. Originally, Zhang Lanyue had saved a life, and the military wives had begun to soften their attitude towards her. However, with Wang Chunhua's words, their gazes towards Zhang Lanyue reverted to disdain. Zhang Lanyue had no intention of squabbling with Wang Chunhua, but seeing her incite everyone, she decided to stand her ground. Therefore, she fixed her gaze on Wang Chunhua and stated, "Sister-in-law, if you insist on saying that, then this person was also indirectly harmed by you." Initially, the sister-in-law from the Zhang family had no intention of holding the matter against me. It was you who clamored and insisted on reporting to the camp, bringing Instructor Zhang into the matter. Zhang Lanyue's words left Wang Chunhua momentarily speechless. She could only stamp her foot and retort, "How do you know that Instructor Zhang was called to the camp because of this incident?" "Of course. It was Lui Wang who mentioned it," Zhang Lanyue replied, feigning innocence. Fortunately, the individual had already been sent to the hospital and should be fine now. "Sister-in-law, I actually saved 3 lives. Otherwise, you would have committed a grave sin." With that, Jiang Lanyue turned and walked away. As she left, the other military wives could not help but murmur among themselves. It seems Jiang Lanyue isn't entirely bad. Indeed, at least she had saved Instructor Zhang's partner and child. As long as she refrains from stealing or bullying others, there's no need to force her out of the military family compound. The words of these military wives seemed to strike at Wang Chunhua's nerves. With lives saved, Jiang Lanyue no longer worried and headed directly to the company headquarters. Just as she exited the military gate, Lu Yuan's messenger, Ge Xiaozhuang, hurriedly approached her, breathless. "Comrade Jiang, please wait." "Comrade, is there something you need?" Jiang Lanyue inquired. Given Jiang Lanyue's notorious temper, Ge Xiaozhuang had often been on the receiving end of her ire. The honest Ge Xiaozhuang scratched his head sheepishly beneath his cap. After all, the matter of Jiang Lanyue moving out of the military family compound had received unanimous support from the 3 company commanders and the instructor. Everyone was eager to see this imposing figure depart at once. Jiang Lanyue was well aware that Lu Yuang feared she might encounter difficulties and backtrack on her decision to move. Thus, she smiled and said to Ge Xiaozhuang, "I appreciate your assistance. Comrade Jiang, there's no need for formality. It is my duty," Ge Xiaozhuang replied, somewhat taken aback by her unexpected politeness. The so-called battalion village office was merely a dilapidated Guanyin temple repurposed to store farming tools and serve as an office. However, it boasted a spacious courtyard outside, offering a sense of ample space. Upon seeing a soldier in uniform standing before them, they clearly recognized the importance and promptly set aside their tasks. Observing this, Ge Xiaozhuang quickly introduced himself. "I am Ge Xiaozhuang, the messenger from the 1st Company of the Leopard Independent Regiment, Rongxi Military District. I have come to our village today to seek assistance from Captain Huang." "Comrade, you are too kind." Upon hearing Ge Xiaozhuang's words, Huang Daluan became even more enthusiastic, promptly extending his hand to shake with him. Jiang Lanyue smiled and turned to Huang Daluan, introducing herself. "Captain Huang, I am Jiang Lanyue, a former inmate released 6 months ago. Here is my letter of introduction." As she mentioned the identity of the previous owner, Jiang Lanyue felt a twinge of embarrassment on her behalf. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and handed over the letter. In Chapter 8, this plague god was unwelcome. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Captain Huang's face faded. He scrutinized Jiang Lanyue, taking her measure before accepting the letter and examining it closely. When the household registration was transferred, he had inquired about Jiang Lanyue. It was said she was the adopted granddaughter of an old hero who, unable to endure the hardships of military life, had caused disturbances that affected military discipline, resulting in her 3-year imprisonment. For such a significant offense, to serve only 3 years without facing harsher consequences indicated a formidable background. Thus, he thought it sufficient for her to engage in labor to maintain appearances. Why should she even consider residing here? Noting Captain Huang's apparent reluctance for her to move in, Jiang Lanyue smiled and replied, "Since my household registration is here, it is only natural for me to reside here. This will facilitate both labor and unity with everyone. Rest assured, Captain, I do not have high demands for my living conditions. As long as I have shelter from the wind and rain, that is sufficient." Despite Jiang Lanyue's sincerity, Captain Huang remained concerned about potential future troubles. However, he continued, "Our village genuinely has no vacant houses. Even the youth station is fully occupied. We simply cannot spare any space." At that moment, a bespectacled man approached Captain Huang. "Captain, this tractor is beyond repair. We will likely need to seek specialized technicians from the commune." Alarmed, Captain Huang reacted, his urgency palpable. The bespectacled man's words left him in a quandary, as he stammered, struggling to articulate a solution. Suddenly, a vision flashed before Jiang Lanyue, startling her. Simultaneously, her mind registered a mechanical prompt, analysis diagram of the agricultural worker Model 12 handheld tractor. The host may utilize the diagram for repair. Accompanying this auditory cue was a visual display in a virtual frame, demonstrating the tractor's rapid disassembly. In the blink of an eye, the source of the problem was revealed, complete with annotated repair methods. At last, Jiang Lanyue comprehended the remarkable capabilities of this mechanical traversing system. Feeling emboldened, she turned to the flustered Captain Huang. "I can attempt to repair this tractor. However, I have a condition. If I successfully fix it, you must secure me a place to live." "You can repair tractors?" Captain Huang's expression was one of astonishment at Jiang Lanyue's assertion. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, we are discussing serious matters now. We cannot afford to jest." "Indeed." The bespectacled man cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Lanyue. "I have trained for an entire month in repair techniques under the commune's technician. I cannot repair the tractor. So, it is inconceivable that you could manage it." This woman is so unattractive, and with her connections, it is truly difficult to feel any fondness for her. Even Ge Xiaozhuang, standing beside Jiang Langyue, whispered, "Comrade Jiang, please refrain from making such remarks, or we might find ourselves in a predicament." He knew Jiang Langyue all too well. Aside from stirring up trouble and being amiable, she had no particular expertise. To believe that Jiang Langyue could repair a tractor was akin to believing that humanity was on the verge of extinction. "I truly can repair it, regardless of their skepticism." Jiang Langyue maintained a serious demeanor. "If I fail, then let today's events be forgotten. What do you think, Captain Huang?" Upon hearing her assertive statement, Captain Huang finally responded, "Very well, then you may proceed." With the captain's approval, Jiang Langyue approached the tractor, seized her tools, and began to dismantle the outer casing. Meanwhile, Captain Huang gestured for the bespectacled man to come over. "What is it, Captain?" the man inquired quietly. Captain Huang then whispered a few words in his ear, prompting the bespectacled man to nod before hurriedly departing. Once he left, Captain Huang moved closer to the tractor, observing Jiang Langyue as she skillfully disassembled it. Thanks to the system's enhancement of metallic objects and the illustrated guidance, she worked with remarkable ease. Though she was thoroughly enjoying herself, Ge Xiaozhuang was sweating profusely from anxiety. "Comrade Xiaozhuang, do you genuinely know how to repair the tractor? If you don't, please refrain from dismantling it. This tractor is public property. An entire brigade might not possess even one. If it were to be damaged, it would be a significant issue. The commander merely instructed me to bring Jiang Langyue here to find a place to settle down, not to repair the tractor." Ge Xiaozhuang was exceedingly anxious. And seeing his lack of faith in Jiang Langyue, Captain Huang began to entertain his own thoughts. It was indeed a pity that the tractor was to endure such treatment. Chapter 9. She is now ready to take action. Apart from Captain Huang, the brigade members who had previously gathered to watch the bespectacled man repair the tractor stood by, eager for entertainment. Aware that none present held any faith in her, Jiang Langyue remained unperturbed. Following the illustrated sequence, she swiftly identified the root of the problem. She then lifted her gaze to Captain Huang, stating, "The cylinder head nut is loose, and the cylinder gasket is partially damaged, which is why the tractor will not start." Her revelation astonished everyone in attendance. Captain Huang widened his eyes in disbelief. "Comrade Jiang, have you truly identified the issue?" "Indeed," Jiang Langyue replied, indicating the tractor. "The problem is quite apparent, and the repair is not particularly difficult." At this moment, Captain Huang's attitude towards Jiang Langyue underwent a complete transformation. "Then, it would be a great relief if you could assist us in repairing the tractor. Once this challenge is resolved, I will certainly help you with your accommodation." If she could indeed repair the tractor, she would be considered a highly skilled technician. Even if she had emerged from reform through labor, it would not matter. "Very well." Jiang Langyue nodded, knowing well what Captain Huang's response would be. "Please find someone to help me procure some asbestos thread, and I will swiftly mend the tractor." Upon hearing this, Captain Huang nodded repeatedly. He promptly sent an individual to the village warehouse to retrieve a roll of asbestos thread, which was directly delivered to Jiang Langyue. Once everything was assembled, Jiang Langyue turned aside. "All right, let us give it a try." Upon hearing this, Captain Huang exchanged a glance with a nearby villager. He approached the tractor, saying, "Allow me." He grasped the starter and inserted it into the tractor's ignition. With all his strength, he began to crank it. After about 10 turns, the tractor roared to life, accompanied by a plume of steam billowing from the exhaust. "Has it truly started?" Even Captain Huang was taken aback. Turning to gaze at Jiang Langyue, "I never expected Comrade Jiang to possess such mechanical skills. I have clearly underestimated her. In that case, I shall arrange accommodation for Comrade Jiang." "Very well, Captain." The male villager responded with enthusiasm. He climbed onto the tractor and, along with another male villager, departed. The dwelling was rather low, to the extent that Jiang Langyue, with her stature, would have to bend to avoid hitting her head against the doorframe. The thatched roof was made of straw, and upon entering, one would find only a small square wooden table and a few empty baskets, leaving little room to maneuver. To the left, a side room housed a wooden bed and a wide bench by the window. Additionally, there was a makeshift kitchen under the eaves, scarcely sufficient for its purpose. The small shed contained a pit latrine, surrounded by tattered mats for minimal privacy. The space was so cramped that Jiang Lanyue's large frame found it challenging to turn around. Are there truly no other houses in the village? Even borrowing a space from another villager would suffice. To confine her to such a place would surely stir up chaos. "Comrade Ge, there are none available." Captain Huang furrowed his brow in distress at Ge Xiaozhuang's objections. The village was experiencing a housing shortage, with all homes occupied. The only vacant house belonged to a deceased recluse. After his passing, it remained uninhabited. The other villagers had numerous children, leaving no room for anyone else. Furthermore, given her history as a reformed prisoner, who would dare offer her shelter? However, despite understanding Captain Huang's predicament, Ge Xiaozhuang still wished to find Zhang Laniyue alternative accommodations. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Laniyue emerged from the doorway, declaring, "It's all right. This place will suffice. As long as it shields me from the wind and rain." Compared to residing in the military spouse's quarters, which, while comfortable, were filled with disdain. Living here offered her far more freedom and relief from the burdens left by the previous tenant. Comrade Jiang Yu. Ge Xiaozhuang was taken aback, never having anticipated that Zhang Laniyue would so readily agree. He was astonished, feeling as though he hardly recognized her. Very well. With a nod towards Captain Huang, Zhang Laniyue said little more. She merely cast a glance at the bewildered Ge Xiaozhuang before departing from the earthen-walled house, heading in the direction of the military camp. Upon entering the gates of the camp, Zhang Laniyue made her way towards the military dependence compound. However, she had barely taken a few steps when Sergeant Sun's messenger, Zhang Qi, rushed over to her, stating, "Comrade Jiang, the battalion commander requests your presence." "The battalion commander seeks me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Laniyue furrowed her brow. In the memories of the original owner, she indeed encountered the battalion commander twice that day. The first time she was apprehended by the complaining military spouses, and the second when she was taken to the Liu family by 2 soldiers. The reason for the battalion commander summons was that Wang Chunhua had gone to lodge a complaint, alleging that the wife and child of Instructor Zhang had suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning due to Zhang Laniyue's machinations. It seemed she had altered the course of events but failed to change the outcome. Thus, Zhang Laniyue refrained from further elaboration and simply nodded at Zhang Qi. "All right. I shall go at once." Her unusual compliance piqued Zhang Qi's curiosity, yet Zhang Laniyue paid no heed to his reaction and proceeded directly to the company headquarters. Meanwhile, within the headquarters, Battalion Commander Tai listened to Wang Chunhua's accusations with a grim expression, casting a stern gaze upon Liu Yuang, who stood rigidly in the room. "How could you assure me before? You claimed that as long as the organization consented to your marriage to Zhang Laniyue, you would ensure her behavior and prevent any further troubles. Yet now, not only has she resorted to theft, but she also seems intent on committing murder. How do you intend to take responsibility for this?" Originally, Liu Yuang's promotion to deputy battalion commander was a foregone conclusion. It was only due to his intention to marry Zhang Laniyue that the organization considered the possibility of assigning that position to Sergeant Sun instead. By continuing to protect this troublemaking woman, he was jeopardizing his future. Chapter 10. Present the evidence. Faced with Battalion Commander Tai's scolding, Liu Yuang could only stand silently with his head bowed. Meanwhile, Sergeant Sun, standing to the side, furrowed his brow and tugged at his wife's sleeve. "You claim that Zhang Laniyue is responsible for Instructor Zhang's wife's carbon monoxide poisoning. What evidence do you have? Who permitted you to speak so recklessly before the battalion commander?" "How is that reckless?" Wang Chunhua forcefully pushed away her husband's hand and looked confidently at Battalion Commander Tai. "Commander, I speak only the truth. This morning, Zhang Laniyue went to the Zhang household to steal, and by noon, there was a gas leak there. What a coincidence that is. Furthermore, what kind of person Zhang Laniyue is, you are all well aware, but we military spouses know her all too well. She has bullied the children of the neighbors and even killed chickens. We have chosen not to hold it against her. But now lives are at stake, and Commander, you cannot turn a blind eye. Otherwise, will we military spouses have any way to survive?" Upon hearing Wang Chunhua's words, Battalion Commander Tai nodded. "Sister-in-law, rest assured, if Zhang Laniyue truly is responsible for this, I will certainly provide an explanation to everyone." With that, his piercing gaze fell once more upon Liu Yuang's face. "Not only Zhang Laniyue, but you, as her husband, must also bear primary responsibility for this matter." "Understood." Liu Yuang did not contest the battalion commander's rebuke. He responded respectfully. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Yingxue hurried over, unable to suppress her indignation upon seeing Liu Yuang aggrieved. "Captain Tai, even if this matter was instigated by Zhang Laniyue, Commander Liu was unaware. Why must he bear the brunt of the responsibility?" Observing the beautiful female soldier with her large, expressive eyes brimming with tears for Liu Yuang's plight, Captain Tai furrowed his brow and replied, "It was this brash young man who insisted against all odds that Zhang Laniyue be allowed to reside in the military family compound after her release. Now that he has married her, who else is to be held accountable? They have already registered their marriage. What use is her infatuation with Liu Yuang now?" But... Zhu Yingxue hesitated, knowing that the reason Liu Yuang married Zhang Laniyue was due to the insistence of grandmother Liu and not because of any mutual compatibility. She wished to defend Liu Yuang but dared not invoke grandmother Liu's name, a revered figure who had seen battle and commanded great respect within the ranks. Anyone who spoke ill of her would surely be deemed mentally unfit. That is enough. Noticing Chu Yingshua's predicament, Lu Yuang stepped forward and saluted. Captain, I am willing to accept all consequences. His refusal to offer any explanation infuriated Captain Tai. Meanwhile, Wang Chunhua, having achieved her aim, smirked with satisfaction. At that moment, Jiang Lanyue, who had just arrived, stood at the office door, having heard everything clearly. Gu Xiaozhuang, standing by, anxiously called out, "Report." The voice from within instructed, "Come in." Thus, the three of them entered the room. The atmosphere inside was palpably tense and oppressive. Upon Jiang Lanyue's entrance, all eyes within the room turned towards her. Perhaps due to her ample figure, her presence made the entire office feel considerably more cramped, prompting the others to instinctively take a few steps back to create some space. Seeing Jiang Lanyue, Captain Tai felt a throbbing headache. Yet, Jiang Lanyue, undeterred by the myriad complex gazes, earnestly stated, "Captain, the gas leak at Instructor Zhang's home was not my doing. I merely happened to pass by and smelled the gas, which compelled me to rush in and save them. Jiang Lanyue, may be headstrong and have committed many transgressions in the past, but I am not malevolent enough to jeopardize lives. Even the original owner of this body never intended to harm Instructor Zhang's wife and child. Therefore, I will not take the blame for this. You assert you did nothing wrong, and we are to take your word for it? Who would believe that?" Wang Chunhua was the first to challenge her. "If you claim this gas leak is unrelated to you, then what were you doing at Zhang's house in the middle of the day? Were you attempting to steal something? I made a promise to my sisters that we would move out of the military family compound. Hence, I asked Lu Yuang to assist me in obtaining a letter of introduction from the company to help me find a place to live. That is why I was hurrying to the company, which led me to pass by Instructor Zhang's home. Moreover, the gate to their yard was locked. How could I possibly have caused any damage while locked out? I am hardly capable of scaling walls. Wang, you overestimate my abilities." As she spoke, Jiang Lanyue turned her gaze toward Captain Tai, her demeanor particularly earnest. At that moment, I rushed in to save someone, and Captain Ma's spouse witnessed it firsthand. She can attest that I was locked outside and had to scale the wall to enter. Observing Jiang Lanyue's fervent attempts to exonerate herself, Wang Chunhua interjected. "If you could climb in, why couldn't you climb out?" This Wang Chunhua was genuinely intent on condemning her. "You are wrongfully accusing me. And if the truth reveals that I am innocent, you shall bear the consequences." Chapter 11. The Truth Unveiled. Upon hearing the mention of accountability, Wang Chunhua visibly faltered, becoming utterly silent. Captain Tai had seldom witnessed Jiang Lanyue so resolute, yet he remained skeptical of her claims. After all, with the gas leak at Instructor Zhang's residence, "Comrade Jiang, you are the first to discover it, which undoubtedly casts suspicion upon you. Thus, apart from Captain Ma's spouse, do you possess any other witnesses?" Realizing Captain Tai's disbelief, Jiang Lanyue pondered for a moment. "I also have an alibi. I was not at the scene of the crime. Lu Yuang left the Lu household around 12:50, and after he departed, I took 10 minutes to change my attire and fix my hair. It would take me approximately 3 minutes to walk to Instructor Zhang's home. Therefore, when Captain Ma's spouse saw me, it must have been shortly after 1 o'clock. In that brief window of time, I could not have entered Zhang's courtyard to commit the act that left Instructor Zhang's spouse unconscious, and then exited, feigning to have merely passed by." According to Jiang Lanyue's account, this timeline indeed appeared quite cohesive, potentially validating her innocence. Captain Tai then turned to Lu Yuang. "Captain Lu, can you confirm that the time of your departure aligns with Jiang Lanyue's statement?" Should Lu Yuang affirm this timestamp, it would serve as corroboration of Jiang Lanyue's innocence. Consequently, all eyes were fixed upon Lu Yuang. Standing beside him, Chu Yingxue anxiously stepped forward, grasping Lu Yuang's arm. "Captain Lu, you must speak truthfully, do not err." She was acutely aware that Jiang Lanyue thrived on creating turmoil, and this incident might not be devoid of her involvement. If Lu Yuang were to provide false testimony on her behalf, the repercussions could be dire. Nonetheless, in front of such a crowd, Chu Yingshue's affectionate hold on Lu Yuang's arm disregarded Jiang Lanyue, who had just recounted her own testimony. The others observed the scene, instinctively casting their gazes toward Jiang Lanyue, speculating that she would soon erupt in fury. However, to their surprise, Jiang Lanyue remained oblivious, standing quietly and listening to their discourse. Meanwhile, Lu Yuang furrowed his brow, stepping back to gently extricate himself from Chu Yingshue's grasp, creating distance between them. Captain Tai, observing this interaction, adopted a serious tone. If it is indeed proven that Comrade Jiang committed this act, the organization will take decisive measures. However, if she is innocent and wrongfully accused, then for her act of bravery in saving others, she shall receive due recognition. I am also aware of the military family's request for Comrade Jiang to relocate. If it is determined that she did not cause harm, then that request shall be reconsidered. Captain Tai was fully aware that Jiang Langyue was the last person who wished to leave the military compound. As soon as he uttered those words, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Particularly, Jiang Langyue felt her heart leap into her throat. Lu Yuang despised her so much that he would prefer her to be as far away from him as possible. Now that the Iron Company commander had spoken, was he not compelling him to withhold testimony on her behalf? Just as Jiang Langyue furrowed her brow, desperately searching for a way out, Instructor Lin, the officer of the first company, stood to the side. Indeed, several comrades were present at the time, and we could all testify to that. Wang Chunhua was astonished that Lu Yuang would actually support Jiang Langyue. She opened her mouth, but found no words to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, someone from outside called out, "Report." Another soldier stood at attention and announced, "The hospital has conveyed that Instructor Zhang's spouse has regained consciousness. She has explicitly stated that it was she who prepared the soup, locked the door, and that Comrade Jiang was in no way involved." With such evidence and the victim's testimony, Jiang Lanyue's innocence was finally established beyond doubt. Look at you, having wronged an innocent person. Who told you to speak recklessly in front of the company commander? You nearly caused great harm to Comrade Jiang. How could I have known? Wang Chunhua feigned a look of grievance as she was scolded by her own man. Observing this, Jiang Lanyue coldly remarked, "Sister Wang has always been antagonistic towards me. I have grown accustomed to it. There is no need for Commander Sun to hold it against her." Chapter 12. Is the white moonlight provoking me? The Iron Company commander interjected, "Military families living together are bound to have conflicts. Comrade Jiang, be magnanimous. The company will provide compensation. Thus, the matter of your moving out can be disregarded. In the future, strive to coexist harmoniously with the military families, and you shall remain good comrades." After all, her act of theft pales in comparison to the lives she saved. Upon hearing the Iron Company commander state that she would not be moving out, Lu Yuan's expression visibly darkened. Though he said nothing, Jiang Lanyue noticed his reaction. As for my rescue of Instructor Zhang as spouse and child, it was not for the sake of seeking favor from the company, so no compensation is necessary. With that, Jiang Lanyue turned on her heel and exited, leaving a roomful of people exchanging incredulous glances, scarcely believing their ears. How had Jiang Lanyue, this troublemaker, suddenly undergone such a transformation? By the time they emerged from the company headquarters, darkness had enveloped the sky. Jiang Lanyue walked ahead while Lu Yuang followed several meters behind, deliberately maintaining a distance. Gu Xiaozhuang trailed closely behind Lu Yuang, quietly reporting, "Earlier, the company commander mentioned compensating her. Given Zhang's past temperament, she would have demanded a king's ransom. It is hard to imagine she would refuse." Without needing Gu Xiaozhuang to elaborate, Lu Yuang noticed Jiang Lanyue's dramatic change in disposition. Indeed, Gu Xiaozhuang nodded earnestly. "She conveyed the same to me and Captain Huang. However, whether she will actually move remains uncertain. After all, Jiang Lanyue has frequently reversed her decisions, and no one can predict if she might change her mind." Glancing at Gu Xiaozhuang, Lu Yuang chose not to comment further and instinctively quickened his pace. Upon noticing Lu Yuang's approach, she smiled at him and said, "Thank you for testifying on my behalf earlier. Had it not been for him, I might have been unjustly accused today. In my previous life, when I was in the company office, the original owner erupted with fury upon seeing Chu Yingxue entangle herself with Lu Yuang. In front of the company commander, she made such a ruckus that everyone believed she had orchestrated a heinous act. Subsequently, the commander became infuriated and detained the original owner for several days. The original owner, lacking in discernment, failed to grasp the complexities of the situation, yet Jiang Lanyue was acutely aware. Had the truth not been uncovered, the original owner could have faced execution, and it would have been improbable for her to merely face a few days of confinement. Thus, someone must have diligently pursued the truth, enabling the original owner's release. In the military, the only individual capable and willing to undertake such an endeavor was undoubtedly Lu Yuang. He proved to be a true gentleman, for despite his disdain for the original owner, he ensured she was not wrongfully condemned. "Not at all," Lu Yuang replied, shaking his head, his expression inscrutable. "I'm merely curious. The commander mentioned compensating you. Why did you not accept?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue smiled. "Moreover, sometimes it is prudent to refrain from making demands, preserving a modicum of goodwill. In the future, when genuine needs arise, one may reap greater benefits." Unaware of Jiang Lanyue's intentions, Lu Yuang gazed at her in astonishment as they continued forward, nearing the military family compound. Beneath the streetlight lining the landscaped path stood a slender and graceful female soldier in uniform, watching them. Though they were at a distance, Jiang Lanyue instantly recognized her as Chu Yingxue. Lu Yuang evidently did not anticipate that Chu Yingxue would come ahead to wait for him. His brow furrowed, and he instinctively glanced at Jiang Lanyue. Turning to meet Lu Yuang's gaze with an expression of calm indifference, Jiang Lanyue resolved to depart. Once I establish a firm footing outside, I shall divorce you to facilitate your union with her. However, I hope you both can exercise some restraint during this process, as I do not wish to be the subject of ridicule. For instance, in the company office earlier, Chu Yingxue disregarded the presence of others while she clung to you. If word of this reached the military spouses, it would be she who would be mocked for failing to control her man. Jiang Lanyue's words rendered Lu Yuang silent. He had anticipated that this woman would argue or create a scene, yet he never expected her to remain so composed. As Jiang Lanyue walked away, Chu Yingxue hurried to Lu Yuang, gazing at him with longing. Yuang, she hasn't made things difficult for you, has she? It's all my fault. I should have considered this. Chapter 13. You share a bed. Hearing Chu Yingxue's words, Lu Yuang took 2 steps back, creating distance between them. We are merely comrades in arms and should maintain our distance. Furthermore, I am already married. Please understand this. Do you truly resign yourself to a lifetime with Jiang Lanyue? The gravity with which Lu Yuang asserted his marital status nearly brought Chu Yingxue to tears. You are a military prodigy with boundless potential. How could you possibly spend your life with a convict? This is my affair. Lu Yuang regarded Chu Yingxue with a cool demeanor, his expression growing increasingly frosty. I have also heard the rumors circulating within the ranks. Although I am unaware of who spread the rumors, it is clear to both you and me, Comrade Chu, that there has never been any romantic sentiment between us. This is something we both understand. Previously, when Jiang Lanyue caused a stir, the matter was brought up, prompting him to send Ge Xiaozhuang to investigate. My apparent lack of compassion has, to some extent, hurt Chu Yingxue. Her eyes glistened with tears, nearly spilling over. Do you not comprehend my feelings for you? And in what way do I fall short compared to Jiang Lanyue? Would you truly prefer to spend your life with her rather than accept me? Jiang Lanyue is both wicked and unattractive. How can she compare to someone from a military family, a vital member of the arts troupe? Only she is worthy of Lu Yuang, as they are indeed a match made in heaven. As for Chu Yingxue's pitiful demeanor, Lu Yuang remained unmoved, feeling a twinge of annoyance. He furrowed his brow and stated, almost word for word, that whom he marries and spends his life with is his own prerogative. I hope you will understand your boundaries in the future and refrain from overstepping. With that, Lu Yuang said nothing more and simply walked away, leaving Chu Yingxue standing beneath the streetlight, tears cascading down her cheeks. I refuse to believe that I can be outdone by Jiang Lanyue. I will not concede to her. She could only approach Grandma Lu's door and gently knock. Grandma, are you asleep? Yet, no matter how she knocked, there was no response from the tightly shut door. Just when she felt utterly helpless, Lu Yuang entered the Lu family gate. It was early April. Although the days were no longer particularly cold, the nights still held a biting chill. Observing Jiang Lanyue, it was evident that her demeanor was genuine, prompting Lu Yuang to adopt a stern expression. He approached Jiang Lanyue's door and pushed it firmly, only to find it securely locked. Without a key, he could not gain entry. He then moved beside Jiang Lanyue and knocked on Grandma Lu's door. Grandma, please open the door. Inside, upon hearing Lu Yuang's voice, the occupant called out hoarsely. I've gone to bed, and don't wish to get up. You two are married. You can share a room, so please don't disturb this old woman. Grandma Lu's insistence was akin to forcing a hero onto the battlefield. Jiang Lanyue found herself at a loss for words and contemplated persuading Grandma Lu once more. However, before she could speak, the cold-faced man interjected. There is no need to persuade her. She has made up her mind and will not change it easily. What then shall we do? Standing too close, Jiang Lanyue felt the air around her grow thin, making it difficult to breathe. She took a couple of steps back, secretly gauging Lu Yuang's reaction. Yet he stated, You will sleep in my room. What? Jiang Lanyue exclaimed, her jaw dropping in disbelief as she hurriedly waved her hands. No. No, I would prefer to sleep in the living room. Your room should have extra blankets. Just lend me one. Lu Yuang had no affection for the original owner of this life. Their paths were destined to diverge. Therefore, there seemed to be no need for any pretense of a true marriage, nor for the notion of children. In her past life, even though the original owner schemed against him and bore a child, it ultimately ended in tragedy, did it not? You misunderstand. Noticing her face redden, Lu Yuang realized what she was thinking. You sleep in my room. I shall take a moment to rest in the lounge. With these words, Lu Yuang turned on his heel and departed, offering not a single glance towards Jiang Lanue. Only when he had truly left did Jiang Lanue release a sigh of relief. She then attended to her personal grooming before making her way to Lu Yuang's room. The room was meticulously arranged, with a bed neatly made into a perfect square, a desk adorned with books in orderly fashion, and a wardrobe where clothes were folded with precision. Upon entering, Jiang Lanue was enveloped by the pleasant scent of soap that lingered, characteristic of a man. As she lay down on the bed, pulling the man's quilt over her, the aroma intensified. Perhaps it was this fragrance that beckoned forth memories from her previous life, where Jiang Lanue had remained single for over 20 years. Unconsciously, she recalled the night she had shared with Lu Yuang. His broad shoulders, strong waist, and powerful limbs flooded her mind. Chapter 14. You two last night. The thought of it left Jiang Lanue blushing profusely. She hurriedly pulled the quilt over her face, repeatedly reminding herself, Jiang Lanue must not become infatuated with a man. This man does not belong to you. He is not yours. Perhaps the self-assertion worked, as her restless heart soon found tranquility. Before long, she drifted into a drowsy slumber. Early the next morning, while she was still in a state of sleep, the voice of Grandma Lu called from outside. Dea, wake up. Comrade's son and his wife have arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanue instantly awakened. She scrambled out of bed, hastily tidying her hair before opening the door to step outside. In the living room, Wang Chunhua's expression soured the moment she saw Jiang Lanue emerging from Lu Yuang's room. When Comrade's son noticed Jiang Lanue, he quickly rose and said, Comrade Jiang, we have come to apologize for the misunderstanding regarding you yesterday. I sincerely regret that you were almost burdened with such an unjust accusation. Though Comrade's son was in competition with Lu Yuang, he was straightforward and lacked the ulterior motives of Wang Chunhua. Therefore, Jiang Lanue had no intention of making things difficult for him. It's quite all right, Comrade Sunday. I do not hold this incident against you. After all, you and Lu Yuang share many years of camaraderie. I wish to honor that. In her former life, Jiang Lanue was known for being obstinate and unyielding. Comrade Sun was taken aback by her unexpected graciousness. Wang Chunhua, though reluctant, gritted her teeth and said, I apologize, Comrade Jiang. I will no longer make things difficult for you. Wang Chunhua's fear of her husband was evident, and Jiang Lanue couldn't help but chuckle at her defiance. Sister-in-law, I reiterate, I am myself, and Lu Yuang is Lu Yuang. I hope you come to understand this distinction in the future. The way she had previously exploited the original owner was her own affair, but should Wang Chunhua dare to play tricks in her presence again, she would not hesitate to issue a warning. Upon hearing Jiang Lanue's words, Wang Chunhua assumed she was trying to provoke her once more and shot her a glare. With a hint of embarrassment, Commander Sun quickly pulled Wang Chunhua aside, saying, The battalion leader has stated that Comrade Jiang need not move out. If your concern is about maintaining a cordial relationship with my wife, I assure you, I will speak highly of her in the future. If it truly is due to his wife that Jiang Lanue feels compelled to leave the military compound, he would not only struggle to interact with Lu Yuang but also offend the Lu family, which would undoubtedly impact his prospects. Commander Sun, being a perceptive individual, noticed Jiang Lanue's mild amusement at his urgency. My decision to move out is based on my own considerations and has nothing to do with Sister Wang, she reassured him, prompting him to feel at ease. Very well then, he conceded, observing that Jiang Lanue appeared to harbor no resentment towards them and thus refrained from further discussion. He politely excused himself and departed with Wang Chunhua. As soon as the couple left, Grandmother Lu emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles, unexpectedly seizing Jiang Lanue's arm. My dear, about last night with Yuang, she began inquiring about matters that seemed rather intrusive. Jiang Lanue felt her cheeks flush and swiftly clarified. Last night, Lu Yuang was not home. He graciously offered his room to me. Grandmother, such matters cannot be forced. You make me feel quite awkward. You are already legally married, so sharing a bed is quite natural, isn't it? The elder asserted, firmly believing her stance was entirely justifiable. I am eagerly awaiting my great-grandchild, and you too must not be disobedient. Unable to reason with the old lady, Jiang Lanue simply waved her hand dismissively. After hastily consuming the bowl of noodles that Grandmother Lu had prepared, she left the military compound in a hurry. A crowd of men and women, young and old, gathered to observe Captain Huang speaking atop a large stone platform. The captain was addressing the assembly, while the youth below engaged in their own discussions. That social scourge. Can she really repair a tractor? Is the captain merely flattering us to curry favor with her? You may not know this, but Jiang Lanue has a notable background. She is said to be the granddaughter of a celebrated hero within the military. After her re-education, her household registration was settled in our village, which has garnered significant attention from higher authorities. So, if she participates in our labor, won't she hinder our progress? Such connections are truly loathsome. Should I encounter her, I shall not hesitate to tear apart her deceitful facade. Chapter 15. To undertake the most arduous tasks. Jiang Lanue heard every word of their discourse with crystal clarity. Thus, she patted the shoulder of the most vociferous young woman among them and smiled. What a coincidence. I am indeed Jiang Lanue. The young intellectuals were evidently taken aback to find their target standing right behind them. Momentarily stunned, their faces shifted through shades of green and red. Yet, Jiang Lanue paid no heed to the rest, focusing solely on the young woman who had criticized her most vehemently. Did you not wish to expose the ugly truth of my privileged connections? Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, it seemed that the young woman would not relent. Observing Jiang Lanue's robust figure, one could only wonder how a confrontation would unfold, as she might not emerge unscathed. The young female intellectual was evidently frightened, stammering. I was just joking. Oh? Jiang Lanue nodded, a knowing expression on her face. Thus, even though you harbor a deep-seated hatred for me as a person of privilege, you dare not act against me. If I am indeed a person of privilege, then you are merely a puppet inciting others from the shadows, are you not? When comparing our true natures, one might argue who is more despicable. You. This young intellectual, who appeared to be quite aloof, was now blushing with anger at Jiang Lanue's retort. On the stage, Captain Huang proclaimed loudly, after thorough discussion, the team has decided to assign the task of raising piglets in the village to Comrade Jiang Lanue. With that, he led the applause. Among the crowd, dissenting voices emerged. Captain, why should such an easy job as a caretaker be given to Jiang Lanue? She is a reformed criminal. She should be subjected to more rigorous labor to demonstrate her resolve to change. Indeed, others chimed in, expressing their agreement. Such a role should be allocated to those who are truly in need. If not, we can rotate the duties. It is simply inappropriate to assign it to her. Captain Huang was aware from the outset that accommodating Jiang Lanue would likely incite discontent among the team. Thus, he softened his tone, intending to persuade them gently. You misunderstand. In truth. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a melodious voice. Captain, I do not require the team's assistance. Jiang Lanue stood amidst the crowd, exuding an air of composure. Since I have come to partake in labor, I intend to work alongside everyone. Therefore, let someone else take this easy position of caretaker. Otherwise, I shall never be able to hold my head high. Upon hearing her words, Captain Huang could not help but furrow his brow. Comrade Jiang, it is the commune's intention to look after you. After all, you have not experienced hardship. You must start with simpler tasks and gradually increase the difficulty. He was concerned that if she were overwhelmed, the leaders of the commune would blame him for failing in his duties. Really, it's not necessary. Understanding Captain Huang's intentions, Jiang Lanue looked at him with sincerity. At that moment, the young intellectual who had previously been rebuked by Jiang Lanue spoke with a cold smile. You may claim you do not need assistance, but perhaps your heart harbors a different sentiment? If you wish to make a statement, you must demonstrate it through tangible actions. Anyone can utter beautiful words. Look at this young intellectual. She appeared delicate, yet she was unwilling to relent when seizing an opportunity. Having been given a chance to confront Jiang Lanue, she would not hold back. If you wish to participate in labor, you cannot seek the easy way out. I know that the most arduous task in the village is clearing the weeds from the drainage ditches after farming. If you can accomplish this, I, Zhang Qingqing, will acknowledge you. Zhang Qingqing's suggestion for Jiang Lanue to clear the drainage ditches was a task that would leave even the strongest young men lamenting its difficulty. Captain Huang instinctively sought to intervene, Zhang Jiqing. Yet before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Lanue readily acquiesced. Very well. I shall undertake the task of clearing the weeds. The assembly was taken aback by Zhang's unexpected willingness to accept such a laborious assignment, their astonishment evident as they turned to gaze at her. Even Captain Huang looked at her in disbelief. Comrade Jiang, have you truly considered this?
Of course, she replied.
However, I have a condition. If this young lady can agree, I will promptly commence the task of clearing the weeds from the ditch. Chapter 16. Speaking with true merit. Zhang Qingqing was evidently taken aback by the fact that this reform-through-labor convict would dare to stipulate conditions. Her expression shifted, initially reluctant to concede. Yet with so many eyes upon her, she felt compelled to respond. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I am curious to see what conditions you would propose. Jiang Lanue smiled faintly before continuing. Earlier, you claimed I am merely a beneficiary of connections, which I find an affront to my character. Hence, I wish to challenge you. Let us compete in clearing the weeds from the ditch and see whose labor prowess prevails. If you triumph, I, Jiang Lanue, shall undertake the most arduous tasks henceforth. Should you lose, however, you shall bear the burden of the most grueling work.
What do you say?
observing her delicate features. It seemed evident that her position in the team was quite effortless. Thus, the stakes of this wager appeared to favor Jiang Langyue. Zhang Qingqing, who was given special consideration by the captain due to her health issues, had been assigned the role of warehouse manager. Naturally, she was loath to wager this position against Jiang Langyue. As she hesitated, Jiang Langyue pressed on with a smile. What is the matter? Are you afraid of losing to me? Are you concerned that others might realize that it is not I who holds back, but rather some individuals who are merely coasting along? You speak nonsense. Zhang Qingqing's fury was palpable, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. I have been diligently working for 3 years in rural labor. Your accusations are slanderous. Jiang Langyue remained unfazed. Whether it is slander or not, we shall ascertain through comparison. For mere words hold little weight. The young intellectuals present, who had initially looked down upon Jiang Langyue, now observed her tenacity in challenging Zhang Qingqing to a wager. Ma Chong, who stood with Zhang Qingqing, grew irritable. Qingqing, fear her not. Let us accept her wager. I am eager to see what she can truly accomplish. Indeed, echoed several others, their support bolstering Zhang Qingqing's confidence. Clearing the ditch is no simple task. Do not presume that eloquence alone will suffice in execution. With renewed determination, Zhang Qingqing gritted her teeth and proclaimed, Very well, I accept your wager. Today, let all present witness this. Should you lose, do not resort to claiming your connections as an excuse for not honoring the bet. How fortuitous, for that is precisely what I intended to convey to you. Jiang Langyue retorted, Captain, would you kindly arrange for this matter to be set in motion? Very well, he replied. They insisted on competing, and Captain Huang could not intervene. With a resigned sigh, he instructed someone to take Jiang Langyue and Zhang Qingqing to fetch the tools, and they headed directly to the drainage ditch. The drainage channel was situated amidst a vast expanse of farmland. Upon their arrival at the edge of the channel, they observed the grass within it had grown particularly lush this year, causing Zhang Qingqing's face to turn a shade of green. She planted a small flag in the center of the ditch and proclaimed, This will be the boundary. Comrade Jiang and Comrade Zhang will cut the grass on either side. At the end of the afternoon, whoever has cut the most grass will be deemed the winner. The method of competition was straightforward, which pleased Jiang Langyue immensely. She promptly retrieved a sickle and a rake from the basket, turning to Wang Aigua and declaring, I am ready. We can begin. With a scoff, Zhang Qingqing, feeling irritated, picked up her tools and immediately set to work cutting the grass. Noticing her swift start, Jiang Langyue chose not to engage in rivalry. Instead, she first utilized the sickle to sever the grass at the boundary line before commencing her task. Thanks to the mechanical system's assistance, Jiang Langyue effortlessly sliced through the thick grass with the sickle. Those standing on the embankment watched in awe as she diligently worked, covering a distance of approximately 20 meters in less than half an hour. Once she finished one side, she circled to the other, meticulously cutting through the weeds. After completing both sides, she adeptly used the rake to gather the clumps of grass from the water, piling them neatly at the edge of the ditch. Her efficient and decisive actions left everyone present utterly astonished. How could Jiang Langyue be so remarkably skilled? She surpassed even Zhang Taizhu. Realizing that Jiang Langyue had cut 10 times more than she had, Zhang Qingqing stood there, dumbfounded, not daring to rest. She hurriedly took up her sickle and fervently resumed cutting the grass. From the moment they began until midday, after more than 3 hours of labor, Jiang Langyue had cleared nearly 130 to 40 meters of the drainage channel. In stark contrast, Zhang Qingqing's meager progress paled in comparison, barely a fraction of Jiang Lanyue's achievement. As the noon break approached, the youth and members of the commune who had been watching the wager gathered around. It was only then that Jiang Langyue paused her work and approached Wang Aigua, who stood by the boundary line. Comrade Wang, is there any need to continue this competition? Jiang Langyue stated the undeniable truth. Her results were 5 to 6 times greater than Zhang Qingqing's. Even if Zhang Qingqing exerted herself for the entire afternoon, victory was unattainable. Observing Zhang Qingqing laboring intensely, her face pale and on the verge of fainting, Wang Aigua finally spoke. All right, Comrade Zhang, it is clear you cannot win. Let it end here. Long before Jiang Langyue had gained such a significant lead, Zhang Qingqing had realized she had bitten off more than she could chew. Her relentless effort stemmed from her unwillingness to accept defeat, striving to give it her all. However, it was evident that the gap between her and Jiang Langyue was insurmountable, and she would certainly lose face today. Thus, Zhang Qingqing felt quite aggrieved. She cast aside her sickle and squatted on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. As soon as she began to cry, her fellow female educated youth, who usually shared a close bond with her, rushed over to offer comfort. Qingqing, please do not cry. We lost, and it is not a great matter. Indeed, we are inherently weaker. How can we possibly compare with those burly women? Do not weep. It is not worth ruining your health over. But how could she refrain from tears? Qing had wagered with them, and should she lose, she would have to relinquish her position as the warehouse manager. Furthermore, she would be forced to undertake the most arduous and laborious tasks daily. It seemed she had been set up from the beginning, and snared in a trap. What these female educated youths said was, frankly, quite unreasonable. Zhang Langyue, upon hearing this, showed no leniency. Comrade, are you educated youth truly so unreasonable? It is Zhang Qingqing who falsely accused me first and then challenged me to a bet. Now that she has lost and cannot bear the consequences, how has it become my fault? Exactly. Although Comrade Jiang has made mistakes in the past, she has done nothing to provoke you today. It is you who instigated this. As Zhang Langyue managed to astonish the villagers, the female educated youths grew even more incensed. Wang Aigua, fearing an escalation of their quarrel, hastily interjected, "Enough. A bet is a bet. There is no need for further argument." With that, he turned and walked away. As soon as Wang Aigua departed, Zhang Qingqing, having lost her favorable position, immediately broke into heart-wrenching sobs, causing her fellow educated youths to flounder as they rushed to console her. Having gained notoriety in one fell swoop, Zhang Langyue felt quite pleased. Upon arriving at the village office, she found Captain Huang standing by the warehouse door adjacent to the work point recording room. "I hope I do not cause you any embarrassment," she said with a smile, mirroring Captain Huang's expression. "This way, my daily work will be more convenient." Well, that is certainly a positive outcome. Compared to the work of a livestock caretaker, the role of warehouse manager was indeed far more relaxed. Captain Huang initially intended to advise Zhang Langyue not to hold grudges against Zhang Qingqing, but he smiled instead, refraining from voicing his thoughts. However, Zhang Langyue discerned his hesitation and remarked, "Captain, I understand that Zhang Qingqing's health is fragile and cannot withstand excessively heavy labor. Therefore, I will only serve as the warehouse manager for half a month. Let her experience some hardship to learn a lesson, after which I shall return the position to her. This will temper the zeal of the educated youth, ensuring they think twice before expressing discontent in the future." According to the original memories, Captain Huang had always been particularly attentive to Zhang Qingqing because his eldest son had harbored affections for her and sought to pursue her. Zhang Qingqing had often exploited this to maintain an air of false superiority. Thus, Zhang Langyue never intended to permanently occupy the role of warehouse manager. A span of half a month would suffice for her to discover a more suitable position. Zhang Lanyue's empathy genuinely astonished Captain Huang. He smiled wholeheartedly and said, "Ah, Comrade Xiao Jiang, there are truly few comrades with such high awareness as yours nowadays." "Good." With a smile directed at Captain Huang, Zhang Lanyue chose not to say much more. Braving the midday sun, she turned and made her way toward the barracks. After a morning filled with labor, feeling both fatigued and famished, she had just reached the entrance of the military compound when a military truck abruptly halted before her. Chapter 18. A bit endearing with a beaming smile, Instructor Zhang descended from the vehicle and, for the first time, spoke to Zhang Langyue with remarkable warmth. "Comrade Zhang, I've finally found you. Is there something you need, Instructor Zhang?" Seeing his urgency, Zhang Langyue felt perplexed. Yet, Instructor Zhang replied, "I merely wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you in person." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Zhang Langyue, eager to convey his appreciation. At that moment, Lu Yirong, striding confidently towards them, emerged from somewhere. His tall figure was impeccably clad in military attire, exuding an aura as frigid as ice, making him appear unapproachable. Upon reaching Instructor Zhang, he patted his arm in a friendly manner, yet when his gaze fell upon Zhang Langyue, he coldly remarked, "She is the one who saved the person. It has nothing to do with me." To Zhang Lanyue's ears, his words suggested a desire to distance himself from her. She smiled and replied, "Indeed, we are merely a couple in name. We shall soon part ways. I will be moving out shortly, and will no longer trouble everyone as before." What? The revelation that they had just registered their marriage, and she was already speaking of separation, left Instructor Zhang utterly astonished. Although it was widely known that Lu Yuang and Zhang Lanyue's marriage was coerced, Instructor Zhang, having shared years of camaraderie with Lu Yuang, understood his inherently responsible nature. If he had chosen to marry Zhang Lanyue, how could he possibly consider separation lightly? Noticing the surprise on Instructor Zhang's face, Lu Yuang's expression darkened. He inquired, "Old Zhang, do you have something to discuss? Or else why would you be searching for Zhang Lanyue?" "Oh, I was hoping to invite you both to my home for dinner this evening, as a token of my gratitude." Sensing Lu Yuang's displeasure, Instructor Zhang feigned nonchalance as he smiled. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanyue interjected, "Is Zhang's wife and the two children all right?" "Yes," Instructor Zhang nodded, appearing somewhat reflective. The doctor said they were fortunate to be rescued in time. They inhaled only a small amount of gas, so after a night of observation, they will be discharged. Ultimately, we owe our gratitude to Comrade Jiang. Without you, the consequences would have been dire. Please, no need for such formality. As long as sister-in-law and the children are well, I can rest easy. Tragically, during a subsequent battle, he met his end on the battlefield, a sorrowful conclusion indeed. It was the first time Instructor Zhang recognized that the once irksome Jiang Langyue had unexpectedly transformed, becoming understanding and even somewhat endearing. He smiled. In any case, such a great favor cannot be repaid with mere words. We shall discuss it further in due time. Very well. Lu Yuang readily accepted Instructor Zhang's invitation. And without further ado, Instructor Zhang turned and departed cheerfully. Casting aside her words, she turned and walked away. Witnessing her nonchalant departure, devoid of the previous entanglements, Lu Yuang found himself unexpectedly burdened rather than relieved. He watched Jiang Lanyue's figure make its way towards the military compound until she vanished from sight. After a bustling morning, Jiang Lanyue felt as though her entire body might crumble. Although aided by the mechanical system, the pampered physique of the original owner easily succumbed to fatigue. As she rubbed her sore arms, she proceeded towards the Lu residence. Just halfway there, she stumbled upon a group of military wives, engaged in disparaging remarks about her. How could you all not know? Lieutenant Lu and Jiang Lanyue haven't even hosted a banquet, yet they've already shared a bed. This morning, when I visited the Lu household, I saw Jiang Lanyue exiting Lieutenant Lu's room, looking quite disheveled. Is that true? The incredulity in the military wives' voices was palpable. Indeed, Wang Chunhua's words must not be taken lightly. If Jiang Lanyue learns of this, who knows what chaos will ensue? I speak only the truth. Why should I fear her wrath? Wang Chunhua asserted confidently. I believe she is simply terrified that Lieutenant Lu will abandon her, so she hastily consummated their relationship. How shameless. Chapter 19, Digging a Pit Before Departing. The military wife with the harsh tongue was Fong Ruifeng, the cousin of Chu Yingxue. The original owner's tarnished reputation could be largely attributed to the duo of her and Wang Chunhua. In the past, the original owner had clashed with them multiple times, and they had led the effort to ostracize her within the military compound. As they laughed and gossiped, one of the military wives sensed a pair of eyes upon them and instinctively turned her head. To her astonishment, she found Jiang Lanyue standing behind them, prompting her to stifle her laughter and tug at Fong Ruifeng's sleeve. Stop talking. Someone might hear. Upon realizing that Jiang Lanyue was indeed behind them, Wang Chunhua felt a twinge of guilt, her complexion shifting. Conversely, Fong Ruifeng remained composed, declaring, "What is there to fear? Aren't we merely stating facts?" Some people lack self-awareness, clearly aware that Lieutenant Lu holds no regard for her, yet they still chase after him. How disgraceful. Fong Ruifeng was well aware of the original owner's temperament, and her words were deliberately crafted to provoke a reaction, enticing the original owner into a confrontation. It appeared they were concerned that she might refuse to vacate the military compound, hence they continued to stir trouble. Should matters escalate, the captain would have no choice but to intervene for the sake of harmonious relations among the military wives and compel her departure. Understanding their intentions, Jiang Lanyue devised a plan. She resolved to take a bold step, discreetly pinching her thigh. This action brought tears to her eyes, and her gaze shimmered with emotion. Fong's sister, Wang's sister, what are you doing? I have already promised to leave, yet you continue to bully me, she exclaimed. I spent the night in Lu Yuang's room, but he was in the rest area of the company. Nothing untoward occurred between us. I understand, Fong's sister, that you wish to unite Comrade Chu with Lu Yuang, but you needn't speak ill of me behind my back. Jiang Lanyue's words, as someone who has experienced similar situations, struck a sensitive chord with Fong Ruifeng. It was common knowledge that Fong Ruifeng had been betrothed to her husband since childhood. However, after he enlisted in the military, he became infatuated with others and sought to dissolve their engagement. Subsequently, under the pretext of a farewell banquet, her family had lured him to their home, intoxicated him, and consummated their relationship, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. For the sake of his future, he then begrudgingly married her. This incident had fostered a deep-seated disdain in him towards her, rendering him cold and indifferent. Thus, Fong Ruifeng harbored a profound hatred for any mention of this topic. Jiang Lanyue's utterance had indeed pierced her to the core. Enraged, Fong Ruifeng charged forward, raising her hand to strike Jiang Lanyue, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch! How dare you insult me?" As Fong Ruifeng attempted to retaliate, the other military wives sensed the escalating tension and rushed to intervene. However, before her hand could make contact with Jiang Lanyue, she stumbled and fell to the ground, crying out, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Not only are you speaking ill of me, but you also dare to strike me in front of so many people. Is this how you bully others? Jiang Lanue's voice was anything but quiet. It resonated during the midday break, capturing the attention of passing officers and soldiers in the vicinity. You shameless wretch! What are you shouting about? As Jiang Lanue's outburst attracted numerous onlookers, Feng Ruifeng's expression shifted, realizing the predicament. Yet, Jiang Lanue, undeterred by her unease, continued to wail. Sister Feng, you and Sister Wang are bullying me. Am I not allowed to speak? You use personal matters to humiliate me, hoping to force me out of the military compound. If that is your desire, I shall leave today. Are you satisfied? With that declaration, Jiang Lanue swiftly rose from the ground, feigning tears as she dashed into the courtyard. This behavior was astonishing. Typically, Jiang Lanue was fierce and resilient, rarely shedding a tear, even under duress. Her current display of vulnerability was indeed unusual. The military wives exchanged glances, each harboring a sense of foreboding. Chapter 20. No time to delay in welcoming grandchildren. After shaking off the military wives, Jiang Lanue made her way directly to the Lu residence. The moment she turned away from the earlier scene of distress, her demeanor returned to normal, brushing off the dust and dirt from her clothing. You wish to challenge me? I shall not be as reckless as the original owner. I won't allow you to overpower me. No, dear grandmother, fret not. She affectionately linked her arm with the elderly ladies and proceeded into the courtyard. Upon entering, the dining table was already set with 2 dishes and a soup, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, chicken with potatoes, and tomato egg soup, all of which were the original owner's favorites. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lanue immediately took a seat. Grandmother, please sit down. I am famished. Let us begin our meal. All right. Observing Jiang Lanue's thoughtful nature, Grandma Lu felt a sense of comfort as she joined her at the table. I will be working over there from now on. It will be inconvenient to stay here. What? You intend to move this afternoon? This matter has dealt a significant blow to Grandma Lu. Just moments ago, she wore a beaming smile, but now her eyes reddened and she burst into tears. Yeah, you should take Grandma with you when you move. You've been by my side since you were so little. I cannot bear to be apart from you. However, if Grandma Lu were to relocate, her frail health would surely suffer. The mention of separation only deepened her sorrow. I should move out with you, regardless of the circumstances. Grandma Lu could not accept being distanced from Jiang Lanue. Previously, the original owner often stirred up trouble, rarely spending time at home with Grandma Lu. Very well. As long as you agree to move out, I shall refrain from making too many demands, Jiang Lanue thought. Thus, she swiftly brought a bowl of food to the elderly lady, even serving her a chicken leg to coax her into eating. Yet, halfway through the meal, Grandma Lu remarked, Yeah, your insistence on leaving the military compound. Is it because those military wives are bullying you again? She was acutely aware of their disdain for Jiang Lanue. No. I don't want to worry you. Jiang Lanue quickly shook her head. After the incident with Instructor Zhang, everyone has been quite cordial with me. Please don't fret, Grandma. Jiang Lanue's words left the elderly lady with lingering doubts. In these times, such jobs were coveted by many. Eventually, the Lu couple, feeling pity for the elderly lady, arranged for the original owner to work as a saleswoman. Yet, the original owner, despite securing the position, remained restless, exhibiting a poor attitude toward the public, and frequently violating regulations by passing off substandard goods. Ultimately, she ruined the job and brought criticism upon the Lu couple as well. It was rumored that someone, unable to tolerate the Lu family's support for the original owner, had reported her. Reflecting upon these cautionary tales, Jiang Lanue dared not acquiesce. Really? This child refuses to move out and won't accept a job either. Grandma Lu felt a wave of worry and could not suppress a sigh. Meanwhile, standing in the courtyard, Lu Yuang had been listening intently and noticed that Jiang Lanue had not pressed Grandma to persuade their parents into violating regulations for her employment. His furrowed brows softened slightly. He then strode inside, his piercing gaze landing squarely on Jiang Lanue's face. Chapter 21. Moving out today. A jolt of anxiety surged through her. I have already eaten, Grandma. As he spoke, Lu Yuang removed his red star cap and turned to Jiang Lanue with a stoic expression. Come with me. Jiang Lanue's heart raced, her anxiety mounting. Despite her trepidation, she followed Lu Yuang into his room. Upon entering, she found him standing at his desk, placing the cap upon its surface. Jiang Lanue halted at the doorway, hesitant to advance. At that moment, Lu Yuang turned to her. I heard you had another altercation with the sisters? This woman had truly changed from before. Well, it was just a bit of a verbal spar. Lu Yuang's news was indeed quite astute. Jiang Lanue felt a surge of anxiety, her head bowed low. However, rest assured, I shall move out this afternoon. Henceforth, I shall no longer reside here. thereby avoiding any conflicts with them and sparing you from trouble. Jiang Lanue's words rendered Lu Yuang momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, I will send 2 soldiers to assist you with your move this afternoon. No need for that. Jiang Lanue waved her hand, eager to avoid imposing on him. I have little to carry. I can manage the move myself. If you have no further matters to attend to, I shall head out for a meal. With that, she turned to leave, her hurried silhouette betraying her desire to distance herself. Lu Yuan's emotions were tumultuous. He chose not to elaborate further, readjusting his red star cap before exiting the room. After uttering those words, he strode decisively out of the Lu household. Take care. Lu grandma sighed as she observed Lu Yuang's retreating figure. That rascal, unwilling to remain at home for even a day. His absence was a relief, alleviating her tension whenever he was around. Jiang Lanue secretly exhaled in relief and quickly served Lu grandma a portion of food. Grandma, you must try this. It is truly delicious. Seeing Jiang Lanue's obedient demeanor, Lu grandma's spirits lifted somewhat. The two of them dined together, with Jiang Lanue occasionally eliciting laughter from the elderly woman. After lunch, Jiang Lanue washed the dishes. She then packed her iron basin, toothpaste, toothbrush, and cup into a mesh bag, lifting 2 small iron buckets as her belongings were ready for departure. Once everything was organized, she ventured to the small storeroom beside the yard, retrieving the idle unicycle. She loaded her luggage onto the unicycle and secured it tightly with ropes. After all, she was the one who had raised the original owner. Jiang Lanue wished to spare her any sorrow. Jiang Lanue's consideration for her feelings brought joy to Lu grandma, who, with reddened eyes, waved her hand and turned to re-enter the house. Enough, go about your business. Watching her retreating figure as she entered the room, Jiang Lanue turned back and pushed the unicycle toward the entrance of the military family compound. However, the other military wives within the compound, witnessing Jiang Lanue pushing her belongings, were evidently surprised by her imminent departure. They rushed to the courtyard wall, engaging in hushed discussions with neighboring military wives. The sun must be rising in the west. Jiang Lanue is truly moving out. Indeed, they say a dog cannot change its nature. Who would have expected Jiang Lanue to undergo such a transformation, leaving everyone in disbelief? Chapter 22. The company commander summoned me. Throughout this chatter, Jiang Lanue remained oblivious, focused solely on pushing her unicycle. Once she exited the military family compound, she made her way toward the entrance of the barracks. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, soldiers were gathering in preparation for their mission. Lu Yuang, as the company commander, stood on the second-floor corridor of the building overlooking the training grounds, observing the soldiers assemble. Beside the training grounds, a clumsy figure struggled to push the unicycle outward. Standing beside Lu Yuang, Instructor Lin also witnessed the scene. Yuang, have you truly asked her to move out? Although Jiang Lanue had always been a source of complexity, it seemed that ever since she tied the knot with Lu Yuang, she had become considerably more sensible. At least the recent affairs she had undertaken were not utterly outrageous. Yes, her moving out will bring peace to the military family compound. Lu Yuang, known for his stern and impartial demeanor, realized that Jiang Lanue's presence in the military compound was not in his best interest. Instructor Lin nodded in agreement. Very well, since you both have come to an understanding, I shall say no more. With that, he turned and descended the stairs. Once the instructor had departed, Lu Yuang raised his gaze towards the figure nearing the entrance of the military compound. He then beckoned to Gu Xiaozhuang, who stood a short distance away. Gu Xiaozhuang promptly rushed over and saluted. Commander, is there something you need? Lu Yuang remained silent, merely glancing towards the entrance. Following his line of sight, Gu Xiaozhuang spotted Jiang Lanue, who was attempting to push a wheelbarrow out of the compound. Instantly, he comprehended the situation and offered another salute. I shall attend to it right away. He then dashed off. Pushing the wheelbarrow appeared simple, yet maneuvering it with a load was a different challenge entirely. As Jiang Lanue struggled along the muddy path, the wheelbarrow began to teeter precariously. Suddenly, a hand steadied the handle, accompanied by a warm smile. Comrade Jiang, allow me to assist you. What brings you here? Jiang Lanue was taken aback by Gu Xiaozhuang's unexpected arrival. However, he cheerfully responded, of course, it was our commander's instruction. Our commander possesses a stern exterior, but a warm heart, don't you know, Comrade Jiang? Given that the memories of her predecessor were filled with unruly behavior and misdeeds, there was hardly anything of value to recall. Noticing Jiang Lanue's frown of disbelief, Gu Xiaozhuang earnestly insisted, it is truly our commander who sent me. All right. I certainly believe you, she replied. Even if it was indeed Lu Yuang's benevolence that prompted Gu Xiaozhuang's assistance, it did not signify anything beyond kindness. With a shrug, Jiang Lanyue said to Gu Xiaozhuang, then I must trouble comrade Gu once again today. When I find the time, I will be sure to express my gratitude. As she spoke, a smile graced her face, revealing a hint of charm on her round visage. Gu Xiaozhuang scratched his head with a smile. Let me hurry and escort you, comrade Jiang. All on her own, Jiang Lanyue had thoroughly cleaned every corner of the house and moved her belongings inside, making it somewhat habitable. By the time she finished tidying up, the sky was already dimming. Just as she entered the military family compound and passed by Instructor Zhang's home, he called out to her from his yard with a smile, Comrade Jiang, do come by early. We are all waiting for you. Upon seeing Instructor Zhang, Jiang Lanyue remembered the dinner invitation. She had indeed helped them avert a significant disaster, and it would be remiss not to attend their meal in gratitude. All right, she thought. And after ensuring everything was in order, she rummaged through the previous owner's cabinet, retrieving 2 cans and a packet of candies. With a net bag in hand, she proceeded directly to Instructor Zhang's residence. However, as she approached the yard, a melodious and sweet voice emanated from the kitchen. Second sister, brother-in-law said that Commander Liu will also be dining with us tonight. Do you think this floral dress looks good on me? Should I wear my hair down with a headband, or would 2 braids be better? Chapter 23. Unworthy of Commander Liu. Inside Zhang's kitchen, Zhao Pundi, Instructor Zhang's wife, immediately adopted a serious demeanor upon hearing this. Lian Di, what do you mean by that? Are you harboring intentions toward Commander Liu? He is already married to Jiang Lanyue. You must not act recklessly. Zhao Lian Di pouted in dissatisfaction at Zhao Pundi's words. She merely happened to have saved her second sister and the others. There was no need to elevate her to the status of a benefactor. Besides, the entire unit knew that Commander Liu had no affection for her. She was not worthy of him. Furthermore, I overheard other military wives saying that Jiang Lanyue is contemplating divorce from Commander Liu. If they were to truly separate, wouldn't I have another chance? Second sister, since you and brother-in-law are so close to Commander Liu, could you lend me a hand? Zhao Liandi tugged at Zhao Pundi's hand, shaking it and acting coyly. Zhao Pundi, however, shot her a stern glance and replied earnestly. Regardless of what happens between Commander Liu and Jiang Lanyue, you must not interfere until they are officially divorced. Otherwise, I shall no longer acknowledge you as my sister. Understanding her sister's temperament, Zhao Liandi smiled. Do not worry, second sister. I am well aware of my own heart. In the military compound, there was not a single unmarried girl who did not cast her gaze toward Liu Yuang. Jiang Lanyue, unperturbed, entered the house carrying her items. Instructor Zhang, Sister Zhao. I have arrived. Oh, my Lanyue is here. Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's voice, Zhao Pundi hurriedly emerged from the kitchen. Noticing the items she carried, she quickly exclaimed, Why are you still carrying things? Just come in. Jiang Lanyue smiled. These are for the children. I have plenty more. As she spoke, she handed the items to Zhao Pundi. Sister-in-law, take these. Do not be formal with me. Very well, then please have a seat. Zhao Pundi was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's sudden amiability. She promptly placed the items on a nearby table. All right, I will not be formal with you either. Observing Zhao Pundi's expression of gratitude, Jiang Lanyue chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Zhao Liandi, standing aside, could not suppress a roll of her eyes at Jiang Lanyue. At that moment, Instructor Zhang emerged from the room, followed by his 2 children, De Fu and Xiaoya, who peeked out from behind him to gaze at Jiang Lanyue. By the way, Lanyue, I heard you were moving out? Zhao Pundi inquired. I have also heard about those military wives slandering you. They have indeed gone too far. But why are you so impatient? Why not wait for the unit to provide you with an explanation? What explanation would the unit give me? Zhao Pundi's words puzzled Jiang Lanyue. They frequently fabricate stories about me. I have grown accustomed to it. Surely, the unit will not intervene? Could it be that the performance she put on today was so vivid that it has escalated to the point of involving the entire community? She merely intended to set Wang Chunhua and Fang Ruifeng against each other, allowing them to endure a few scoldings from their men, just a bit of hardship. Never did she anticipate that the community would stand up for her. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Zhao Pundi burst into laughter. Fear not. For this matter will certainly deliver you justice. Jiang Lanyue was not particularly concerned about how the community would handle the situation. It matters not. I shall not hold it against them. It is merely that my sister-in-law has just been discharged from the hospital, and her health is still fragile. She must take good care of herself. Allow me to assist in preparing the meal. Do not tire yourself. As she spoke, Jiang Lanyue rose to lend a hand. However, Zhao Pundi quickly stopped her. No need. The dishes are nearly ready. You may sit and await the meal. With that, Zhao Pundi took her younger sister into the kitchen to busy themselves. Jiang Lanyue remained in the living room, entertaining De Fu and Xiaoya. Just as the dishes were being served, as Jiang Lanue prepared to rise, a formidable presence entered the room, sending a chill down her spine. Chapter 24. I heard you are getting a divorce? Instructor Zhang greeted him with a smile, motioning for him to sit beside Jiang Lanue.
Yuan.
I specifically asked your sister-in-law to prepare your favorite dishes. Let us enjoy a drink together tonight.
All right.
Lu Yuang was typically not one for many words. He nodded and naturally sat beside Jiang Lanue. His generous demeanor, however, made her feel somewhat uncomfortable, and she instinctively leaned away. In contrast to Jiang Lanue's deliberate attempt to create distance, Zhao Liandi, who emerged from the kitchen bearing the dishes, lit up upon seeing Lu Yuang. Captain Lu, you have arrived. This is my signature dish, braised carp, specifically made for you. You must eat plenty. Despite Zhao Liandi's enthusiastic hospitality, Lu Yuang remained rather indifferent. He merely nodded slightly, responding with a simple, good. Noticing his cool demeanor, Zhao Liandi pressed on, Captain Lu, do you not remember me? Instructor Zhang is my brother-in-law. My name is Zhao Liandi. We have met before. Though she may not have possessed the beauty of the artistic soldiers, she was still charming and far more attractive than Jiang Lanue, so it was unlikely Lu Yuang had forgotten her. Seeing Zhao Liandi's hopeful expression, anticipating that Lu Yuang would recall her, Jiang Lanue felt a wave of embarrassment and could not help but clear her throat. She finally said, I'm sorry. I cannot remember. Oh, his admission of forgetfulness shattered Zhao Liandi's heart, and the smile on her face faltered. Instructor Zhang observed his sister-in-law attempting to cozy up to Lu Yuang in front of Jiang Lanue, and he felt a bit awkward. He quickly interjected, Liandi, hurry and assist your sister. There are still dishes to be prepared. Initially, Zhao Liandi was saddened by Lu Yuang's lack of recollection, and now being urged by her brother-in-law only intensified her distress, causing her eyes to redden. She hurriedly turned and retreated to the kitchen.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Lanue found the entire situation amusing. Just as she was about to finish her laughter, Lu Yuang directed his gaze towards her. Tomorrow morning, you are to visit the brigade. What do you need me to go to the brigade for? Unprepared, she found herself locked in the depths of his gaze. As profound as an abyss. Jiang Lanue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She hastily turned her head away and replied somewhat sulkily, I understand. Just as Jiang Lanue was feeling anxious, Zhao Pundi emerged carrying dishes, warmly greeting them. I've prepared some home-cooked meals. I hope they suit you and Commander Lu's palate. Please don't be too critical. Sister-in-law, you are too kind, Lu Yuang replied, nodding respectfully at Zhao Pundi. However, Zhao Liandi, who followed Zhao Pundi out, appeared visibly upset. Her eyes red from having been reprimanded moments ago. We've been comrades for many years, yet we rarely drink together. Tonight, we must indulge. With that, Instructor Zhang poured a drink for Jiang Lanue. And Comrade Zhang, in the past, we may have misunderstood you. If we have wronged you in any way, please forgive us. Zhang's courtesy made Jiang Lanue feel slightly embarrassed. She waved her hands repeatedly, saying, those past grievances are bygone. I scarcely remember them. There's no need for you to dwell on it, Instructor Zhang. Nonetheless, we should indeed apologize to Comrade Zhang. Thus, this toast is essential. As they joked, Zhang poured a glass for Jiang Lanue. He then raised his glass earnestly, stating, I toast to you both as a couple, wishing you happiness in your marriage and longevity. In the past, Instructor Zhang might not have wished for Jiang Lanue and Lu Yuang to enjoy a lasting union. However, after Jiang Lanue saved his wife and child, he sincerely hoped for their well-being. Regardless, his intentions were genuine. Jiang Lanue lifted her glass, smiling as she replied, regardless of whether we can achieve longevity, we must strive to live well. So, I wish you and your family peace and prosperity, Instructor Zhang. After saying this, Jiang Lanue downed her drink in one go. Excellent, Instructor Zhang exclaimed, also downing his drink with gusto. After a shot of strong liquor, Jiang Lanue's cheeks flushed slightly. Could this deeply calculating ex-con truly be willing to relinquish her position as the commander's wife? Chapter 25. A military marriage is difficult to leave. Liandi, what nonsense are you spouting? Her tactlessness left Zhao Pundi stunned. She quickly dropped her chopsticks and reprimanded Zhao Liandi. Instructor Zhang was also taken aback, hastily attempting to mediate. But before he could utter a word, Jiang Lanue suddenly burst into laughter. Is it true, Comrade Zhao? Are you genuinely curious about my affairs? To everyone's surprise, Zhao Liandi admitted it. Just moments ago, Zhao Liandi, who had expected her to deny it, was momentarily left speechless. Feeling embarrassed, Instructor Zhang quickly interjected, Comrade Zhang. My sister-in-law speaks her mind without filter. Please don't take offense. It's quite all right, Instructor Zhang, I understand. With a smile directed at Zhang, Jiang Lanue turned her attention back to Zhao Liandi. I know what you're thinking, Comrade Zhao. If you genuinely like him, seize the opportunity for yourself. There's no need to fixate on me. After all, her rivals were elsewhere, and she was unwilling to become a mere shield for Chu Yingxue, as the original owner had in her past life. Instructor Zhang and his wife could hardly fathom that Jiang Langyue would be so forthright. They were even more astonished when she openly acknowledged her intention to divorce Lu Yuang. In their surprise, the couple simultaneously turned their gaze towards Lu Yuang, whose eyes, however, were fixed intently on the nonchalant Jiang Langyue. You wish to marry when you please and to part ways at your whim? A military marriage does not permit such frivolity. It was you who insisted I marry you, yet you do not regard me as a partner. If that is the case, then it is better to part amicably. She had no desire to tread the same path as the original owner. Comrade Jiang, please do not be agitated. Instructor Zhang urged, noticing Jiang Langyue seemed somewhat upset. Marriage is no trivial matter. Initially, Yuang faced considerable opposition to obtain your marriage certificate, enduring prolonged criticism from the organization. Having finally secured the certificate, how can one simply declare a divorce? Indeed, Zhao Pundi quickly chimed in with a smile. It is worth noting that the man she married is a rare gem within the entire battalion. Even many female soldiers have set their sights on him, hoping to be his bride. How could she not cherish such a treasure? Regardless, if she were to divorce Lu Yuang, the outside world would surely label her as ungrateful. Jiang Langyue was not inclined to defend herself. She could only say, let's discuss this matter later. I do not wish to dampen the mood today. With that, Jiang Langyue poured herself a glass of wine. It is I who should toast you. Zhao Pundi, beaming, held up her glass. Thank you, Langyue, for risking your safety to save our family. From now on, we are family. Feel free to seek out your sister-in-law for anything. Recognizing her sincerity, Jiang Langyue smiled. All right. I shall certainly not stand on ceremony with my sister-in-law and Instructor Zhang. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, they dined and drank, the atmosphere gradually warming. Yet perhaps due to Jiang Lanyue's public declaration of her desire for divorce, Lu Yuang appeared less than pleased, casting occasional glances her way. After several rounds of drinks, the meal was nearly concluded. Suddenly, a figure entered at the Zhang family's doorstep. Observing the beautiful female soldier in uniform standing at the door, Instructor Zhang and his wife were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Lu Yuang, who had been relaxed moments ago, instantly adopted a serious demeanor. As all eyes turned towards her, Chu Yingxue lowered her head and said, Squad Leader Lu, I have something to discuss with you. May I speak with you outside? Chapter 26. Do not get involved. This Lu Yuang truly attracts women. Having just dismissed Zhao Liandi, another, Chu Yingxue appears. Jiang Lanyue, noticing the concerned expressions from Instructor Zhang and his wife, merely smiled. All right. Seeing Jiang Lanyue prepare to leave, Instructor Zhang and his wife hastily rose to escort her out. However, just as she took a couple of steps, a large hand suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her back. Lu Yuang's action left Jiang Lanyue astounded. Words were on the tip of her tongue, but the visibly displeased man stood up directly, taking her by the hand and leading her outside. Chu Yingxue never anticipated that Lu Yuang would take Jiang Lanyue's hand in front of her, causing her eyes to redden. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and stepped outside after them. Observing their figures fade away at the doorway, Zhao Pundi felt a twinge of concern. What if something goes awry? It should be fine, Instructor Zhang replied, shaking his head. Yuang knows how to handle matters with discretion. There's no need for worry. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue found herself being pulled outside by Lu Yuang, standing beneath the dim glow of the military family quarter street lamp. Unable to contain her frown, she exclaimed, Lu Yuang, what are you doing? Chu Yingxue came to find you. Why are you dragging me along? Yet, Lu Yuang remained silent, towering over her with a cold, penetrating gaze. At that moment, Chu Yingxue also emerged. Upon seeing her, Jiang Lanyue turned to leave, but Lu Yuang seized her once more, insisting, wait. Was he intoxicated and acting foolishly? Jiang Lanyue felt a surge of anger rising within her. Just as a plaintive voice pierced through the tension, does Captain Lu not even grant me the chance to speak privately? Ever since that night when she had confronted him, he had been evading her at every turn. Chu Yingxue felt an indescribable sense of grievance welling within her. Comrade Chu, if you have something to say, please express it straightforwardly. However, these words caused her to hesitate, her gaze landing on Jiang Lanyue. Yet, seeing that Jiang Lanyue had no intention of departing, Chu Yingxue steeled herself and continued, regarding the conflict among the military wives at noon today. Could you speak to Captain Sun and Captain Ma and request that this matter not be pursued any further? Initially, Jiang Lanyue had no desire to hear about the entanglements between Chu Yingxue and Lu Yuang. However, when it came to her own interests, she was reluctant to leave. If the unit chose not to investigate this incident, she might have let it go. But if the unit deemed her blameless, what right did Shue have to interfere? But my sister-in-law acted without malice, and such conflicts occur frequently. Why must this time be pursued to the bitter end? Shue's expression conveyed her distress as she looked at Jiang Lanyue. Is it because the individual involved in the conflict with Comrade Jiang is my sister-in-law that you refuse to relent and demand a resolution? Jiang Lanyue found this statement utterly amusing. Are you implying that I am deliberately targeting you, thus harassing your sister-in-law? Did Shue even bother to ascertain the true nature of the situation? What enmity existed between them that necessitated such opposition? Even if she and Lu Yuang shared mutual affection, it bore no relevance to Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue's words left Shue speechless, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked toward Lu Yuang. Jiang Lanyue chuckled again. I see now. You project your own feelings onto others. Your sister-in-law's difficulties with me stem from your perception of me as a rival. The root of the issue lies with you, who cannot accept my presence, correct? I am not. I do not. The more Jiang Lanyue insisted, the more aggrieved Shue appeared. Let us discuss the matter objectively. Do not amplify the issue. How have I exaggerated the matter? Jiang Lanyue arched an eyebrow, defiantly meeting Lu Yuang's gaze. If you wish to assist her, simply say so. Even if this matter does not provide me with an explanation, I am unperturbed, for I have already moved out. Today, I shall make my intentions clear to you. I have resolved to let you go. Therefore, there is no need for you to perform such a farcical display of affection before me. I am utterly uninterested. Having uttered these words, Jiang Lanyue turned on her heel and departed without a moment's hesitation. Yet, Shue cried out to her in tears. Comrade Jiang, you have misunderstood. With that, Lu Yuang swiftly pursued Jiang Lanyue. Chapter 27. Playing at ambiguity? Beneath the dim glow of the street lamp, Jiang Lanyue felt a sense of frustration, striding forward with determination. As she walked, she muttered to herself, that insufferable Lu Yuang, who would ever care for you? You two are engaged in an extreme tug-of-war, and yet you insist on dragging me into it? If I were to entertain you, I would be a fool. Just as she finished her lament, a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Lu Yuang stepped in front of her, blocking her path. You have misunderstood. I did not assist Shue. How could he abandon Shue to chase after her? Lu Yuang must have lost his senses today. Jiang Lanyue regarded him with a peculiar expression, her brows furrowed in confusion. Yet, Lu Yuang continued, rest assured, this matter will be clarified within the unit. Tomorrow morning, you will know. His demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Jiang Lanyue's anger subsided somewhat. I understand. I will go tomorrow. Lu Yuang watched her enter the Lu household before turning to head to the unit. Perhaps the fatigue of the day, compounded by the drinks at Instructor Zhang's home, contributed to Jiang Lanyue enjoying a particularly restful night. By the time she awoke the following morning, Grandma Lu had prepared breakfast and placed it on the table. After washing up and finishing her meal, Jiang Lanyue made her way to the unit. Upon hearing her approach, someone inside called out, Please come in. Having received permission, Jiang Lanyue pushed the door open. Inside, she found Captain Sun and Captain Ma seated in the office, evidently engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Jiang Lanyue, Captain Sun rose hastily. Comrade Jiang, what brings you here so early? Captain Ma also stood, offering her a chair. Please, Comrade Jiang, have a seat. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Lanyue expressed her gratitude, displaying remarkable politeness. Captain Ma and Captain Sun exchanged incredulous glances. Just then Lu Yuang, who had spent the night at the unit, happened to enter. Dressed in a white shirt and military trousers, he appeared unusually relaxed, exuding a charm that was disarming. Upon noticing Jiang Lanyue, he paused momentarily. So early? Jiang Lanyue shrugged. The anger from the previous night had dissipated, leaving her with a demeanor of ease. Yes. Lu Yuang nodded, setting down his belongings before donning his military jacket. He called out, Ge Xiaozhuang, Commander. Upon hearing his voice, Ge Xiaozhuang rushed in from outside. Lu Yuang instructed, Please bring Sister Fang and Sister Wang here. Yes. With the order given, Ge Xiaozhuang hurriedly exited. He had repeatedly instructed that woman at home not to provoke Jiang Lanyue, yet she obstinately disregarded his admonitions. Observing his expression of guilt, Jiang Lanyue smiled gently. It is perfectly fine, Comrade Sunday. I understand your sister-in-law's temperament and had no intention of holding it against her. Although Wang Chunhua was indeed difficult to get along with. Had it not been for her husband competing with Lu Yuang for the position of deputy battalion commander, she would not have felt the need to target Jiang Lanyue. The fact that she had emerged this time was likely a result of someone deliberately dragging her into the fray. However, that was something Comrade Sun would surely comprehend without her having to say it. Jiang Lanyue's empathy left the three men in the room both astonished and at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Commander Ma who broke the silence with a chuckle. Indeed, since Comrade Jiang has wed Commander Liu, she seems to have matured significantly. Our Commander Liu truly knows how to manage his wife. Absolutely, that is indeed true. Commander Ma's just elicited a laugh from Comrade Sun as well. In contrast, Liu Yuang merely cast a glance at them without uttering a word, pouring Jiang Lanyu a glass of water from his own cup and then handing it to her. Sit down and wait. That fellow Liu Yuang, when others jested about him, never bothered to clarify. No wonder his admirers sought her out to create trouble. Those unaware would genuinely believe he had affections for her. Jiang Lanyu felt a flicker of annoyance and shot him a glare, refusing to accept the cup he offered. At that moment, Ge Xiaozhuang's voice rang out from outside. Report. The two sisters-in-law have arrived.
Come in.
Following this, Ge Xiaozhuang ushered in Fang Ruifeng and Wang Chunhua. Upon seeing Jiang Lanyu present, Fang Ruifeng's expression soured immediately. Wang Chunhua appeared somewhat disheveled as she made her way to her husband. Sensing her intention, Comrade Sun sternly commanded, "Just stand there." Chapter 28. You bully the weak and fear the strong. Perhaps due to Comrade Sun's stern demeanor, his shout startled both Fang Ruifeng and Wang Chunhua. Wang Chunhua clutched her chest, complaining, "What are you doing, head of the household? You nearly scared my heart out of my chest. You deserve it." Comrade Sun maintained a serious expression. "What did you say yesterday? Now that Comrade Jiang is here, apologize." Rather than supporting his own wife, he had gone to lend assistance to Jiang Lanyu, a convict. "It's all right, I have made mistakes in the past, and Sister Wang has shown me ample tolerance. Let us consider it settled." Jiang Lanyu smiled graciously at Wang Chunhua, not putting her in a difficult position. Her accommodating nature made Wang Chunhua feel somewhat embarrassed. In contrast, Fang Ruifeng shot Jiang Lanyu a glare. "Indeed, Jiang Lanyu, you have often scolded us in the past, yet we have never held it against you. This time, let's consider it even, and I have no need to apologize to you. I said I would settle things with Sister Wang, but I never mentioned settling things with you." Fang Ruifeng. Turning to Fang Ruifeng, Jiang Lanyu wore a cold smile. "I have never had issues with anyone but you, and I certainly never laid a hand on you. Don't think I am unaware. It is you who has been inciting Sister Wang to come here and trouble me. You have malicious intent toward me, and I will not let it go easily." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Jiang Lanyue's words left Fang Ruifeng feeling increasingly apprehensive. "I did not incite anyone. It is merely that everyone finds you intolerable, which is why we are at odds. Moreover, what does it matter if I strike you? What can you possibly do to me?" Her partner is, after all, the deputy instructor of the third company, not some lowly soldier. Should she truly fear her? Fang Ruifeng felt emboldened, while Jiang Lanyu remained unruffled. She merely glanced at Captain Ma, the commander of the third company, before continuing. "I trust the three company commanders now comprehend why she dares to act violently within the military family compound." Upon hearing this, Captain Sun's expression darkened. "Old Ma, her husband is under your command. You decide." Captain Ma, equally displeased, waved his hand dismissively. "As the spouse of a deputy instructor, you lack even this minimal understanding. It seems your husband's work is lacking, emboldening your audacity." "What do you mean by that, Captain?" Fang Ruifeng never anticipated that this matter would involve her husband, causing her complexion to shift dramatically. However, Captain Ma merely gestured for her to leave. "I do not wish to explain myself to you. Leave."
No.
"It is imperative that we clarify this today." Realizing the gravity of her blunder, Fang Ruifeng's voice trembled. "Utter nonsense. This boorish woman, who still refuses to admit her fault, dares to claim we bully the weak and fear the strong?" Captain Ma, infuriated, slammed his palm on the table and stood abruptly. "Do you have any idea how much merit Captain Liu has earned over the past 2 years to retain his position? You, knowing nothing, dare to make a scene here. Let me be clear. If your husband cannot sustain his role as deputy instructor, we shall find someone who can." Captain Ma's words sent a chill through Fang Ruifeng, rendering her legs weak with fear. She hastily pleaded, "I am truly sorry, Captain. It is my fault. I shall never dare again. Please do not target my husband, or our lives will become unbearable." It was well known within the ranks that her husband was wholly disinterested in continuing their marriage. Otherwise, why would she resort to troubling Jiang Lanyu to curry favor with her sister-in-law, Chu Yingxue, in order to secure her position? Yet, regardless of her desperate entreaties, Captain Ma, incensed, showed no inclination to relent. Captain Sun understood Captain Ma's intent and exchanged a glance with his wife. Wang Chunhua, grasping the situation, coaxed and persuaded Fang Ruifeng out of the office. Once they departed, the atmosphere in the office finally settled. Jiang Lanyu assessed that the situation had been adequately addressed and remarked, "You three company commanders may return to your duties. I shall take my leave.
With that,
She turned and exited the company headquarters. However, just as she reached the doorway, Lu Yuang hurried after her.
wait.
Chapter 29. I have no relations with her. What is it? What have I done wrong? Nothing. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lanue, the tall and handsome soldier spoke in a low voice. I shall escort you. Escort me? Such words were never uttered to the original owner in her previous life. Thus, Lu Yuang's change in demeanor left Jiang Lanue utterly astonished. While she was momentarily taken aback, a military jeep approached. Upon halting, Lu Yuang opened the car door with determination. Oh, this individual must have taken leave of his senses. Jiang Lanue thought, obediently getting into the vehicle. As Lu Yuang ascended to sit beside her, the vehicle traversed the uneven terrain, causing Jiang Lanue to be unable to maintain a stable position. Thus, sitting side by side with Lu Yuang, she found herself inadvertently brushing against his arm. The physical proximity heightened her discomfort, prompting her to grip the car door tightly, striving to create a distance between them. Commander, we have arrived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanue hastily opened the car door and exited. Lu Yuang followed suit, stepping out from the opposite side. Suddenly, a military vehicle appeared, piquing the curiosity of the onlookers who stood on the embankment, craning their necks to witness the spectacle. When they spotted Jiang Lanue disembarking from the vehicle, the youths could not suppress their murmurs. This labor reform offender seems to have quite the entourage, arriving in a military vehicle. One remarked.
Indeed.
No wonder Wang Aigua and Captain Huang supported her, granting her the position of warehouse manager. It appears she has influential connections. However, just as their words fell, Lu Yuang emerged from the vehicle, revealing a strikingly handsome officer in uniform, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The youths were left utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. On the other hand, the collective murmurs from the villagers continued, regardless of whether Jiang Lanue has connections. She was indeed justified in yesterday's incident. That Qingqing lost to her in their competition. Why should she be incapable of accepting defeat? Precisely. When she previously benefited from the favoritism of Captain Huang's son, did we not voice our opinions? Why must she be allowed to reap advantages while others cannot? Upon witnessing the villagers defending Jiang Lanue, the youths felt a surge of irritation. Meanwhile, as Jiang Lanue alighted from the vehicle and observed the crowd, she realized they had also noticed Lu Yuang. Eager to avoid being perceived as having connections, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. At that moment, Lu Yuang approached her with a serious demeanor. There is something I must clarify with you. Jiang Lanue waved her hand dismissively, treating him as an inconvenience. Noticing her repeated glances at the surrounding onlookers, Lu Yuang lowered his voice. I need to clarify my relationship with Chewing Shua. I do not harbor feelings for her. The rumors circulating within the army are mere fabrications.
Please do not misunderstand. What?
He made such a fuss just to say this? Jiang Lanue was taken aback, looking up at him. Why are you telling me this? Unlike the original owner of her identity, she had no intention of confronting him over the ambiguous nature of his relationship with Chewing Shua. Of course, it is necessary to clarify. Sensing her confusion, Lu Yuang cast her a meaningful glance before turning and re-entering the vehicle. As the car departed, the spectators exchanged glances filled with curiosity before making their way toward the village office. Meanwhile, Captain Huang, who had observed the entire scene, hurried over with a smile. Comrade Jiang, that individual just now was. He believed Jiang Lanue had influential support, but judging by the commanding presence of the officer, it seemed that her connections were indeed substantial. Chapter 30. Lacking education yet aspiring for employment? That was a leader from the military who kindly offered me a ride. To avoid any misunderstandings, Jiang Lanue immediately raised her voice, stating, having grown up in a military family, everyone tends to look out for me. It is merely a coincidence. I am not well acquainted with him. Such words from Jiang Lanue seemed rather disingenuous to those around her. Captain Huang chuckled knowingly, affirming, I understand. Since Comrade Jiang is here, you should hand over the responsibilities to Comrade Jiang. Henceforth, the role of warehouse custodian shall be yours. Just yesterday, Jiang Lanue mentioned that she would only serve as the custodian for half a month before returning the position to Zhang Qingqing. However, with the arrival of her benefactor today, it appears that she must carefully reconsider her situation. Seeing that Captain Huang was clearly skeptical, Jiang Lanue felt helpless. With a sigh, she followed him directly to the warehouse. Adjacent to the warehouse was the work point registration room, where Wang Aigua diligently recorded the names of the incoming workers. Upon arriving at the warehouse entrance, Jiang Lanue found Zhang Qingqing already waiting there, her face a mask of indignation. Clutching 2 notebooks and a pen, she glared at Jiang Lanue with an intensity that suggested she wished to devour her whole. Captain Huang, noticing the tension, remarked, "A bet is a bet, Comrade Zhang. Please hand the account books over to Comrade Zhang." Zhang Qingqing retorted defiantly, slamming the notebooks and pen onto the table. "So, what if you've taken the position of warehouse custodian? You may not even be capable of managing it. Someone without education thinks they can be a custodian? I doubt you have the ability." Zhang Qingqing dismissed her, perceiving her as a mere labor reform inmate, certainly illiterate. However, they had underestimated Jiang Langyue, who had already undergone a transformation. As a modern, progressive young individual, how could she possibly be so inept at managing accounts? With a smile, Jiang Langyue confidently declared, "Rest assured, Comrade Zhang, I accept this role and will undoubtedly excel at it." After making the statement, she took her seat at the table, grasped the notebooks and pen, and casually began to peruse the contents. Flipping through the pages, she noticed a lack of summary regarding the tools in the warehouse. The inventory was entirely unclear. Her furrowed brow indicated her struggle with the task. Zhang Qingqing, observing her predicament, sneered, "What is the matter? Can't understand it? As a high school graduate from the city, I can keep records. It's not something just anyone can comprehend." "Comrade Zhang, please mind your tone," Captain Huang interjected, unable to tolerate Zhang Qingqing's arrogance. Yet, she feigned injury, exclaiming, "But Captain, I am merely stating the truth. The position of warehouse custodian requires a level of education that she lacks. Jiang Langyue is only stirring up trouble to compete with me, disrupting our workflow. Shouldn't she be reprimanded?" "Reprimanded?" Jiang Langyue arched an eyebrow, nearly laughing. "The accounts you've maintained are a complete mess. It is you who deserves to be criticized." While Zhang Qingqing could accept being labeled as delicate and unskilled in labor, to have her accounting abilities questioned was utterly intolerable. "What did you just say, Jiang Langyue? My accounts are poorly managed. What do you, a convict, know about it?" "Of course, I comprehend the situation. Look at her, shrieking like a hen ready to peck at anyone. If you claim my words are erroneous, let us speak with facts."
With that,
Jiang Langyue turned and pointed to the tools haphazardly piled in the warehouse. "Now, I ask you, how many hoes and sickles are there in the entire village? What about baskets carrying pails, rakes, and machetes? Can you accurately recount their numbers?" Jiang Lanyue's inquiries left Zhang Qingqing speechless. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "How could I possibly remember the precise count of so many items?" "Jiang Lanyue, you are nitpicking. Is that so? Just a matter of forgetfulness?" Jiang Lanyue scoffed and pushed the 2 account books she had kept in front of her. "If you can recite the total from your account book, then consider me wrongfully accusing you today. I will immediately return this warehouse management position to you." Chapter 31. She bullies others. The accounts are a tangled mess. Even if Zhang Qingqing wished to recall, she could not. With so many fellow members and educated youth observing, they noted that after all this time as warehouse manager, she could not even ascertain the accurate number of tools. The murmurs began. Previously, Zhang Qingqing always claimed to be an intellectual, thus unskilled in labor. I thought it was true. Yet, she is utterly incompetent in bookkeeping as well.
indeed.
If not for her good looks and the captain's eldest son pursuing her, affording her special treatment, she would have perished in our brigade. However, Jiang Lanyue, this convict, truly possesses some skill. She merely glanced and discerned the issues in the accounts. Perhaps she is indeed suitable for the warehouse manager role. The crowd buzzed with conversation, and the image-conscious Zhang Qingqing was nearly in tears. "Captain, Jiang Lanyue is bullying me. These 2 ancestors battling it out is simply a life-or-death matter." Captain Huang, caught between opposing factions, wore a grim expression. Jiang Lanyue interjected, "If I directly point out your poor performance and you deem that bullying, then so be it. Comrade Zhang, we are now adults. We must rely on our abilities to contribute to the nation. I hope you refrain from throwing childish tantrums that disrupt everyone's work and morale." Having said this, Jiang Lanyue resumed her seat. She then addressed the waiting comrades eager to collect tools. "To avoid delaying our labor, comrades, please come forward to register for your tools." Unexpectedly, Jiang Lanyue, when serious, indeed resembled a capable warehouse manager. The comrades exchanged glances and hurried to register their names. "Lu Dazhuang, I would like to take a hoe to the field to weed." "Very well." Flipping to a new page, Jiang Lanyue diligently recorded the names. The comrades in line observed her handwriting grace the paper, elegant and delicate, far surpassing Zhang Qingqing's. They exchanged glances, astonished to discover Comrade Jiang's writing was so exquisite. Hearing their compliments, Jiang Lanyue smiled brightly. "My writing is rather mediocre, hardly commendable. Many say that Jiang Lanyue is merely a beneficiary of connections, even a released prisoner from a labor camp, which leads people to believe she is not to be trifled with." However, observing her courteous demeanor now, Even Zhang Qingqing's usual arrogance seems to have dissipated. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Rest assured, Comrade Jiang, we shall certainly cooperate with your efforts. Thank you all. Jiang Lanyu responded with a smile upon hearing their words. While the members supported her work, the educated youth displayed a rather frosty attitude towards her due to their association with Zhang Qingqing. Jiang Lanyu remained unaffected by their demeanor, diligently attending to her official duties and completing the necessary registrations. Zhang Qingqing, witnessing Jiang Lanyue's competent performance without any hint of struggle, stomped her foot in frustration and fled in tears. Once everyone commenced their work, a significant portion of the disordered tools in the warehouse had been cleared away. Jiang Lanyu redrew a form, meticulously categorizing and documenting the tools that had been distributed. She then rolled up her sleeves and began to tidy up the remaining agricultural implements in the warehouse. Wang Aigua, who was working nearby, heard the clattering sounds and approached to investigate. Upon seeing the clear and concise records on the table, he felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Lanyu. Comrade Jiang, do you truly intend to inventory everything in this warehouse? Indeed. Proper documentation will facilitate easier management in the future. Should any tools be lost or damaged, we can promptly replenish them. Discovering a shortage only when needed would inevitably hinder production. Wang Aigua was evidently taken aback. He had not anticipated that someone emerging from confinement could possess such awareness and intellect. He chuckled. Previously, Zhang Qingqing recorded things haphazardly, without significant issues. Why trouble yourself so? In any society, there are those who merely go through the motions, and those who earnestly fulfill their responsibilities. Since I have taken on the role of warehouse keeper, I must strive for excellence. I cannot concern myself with the actions of others. Indeed, Comrade Jiang speaks wisely. Observing her industrious figure, Wang Aigua smiled, subsequently joining her in classifying the tools. As they worked side by side, engaged in conversation, a sudden loud crash reverberated from the entrance of the warehouse, startling both Jiang Lanyu and Wang Aigua. Chapter 32. You must take responsibility. The intruder was well known to the original owner. He was Huang Weimin, the eldest son of the village captain, utterly infatuated with Zhang Qingqing. Before Jiang Lanyu could utter a word, Wang Aigua interjected, Weimin, what on earth are you doing? Why the outburst? You are the labor camp inmate Jiang Lanyu, aren't you? I am. What do you intend to do? Jiang Lanyu met his gaze with a calm demeanor. Her composure rendered Huang Weimin's anger ineffective, akin to striking a fist against cotton, further fueling his ire. I have heard you usurped a position from a fellow educated youth. Aren't you being a tad excessive? This statement struck Jiang Lanyu as humorous, and she could not suppress her laughter. Usurp? Zhang Qingqing conveyed this to you? Yet the more she smiled, the more dismal Huang Weimin's expression became. Who informed me is inconsequential. What matters is your excessive behavior. You are fully aware of Zhang Jiqing's frail health. Yet you still assigned her the most arduous and laborious tasks. If anything were to happen to her, you would undeniably bear the responsibility. Observing Huang Weimin's stern inquiries directed at Jiang Lanyu, Wang Aigua hurriedly intervened. Weimin, you are misunderstanding. It was Zhang Jiqing who I heard that yesterday. Zhang Jiqing and her peers had a competition, with Wang acting as the judge. It seems you were indeed impartial, allowing a labor reform convict to triumph over Zhang Jiqing. Wang Aigua, who initially intended to remain an observer, spoke up to prevent any conflict. However, to his astonishment, Huang Weimin dragged him into the fray, leaving Wang Aigua utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyu, witnessing Huang Weimin's self-righteous demeanor, found it utterly amusing. So, are you implying that regardless of the competition's outcome, Wang, as the judge, should unconditionally permit Zhang Qingqing to win? Otherwise, it would be his fault. This Huang Weimin is truly an unprecedented fool, blinded by love. Realizing he had misspoken, Huang Weimin's expression shifted. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate. In any case, if anything were to happen to her, I will certainly not let it go quietly. With that declaration, Huang Weimin stormed off in anger. Compared to Wang Aigua, Jiang Lanyu had a deeper understanding of Huang Weimin. In her previous life, Huang Weimin had alienated nearly everyone in the brigade for Zhang Qingqing. Were it not for his father being the brigade leader, no one would have bothered with him. When he was met with resistance, he would even create disturbances at Zhang Qingqing's workplace in the city. This outcome left Jiang Lanyu feeling quite pensive. As she contemplated, she meticulously counted the tools in the warehouse and compiled them into a clear and concise table. Just as she finished, Wang Aigua returned. Comrade Jiang, as per usual, we must head to the labor site to oversee. All right, I understand. After hearing Wang Aigua's words, Jiang Lanyu closed the warehouse door and followed him to the fields where everyone was laboring. The sun was quite intense today, and everyone toiled under its rays. Drenched in sweat, Jiang Lanyu, notebook in hand, walked alongside Wang Aigua along the field path. In the distance, she spotted Zhang Qingqing by the irrigation ditch, gripping a sickle and gritting her teeth as she struggled to cut grass. She paused frequently, and after a considerable time, her progress was minimal. As the sun grew increasingly fierce, she decided to seek refuge in the shade of a large tree by the irrigation ditch. Chapter 33. Want to slack off? Not a chance. Upon witnessing her idleness, Wang Aigua intended to approach and offer a reminder. However, before he could reach her, the two comrades assigned to clear the ditch alongside Zhang Qingqing, along with 3 other youths, could no longer tolerate the sight. They all rushed to the tree's shade, casting cold glances at her. Zhang Qingqing, what do you mean by this? If you cannot handle the work, that is one thing, but to come here and cool off? Are you intentionally making us steer share as well? Indeed. For a long time, Zhang Qingqing, the warehouse keeper, had been treated with a certain courtesy by the educated youth, but now they were filled with grievances. If it weren't for your insistence on competing with Jiang Lanyue, we would not have been assigned to clean the ditches. We are all burdened by your actions. How can you still find the audacity to be idle? Faced with the accusations, Zhang Qingqing, who often pretended to be delicate, cast a glance at Wang Aigua in the distance and began to weep. I do not wish to be lazy, but I am simply unable to continue. She extended her fair hands, palms open for all to see. Indeed, there were several blisters, and her palms were quite red. After yesterday's competition with Jiang Lanyue, my hands have turned like this, and today, even the slightest touch causes excruciating pain. Please have some understanding. Her act of feigned weakness and pity elicited sympathy only from Huang Weiming. The others dismissed her plight. The older member of the collective coldly retorted, if you want us to assist with your work, we must receive additional work points. If you expect us to labor without compensation, that is simply out of the question. She could not forget how Zhang Qingqing had made things difficult when she needed to replace the worn-out farming tools. Once, she had even forced her to use her own money to buy a hoe, nearly provoking her mother-in-law's wrath over the incident. The 3 educated youths were equally resolute. Indeed, we all rely on work points for sustenance. If you wish to rest, you must forfeit your share of the points. Seeing their callousness, Zhang Qingqing was infuriated. She contemplated abandoning her task, but the thought of losing work points made her hesitate. If she did not earn enough by the end of the month, she would have to ask her family for money to cover the deficit. Otherwise, her rations for the following month would be deducted, leaving her to starve. After much internal conflict, Zhang Qingqing begrudgingly rose to her feet and resumed cutting grass. As she worked, tears streamed down her face, as though everyone were conspiring against her. The older member, unable to tolerate her demeanor, distanced himself from her and returned to his own tasks. Yet after only a few minutes of wielding the sickle, the pain in her palm rendered her incapable of continuing. Just as she was sobbing, Huang Weiming, who had earlier defended her, rushed over and seized her sickle. He then squatted by the ditch, efficiently assisting her in cutting the grass. Witnessing this scene, Wang Aigua chose not to approach. Jiang Lanyue also pretended not to see and turned to walk in another direction. He wished to marry her, but she might not reciprocate. Upon hearing this, the other members shook their heads. Zhang Qingqing had always maintained her pride, insisting that her relationship with Huang Weiming was merely one of revolutionary camaraderie. Therefore, we must tread carefully and not speak carelessly, lest Zhang Qingqing seek retribution against us. It was evident to all that she held no genuine affection for Huang Weiming. Her ambiguous association with him stemmed solely from her desire to curry favor with the son of the brigade leader. The conversation trailed off, and the members fell silent. However, as she arrived at the earthen platform of the thatched hut, she spotted Ge Xiaozhuang rushing over from the direction of the army, panting heavily. Chapter 34. Kick her out. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but chuckle. What brings you here? Over the past few days, Ge Xiaozhuang had been constantly hovering around her. If others were unaware, they might truly believe he was her personal messenger. The company commander sent me. Ge Xiaozhuang scratched his head, then set down the items he had carried. Here are 10 pounds of rice, 10 pounds of flour, a large cabbage, 2 radishes, 3 pounds of potatoes, as well as chili peppers, salt, and cooking oil. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a few meat ration tickets along with 3 10-yuan bills. Handing them over to her, Jiang Lanyue smiled and accepted the tickets and money.
Great.
Seeing her amiable demeanor, Ge Xiaozhuang beamed with a simple-hearted smile. The commander also mentioned that if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to let him know. He will find a way to assist you. Although their commander had initially been compelled to marry Jiang Lanyue, they had genuinely become a couple, and he was indeed very caring towards her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have meticulously arranged everything. He didn't want anyone living in the military family compound to hinder him. nor did she wish for others to perceive her as someone who relied on connections.
Huh.
Jiang Lanue's words left Ge Xiaozhuang utterly perplexed. Observing the items in her hands, she added, "Consider these as a loan from him. I will repay him in due time." After saying this, Jiang Lanue turned and opened the door to her small room, directly carrying the items inside. This left Ge Xiaozhuang standing in the courtyard, scratching his head for quite a while before eventually departing. With supplies now at hand, Jiang Lanue entered her room and prepared a bowl of noodles. In the half-kitchen adjacent to her small dwelling, she heated oil in a pan, sautéed the sliced radishes, added water to bring it to a boil, then rolled out the dough into noodles and cooked them in the pot. Once the noodles were tender, she added the cabbage leaves, seasoning it with salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and chili powder, thus completing a simple bowl of hand-pulled noodles. Fortunately, the previous occupants had left behind cooking utensils, firewood, and a water source, sparing her the trouble. After finishing her meal in swift fashion, Jiang Lanue tidied up the dishes, secured the door, and took a short nap on her small bed. When the afternoon work hours approached, she set off for the village office. However, upon her arrival, she spotted a group of educated youth gathered at the warehouse entrance, chattering animatedly. Among them was Zhang Qingqing. "Qingqing, we heard that this morning Huang Weimin caused trouble for Jiang Lanue because of you. Did anything happen?" "I wouldn't know," Zhang Qingqing replied, feigning innocence. "Perhaps he felt I was overworked and wanted to stand up for me. After all, isn't it a joke to have a reformed criminal serve as the warehouse manager for a brigade?" Her proud demeanor starkly contrasted with the tearful figure she had displayed earlier that morning when she was reluctant to work. The other educated youth echoed her sentiments. "Indeed. How audacious for a disgraced criminal to compete with us for work. It is utterly absurd. Qingqing, you are indeed the beloved of Huang Weimin. How could he possibly watch you be bullied?" "What beloved? Our relationship is purely one of revolutionary friendship. Please do not speak so recklessly." Upon hearing the words of the young female intellectual, Zhang Qingqing promptly distanced herself from Huang Weimin. The moment the other young female intellectuals exchanged knowing glances, they understood perfectly. At the time Zhang Qingqing spoke, Jiang Lanue had already approached her from behind. Noticing Jiang Lanue, the other young intellectuals hastily retreated, maintaining their distance from Zhang Qingqing. Yet Zhang Qingqing continued to boast. "Tell me, what clever plan can we devise? If you cannot think of one, perhaps I should lend you my thoughts?" Jiang Lanue cast a cold, piercing gaze at Zhang Qingqing, accompanied by a mocking smile. Startled by Jiang Lanue's voice, Zhang Qingqing felt a chill run down her spine, her face flushing crimson. "Jiang Lanue, do not presume that I fear you. Let me assure you, I, Zhang Qingqing, am not swayed by your tactics." Chapter 35. A major incident looms. "What a coincidence. I am unaffected by your schemes as well," Jiang Lanue retorted with a chilling laughter, her gaze lightly sweeping across the faces of the gathered young female intellectuals. "I, Jiang Lanue, have erred in the past, yet I have paid the price for my misdeeds. Now, I seek only to live peacefully. I bear no grudge against you, nor do I wish to engage in conflict. However, should you refuse to accept me, I will not be courteous in return." With that declaration, Jiang Lanue retrieved her keys and unlocked the storeroom door, subsequently taking a seat at the table. Observing this, the young female intellectuals quickly returned the tools they had used earlier, then registered for the afternoon's labor equipment, hastily departing. Once most had left, Zhang Qingqing stormed over, slamming the sickle down onto Jiang Lanue's table. "I tell you, Huang Weimin heeds my every word. If you have any sense, you will promptly return my work to me. Otherwise, you shall not have a pleasant time."
Is that so?
Jiang Lanue looked up, her expression icy as she regarded Zhang Qingqing. "I am someone who has emerged from a prison. Do you truly believe your petty tricks can intimidate me?" The more nonchalant Jiang Lanue became, the more powerless Zhang Qingqing felt, intensifying her frustration. Exhausted from a long morning's labor, she could hardly lift her arms. Yet Jiang Lanue paid her no mind, matter-of-factly stating, "Do you wish to exchange tools? If not, it is already time for labor. If you do not depart soon, I will be compelled to report you for shirking your responsibilities." At this, Zhang Qingqing was nearly brought to tears with rage. Grabbing the sickle from the table, she stormed out in a huff. Once Zhang Qingqing had left, Jiang Lanue meticulously organized the tools returned by the intellectuals into the records. Just as she completed this task, she stood up to stretch, only to find a new virtual interface materializing before her. Almost immediately, a notification chimed in her mind. New identity detected for the host. Activating new auxiliary functions. Commencing categorization of storeroom tools and initiating coding for tracking. This mechanical system could even recognize the host's identity and track these tools with coding? How remarkably intelligent. As Jiang Lanue was in a state of astonishment, the system had already scanned all the tools and marked them with annotations visible solely to her. Within the virtual interface, there were meticulous records detailing the distinctive weights and specifications of each tool, truly exhaustive. At that moment, Jiang Lanue realized the immense value of this mechanical shuttle system. Just as she was reveling in her newfound joy, a voice suddenly shouted from outside, "Captain, something's wrong." The individual hastily dashed forward. Upon hearing this exclamation, Jiang Lanue curiously emerged from the warehouse to investigate. At the same time, Wang Aigua, who had just arrived at the entrance of the work record room, was momentarily bewildered by the commotion. Spotting a few members of the collective approaching, he inquired, "What is happening? Why is Technician Zhang in such a rush?" One of the members replied, "Isn't spring planting due soon?"
Today.
The dam at Wawatai Reservoir is opening the gates to release water, and several teams have moved their pumps to prepare for the water diversion. Spring planting is a significant matter. If there are delays, no one will bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Wang Aigua felt a surge of urgency. "We must quickly find the captain." Just as he uttered those words, Zhang the technician, who had run ahead, returned with Captain Huang. The water source in their area was inadequate. Every year, spring planting relied on several manually constructed reservoirs to release water, barely allowing them to sow their seeds. This year, however, everything was prepared, yet the machinery had failed at a critical moment. Wasn't this a matter of life and death? Chapter 36. You cannot repair the machine. Captain, I acknowledge my shortcomings. It is indeed my responsibility, and I am willing to accept punishment. As Captain Huang's face turned crimson with anger, Technician Zhang attempted to intervene.
Please don't say that right now.
This only intensified Captain Huang's fury. What good will your punishment do? The priority now is to resolve the issue. I do not care how you do it. Find someone to repair it immediately. Otherwise, if the other teams siphon off the water, how will we plant our seeds? But in such a short time, where could they possibly find someone? Technician Zhang was equally troubled, pacing anxiously in place. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Jiang Lanue stepped forward and said, "Captain, let me take a look."
You?
Technician Zhang, adjusting his glasses, regarded her with skepticism. "How could you possibly know that I wouldn't be able to repair it?" She met his gaze, articulating each word. "What if I succeed in fixing it?" Technician Zhang was quick to retort, "You cannot possibly repair the pump." He was particularly adamant about this point. This pump was a new model from the previous year, one that Captain Huang had fought to obtain through several meetings at the commune. Even if you possess some basic understanding, you could never fix this machine. That remains to be seen. "Captain, please allow me to try. If I can repair it, we won't delay our water storage any longer." Having spent a few days with Jiang Lanue, Captain Huang recognized her reliability, certainly more dependable than Technician Zhang. Thus, Captain Huang conceded, "Very well. Jiang, you may give it a try. If you truly manage to repair the pump and resolve this significant issue for the team, you will undoubtedly be rewarded." "All right. I shall proceed immediately." With Captain Huang's permission, Jiang Lanue wasted no time and swiftly turned to run towards the Wawa's reservoir. Several team members, upon witnessing this, followed Captain Huang and Technician Zhang to the reservoir. The thunderous roar of the pump echoed from the opening of the sluice gate below the reservoir. Several pumps from different teams were operational, continuously supplying the water required for the spring planting to the channels leading to their brigade. However, uncertainty loomed. One technician, setting down his wrench, shook his head in exasperation. "We have never repaired this model of pump and have no idea where the issue lies."
Indeed.
Another technician holding a screwdriver nodded in agreement. "I suppose we can take it apart and see. Perhaps a dead horse can be treated as a living one, and it might just work." Without hesitation, another technician seized a socket wrench and began to poke around inside the disassembled pump, intending to remove the main engine. Even Zhang Taizhu, who was not well versed in repair techniques, sensed the problem and quickly intervened. "Technician Li, I fear this section cannot be dismantled." "What do you know?" Technician Li shot him a cold glare. Just as he was about to proceed, a delicate hand grasped the socket wrench in his grip. "Technician Li, is it? If you proceed with that wrench, our brigade's pump, if not rendered useless, will require half a day to repair. I wonder if you can bear the responsibility for that?" Chapter 37. Bragging has its limits.
Who are you?
Upon looking up to see a plump woman admonishing him about responsibility, Technician Li's expression soured immediately. The technicians exchanged glances, their frustration palpable. As they voiced their discontent towards Jiang Lanue, Technician Zhang, who had arrived with Captain Huang, glared at her in anger. "What are you doing, Jiang Lanue? At this critical moment, we should unite to solve the problem, rather than indulge in baseless suspicions that could lead us to an unsolvable predicament." He accused her of being more of a hindrance than a help, while the captain remained unconvinced. "You wish to unite with others. Yet they have no intention of uniting with us. Casting a cold glance at Technician Zhang, Zhang Lanyue turned her attention to the other technicians from different brigades. If I am not mistaken, the area Technician Li was about to dismantle is the engine part of this pump. If disassembled correctly, it can simply be reassembled without issue. However, if done improperly, the entire machine will be rendered useless. If I allow you to continue, it will lead to a grave problem. You are slandering me, Technician Li. Now realizing that Zhang Lanyue possessed some knowledge of repair techniques, felt his confidence waver. While I may not know how to fix this specific pump, I do understand basic principles. How can you wrongfully accuse me, comrade? Regardless of his words, Zhang Lanyue regarded him with a cold gaze. This unexpectedly appearing corpulent woman was indeed not an easy opponent. As soon as she spoke, Technician Li's expression darkened, and the other technicians present were instantly provoked. It seems we truly should not have come to assist today. Our goodwill has been met with ingratitude. After uttering this, several technicians turned to leave. Casting a fleeting glance at the others, Zhang Lanyue said nothing further. She simply crouched down, picked up her tools, and began to disassemble the water pump. From the moment she arrived, the mechanical system had detected the reason for the tractor's malfunction and had provided an analytical diagram along with repair solutions. The issue was not complex. Thus, she swiftly dismantled the intake end of the pump. To her astonishment, the conduit was packed with a substantial amount of rags and cotton, some of which had even wedged into the machine's crevices, a clear indication of forced operation. How could there be so much debris obstructing it? Upon witnessing this scene, Technician Zhang was left dumbfounded. The other technicians exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief. Only Technician Li's countenance darkened considerably. Having identified the problem, Zhang Lanyue turned to the astonished Technician Zhang. Under normal circumstances, the water intake funnel should have several layers of filtration. It is impossible for such debris to block this area. Who could be so unscrupulous? Zhang Lanyue's assertion visibly angered Zhang Taizhu, standing nearby, while Captain Huang's face also reflected discontent. However, the pressing concern at hand was not to ascertain the mastermind behind this incident. He crouched beside Zhang Lanyue and inquired earnestly, "Comrade Zhang, do you have confidence in repairing this water pump and restoring its function in a short span? Give me 10 minutes. Zhang Lanyue replied earnestly, meeting Captain Huang's gaze. All right, I shall grant you 10 minutes. If Captain Huang had felt overwhelmed moments ago, now, Zhang Lanyue's declaration ignited a spark of hope within him. Conversely, the other technicians, overhearing Zhang Lanyue's bold claim, erupted in laughter. Indeed, in all my life, I have never encountered such a situation. It appears Captain Huang truly had no other recourse and was treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Chapter 38. Your skills are lacking. Regardless of their comments, Zhang Lanyue chose to disregard them. Armed with her tools, she deftly dismantled the rear of the water pump, methodically following the instructions provided by the mechanical system. Under the watchful eyes of all present, she quickly cleared away the rags and cotton. For the cotton that had entwined within the machine, she grasped the key to the water pump and gently shook it twice. Then, using leverage, she tugged at the debris, which was promptly extracted. With the system's analysis confirming the absence of foreign objects, Zhang Lanyue swiftly reassembled the removed components and rose to her feet. It's ready. Let us give it a try. Is that all it takes? Captain Huang's disbelief was evident on his face as he marveled at Zhang Lanyue's swift actions. The technician Zhang cast a complex glance at her and remarked, "You hastily cleared the clutter without a thorough inspection. What if something was left behind? It could severely damage the machine. Why don't you give it a try?" This Zhang technician, though lacking in capability, was more adept at causing trouble. Zhang Lanyue shot him a glare, which momentarily silenced him. The other technicians from various teams exchanged knowing smiles, seemingly anticipating the unfolding drama. Captain Huang sighed before saying, "All right, let us give it a go. Even if the machine isn't repaired, the damage has already been done. It can't get any worse." With Captain Huang's approval, Zhang Taizhu seized the pump's key. He attached it to the startup port and exerted all his strength to shake it vigorously. The pump roared to life with a thunderous sound, and indeed, the machine began to operate. Is it really fixed? Captain Huang's spirits soared as he watched the water being pumped. Zhang Taizhu, seeing Zhang Lanyue for the first time, couldn't he help but give her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Comrade Zhang, you're truly impressive." "Just a small feat," Zhang Lanyue replied with a polite smile, exuding confidence. However, the expressions of the other technicians darkened as they witnessed how effortlessly she repaired the pump. Observing their dismay, Zhang Lanyue remarked, "It seems the skills of a few technicians here are not as formidable as claimed. How could you determine I wouldn't be able to fix such a minor issue? Suggesting it would take 2 hours? I recommend you spend your free time reading more and learning from the repairmen in the commune. Focus less on ridiculing female comrades. It's quite off-putting. Jiang Lanue's sharp tongue left the technicians blushing with embarrassment. Captain Huang couldn't help but chuckle. Comrade Jiang. These technicians are renowned for their repair skills across the surrounding villages. Your comments might be a tad dismissive. Is that so? Jiang Lanue raised an eyebrow at this. If their skills are so high, how could they not fix our pump? She then feigned realization. Could it be that you didn't want to assist? Hence the claims of incompetence? Didn't the higher-ups say that production teams should support one another, fostering cooperation to enhance productivity and efficiency? It seems the ideological work in your team is lacking. That. The plump girl's words were indeed irksome, and the technician's expressions darkened further with each remark. Well then, I shall take my leave, Captain. Yet, just a few steps away, Zhang Taizhu hurried after her. Before her stood a tall, slender young man with a dark complexion, quite handsome, with thick brows and bright eyes, exuding a sense of vigor. Jiang Lanue smiled at him, not rejecting his friendly overture. He was kind-hearted, upright, and recognized as an exemplary worker, excelling in every aspect. Seeing her smile, Zhang Taizhu returned it with a grin. How does Comrade Jiang know what the higher-ups have said? Is Comrade Jiang sent down from the countryside? Chapter 39. A fiery exchange with the young male educators. Previously, it seemed he had heard the young educators mention that a well-connected individual had taken away Zhang Qingqing's position as the warehouse manager. If he was not mistaken, Jiang Lanue was indeed the individual referred to by everyone. How could I possibly be sent down from the countryside? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanue couldn't help but chuckle. I merely spoke casually, deliberately fabricating an excuse to silence them. Otherwise, if such incidents were to recur, they would continue to remain indifferent, as they do today. As for the remarks from above, they were mostly bureaucratic jargon, largely similar and easily learned. It turned out she had been making it all up, which prompted Zhang Taizhu to burst into laughter. Comrade Jiang is truly an intriguing young lady. It seems you differ from others. Among the young educators, the discussions about her surely would not be favorable. Jiang Lanue smiled. Comrade Jiang is also unlike the others. Your ability to understand a person without relying on hearsay is already commendable. Though Jiang Lanue was plump, her complexion was fair. When she smiled, shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled, rendering her not as unappealing as others had claimed. Zhang Taizhu remarked, the others do not understand Comrade Jiang, so there is no need to take their words to heart. Time reveals character. I believe Comrade Jiang will earn everyone's affection. After all, her repair skills are evidently superior to those of Technician Jiang. Seeing his sincere expression, Jiang Lanue nodded. Very well, I shall take your kind words to heart. At the forefront stood a tall, slender female educator who directly challenged Jiang Lanue. Comrade Jiang, where have you been during work hours? There are regulations that the warehouse manager cannot leave their post during working hours. Yet, you are off laughing and chatting with the male educators, which is a clear violation. Indeed. As she spoke, several other female educators nodded in agreement. She has only just arrived at our team and is already getting cozy with the male educators. No wonder she is so brazen, having been a reformed criminal. I still need to switch tools for labor. If I fall behind in my work points will also diminish. If this continues to delay me, I will have to report this matter to the team leader. With a group of them together, their arrogance grew bolder. Jiang Lanue calmly took her keys and opened the warehouse door. Feel free to report. There is no need to voice your complaints in front of me. This Jiang Lanue was so audacious, having just secured the position of warehouse manager. She showed no pretense at all. The faces of the female educators darkened at her words. Just as they were about to retort, members waiting to switch tools surged forward. Comrade Jiang, I need to switch my hoe. All right, place the tools in their designated spots, then fetch the new ones. As she spoke, Jiang Lanue diligently noted down their names. Once the members had successfully exchanged their tools and departed, the group of female educators finally stifled their frustrations and left, seething as they switched their tools. In the afternoon, Wang Aigua from next door observed Jiang Lanue crafting a remarkably clear form. Intrigued, he brought over the labor points registration form to seek Jiang Lanue's wisdom on achieving such clarity in his documentation. Jiang Lanue, exhibiting great patience, imparted her method for recording data to Wang Aigua. Consequently, he revised the labor points registration form and soon discovered that his future entries would require significantly less effort. However, just as the two finished their discussion on the form, two young female intellectuals hurried past outside, followed closely by a male intellectual carrying someone on his back, all racing toward the clinic in a state of urgency. What could have transpired? Observing the commotion, Jiang Lanue, filled with curiosity, accompanied Wang Aigua to the clinic's entrance to investigate. Chapter 40. We must report inside the clinic. Zhang Qingqing lay on the bed, her face flushed and her demeanor exceedingly feeble. Nurse Xiao Ma, equipped with a stethoscope, meticulously examined her. A nearby female intellectual anxiously inquired, "Nurse Ma, is Zhang all right?" "There's nothing serious," Nurse Ma reassured her. "She merely has low blood sugar. A bit of sugar water will suffice." Casting a glance at the concerned female intellectual, Nurse Ma turned and poured a glass of glucose water, gently assisting Zhang Qingqing to drink. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Langyue could not help but chuckle. Zhang Qingqing appeared rather delicate indeed. Yet, her laughter caught the attention of everyone in the clinic. Su Lingling, a close friend of Zhang Qingqing, rushed over and confronted Zhang Langyue, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at? If it weren't for you, how could Zhang have fainted? Now that she is in this state, you still mock her. This is adding insult to injury." "Comrade Su, please maintain your composure," Wang Aigua interjected, instinctively trying to mediate. Despite Zhang Lanyue's laughter, he did not perceive it as mockery directed at Zhang Qingqing. Rather, it seemed the female intellectuals were overly sensitive, targeting Zhang Lanyue unjustly. "Why should I calm down?" Su Lingling shot back at Wang Aigua, her anger intensifying. "Everyone in the brigade knows that Qingqing is in poor health, and we all take care of her. But ever since Zhang Lanyue arrived, there's been nothing but trouble. I cannot remain calm." "Is that so?" Zhang Lanyue remarked, amused by Su Lingling's fervent defense of Zhang Qingqing. "If you are so concerned for her well-being, perhaps you should switch roles with her. I recall that your recent task involved caring for newborn piglets, an exceedingly light duty. One that Zhang Qingqing could certainly manage. Conversely, your physique could handle clearing weeds from the ditches without issue. Although it may be tiring, you would surely not refuse to assist your dear friend, would you?" Zhang Lanyue's words rendered Su Lingling's expression one of disbelief. After a moment of stammering, she retorted, "Why should I bear the burden for the trouble you've caused? If you truly had a conscience, you would return the position of warehouse keeper to Zhang Qingqing instead of evading the issue here. Apologies, but I possess no such conscience as you desire." With a cold glance at Su Lingling, Zhang Lanyue became earnest. "This position was earned through my own merit. I am willing to relinquish it. But if I choose not to, no one can compel me. Su Jiqing, you repeatedly express your concern for Zhang Jiqing, yet you refuse to vacate your position. On what grounds do you demand this of me? To be generous with others' fortunes is not the act of a moral individual." Every word Zhang Lanyue uttered was irrefutable, inciting Su Lingling's ire to the point of gritting her teeth, yet she found herself powerless. Should the argument escalate further, it might lead to a brawl.
Well,
the spectacle had concluded, and Zhang Lanyue had no intention of remaining to engage in futile disputes. After making her point, she placed the several cloth bags she had been holding onto the table before Zhang Lanyue. "This is the grain awarded to you by the team. 10 jin of rice, 10 jin of flour, along with 3 jin of salt tickets and 2 jin of meat tickets. I hope you will continue to excel and contribute more to the team." In this era, such provisions represented a substantial reward. Zhang Lanyue smiled at the sight of these goods, saying, "Thank you, Captain Huang. In the future, should there be any technical issues regarding repairs, feel free to consult me. I am particularly delighted to contribute to the team." "Very well." Hearing Zhang Lanyue's response, Captain Huang smiled in return. With the matter settled, Zhang Lanyue nodded and placed the grain, salt tickets, and meat tickets into the drawer beneath the table. Before long, the members and youths returned to return their tools. Zhang Lanyue meticulously recorded each name. Once everyone had finished their work, the darkness of night enveloped the surroundings. Zhang Lanyue tidied up the disorganized tools and recorded them again using the mechanical system. Not feeling particularly hungry, she prepared a simple meal of cabbage porridge, seasoning it with a touch of salt. After enjoying a bowl, she washed her dishes and proceeded to the village assembly. The evening assembly at the village was particularly lively due to the large turnout. The members sat in rows on the earthen platform, illuminated by a dim yellow light bulb hanging from the eaves, making it somewhat difficult to see. As Zhang Lanyue entered the assembly area, she had yet to find a seat when several female youths rushed to Captain Huang, loudly declaring in front of the assembled members, "Captain, we wish to report Zhang Lanyue for neglecting her duties and leaving her post. We request that Captain Huang revoke Zhang Lanyue's position as warehouse manager and allow Comrade Zhang Qingqing to resume that role." In Chapter 41, titled Choose Your Work, the primary purpose of the assembly was to commend Zhang Lanyue while subtly encouraging the team members and youths to reassess their fixed perceptions of her. However, Captain Huang had not anticipated that, even before the meeting commenced, these youths would seek to cause trouble. He felt a headache coming on as he looked at the instigator.
Su Lingling.
Comrade Zhang Lanyue has only just assumed the role of warehouse manager today. Any shortcomings can be understood. Moreover, as everyone has seen, She has already organized the warehouse very neatly upon taking over. Moreover, the registration forms are exceedingly clear, which deserves commendation.
Suzy King.
I implore you to be more accommodating and refrain from ostracizing Comrade Jiang Langyue. The entire team is aware that Captain Huang has always shown kindness to Zhang Qingqing because his son has a fondness for her.
Now.
With his sudden favoritism towards Jiang Langyue, Su Lingling and the others are momentarily taken aback. Captain, it is not that we lack tolerance towards her, but rather her domineering demeanor and questionable ideological awareness. We cannot dictate her actions. But if her behavior disrupts our work and undermines the unity among the members and the youth, we cannot turn a blind eye. Indeed, we cannot be lenient. Upon hearing Su Lingling's words, the other youths echoed her indignation. Sitting in the front row, Zhang Qingqing could no longer contain her tears. Huang Weimin, seated beside her, lost his composure as he witnessed her distress. You insolent brat, be quiet. Captain Huang, infuriated by his son, leading the opposition to quell the emotions of the group, lashed out at Huang Weimin. You see Zhang crying and immediately shout to dismiss Comrade Jiang Langyue from her position. Do you know what a tremendous trouble Comrade Jiang resolved for our team today? Our water pump broke down at a critical moment during the water extraction process. Without it, we would have been unable to store water, jeopardizing both our spring planting and summer sowing. It was Comrade Jiang who stepped up at this crucial time and repaired the pump. The reason she left her post was to fix the water pump. Is that problematic? Moreover, her current role was one fair and square in a competition against Comrade Zhang Qingqing. As he spoke, Captain Huang turned towards the tearful Zhang Qingqing. In front of all these people, I must say to you, Zhang, since you instigated the situation and insisted on competing with Comrade Jiang, now that you have lost, you must accept the consequences. Zhang Qingqing, already feeling wronged, had assumed that with Huang Weimin's support, Captain Huang would side with her. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Not only did Captain Huang not support her, but he also publicly humiliated her. Overwhelmed with disgrace, Zhang Qingqing fled in tears. Seeing her run off, Huang Weimin was deeply concerned and immediately pursued her. Meanwhile, Su Lingling remained stunned on stage, unable to fathom Captain Huang's words. Captain, are you jesting? How could a labor reform convict like Jiang Langyue possibly repair a water pump? Indeed. The other youths voiced their skepticism, casting doubtful glances at Captain Huang. At that moment, Zhang Taizhu, who had been seated among the crowd, spoke up. Today, Technician Zhang and I witnessed Comrade Jiang Langyue successfully repair the water pump with our own eyes. Several technicians from other teams were present as well. We can all attest to this. Zhang Taizhu, a model worker, held considerable influence within the team. Upon hearing his words, the members began to believe wholeheartedly in the matter. Who would have thought that Jiang Langyue was indeed capable of such feats? I have never encountered a female technician before. Yes, the team has circulated rumors about her difficult temperament, and she has even spent 3 years in prison. I initially thought this person was merely stirring up trouble, but it seems we were mistaken. The commotion was solely about her affairs, yet I have not seen anyone step forward to respond. I am curious to see what this technically skilled woman looks like. Captain Huang, standing on the platform, naturally heard the words of the members. Elevated in his position, he surveyed the crowd and soon spotted Jiang Langyue standing by the embankment. Captain Huang chuckled and said, Comrade Jiang Langyue, today I wish to publicly commend you before the entire team. Additionally, I would like to inquire if you prefer to continue as the warehouse custodian or take on the role of technician. You may choose either position at your discretion. Chapter 42. It is unwise to oppose us. Captain Huang is a commendable leader with discernment. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Langyue smiled. The members and the educated youth present followed Captain Huang's gaze, their attention drawn to Jiang Langyue. Under the dim light, she stood there in a beige shirt and a floral long skirt. Though slightly plump, her demeanor was endearing. With all eyes on Jiang Langyue, Su Lingling and her companions on the platform expressed their displeasure, saying, if she becomes a female technician, then the position of warehouse custodian should be returned to Zhang. The educated youth, what right does she have? Among the crowd, Technician Zhang, incensed, stood up abruptly and declared, Captain, I acknowledge that I overlooked the problem with the water pump today, but that does not imply my repair skills are inferior to Jiang Lanyue's. The captain cannot simply transfer my position to her based on this incident. Why must she take someone else's job upon her arrival? The technician's role is not only light but also highly respected, involving regular study and interaction with distinguished individuals in the commune. Thus, Technician Zhang was understandably unwilling to accept someone usurping his position. Seeing Zhang's agitation, Captain Huang said, Please remain calm, Technician Zhang. The team has decided that both you and Comrade Jiang Lanyue will share the duties of technician. This way, when one of you is away for training, The other can remain to address any urgent situations, ensuring our production progress is not hindered, a win-win situation. Upon hearing that Jiang Lanue's new role would not affect his position, Technician Zhang calmed down, though he still remarked, "What can a woman do as a technician? It would be inconvenient for her to attend training. Having someone share the benefits would undoubtedly impact his advantages. What's wrong with a woman? She can certainly hold her own." Upon hearing Zhang's words, Zhang Taizhu shot him a glance. Other female members echoed, "Indeed, women can also hold up half the sky." I believe Comrade Jiang Lanue becoming a female technician is quite commendable. As numerous individuals ardently debated her professional role, Jiang Lanue remained poised and composed throughout the discussion. It was only when Captain Huang turned to her with a smile, prepared to inquire about her decision, that she was called upon.
Well,
Take your time to consider before making a decision. This job is pivotal for the future, and Captain Huang certainly understands that Jiang Lanue needs to ponder thoroughly. So, he remains patient. Subsequently, Captain Huang delivered a speech encouraging everyone to labor diligently during the upcoming spring sowing and summer planting, after which the meeting adjourned. Just as they had walked a little way, Su Lingling and her companions pursued them.
Jiang Lanue, stop.
Upon seeing 5 young women from the commune approach, Jiang Lanue smirked. "What do you want?" Su Lingling glared at her and declared, "We are here to remind you to choose the technician position. This job is not only less strenuous than that of a warehouse keeper, but it also offers a brighter future. You are quite astute. Surely you know how to choose?" The comrades behind her stood in solidarity. Jiang Lanue continued to sneer, "How I choose is my affair. Are you attempting to threaten me?" With so many of them present, they were unable to intimidate even one Jiang Lanue. Su Lingling, both anxious and furious, felt as if she might shatter her teeth from clenching them. "If we unite, it would be a simple matter to deal with you." Chapter 43. It is you who bully her. You are truly amusing.
Observing Su Lingling,
Jiang Lanue couldn't help but laugh. "You few, on what basis do you presume to represent over 100 young people? If I were to expose your actions,
what do you think the consequences would be?
you wouldn't dare." Jiang Lanue's words instantly instilled fear in Su Lingling. Yet, for the sake of her objective, she had to feign composure as she confronted Jiang Lanue. "What is there to fear?" Jiang Lanue raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of fearless defiance. "I have emerged from a prison cell. Having endured imprisonment, do you think I would fear a few young people?" The more indignant Jiang Lanue remained, the more infuriated Su Lingling became. Relying on their numbers, she gritted her teeth and charged forward. "Very well, I shall show you the might of our youth." Jiang Lanue was taken aback, not expecting Su Lingling to resort to violence. As she approached, hand raised to strike her face, a large hand suddenly seized Su Lingling's arm. "You!" A man appeared before her, clad in military attire, with piercing eyes and an aura so formidable it was chilling. Merely casting a glance at her caused Su Lingling's complexion to change drastically. "I am here to fetch you." Lu Yu spoke concisely, forcefully releasing Su Lingling's hand. He fixed his cold gaze upon the group of young people. "What are your names?" By inquiring for their names, it was evident he intended to report their behavior to the brigade. Su Lingling, in fright, stumbled back, not daring to utter a word. She could only retort defensively. "We were compelled by Jiang Lanue. She took over our Qingqing's position, causing her to faint. We simply cannot swallow this grievance and sought an explanation." After speaking, she nervously glanced at Lu Yu. "We all know Jiang Lanue has an extraordinary background and someone backing her. However, we now live in an era where the people hold the reins of power. Even if one is a soldier, one must adhere to reason, mustn't one? Did she truly usurp your positions?" Although Jiang Lanue was indeed unruly during her time in the military family's compound, I find it hard to believe that she has taken anyone's job. "I did not." Jiang Lanue shrugged, feigning helplessness. "The wager for our contest was her position as a warehouse manager. After her defeat, the job naturally became mine. Is there any issue with that?" With reason and evidence, Jiang Lanue indeed stands on firm ground. Before Lu Yuang, they dared not lie. Yet Su Lingling remained unconvinced. What does it matter if it is true? Jiang Lanue, with her extraordinary physical prowess, should not be relegated to such an easy role. Zhang Qingqing, who competed with her, has always had poor health and has been cared for by the team. Now that Jiang Lanue has taken her position, Zhang Qingqing has fainted today. Shouldn't we demand an explanation? So you resort to violence? Lu Yuang's face hardened, his gaze towards Su Lingling laced with menace. "It seems that it is not she who bullies you, but rather you who bully her. If you wish to retain your jobs, you ought not to underestimate others or engage in competitions. Once you have chosen to compete, you must bear the consequences." With that, Lu Yurong turned and walked away. Jiang Lanyue, however, stood rooted in place, merely observing Su Lingling and her companions, their faces ashen with fear. After a few steps, Lu Yuang noticed Jiang Lanyue had not followed and reached out, grasping her wrist firmly and leading her away. As they vanished from sight, Su Lingling, trembling, sank to the ground exclaiming, "We're doomed. We've really stirred up trouble now." Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue, being pulled away by Lu Yuang, felt the warmth of his hand enveloping her wrist. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" She sensed a peculiar change in Lu Yuang these past few days, as he inexplicably appeared before her often. Previously, he had always avoided the original owner, sometimes not appearing for 10 days or even half a month. Chapter 44. I will find you a job. Jiang Lanyue's question momentarily stunned Lu Yuang. He himself was perplexed, having found Jiang Lanyue bothersome before. Why was he now inexplicably drawn to her? There was an undeniable difference in the Jiang Lanyue before him compared to the one he had previously detested. Turning to look at Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanyue broke into a smile. Under the moonlight, her smile was bright and forthright, no longer resembling the person he had once found so annoying. "You need not feel obligated to me simply because we are officially married. Your heart is not truly in this union. I will not impose high expectations on you." She could not continue to morally bind Lu Yuang for a lifetime as the original owner had. Her words, however, inexplicably stirred a sense of loss within Lu Yuang. It was a truth Jiang Lanyue had long understood. With a resigned smile, she added, "Once I have firmly established myself outside and my circumstances improve, perhaps I can bring my grandmother to live with me. At that time, I hope you will not stand in my way." Although she is not the original owner, having traversed alone into this era, she cherishes the elderly person who wholeheartedly cares for her. Depending on the circumstances, she recalls how he previously opposed finding a job for Jiang Lanyue, believing her to be unpredictable and prone to causing trouble. However, she has changed, and now she is deemed capable of undertaking this task. "You wish to help me find a job?" The transformation in Lu Yuang's attitude astonishes Jiang Lanyue. Surely, she has not misheard? In her previous life, the original owner had gone to great lengths, crying, making scenes, and even threatening drastic measures for half a year to compel Lu's parents to assist her in securing employment. Yet, in this life, she had no intention of asking. And yet Lu Yuang had openly offered his help. What an unexpected turn of events. "You heard correctly," Lu Yuang affirmed with utmost seriousness. "The military's convenience store is in need of a salesperson. If you are willing, I can facilitate this for you." Jiang Lanyue finds Lu Yuang's behavior quite peculiar and shakes her head repeatedly. Her evident aversion only amplifies the sense of disappointment swelling within Lu Yuang. Under the moonlight, the two modest houses appear even smaller and more dilapidated. Standing before the house, Lu Yuang's brows furrowed in concern.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Lanyue remains oblivious to his unease as she unlocks the door and steps inside, lighting the oil lamp she had prepared in advance. The dark little room suddenly brightens. Once the lamp was lit, Jiang Lanyue stepped back outside to inquire, "Would you care to come in for a moment?" With such a low door frame and dim lighting, Lu Yuang's frown deepened. "Why is there no electric light?" "Oh," Jiang Lanyue chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. "This house was previously inhabited by an elderly person who has since passed, so there are no electric lights installed. However, I can apply to the captain for that later." The fact that she's so readily accepted to live in such a shabby, unlit dwelling struck Lu Yuang as somewhat unfair to her. A weight of concern settled upon him. What was Ge Xiaozhuang thinking? He had asked him to help Jiang Lanyue find a place to stay, never anticipating such a location. "This is not Ji's fault," Jiang Lanyue quickly clarified upon noticing Lu Yuang's darkened expression. "Ge has spoken with the captain about securing a better accommodation for me. I agreed to stay here due to the village's limited conditions. In truth, there is nothing wrong with this place, though smaller. It serves its purpose of sheltering me from the elements. I have made mistakes in the past, and I do not require luxurious living." Observing Jiang Lanyue smiling awkwardly in the light shadow, Lu Yuang found himself at a loss for words and lowered his voice. "Otherwise you." He swiftly shut the door. Chapter 45. You shall be punished. Locked outside, darkness enveloped Lu Yuang in an instant. Realizing this, his expression turned grave. He uttered nothing more, swiftly turning to leave. Hearing his footsteps grow fainter outside, Jiang Lanyue leaned against the door, letting out a breath she did not realize she had been holding. "I am not the original owner. Lu Yuang, do not attempt to influence me, for I have no desire to tread the same path as the previous inhabitant." Once the sounds from outside had faded into complete silence, Jiang Lanyue proceeded to boil some water, perform a brief cleansing of her body, and lay down on her small bed, drifting into slumber. The following morning, Jiang Lanyue was awakened by the cacophony of roosters crowing throughout the village. Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, she noted it was already 7:30. Hastily, she rose, freshened up, and consumed the leftover bowl of cabbage porridge from the previous night. She then stepped outside, making her way towards the village's main office. However, upon reaching the fork in the road leading to the office, she spotted Technician Zhang, dressed in a grayish-white Zhongshan suit and donning glasses, standing there. As soon as he saw her approach, he hurried over. "Comrade Jiang Langyue, good morning." "You too," she replied, noting that he had been waiting specifically for her. And she offered a faint smile, without pausing her stride. Technician Zhang, observing her demeanor, quickly matched her pace and cheerfully inquired, after pondering it overnight. "Comrade Jiang Langyue must have made a decision, right? Surely, you do not intend to join me in serving as the technician for the team?" Turning to face him, she retorted, "If Technician Zhang is so keen on me not joining you in repairs, how can you assure that you will resolve any future challenges entirely on your own?" Jiang Lanyue's question left Technician Zhang momentarily speechless. His reaction prompted her to stifle a laugh. "It seems you fear I might share your responsibilities and diminish your benefits. Yet you doubt your own capability to fully handle this position. Are you suggesting that I should serve as the warehouse manager while occasionally addressing repair issues? That would mean I would have to fulfill two roles, wouldn't it? So, does that imply you are indeed planning to be the technician?" Detecting the implication in Jiang Lanyue's words, Zhang Wenchang's expression soured. "You are merely fortunate. If we were to compare skills, your expertise may not surpass mine." Not wishing to engage in further banter, Jiang Lanyue smiled. "If that is the case, Technician Zhang, why should you worry? As for whether I choose the role of warehouse manager or technician, I certainly have my own plans, so there is no need for you to fret on my behalf." With that, Jiang Lanyue quickened her pace towards the village office, leaving Zhang Wenchang seething in place, teeth clenched, muttering, "That little devil. One day I shall catch her in a misstep." Arriving at the village office in high spirits, Jiang Lanyue observed Su Lingling and several young intellectuals from the previous night being reprimanded by Captain Huang at the entrance. "What were you thinking? You educated young intellectuals. Look at the trouble you've caused. Forming cliques to isolate a person reintegrating into society. Do you grasp the severity of this behavior? And now, you've drawn the attention of the military officers, escalating the matter to the commune. My reputation, Huang Dalu, has been tarnished by your actions." Su Lingling, taken aback by Captain Huang's reprimand, turned pale upon realizing that the soldier from the previous evening had reported the incident to the commune. "Captain, this matter has reached the commune, and does that not imply we are to be punished?" Overwhelmed by fear, the young female intellectuals began to weep. "Captain, we erred. We should not have been so misguided as to defend Zhang Qingqing. Please, Captain, assist us. We dread the prospect of punishment. We have toiled in the most arduous tasks." Chapter 46, Testing the Bonds of Sisterhood. Now that fear has gripped you, why did you not act sooner? Observing their tear-streaked faces, Captain Huang found himself at a loss for words. "You all, truly, are not moved until faced with the grave consequences. Then what shall we do, Captain?" Terrified, Su Lingling looked imploringly at Captain Huang. With a scoff, Captain Huang replied, "What else can be done? When Comrade Jiang Lanyu arrives, you must apologize to her. If she is willing to forgive you, this matter may yet be resolved. Otherwise, the higher authorities will undoubtedly handle it severely." Upon hearing the requirement to apologize to Jiang Lanyue, Su Lingling felt a pang of difficulty, clearly reluctant to humble herself. Just then, the young female intellectuals behind her spotted Jiang Lanyue arriving for work. One took the lead, and the rest hurriedly approached Jiang Lanyue, tearfully proclaiming, "We should not have listened to Zhang Qingqing's grievances. We should not have troubled Comrade Jiang in the name of sisterhood. Please, Comrade Jiang, show mercy and forgive us." Their tearful expressions revealed their genuine fright. Lu Yuang, indeed, was a person of his word and would not easily overlook this incident. Jiang Lanyue found the situation amusing, yet she maintained a composed exterior, casting a fleeting glance at them without uttering a word. Her gaze, however, fixated on Su Lingling, who stood defiantly before Captain Huang, unwilling to apologize. "You are here only because you fear punishment, not because you believe it was wrong to bully me. Am I mistaken?" "Indeed," Su Lingling, who came from a relatively privileged background among the young intellectuals, replied haughtily. "Were it not for your connections, we would not have come to apologize. Although our actions were inappropriate, we are not at fault in addressing you." Jiang Lanyue could hardly contain her laughter at this remark. She stepped directly in front of Su Lingling, articulating each word with clarity. "I am curious to know, Su Lingling, why do you harbor such disdain for me? Is it because I have made mistakes and served time, thus you look down upon me? Or is it that you believe one misstep should condemn me to a life in the mire, devoid of any chance for redemption? Am I expected to passively endure Zhang Qingqing's provocations without any form of resistance? Where, in your eyes, have I erred?" Jiang Lanue's inquiries left Su Lingling momentarily speechless. Yet Jiang Lanue continued, "Your inability to respond only serves to illustrate that you, too, recognize my potential for reform and do not genuinely believe my actions were wrong. The root of your disdain lies in your pity for Zhang Qingqing. I ought to be like you, allowing her to take advantage of me at will. However, Zhang Qingqing's health is poor. Her failure to adhere to the rules is not an excuse. As for your so-called sisterhood, you threaten me with disciplinary violations for her sake. What will she do for you? The one who feigns pity in your presence to elicit sympathy." These foolish girls remain blissfully unaware that they are being used as pawns. How naive they truly are. If Qingqing were to learn of this matter, she would undoubtedly stand with us. Upon hearing Jiang Lanue's words, Su Lingling spoke with unwavering certainty. "After all these years of working together in the countryside, I can assert this. Is that so?" Jiang Lanue smiled while gazing at Su Lingling. "Very well. If you can persuade Zhang Qingqing to share the consequences with you, I shall consider whether to report this incident to the commune for a minor reprimand." "Are you serious?" Su Lingling was taken aback by Jiang Lanue's unexpected acquiescence, suspecting a trick. The other female educated youth looked at her with skepticism. "Comrade Jiang, are you jesting with us?" "Why would I joke with you?" Jiang Lanue chuckled, appearing quite magnanimous. Just then, Zhang Qingqing arrived at the village office with other educated youth. The events of the previous night had already spread among the youth early this morning, causing them to avoid Su Lingling and her group. Captain Huang noticed Zhang Qingqing engaging with a few educated youth, preparing to sidestep the situation, and called out, "Zhang Qingqing, come here." Chapter 47. Dare to burn bridges? You will regret it, oh. Since Captain Huang called her, Zhang Qingqing, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to comply. The other educated youth kept their distance, fearful of incurring trouble. As Zhang Qingqing approached, Captain Huang addressed her. "Zhang, you must have heard about Su and her group's efforts to stand up for you last night. Although you did not participate in this matter, it arose because of you. It is your constant lamenting before Su and her group that led them to commit this error. Therefore, you must share the responsibility with them. Do you object?" "Why should I bear the responsibility with them?" Captain Huang's words elicited a sharp outcry from Zhang Qingqing. "Captain, is this not bullying? The primary reason Su Lingling and her group sought trouble with Jiang Lanue was not to defend me. They simply could not tolerate Jiang Lanue and used this as an excuse. Although I also hold disdain for Jiang Lanue, I am a person who abides by the rules. I have never sought to trouble her. Why must I face punishment as well?" Zhang Qingqing's reaction was anticipated by Jiang Lanue. However, Captain Huang's expression darkened at her response. In contrast, Su Lingling and the other female educated youth could hardly believe their ears. "Indeed, you claimed that if we helped you, you would ensure that Huang Weimin would offer us favors in return. Now the situation has escalated. You have turned your back on us. I never expected you to be this kind of person. We have always regarded you as a dear sister, only for you to exploit us. You have gone too far." "I did not utter those words. Do not slander me." Zhang Qingqing, filled with urgency and anger, glared at Su Lingling and the others. "Like you, I am merely an ordinary educated youth with no remarkable abilities. How could you possibly believe in these so-called promises? Thus, if you have erred, simply admit it. Why must you drag me down with you? Why do you wish to harm me?" She is well aware of the consequences of forming cliques and bullying others.
You.
Su Lingling was at a loss for words, and her fury was palpable. A hot-tempered female educated youth could no longer restrain herself and charged at Zhang Qingqing, ready to fight. "You cunning woman, how dare you toy with us? I will make you pay today." With her hair firmly grasped, Zhang Qingqing let out a piercing scream as fists rained down upon her. The other female educated youths, witnessing the scene, were enraged and rushed in to join the fray, pulling hair, tearing clothes, and pinching faces. In just a few minutes, the once meticulously dressed Zhang Qingqing was utterly disheveled. She screamed for help. Upon seeing this, Captain Huang finally reacted, shouting, "Stop. If you do not cease this instant, I will report to the commune and have you transferred to the 16th Brigade." The 16th Brigade, known for its challenging conditions and isolation, was notorious for arduous labor, where educated youths spent their days breaking stones and often faced hunger, with rumors of a few even perishing from starvation. Hearing this, the female educated youths were struck with fear and released their grips, their faces pale and trembling. Some, overwhelmed with dread, even began to weep. Observing their frightened expressions, Captain Huang had no desire to engage further. After all, she was the victim, and any disciplinary action from the commune would depend on her stance. If Jiang Lanue truly pursued the matter, he would be unable to protect any of these girls. Chapter 48. Leaving behind a few archenemies? Seeing Captain Huang confer the authority upon her, Zhang Lanyue turned her gaze to Su Lingling and the others. Su Lingling, with reddened eyes, spoke. Zhang Lanyue. What transpired last night was our fault. I should not have been so gullible as to heed Zhang Qingqing's instigation and trouble you. I am willing to accept punishment and go to the 16th Brigade for labor. However, this incident was instigated by me, and the others are not to blame. I hope you will show mercy and spare them. Lingling. To everyone's astonishment, Su Lingling intended to shoulder the responsibility alone to protect the others. The female educated youths were deeply moved and began to weep. Meanwhile, the battered Zhang Qingqing, while adjusting her disheveled clothing, cried out, "You have wronged me and laid hands on me. Even if Zhang Lanyue spares you, I will not. Captain Huang, I demand severe punishment for Su Lingling and her accomplices. It is an extremely heinous act to resort to violence within the brigade. The brigade should not be lenient. Otherwise, she would have gained several formidable adversaries in the future." Zhang Qingqing still had the audacity to demand an explanation, which was utterly pushing Su Lingling and her companions towards a dead end. "I am upright and honest. What is there to fear?" Under Zhang Lanyue's scrutiny, Zhang Qingqing mustered the courage to utter these words. At this, Zhang Lanyue broke into a smile. "In truth, investigating whether you have incited Su Jiqing and her friends is a rather straightforward task. It merely requires gathering more female intellectual youth and inquiring about what you have said at the youth station. No matter how well you conceal it, there will undoubtedly be ears that have overheard. After all, Su Jiqing and her friends' actions against me are of a grievous nature. However, if it is indeed you who instigated them, then your culpability is even more severe." Zhang Lanyue's words rendered Zhang Qingqing speechless. Ultimately, she could only stammer. "What do you mean? Do you intend to protect Su Lingling and the others? This convict could not possibly possess such a benevolent heart." Observing the fear etched across her face, Zhang Lanyue chuckled. "I do not seek to protect them. I merely sympathize with their exploitation. Captain Huang, since this incident arose from a specific cause, I have no intention of holding Su Jiqing and her companions accountable. We all toil together in the same brigade, and conflicts are inevitable. If we were to transfer individuals over such trivial matters, it would likely disrupt our unity." Captain Huang could hardly fathom Zhang Lanyue's remarkable magnanimity. His spirits lifted as he laughed. "Comrade Zhang, you truly are a commendable comrade." Zhang Lanyue was acutely aware that her decision not to pursue this matter would significantly benefit the brigade's selection for advanced teams. She smiled gently. "Merely because I choose not to pursue this matter does not imply that it is resolved. Zhang Jiqing is still unwilling to relent. She wishes to investigate the actions of Su Jiqing and her companions, does she not? Now, I shall observe how Zhang Qingqing manages the aftermath." Zhang Lanyue's words compelled the female intellectual youth present to turn their gazes towards Zhang Qingqing. She instantly became flustered, realizing that Zhang Lanyue was deliberately scheming against her. With tears in her eyes, she implored Captain Huang, "Captain, what more do you want from me?" Captain Huang had lost all patience and glared at her coldly. "I will thoroughly investigate this matter. If it is indeed you who incited Su Jiqing and her friends, the brigade will not be lenient. Yet, if Su Jiqing and her companions have wronged you, I shall also impose punishment upon them." Captain Huang offered her no assistance at all, leaving Zhang Qingqing feeling quite aggrieved as she turned and fled in tears. Once she was gone, Captain Huang turned his attention to Su Jiqing and her friends. "From this day forth, you shall be responsible for clearing the ditches and salvaging the compost. When you change positions will depend on your performance." Understood. As long as they were not transferred to the 16th Brigade, it was a monumental relief for them. Su Lingling and the others dared not voice any objections, all nodding in agreement. At last, Captain Huang's expression softened, and he smiled at Zhang Lanyue before turning to leave. With Captain Huang gone, Zhang Lanyue prepared to head to the warehouse. However, she had scarcely taken 2 steps when Su Lingling caught up with her and blocked her path. "Zhang Lanyue, wait a moment." Chapter 49, Fishing in Troubled Waters. "Su Jiqing, do you have anything further to say?" Observing Su Lingling, Zhang Lanyue maintained a serene demeanor. "I trust you have now discerned the true character of Zhang Qingqing. You should comprehend why I previously held her to account." Reminiscing about Zhang's earlier remarks directed at Zhang Lanyue filled Su Lingling with acute embarrassment. She bowed her head and uttered, "I am sorry. I had misunderstood you before. Thank you for sparing us this time and choosing not to hold our past transgressions against us. I sincerely hope we can coexist harmoniously in the future." In contrast to the duplicitous Zhang Qingqing, Zhang Lanyue, despite her past incarceration, embodied integrity and candor. "Very well, I hope we can foster a peaceful relationship moving forward." With a gentle smile towards Su Lingling, Zhang Lanyue refrained from further comment and turned toward the warehouse. Due to her magnanimity in forgiving Su Lingling and her companions, The youth collectively revised their perception of Jiang Langyue, growing to admire her. Consequently, when they arrived at the warehouse to collect farming tools, their demeanor towards Jiang Langyue was markedly more amiable. Even the members who had retrieved tools could not help but engage in conversation. Who would have thought that Comrade Jiang possesses such generosity? Despite their grave mistakes, she has pardoned them. No wonder Captain Huang holds her in such high regard. Her awareness truly sets her apart from us. Indeed, though she had been incarcerated, she had grown up in a military family compound, surrounded by different influences from a young age, which undoubtedly fostered her broad-mindedness. Groups of people outside expressed their admiration for Langyue. Wang Aigua, who had come to invite her to oversee operations, could not contain his laughter. Comrade Jiang, your reputation has shifted so swiftly. Everyone is singing your praises now. I suppose I ought to learn from you, Comrade Jiang, in hopes that I too might earn some commendation. Upon hearing Wang Aigua's words, Jiang Langyue chuckled heartily. I can only attribute it to a twist of fate. How could Wang, the scorekeeper, jest about me? You are unaware that I nearly faced a beating last night, which was quite terrifying. Her laughter was genuine and carefree, devoid of any malice. Wang Aigua patted her shoulder encouragingly. Initially, everyone merely misunderstood you, and things will inevitably improve. Aware of Wang Aigua's good intentions, Jiang Langyue refrained from elaborating further. After securing the warehouse, she accompanied him to the fields to supervise. The time to transplant rice seedlings was approaching, followed closely by the sowing of corn seeds. Thus the task of clearing the drainage ditches was substantial. Besides Su Lingling and a few other female youths, Wang Taizhu led numerous male youths in the cleanup of the ditches. Observing their fervent labor, Jiang Langyue chose not to interject. Just as she was about to turn away, she noticed the waterway nearby, where numerous fish were surfacing, their bluish backs glistening. Witnessing such a spectacle of fish rising, yet seeing the youths and fellow villagers remain indifferent, Jiang Langyue quickly pointed towards the channel. Busy with his tasks, Zhang Taizhu glanced at Jiang Lanyue's gesture, perplexed. Comrade Jiang, what is the matter? Jiang Lanyue, still animated, continued to gesture towards the waterway. Comrade Zhang Taizhu, look in the channel.
There are so many fish.
Fish? Where are the fish? Zhang Taizhu responded, bewildered. The water is murky. I do not see a single fish. The young man beside her gazed into the water, perplexed, and looked at Jiang Lanyue. Comrade Jiang, are you jesting? Where are the fish in this water?
Indeed.
This channel had been cleared for over a year, and no fish had ever been sighted within. Have you perhaps lost your sight, Comrade Jiang?
I have not.
With their disbelief lingering, Jiang Lanyue hurried to the edge of the water. Just then, as a fish swam near, she swiftly caught it with her bare hands. Plop! The lively fish, gasping for breath after leaving the water, struggled fiercely in her grip. Jiang Lanyue held it aloft for all to see.
Did you see that?
There are indeed fish here, and a sizable one at that, a carp as large as a palm, likely having thrived in this channel for over a year. There really are fish? The young men, astonished at Jiang Lanyue's ability to catch one with her bare hands, regarded her with newfound respect. Comrade Jiang is truly remarkable, able to discern the presence of fish in murky waters. No one in our brigade possesses such a skill. Given that there were fish in the channel, it was likely not just this one. Let us catch the fish. It would be a perfect opportunity for a meat meal. In these times, with corn and sweet potatoes barely sufficing, the prospect of meat was tantalizing. Each person received only half a pound of meat tickets monthly, and they seldom even encountered cooking oil. Thus, the existence of fish in the channel was enough to ignite excitement among the young men. After Jiang Lanyue released the fish she had caught into a nearby small ditch, she nodded thoughtfully. I see there are quite a few fish in the channel. If we can catch them, it would at least allow everyone to enjoy some fish soup. However, the water here is quite deep, making it challenging to capture all the fish. That should be simple enough. With the thought of fish soup, the young men, led by Zhang Taizhu, became even more animated. We all have memories of fishing as children. If everyone goes in, we should be able to catch a good number of them. Indeed, if it means having meat. I wouldn't hesitate to wade into the water, even if it meant breaking through ice. This remark elicited laughter from the young men. However, Wang Aigua, who was patrolling nearby, turned serious upon hearing their intentions to fish.
No.
The young men must focus on completing the channel clearing. We cannot afford to waste time fishing. In just 2 days,
We will need to plant the rice.
if the channel is not cleared, it will affect drainage, causing our brigade's planting schedule to fall behind that of others. If Captain Huang hears of this, he will surely reprimand us. Chapter 50. I assure you all that there will be fish to eat. Wang Aigua was a diligent and considerate scorekeeper, which earned him the respect of the young men. With his words, their smiles faded. Zhang Taizhu cast a regretful glance at everyone. Indeed, finishing the work is more important. It seems that fishing will have to wait for another day. The other young men exchanged disappointed glances. In just 2 days, when the water was released for planting, who knew where the fish would flee? If we were to swim along the irrigation canal to the next group, we wouldn't even find a single fish scale, let alone savor fish soup. In the past few years, they have failed to discover any fish. It seems that once the rice planting commenced and the water flowed, the fish drifted away with the current to the next group. Indeed, our lives have been arduous, and it has been quite some time since we have indulged in meat. Now that we finally come across a water source teeming with fish, we have no time to catch them, which is quite unfortunate. Observing the profound disappointment among everyone due to their inability to catch fish, Wang Aigua found himself in a bit of a quandary. However, Jiang Lanyue glanced at everyone and suddenly spoke up, saying, "Since everyone is so eager to eat fish, I have a method that will ensure we can all enjoy some." "Jiang, are you serious?" Upon hearing this, all the male educated youth turned their gaze towards her. Jiang Lanyue smiled and replied, "Of course, I am serious. I never jest about important matters. However, I will need Wang to assist me in finding a few helpers. It doesn't have to be particularly strong laborers. Just select a few female members and educated young women to assist me. Alright, I will go find some people right away." For some inexplicable reason, Wang Aigua felt an unusual trust in Jiang Lanyue. When she proclaimed that she had a way to catch fish, he believed her. Zhang, the educated youth, remarked, "No need for such formality." Smiling back at him, Jiang Lanyue did not elaborate further. She then retrieved some bamboo fencing, which had been lying unused in the warehouse, originally intended to deter wild rabbits and pheasants. She fashioned these fences into a funnel shape, securing the bottom with nylon rope to create a large fish basket. Next, they gathered a few more baskets, armed themselves with hose and fish nets, and headed straight to the edge of the irrigation canal. Following Jiang Lanyue's instructions, the women began by separating the cleared channels from those still overgrown with weeds using mud. They then placed the fish baskets at the water outlets of each rice paddy on the left, securing them with large stones. With hose in hand, they commenced stirring the water from both ends of the canal, over a kilometer long, creating a tremendous commotion to drive the fish from the depths. Meanwhile, the female educated youth cleaning the canal had already heard about Jiang Lanyue's plan to catch fish, and they appeared quite curious. After the events of the morning, their discussions about her were tinged with admiration. "Jiang Lanyue truly stands apart from us, while we toil." She managed to persuade Wang to arrange for others to assist her in catching fish. If she truly succeeds in catching fish, we too shall be able to relish the delicacy. It seems Wang must also hold her in high regard. After all, many looked down upon her, yet she remained magnanimous. Some could hardly compare to her. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing was resting on the bank. Her devoted admirer, Huang Weimin, was holding her tools and assisting her in labor. Upon hearing the conversation, Zhang Qingqing grew anxious.
What do you mean, Ma Xiaofeng?
"Are you speaking indirectly about me?" Chapter 51. If it's not divided, then it's not divided. What is wrong with speaking indirectly?
Ma Xiaofeng retorted.
If it weren't for Comrade Jiang's generosity, Su Lingling and other female educated youth would have been sent to Team 16. You. Left speechless by Ma Xiaofeng's rebuke, Zhang Qingqing began to wipe away her tears. In the morning, Captain Huang casually gathered a few educated youths to ascertain what she had been saying at their post. Consequently, she was severely reprimanded and assigned to clear the weeds. The mere recollection of these events left Zhang Qingqing seething with indignation. Yet, despite her fury, the female educated youths persisted in their disdain. Without the warehouse manager's role, some would face starvation if they did not rely on the assistance of the male comrades. "You are being utterly unreasonable." Those who had previously sought to please her now turned against her, infuriating Zhang Qingqing even more. Determined to save face, she promptly rose from the ridge and rushed to seize the hoe from Huang Weimin's hands. "I do not require your assistance. I can sustain myself. From this day forth, I shall not need your help with any tasks." Seeing her fierce determination, Huang Weimin felt a pang of sympathy. However, the surrounding female educated youths were unimpressed. They exchanged knowing glances and smirked. "Comrade Huang is nearly finished with your share of work, and only then do you rush to take over. Who do you think you are fooling? If you truly possess such integrity, then cease your coveting of the warehouse manager's position. That is a role earned by Comrade Jiang through merit. Do not perpetually display such an inability to accept defeat." Observing their support for Jiang Lanyue, they believed that by undermining me to curry favor with her, they would receive some advantage. "That woman, so self-important, likely looks down upon you. And as for fishing, when has there ever been fish in that canal? It seems she is merely leading the charge and slacking off, utterly shameless." With her words, the female educated youths erupted in cold laughter. If there were truly no fish, do you think Comrade Wang would bother coordinating with her? Just because you cannot perceive the fish in the canal does not mean they do not exist. Indeed, if you manage to catch any fish later, do not expect to share. Given your supposed integrity, you would not accept any benefits from Comrade Jiang. Provoked further by these women, Zhang Qingqing clenched her teeth and shouted, "If they do not share, then so be it. What is so remarkable about that?" While the educated youths were embroiled in their commotion, Jiang Langyue and her companions were busy fishing. As the water from the canal flowed into the excavated gap in the ridge, the fish followed the current, swimming into the basket placed at the opening. Once the water had receded sufficiently, the fish in the basket became visible. The sight of various carp, grass carp, blackfish, silver carp, and even palm-sized crucian carp nearly filled the large basket. The lively fish, still leaping back into the canal, brought immense joy to the female educated youths and workers who had come to assist. Soon, they busily set about catching the fish. In no time, their 3 large baskets were filled to the brim with fish, and each basket still contained a substantial amount, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Even in the now dry canal, fish swam amidst the sediment at the bottom. At this water depth, one could easily catch them all by wading in barefoot. The sight of everyone rejoicing over their bountiful catch of fish was truly heartwarming. Subsequently, Comrade Jiang Langyue led the remaining female comrades down into the ditches to continue their fishing endeavor. Fresh and lively fish were tossed onto the bank, glistening in the sunlight. In Chapter 52, honor is given, and we wholeheartedly accept it. The other female members nodded in agreement as the discussion unfolded. Unlike groups 3 and 5, situated near the mountains where they could occasionally hunt for wild chickens and rabbits, our group found it quite challenging to procure meat. This sentiment was unanimously shared among the members, and they continued joyfully gathering the fish from the ditches. Comrade Jiang, you are truly remarkable. It seems you have a strong chance of being recognized as this month's outstanding individual. To motivate the members and young intellectuals, the village commune selects an outstanding individual and a labor model each month from various teams for commendation at the commune. Given that both Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua are male comrades and seldom compete with Zhang Qingqing, she has predominantly received this honor over the past 2 years. Upon Wang Aigua's remark, the expressions of the other female comrades grew subtly complex. However, Jiang Langyue remained unfazed, responding with a smile. Whether or not one is recognized as an outstanding individual is inconsequential. What truly matters is the ability to excel in our duties and provide tangible benefits to everyone. Her words elicited laughter among the other female comrades. Indeed, Comrade Zhang's level of awareness is commendable. Such a person is deserving of the title of outstanding individual. It is essential to consider the welfare of our comrades and young intellectuals, displaying selflessness and unity. If Comrade Xiao Jiang were to receive this honor, I would wholeheartedly accept it. Unlike Zhang Qingqing, who appears frail and enjoys putting on airs, were it not for Huang Weimin's affection for her, constantly beseeching Captain Huang for favors, would she even qualify for this title? Amidst their lively discussions, Captain Huang arrived, astonished at the sight of a row of baskets filled with fish beneath the eaves of the warehouse. "Oh my, you truly caught so many fish?" When the comrades informed me, I thought they were jesting. I never imagined there were fish in this waterway. Comrade Xiao Jiang, your skills are impressive. For years, our group has never discovered fish in this channel. Even the leaders and members of groups 3 and 5 downstream have not reported any such occurrence. The absence of notification on such a significant matter had left him somewhat disheartened. Noticing his discontent, Jiang Langyue cheerfully remarked, "Life is tough in this world. Everyone has their struggles." Upon hearing her words, Captain Huang once again broke into a smile. "Then, once everyone has finished their work, let us gather everyone and distribute the fish." Wonderful. The prospect of sharing the fish brought immense joy to the comrades and young intellectuals present. When the workday concluded, all gathered eagerly at the village's central square, awaiting their share of the fish. As everyone gathered, Captain Huang finally spoke. "The abundance of fish we have caught today is largely due to Comrade Xiao Zhang's efforts. She discovered the fish and devised an excellent plan to capture them all. Therefore, we must all express our gratitude to Comrade Xiao Zhang." Upon hearing Captain Huang's words, Zhang Taizhu, standing at the forefront of the crowd, led the applause, followed by the other male youth who joined in with enthusiastic clapping. Once the applause subsided, Captain Huang continued, "Thus, I have decided that Comrade Xiao Jiang will receive 1 basket of fish for herself. The remaining 9 baskets will be equally shared among our group of 20 households and the 4 youth work points." The crowd unanimously supported Captain Huang's distribution. However, amidst the assembly, Zhang Qingqing, who had witnessed Jiang Lanyue's impressive catch, felt her face darken with anger. Her jealousy was palpable, And it did not go unnoticed by Huang Weimin, who grew increasingly disdainful toward Jiang Lanyue. In a fit of indignation, he exclaimed, "Why should Jiang Lanyue claim a whole basket of fish? As a reformed delinquent, contributing to the village is her obligation. I believe she deserves the least of all." This comment left the entire gathering in stunned silence. According to the team's rules, any member who brought benefits to the team was entitled to a significant share. Captain Huang's expression darkened upon hearing Huang Weimin's words. On what grounds? If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Jiang, none of us would have any fish. He added sternly, "If you have an issue with Comrade Jiang Lanyue, speak directly. There's no need to stir up trouble here." Huang Weimin felt a pang of guilt as he noticed the displeasure on Captain Huang's face. Was it not obvious? Comrade Jiang currently held the position of warehouse manager, a role that originally belonged to Zhang Qingqing. Huang Weimin, willing to sacrifice anything for Zhang Qingqing, could hardly tolerate anyone who might disadvantage her. The youth present exchanged knowing smirks. Oh, wasn't there someone this morning who declared that even if Comrade Jiang caught fish, she shouldn't receive any?
Now,
Hearing that 4 youth work points are to share 4.5 baskets, they still deem it insufficient and incite Huang Weimin to create a scene? Indeed. Some individuals appeared remarkably hypocritical, presenting one face in public while concealing another in private. If I were her, I would feel too embarrassed to show up when the village calls for fish distribution. Zhang Qingqing, unable to endure their mocking remarks, felt tears welling up in her eyes and shouted, "I have stated that I will not share this fish. I will not share it."
so do not look down upon me.
With that declaration, she fled, sobbing. Qingqing. Seeing her run off, Huang Weimin hurried after her. Yet, their departure did nothing to dampen the collective excitement of the others who were eager to enjoy their feast. Captain Huang, along with Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua, commenced the distribution of fish to everyone. Suddenly, the thin female member who had previously assisted Jiang Lanyue approached her, holding 2 large fish with a somewhat shy demeanor.
Ah.
Yes, my home is just behind the village office. It will be convenient for you to come over for a meal afterward. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lanyue swiftly waved her hand in refusal. Moreover, I have a matter for which I seek Comrade Zhang's assistance. Noticing her hesitance, Jiang Lanyue responded with a warm smile. You may speak freely, comrade. If it is within my capability to assist, I certainly shall. Let us converse at my home, she suggested. With her head bowed and a resolute demeanor, it was evident that she earnestly wished to invite her over, implying that her request was of great significance. Jiang Lanyue smiled and replied, Very well then, I shall graciously accept your invitation. All right, I will help Comrade Jiang carry the fish. Upon agreeing to visit her home, the female comrade appeared visibly delighted. She hurriedly fetched a yoke and, together with Jiang Lanyue, transported the fish to her residence. However, as soon as they reached the earthen platform in front of the modest 3-room house, 2 little girls with braided hair rushed towards them. The children, filled with joy, exclaimed,
Fish.
So many fish. Chapter 54, To Know Whether One Lives or Dies. Observing the 2 little girls, Guozhenlan smiled gently and addressed them, Dazhuang, Xiaozhuang. This is Sister Lanyue. Be sure to greet her. Upon hearing this, the 2 soft-spoken girls promptly turned their attention to Jiang Lanyue, sweetly calling out, Hello, Sister Lanyue. Greetings to you both, Jiang Lanyue replied, her heart warmed by their innocence. Guozhenlan then instructed, In a moment, I will prepare fish soup for you. Now run along and play. Okay. The obedient sisters nodded and scampered off to play hopscotch. Once the children were occupied, Guozhenlan and Jiang Lanyue poured the entire basket of fish into the large, idle water tank outside her home. As the fish splashed into the water, they quickly revived, swimming energetically. Guozhenlan smiled at Jiang Lanyue before setting down the basket and heading to the half-open kitchen to prepare the meal. With deftness, she grabbed a knife and swiftly scaled the fish, then gutted the larger ones, removing their innards. Jiang Lanyue stood nearby, engaging her in conversation. I see, Comrade Gua. You are quite young. I presumed you were unmarried, yet you have 2 children. Upon hearing this, Guozhenlan's face clouded with a bitter smile. It was because my father fell gravely ill that my mother, in her desperation to save him, arranged for my early marriage. The weight of her words shifted Jiang Lanyue's expression. This implied that the father of Dazhuang and Xiaozhuang, the words sacrificed hung unspoken in the air. Guozhenlan, sensing her unvoiced thoughts, managed a pained smile. If he had truly sacrificed himself, at least I would have received some word. Yet after all these years, there has been no news at all. Her voice trembled with emotion. Jiang Lanyue quickly interjected. So, when you requested my assistance, it was to inquire about your husband's whereabouts? Yes, Guozhenlan replied, her eyes glistening with tears. I know that Comrade Jiang is acquainted with individuals in the military. You are my only hope for finding a way. She was unfamiliar with others in the army, and even if she were, they would only be low-ranking soldiers unable to provide any assistance. However, Zhang Lanue is different. The person who brought her to the brigade is an officer who can travel by car. If she is willing to assist, she will undoubtedly be able to gather news of her husband. Seeing the glimmer of hope in her eyes, Zhang Lanue could not bring herself to refuse. She nodded and said, "I will find a way to help you. If I hear any news about your beloved, I will be sure to inform you at the earliest opportunity." "Thank you, Comrade Jiang. Thank you," Guo Jinlan said, moved to tears by Zhang Lanue's straightforwardness. She wanted to reach out and grasp her hand, but the fishy smell lingered on her fingers, making her hesitate. Instead, she wiped her tears with her shoulder. Smiling as she said, "Regardless of whether we can uncover any news about my husband, I will remember this kindness from you, Comrade Jiang. From now on, you are like a sister to me. Anyone who dares to bully you in the brigade will have to answer to me first." Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanue laughed. "Rest assured, no one will bully me." With that, she dashed to the kitchen to stoke the fire. Meanwhile, Guo Jinlan smiled as she chopped scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers. After adding oil to the pan and frying them until fragrant, she poured in water. Once it boiled, she added the fish pieces to simmer. Her movements were swift and efficient, and soon enough, a pot of stewed fish graced the table, accompanied by 4 bowls of white rice. This was their midday meal. As they ate and chatted, their bond grew considerably closer. However, just as Zhang Lanue stepped out from Guo Jinlan's home, she noticed a furtive figure across the main road. Chapter 55. Have you finished eating? Are you being stubborn? Upon closer inspection, she recognized Zhang Qingqing, dressed in a shirt and a floral skirt, hiding behind a large tree, covertly watching the entrance of Captain Huang's house. The sight of her attire made Zhang Lanue glance down at her own shirt and floral skirt, causing her brows to furrow in discontent. At that moment, Huang Weimin emerged from the doorway of his home, holding a large bowl. He squatted by the edge of the yard, preparing to eat. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qingqing hastily dabbed some saliva on her face, pretending to casually stroll past Huang's house. Upon spotting her, Huang Weimin immediately abandoned his meal and rushed after her, asking, "Qingqing, what is the matter? Who has bullied you?" Zhang Qingqing discreetly eyed the substantial pieces of fish belly and the thinly sliced streaky pork in Huang Weimin's bowl, swallowing her saliva with a quiet intensity. She began to cry more earnestly. "Weimin, I have always gotten along well with them. I've never even blushed. Why is it that since Zhang Lanue arrived, they have begun to treat me this way? Is it simply because I lack influence?" As Zhang Qingqing expressed her grievances, she clutched Huang Weimin's arm. Given his fondness for her, he was utterly defenseless against her words. He smiled, yet his eyes were filled with concern. "As long as you know my feelings for you, that's what matters. You need not worry about Zhang Lanue. If she dares to bully you, I will not let her off easily." With that, Huang Weimin handed his bowl to Zhang Qingqing. "You must not have eaten yet, right? Here, take my meal."
How could I do that?
A heavy bowl was presented to Zhang Qingqing, who feigned refusal. "You have already assisted me this morning. How can you allow yourself to go hungry? Moreover, I have already declared that I shall not partake in the fish caught by Zhang Lanue. If I consume this bowl, would I not be betraying my own promise?" Yet, scarcely had she spoken when she staggered weakly backward, nearly losing her balance. Huang Weimin, witnessing this, hurriedly supported her, guiding her to a nearby stone where she could sit. He gently placed chopsticks in her hand. "Please eat, your health is paramount." "Thank you, Weimin." Faced with such a delectable bowl of food, Zhang Qingqing could no longer suppress her appetite. She abandoned her pretense and, lowering her head, began to eat heartily. Huang Weimin sat nearby, gazing at her with profound affection. Before half an hour had passed, the atmosphere outside grew lively. With the midday meal featuring meat, everyone's spirits soared, and their conversations became animated. Zhang Lanue quickly tidied up and opened the storeroom door. In the expansive village square, the female members of the cooperative were busy with their hoes and baskets, engaged in lively chatter. "My family's little ones will surely delight in braised fish. It smells divine. We received 3 fish, just enough to satisfy us." At this remark, another woman from the Jiang family chuckled. 3 is quite a lot, unlike some who received not a single one. What use is it to feign fragility? Seeking the pity of the men? Bullying the female comrades brings no rewards. Everyone understood who she was referring to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingqing let out a cold snort and laughed. "It is merely a meal of fish. What is so remarkable about that? I am not like you, who only indulge in base desires, trampling upon your own dignity and integrity." Zhang Qingqing had always adhered to an intellectual, lofty, and artistic demeanor. Thus, Her words aligned perfectly with her character. However, the female members of the cooperative found her insufferable and nudged Huang Weimin's mother, the wife of the team leader. Your Weimin seems to favor such types. How will you manage your future?
Bah.
Spat Deng Shufan, the team leader's wife, with evident disdain. If I were to allow this enchantress into my home, I would no longer bear the surname Deng. At that moment, Zhang Qingqing cast a triumphant glance at Jiang Lanyue. Do not presume that merely catching a few fish will compel me, Zhang Qingqing, to submit to you. I am not swayed by your tactics. Is that so? Jiang Lanyue retorted, unable to suppress her cold laughter at Zhang Qingqing's insistence on provoking her. It seems that this midday's bowl of braised meat and fish has truly satisfied you, comrade Zhang Qingqing, or else how could your tongue be so defiant? Chapter 56. I shall strike you down, you little vixen. Jiang Lanyue's words rendered the once arrogant Zhang Qingqing utterly speechless. All the members present, both comrades and educated youth, turned their gazes towards her. When Zhang Qingqing finally regained her composure, she hastily denied, "What nonsense are you spouting?" I have not. I witnessed it with my own eyes, Jiang Lanyue stated, interrupting her denial directly. Zhang Qingqing indulged in the meal without any pretense. What was there to deny? As the old adage goes, a person is like iron and rice is like steel, one meal missed, and one feels the pangs of hunger. I, Jiang Lanyue, would not cast aspersions upon you for partaking of the fish we caught. The expressions of the young intellectuals present grew increasingly nuanced. Particularly, Su Lingling and her companions could not suppress their voices, exclaiming, I thought she truly possessed such fortitude as to abstain from tasting that fish. In truth, it was all a facade. She went behind our backs to devour Huang Weimin's fish. Consuming it was one thing, but she carried herself as if she were extraordinarily refined, which was undeniably hypocritical. It was a pity for Huang Weimin, who had toiled all morning for her, only to relinquish his lunch. How foolishly devoted he was. The young intellectuals chattered animatedly, expressing their disdain for Zhang Qingqing's actions. However, barely had their comments settled when Deng Shufan stormed out of the crowd, visibly enraged. She rudely seized Zhang Qingqing by the arm, exclaiming, You little vixen, did you really consume that entire bowl of fish? That was the finest fish belly meat we saved for our eldest to regain his strength. And you, this little demon, devoured it all. How could you even open your mouth to eat it? Huang Weimin's biological mother had passed away early, and thus his stepmother ensured he had the best of everything. If there was any shortcoming, the formidable grandmother would scold her mercilessly. The thought that her youngest son had not received even a morsel while all that delectable fish belly meat had vanished into Zhang Qingqing's stomach was truly heart-wrenching. Deng Shufan's grip was tight. Her harsh tug nearly caused Zhang Qingqing to stumble. Terrified, Zhang Qingqing began to weep. Why are you blaming me? I didn't wish to eat it. Huang Weimin insisted that I do. How can you defend yourself, you wretched girl? Deng Shufan's fury was palpable, and Zhang Qingqing's words only incensed her further. Grabbing Zhang Qingqing's braid, she scratched her face while berating her. I'll make sure you don't enchant our Weimin again. Today, I'll mar your pretty face and see how you entice others. Deng Shufan's fiery temperament was hard for anyone to withstand, let alone the frail Zhang Qingqing. After enduring a few scratches, she appeared utterly disheveled. The surrounding comrades and young female intellectuals showed no inclination to intervene, largely due to Zhang Qingqing's habitual bullying and her poor treatment of the others. Moreover, her betrayal of Su Lingling and the others had left the female intellectuals disheartened, prompting some to covertly cheer on Deng Shufan from the sidelines. Only a few male intellectuals, who were typically captivated by Zhang Qingqing, felt compelled to step forward upon witnessing her pitiable state. Just then, Huang Weimin, arriving at the village office, witnessed the scene and rushed over to grab Deng Shufan. Mother, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Qingqing? What reason do I have to strike her? Facing Huang Weimin, Deng Shufan's eyes brimmed with tears of anger. In a world where countless individuals were on the brink of starvation, they had finally managed to secure a bit of fish to eat, all while the family depended on the strength of him and his father. Yet here he was, entranced by this little vixen, giving her everything. This is simply unacceptable. You cannot resort to violence. Huang Weimin, feeling a deep sense of compassion, instinctively shielded Zhang Qingqing behind him. Moreover, it was entirely my volition to assist her and provide her with delectable treats. If you wish to strike someone, then direct your blows at me instead. You. This insufferable brat. Utterly disappointing. Deng Shufan, her eyes reddened with anger, shouted, You treat her like a treasure. Do you truly believe she would marry you? After aiding her for 2 to 3 years, has she ever expressed a desire to date you? She is merely enamored with your status, using you as a pawn. Yet, the more she spoke, the more infuriated Huang Weimin became. Regardless of her opinions, My willingness to sacrifice for her remains unwavering. You are not my mother. So, why do you concern yourself with my affairs? Huang Weimin's words pierced Deng Xiufan's heart. She looked up at her son, who towered over her, and with a choked voice declared, "Fine, I am not your mother. From now on, should you fall prey to this little vixen, it is no longer my concern." With that, Deng Xiufan stormed off. Everyone present could not help but cast disdainful glances at Huang Weimin and Zhang Qingqing before shaking their heads and departing. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Qingqing, feeling utterly humiliated, rushed towards Jiang Lanyue. In a fit of hysteria, she demanded, "Jiang Lanyue, have you taken satisfaction in my misfortune? How have I harmed you?" Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her demeanor remarkably composed. "If you hadn't pitifully sought sympathy from Huang Weimin, taking advantage of the captain's household, today's debacle would not have occurred. I witnessed you deliberately hiding outside the captain's home, only to approach when Huang Weimin emerged. You." The revelation of her true intentions struck Zhang Qingqing like a thunderbolt, draining the color from her face. Meanwhile, Huang Weimin, oblivious to the reality, continued to defend Zhang Qingqing fervently. He interjected, "Jiang Lanyue, do not overstep. The matters between Qingqing and me are none of your concern. I warn you, should you dare to bully Qingqing again, I will not let it slide." "Is that so?" Observing Huang Weimin's fury, his gaze practically seething with venom, Jiang Lanyue merely smiled. "I have never shown interest in matters between the two of you. However, my boundary is clear. It is best that you do not provoke me. If Zhang Qingqing seeks to undermine my interests for her benefit, then I assure you, I am not one to suffer in silence. Regardless of your identities, I will have my vengeance. This labor camp inmate is utterly audacious." Zhang Qingqing, incensed to the point of tears, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "You have gone too far." With that, she turned and ran off in tears, casting a furious glare at Jiang Lanyue as Huang Weimin finally turned to leave. Watching him depart, Jiang Lanyue could not help but shake her head. The captain and his wife are not foolish. How did they raise such a love-struck fool? Just as she finished her thought, Wang Aigua, who had been silently observing, could no longer restrain himself and cautioned, "Comrade Jiang, Weimin can be quite unreasonable at times. Since he has said so, you ought to exercise caution. Those whom Zhang Qingqing once disdained have mostly faced the wrath of Huang Weimin. Out of respect for him being the son of Captain Huang, few have dared to confront him. Thus, even though Jiang Lanyue is a woman, she must tread carefully."
All right.
"I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Wang Jifan." Upon hearing Wang Aigua's words, Jiang Lanyue smiled at him, appearing unfazed. For the next half a day, very few came to the warehouse to exchange farming tools. By the afternoon, everyone returned to return their tools. After recording the returns, Jiang Lanyue tidied up the farming implements in the warehouse. Only then did she secure the warehouse door. She then pushed a wheelbarrow to Guizhenlan's home to load the fish allocated by the brigade into a basket, leaving 2 for the 3 women. "Grandma." Upon seeing her, the elderly lady broke into a smile, revealing a toothy grin, and Jiang Lanyue reciprocated with a smile. However, upon noticing the contents of the wheelbarrow, Grandma Lu was taken aback. "Child, where did you get so much fish?" "I caught them in the production team." Seeing her surprise, Jiang Lanyue pushed the fish into the Lu family courtyard. She first placed the 4 fish intended to be kept into a nearby iron bucket and filled it with water. Jiang Lanyue's thoughtfulness left Grandma Lu momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she finally said, "Well then, you should deliver them to them."
All right.
With a smile at Grandma Lu, Jiang Lanyue exited the door with her wheelbarrow. As it was dinner time, all the military wives were at home. Jiang Lanyue delivered the fish to each of them, leaving them astonished. The looks they cast upon her were filled with disbelief. It wasn't until Jiang Lanyue reached Instructor Zhang's house that she was intercepted by his wife, Zhao Pundi, who took the fish and then grasped her hand. "Lanyue, don't rush off just yet. There's something you might not know." "Sister-in-law, what is it?" Zhao Pundi's remark piqued Jiang Lanyue's curiosity. Seeing her genuine confusion, Zhao Pundi lowered her voice. "Your Captain Lu has been promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander. It is said that Battalion Commander's son specifically sought out Iron Commander to relinquish this competitive opportunity. Because of this, Wang Chunhua has been at odds with Battalion Commander's son for 2 or 3 days, even engaging in a brawl that left his face scratched. Everyone in the military family compound is aware of it." Jiang Lanyue found this rather curious. Perhaps it was due to guilt. Noticing her bewilderment, Zhao Pundi grasped her hand. Moreover, in terms of military quality and capability, this Deputy Battalion Commander was always meant to be Captain Lu. The army values not only seniority, but also competence. Battalion Commander Sun's ability to lead troops into battle indeed pales in comparison to Lu Yuang. It seems that as long as the original owner does not hinder him, he can indeed rise to great heights. Thus, upon receiving this news, Jiang Lanyue felt a sense of joy. I do not seek your gifts. I merely worry that you labor too hard in the production team. Grasping Jiang Lanyue's hand, Zhao Pundi expressed her concern for her. What sort of person is Liu Yuang? He is like a star in the sky, captivating the gaze of numerous female soldiers. Only Jiang Lanyue dares to place her trust in him, allowing him to be part of the military ranks. Such sentiments are not easily conveyed to Zhao Pundi, so Jiang Lanyue can only smile and say, I believe in his character. He will not act recklessly. Moreover, since I have ventured out to work, I aspire to achieve something significant. I cannot continue to be looked down upon as I was before. Having offered all the counsel she could, Zhao Pundi sighed in resignation. Very well. Just be astute and avoid giving others the chance to exploit you. After bidding farewell to Zhao Pundi, Jiang Lanyue pushed her unicycle from house to house, delivering fish to the other military spouses. While the other spouses expressed their gratitude profusely upon receiving the fish, once she turned to leave, they could not help but gather and gossip. Who would have thought that Jiang Lanyue, having married Deputy Camp Leader Liu, would actually turn over a new leaf? She even brings us fish. It is truly unexpected. Indeed, if she had possessed this awareness earlier, there would have been no need for her to move out of the military compound. Now, attempting to mend relations with us is rather late. This was the consensus among the military spouses, and they all shook their heads in disbelief. As Jiang Lanyue pushed her cart, she was about to proceed forward when she spotted two familiar figures at the corner. Wang Chunhua, with a sullen expression, stood by the electric pole with a vegetable basket, while Fang Ruifeng, teary-eyed, appeared particularly pitiable as she spoke to her. Wang's sister-in-law, please help me plead with your son, Lieutenant Sunday. My husband worked for so many years to become a deputy instructor, and now he has been demoted to a platoon leader, causing the soldiers to mock him. He is determined to divorce me. If I cannot resolve this matter, my family will fall apart. This is a mess of your own making. It has nothing to do with me, Wang Chunhua replied coldly, forcefully shaking off Fang Ruifeng's hand. I have not forgotten how you distanced yourself from the situation at the company that day. Now you expect me to plead with my husband on behalf of yours? Do not even think about it. Her own husband had lost his position as deputy camp leader, and she was too consumed by her own anger to concern herself with others. After saying this, Wang Chunhua stormed away. Just a few steps into her departure, she collided with Jiang Lanyue, who was pushing her cart. In that moment, Wang Chunhua's expression grew even darker. Chapter 59. I want to come back and live. You cannot stop me. Fortunately, Zhao Pundi informed Jiang Lanyue that Deputy Camp Leader's son had voluntarily relinquished his bid for the deputy position. Otherwise, she would have been bewildered by the source of Wang Chunhua's fury. Observing her ire, Jiang Lanyue chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law Wang, I have not provoked you today. So, please do not take your frustrations out on me. As she spoke, she pulled a plump fish from her basket. Wang Chunhua, confronted with Jiang Lanyue's calm demeanor and the large fish, found herself at a loss for how to express her pent-up anger, her face reddening with frustration. Consequently, she and Fang Ruifeng, forgetting their internal strife, united in glaring at Jiang Lanyue. Furthermore, Sister Fang, we all know how your husband lost his position as an instructor. Even now, you remain oblivious to your own mistakes. No wonder he wishes to part ways with you. Jiang Lanyue's words infuriated Fang Ruifeng. She raised her hand to point at Jiang Lanyue, stuttering for a retort but failing to conjure a response. This outcome is entirely of your own making, yet you wish to shift the blame onto me. Do you not find the current situation severe enough that you wish to escalate matters further? Jiang Lanyue's remarks immediately silenced Wang Chunhua. Not wishing to prolong the confrontation, she pushed her cart and intended to deliver fish to the next household. However, as she passed by Fang Ruifeng, the madwoman suddenly reached out and forcefully shoved her. Jiang Lanyue, already struggling to maintain balance with the cart, lost control and tumbled to the ground. Ah! As she saw the basket of fish about to spill onto her, Jiang Lanyue instinctively cried out in panic. In the next moment, a strong hand grasped her arm, lifting her up and crashing her into a sturdy embrace. Surviving the ordeal, Jiang Lanyue's heart raced with fear. Just as she began to turn and express her gratitude to her savior, she looked up to find the dark expression of Liu Yuang, who was frowning at her. Are you all right?
EM Mefine.
To her surprise, it was Liu Yuang who had rescued her, and her face flushed instantly. She hurriedly pushed away his half-embracing hand, stepping back to create distance. This has nothing to do with me. Caught red-handed by her husband, Wang Chunhua panicked more than anyone. It was Fang Ruifeng who pushed her, not me. Fang Ruifeng, equally terrified, turned pale. I didn't mean to push her. It was an accident. Deputy Camp Leader Liu, Captain Sun, please don't misunderstand. You still dare to argue. If they truly bullied you, I would not let them off lightly today. Chapter 60. Isn't it enough for you to shine alone? Upon hearing her husband entrust the power of life and death to Jiang Lanyue, Wang Chunhua became anxious. She immediately lost the courage to speak. With such a statement made, Jiang Lanyue had no intention of holding back. She glanced at the guilty-looking Wang Chunhua and the frightened Feng Ruifeng, then recounted the events in full. It was Sister Feng who pushed me. She blamed me for her husband losing his position as an instructor. However, I did not pursue the matter from last time. So, it's a bit unjust to accuse me. You're slandering me. Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, Feng Ruifeng felt her legs weaken. Wang Chunhua, not foolish, immediately stepped forward to testify. It was indeed Feng Ruifeng who pushed her. I hadn't expected her to act so suddenly. Deputy Camp Leader Liu. This truly has nothing to do with me. I merely had a few words with Sister Lanyue out of discontent. Even if I had the courage, I would never lay a hand on her. Having lost the position of Deputy Battalion Commander, she dared not provoke this harbinger of misfortune any further. Although Wang Chunhua refrained from taking action, she still created trouble for Jiang Lanyue, leaving Captain Sun at a loss for how to explain the situation to Liu Yuang. Comrade Jiang, I apologize on behalf of this thoughtless woman. Please do not take it to heart. It's quite all right, Jiang Lanyue replied with a gentle smile, promptly retrieving a large fish from the ground and offering it to him. Not only did she refrain from holding a grudge, but she also generously sought to gift them the fish. Captain Sun felt increasingly embarrassed. He hurriedly accepted the fish, saying, I am grateful, truly grateful. Since this is Comrade Jiang's kind gesture, I shall gladly accept it. Indeed, Jiang Lanyue nodded with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. She quickly bent down to collect all the fish that had fallen to the ground into her basket. Observing this, Liu Yuang knelt to assist her. Captain Sun, feeling awkward standing idly, quickly handed the fish in his hands to Wang Chunhua before rushing over to help gather the fish into the basket and subsequently loading them onto the wheelbarrow. Once everything was in order, Jiang Lanyue remarked, I still have a few more households to visit, so I shall take my leave now. With that, she prepared to push the cart. However, Liu Yuang preemptively grasped the handle of the wheelbarrow. I will accompany you. This response from Liu Yuang made Jiang Lanyue feel distinctly uncomfortable. Yet, in the presence of others, she acquiesced with a nod. Very well then. With Liu Yuang pushing the cart, they proceeded together to the remaining households in the front row. Meanwhile, Feng Ruifeng, left behind, realized she had made a grave mistake that day. Weak in the knees, she simply sat down on the ground and began to weep. Oh heavens! What am I to do? The subsequent deliveries of fish went exceedingly smoothly for Jiang Lanyue and her companions. Upon completing the last delivery, there were still 4 or 5 small carp left in the basket. As Liu Yuang walked ahead with the cart, Jiang Lanyue deliberately lagged 2 steps behind, creating distance between them. Sensing her intentional withdrawal, Liu Yuang suddenly spoke up. Has the team resolved the issues with those educated youths troubling you? Of course. It has been addressed, Jiang Lanyue replied promptly. I do not believe the situation is as dire as it seems, so I do not intend to pursue it further. I can handle matters within the team myself, so I shall not trouble you. The more he assisted her, the more difficult it would be for him to shed the label of a privileged insider. He should focus on his own career instead of fixating on her, shouldn't he? Jiang Lanyue's uncharacteristic attitude once again astonished Liu Yuang. Chapter 61. Has this demoness truly changed? The moment his gaze fell upon her, Jiang Lanyue felt a shiver run down her spine. She could hardly fathom how the original owner of this body had dared to deceive him time and again. After delivering her thoughts, she swiftly made her way toward the Liu household. Watching Jiang Lanyue as flustered and awkward figure vanish from sight, Liu Yuang, who had maintained a serious demeanor all day, could not help but chuckle. Upon seeing her, Grandma Liu beamed with joy, exclaiming, Lanyue, let me handle it.
All right.
Jiang Lanyue replied eagerly. She hurriedly rose to her feet, relinquishing her seat to Jiang Lanyue. Once seated, Jiang Lanyue deftly wielded a knife, skillfully scraping off the scales of a grass carp with remarkable efficiency. She then swiftly gutted the fish and removed its gills, displaying a level of expertise with the kitchen knife that was almost mesmerizing. Grandma Liu, observing this scene from the side, was momentarily taken aback. The rice simmering on the gas stove had already begun to emit a delightful aroma. After chopping scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers, Jiang Lanyue grabbed a generous handful of Sichuan peppercorns. Once the rice was cooked to perfection, she switched to a frying pan, adding oil to heat. When the oil reached the right temperature, she sprinkled in some salt and placed the whole grass carp into the pan, frying it until both sides turned golden brown. Once the fish was perfectly seared, she added the scallions, ginger, garlic, chili, and Sichuan peppercorns to release their fragrance, then poured in some warm water. The water in the pot began to bubble vigorously, and the enticing aroma of the stewed fish gradually filled the air. Grandma Lu stood at the kitchen entrance, watching Zhang Luanyue's busy figure, filled with immense satisfaction. When she saw Lu Yirong enter from outside, she lowered her voice and remarked, "In the past, I always hoped that one day Yaya would become more responsible, busying herself in the kitchen and becoming a good wife. Now that day has finally come. My heart is truly delighted." Hearing his grandmother's words, Lu Yirong glanced at Zhang Luanyue but said nothing further, merely turning to head into the yard, where he emptied the muddy fish into the water to keep them alive. Dinner was soon ready, featuring a braised grass carp, a plate of stir-fried green beans with preserved meat, and a dish of sautéed greens, complemented by a cucumber and egg drop soup that was visually appetizing. Grandma Lu chuckled as she took her seat at the table, remarking, "Yaya is the best. Not only does the home feel lively, but the food is also delicious." Her words caused Lu Yirong, who had just sat down, to pause in his movements with the chopsticks. However, he added, "Look at Iya. She has lost weight in just 2 days since moving out." The former owner was indulgent and had a slightly darkened complexion due to her excess weight. These past few days, Zhang Luanyue has been tirelessly busy, unlike the former owner, who was so gluttonous. Thus, her complexion has indeed improved significantly, and her once double-chinned jawline has slimmed down considerably. Yet, Zhang Luanyue was quick to seize the moment, not allowing him the chance to say more, and interjected, "It's better to be a little slimmer. If I gain more weight, it won't be good for my health." She promptly picked up a piece of fish belly and placed it into Grandma Lu's bowl. "Grandma, do taste it and see how well I've cooked this fish." Aware that Zhang Luanyue was attempting to silence her, Grandma Lu sighed, "Oh, my child, why are you being so polite at home now? If there's anything you want or wish to do, just tell this stubborn young man. If he dares to refuse, I shall take care of him." Grandma Lu had always held the final say in the Lu household. Not only did Lu Yirong have to obey her, but even his parents were compelled to listen. Observing him with his head down, silently picking at his food, Zhang Luanyue could not help but laugh and said, "If that's the case, I do have something I would like to ask Deputy Captain Lu for assistance with." Chapter 62. Another tactic? When Zhang Luanyue called out Deputy Camp Leader Lu, Lu Yu's heart tightened. A cold gaze fell upon her face. This woman, who had previously clamored to obtain a marriage certificate with him, now addressed him as Deputy Camp Leader Lu. As their eyes met, Zhang Luanyue noticed the displeasure etched on his face, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be that he assumed she intended to make some unreasonable demands, just like the original owner of this identity? Seeing the two of them wearing stern expressions, with one appearing somewhat apprehensive, Grandma Lu set down her chopsticks, determined to support Zhang Luanyue. "My dear, feel free to speak. I shall back you up. I want to see who dares to oppose you." Coughing lightly, she continued, "She doesn't know anyone in the military and has no way to find her husband. That's why she came to ask me if I could help her inquire about his whereabouts." As she spoke, Zhang Luanyue cautiously glanced at Lu Yu, mindful of the favor he had done her previously by rescuing Sister Zhao and her family. Finding someone was no trivial matter, after all. Upon comprehending Zhang Luanyue's words, Grandma Lu burst into laughter. "Our dear Luanyue has a kind heart, willing to assist a struggling military wife. What need is there for formality?" With that, she shot a stern look at Lu Yu. "You will handle this matter, and there shall be no refusal." "Understood." However, throughout dinner, Zhang Luanyue and Grandma Lu engaged in delightful conversation. After the meal, Zhang Luanyue washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen. She then took a knife and a large iron basin to the yard, where she prepared the remaining fish from earlier, as well as the 3 she had set aside. After salting the fish for preservation, she finally completed her tasks. "Grandma, what are you up to?" Zhang Luanyue called out. "Oh, nothing much," Grandma Lu replied, startled, as she hurried toward her room, adding, "It's late. You and your companions should rest early. I shall retire now." After a glance at the closed door, Zhang Luanyue sensed something amiss. Once she set down her things, she poured a glass of water and personally delivered it to Grandma Lu's room. After sharing a few words, she exited the room, only to find that the door had been locked from the inside immediately after her departure. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Luanyue couldn't help but chuckle. When she attempted to open the original owner's door, she discovered, as expected, that it too had been locked. Just as she stood at the door, preparing to reach into her pocket, a voice suddenly called out from behind her, "Is the door locked again?"
"Yes."
The sudden appearance of Lu Yu startled Zhang Luanyue. "Grandma," she asked, "just playing a joke on me?" Lu Yu lowered his gaze, observing the flustered expression on Zhang Luanyue's face. After a night of pent-up emotions, he inexplicably felt a bit lighter. "Then why not come to my room?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Luanyue triumphantly pulled a key from her pocket. "Look at this. What do you think it is?" Upon seeing the key, Lu Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to Zhang Luanyue, She smiled and remarked, "I knew my grandmother had a childish temperament. She would surely resort to such tactics again. So, I stealthily took her key to the locked door earlier. Clever of me, isn't it?" While Jiang Lanyu appeared quite pleased, Lu Yuan's previously uplifted spirits swiftly plummeted. "Good night." Although Lu Yuan felt quite unsettled, he nodded in her direction. Jiang Lanyu remained oblivious to any underlying tension, closed the door, and promptly retired for the night. The small bed in the mud house was, of course, far less comfortable than the original occupants. Nevertheless, Jiang Lanyu slept soundly that night, and upon awakening the next morning, she found the day had already dawned. However, as soon as she arrived at the brigade's yard, a sudden mechanical alarm reverberated in her mind.
Warning! Warning!
Registered items have deviated from their original positions. Please, host, verify the accurate locations of the items promptly. Chapter 63. Responsibility for lost items. Items have indeed strayed from their designated spots. Who has tampered with the warehouse contents? Realizing this, Jiang Lanyu hurriedly pushed her unicycle towards the warehouse. Upon her arrival at the brigade's yard, she was met by a throng of people gathered at the warehouse entrance. The members and educated youth stood there, whispering amongst themselves. Who had the audacity to pilfer state property? If caught, the repercussions would be dire. After all, during Comrade Zhang Qingqing's management of the warehouse, no such issues had arisen. Now, just days into the new management, such a grave incident occurred. Wasn't that enough to raise suspicions about her competence? Indeed, items were missing, and even though the members and educated youth were reluctant to believe Jiang Lanyu was responsible, no one dared to speak up for her at that moment. It was Zhang Taizhu, standing at the back of the crowd, who boldly declared, "The items in the warehouse are indeed missing. But Comrade Huang Weimin claims that Comrade Zhang has embezzled them. From where does this accusation stem? We all know Comrade Huang harbors grievances against Comrade Zhang. To make such claims at this juncture raises suspicions of personal vendetta." As a model worker, Zhang Taiju's words emboldened both the educated youth and the members alike. "In my opinion, we should first summon the brigade leader to make a decision. With the busy farming season approaching, the loss of so many tools could impede production." None present supported Zhang Tieju's targeting of Jiang Lanyu. Huang Weimin's expression darkened. "She is merely a criminal. Why do you protect her? Do you think a few fish from yesterday have softened your resolve?" Huang Weimin's remarks left the members speechless. Yet, Zhang Taizhu refused to back down. "You speak as if those fish were not enjoyed by you, Comrade Huang. Did you not also use them to curry favor with Comrade Zhang Qingqing? Unlike you, we do not compromise our integrity so easily." Zhang Tieju's retort rendered Huang Weimin momentarily speechless. Even Wang Aigua, typically composed and silent, added, "I believe this incident has been orchestrated by someone intent on framing Comrade Zhang. After all, in the event of a theft from the warehouse, it is Comrade Zhang who bears the initial responsibility. Thus, the notion of Comrade Zhang being both the guardian and the thief can be considered almost negligible. Look at Wang Aigua and Zhang Taizhu, who are so eager to support Jiang Lanyu that Huang Weimin is nearly beside himself with rage. Yet, standing next to Huang Weimin, Zhang Qingqing suddenly breaks into a cold smile. "I never expected comrades Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua to defend Jiang Lanyu so fervently. If it weren't for Jiang Lanyu's unfortunate combination of being both plump and unattractive, I might have mistakenly thought you were enamored with her." Zhang Qingqing's words evoked peculiar glances directed towards Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua. Having overheard everything, Jiang Lanyu finally spoke. "According to Comrade Zhang Qingqing's assertion, does that imply that all the male members and young intellectuals who previously assisted you in various tasks were infatuated with you? I am surprised that Comrade Zhang Qingqing is so benevolent. One suitor, Huang Weimin, isn't enough. She seems to have her sights set on other male comrades as well. You speak nonsense." The moment Jiang Lanyu opened her mouth, Zhang Qingqing was thrown off balance. Seeing her about to retaliate, Jiang Lanyu interrupted. "You state facts. While I call out your fabrications, Comrade Zhang, you truly possess double standards. It seems your intention in slandering me is to deter all the male comrades from speaking on my behalf. You and Comrade Huang Weimin are in cahoots. Plotting to frame me, are you?" Exposed by Jiang Lanyu's words, Zhang Qingqing's face flushed with indignation, but before she could utter a response, a cold voice interrupted. "Enough of this squabbling. Is this the time for internal strife?" The arrival of Captain Huang, with a long face, drew everyone's attention. He hurried into the warehouse to investigate. "Here I am." Upon hearing Captain Huang call her, Jiang Lanyu proceeded toward him. Chapter 64. Dare to frame me? This isn't over. Captain Huang's declaration sparked a sense of triumph in Huang Weimin and Zhang Qingqing. However, Jiang Lanyu, facing Captain Huang's inquiries, remained composed and unperturbed. With a calm demeanor, she surveyed the assembly. The loss of items is indeed a grave matter. Therefore, Captain Huang, shall we report this to the police?
What?
Report to the police? Jiang Lanue's suggestion only darkened Captain Huang's expression further. Knowing well that Captain Huang would refuse to involve the police, Zhang Qingqing and Huang Weimin swelled with even greater pride. Jiang Lanue observed their reactions with a serene smile. If we do not report to the police, what does the captain intend to do about this situation? Should I, the innocent party, bear this unjust blame? Moreover, the quantity of lost tools is significant. Replenishing them will require considerable funds and industrial vouchers, making it impossible to conceal this matter. Should the planting and transplanting be effected to cover this up, it would not merely be a matter of failing to be recognized as an advanced team when the commune places blame. Having served as the captain for many years, Huang undoubtedly understood the gravity of the situation. His expression darkened to a point where it seemed he could wring water from it. Noticing Huang's silence, Jiang Lanue continued. Furthermore, with so many farming tools missing, it is inconceivable that anyone could remove them without being noticed. I believe someone from our team must have sensed something amiss last night. With that, Jiang Lanue cast a sweeping glance at the crowd surrounding her. Therefore, if anyone possesses any leads, please do not hesitate to voice them. Otherwise, if this matter is reported to the authorities, it could implicate the entire team. Moreover, those who have pilfered the agricultural tools shall undoubtedly meet a dire fate. Jiang Lanue's words caused the onlookers, both the members of the commune and the educated youth, to exchange glances filled with apprehension. Several of the educated youth and members directed their gaze towards Huang Weimin, their reactions confirming Jiang Lanue's suspicions. She promptly pointed out one of the members. Comrade Mao Jian. You must have witnessed something last night, correct? I saw nothing, Comrade Jiang Lanue. Please do not speak carelessly. Mao Jian stammered, visibly flustered. However, Jiang Lanue retorted, your earlier reaction belies your claim of ignorance. If you remain silent now, and the authorities uncover the truth later, you shall be deemed an accomplice for withholding information. According to the law, failing to report knowledge of a crime is itself a criminal act and carries consequences. Indeed, observing Mao Jian's unease, Captain Huang also grew serious. Speak plainly about what you saw. The team ensures you will not face repercussions. Anyone who noticed anything suspicious last night is welcome to come forward. As Jiang Lanue pressed him further, Captain Huang's urgency to resolve the matter became apparent. After a moment of hesitation, Mao Jian finally confessed, last night, I got up in the night and saw someone pushing a wheelbarrow, seemingly laden with various items. That person's silhouette appeared to be. He refrained from naming the individual, yet his gaze drifted towards Huang Weimin. What do you mean?
Why are you looking at me?
Huang Weimin's anger flared at Mao Jian's implication. Let me tell you, Mao Jian, if you conspire with Jiang Lanue to wrongfully accuse me, I will not let this go. Understanding dawned upon Captain Huang as he furrowed his brow at Huang Weimin. You little rascal, you truly have no connection to this matter? How could I possibly be involved? Huang Weimin replied, his voice tinged with anxiety under his father's scrutinizing glare. What would I gain from stealing those tools? Who knows what your intentions are? A member of the educated youth murmured. Last night, a few of us went to the irrigation ditch to catch some fish for broth, and we distinctly saw you lurking at the warehouse entrance. Now that items are missing, who else could it be? If the team were to achieve the title of advanced team, not only would it bring honor, but rations for these educated youth would also increase by £2 each month. As the educated youth began to voice their accusations, Huang Weimin clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. You scoundrels have been bribed by Jiang Lanue to target me, have you not? You claim I stole those tools, but what evidence do you possess? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, catch him in the act. If you cannot provide proof, I will not let this matter rest. Chapter 65. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Observing Huang Weimin's defiance, it was clear he intended to deny any wrongdoing. Seizing the moment amidst his outcry, Jiang Lanue utilized her mental faculties to engage the mechanical system, pinpointing the precise location of the stolen agricultural tools. Then she spoke up, I would like to inquire. Comrade Mao Jian, concerning the shadow you observed last night, in which direction did it proceed? Mao Jian pondered for a moment before directing his gaze towards the western end of the village. It seems that it was heading in that direction. Acknowledging his response, Jiang Lanue nodded and turned to Captain Huang. Captain, are there any locations at the western end of the village where substantial items could be concealed? If this incident indeed involves Comrade Huang Weimin, he would undoubtedly have hidden the items within our group's jurisdiction. Transporting them too far would attract the attention of other groups or the brigade, leading to more severe consequences. Upon hearing Jiang Lanue's remarks, Captain Huang cast a fierce glare at Huang Weimin. He then remarked, there is an abandoned brick kiln at the western end of the village. It is empty. Aside from that, there should be no other places suitable for hiding items. The location mentioned by Captain Huang aligned closely with the one detected by the mechanical system. Jiang Lanyue then turned to Zhang Taizhu. Comrade Zhang Taizhu, could you kindly take a few individuals to investigate whether there are any farm tools inside that brick kiln? Certainly. I shall go at once. Zhang Taizhu, having long suspected Huang Weimin, was eager to lead the search. He quickly gathered a few people and was about to depart. At this moment, Huang Weimin grew anxious and rushed forward to obstruct Zhang Taizhu and his companions. Have you lost your minds? Why are you listening to Jiang Lanyue? A reformed through labor convict? My father is the captain, and he hasn't even spoken yet. After saying this, Huang Weimin looked nervously at Captain Huang. In front of so many people, his flustered demeanor clearly indicated his guilt. Yes, Captain. With Captain Huang's command, Zhang Taizhu and his group felt emboldened. They pushed Huang Weimin aside and hurried towards the brick kiln, seeking evidence. Huang Weimin, now terrified, felt his legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. Jiang Lanyue glanced at him before turning her attention to the equally pale Zhang Qingqing, who seemed intent on slipping away unnoticed. Comrade Zhang Qingqing, where were you last night? If this matter indeed involves Comrade Huang Weimin, you must have been complicit as well, correct? No, it has nothing to do with me. Jiang Lanyue's inquiry startled Zhang Qingqing into a hasty denial. I was at the educated youth point all night. I never left. Is that so? As soon as Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, Su Lingling interjected with a rebuttal. Last night, when I awoke in the middle of the night, I noticed your bed was empty. I thought you had gone out on a date, and didn't you want to meddle in your private affairs? But now that items are missing from the warehouse, which involves public property, you must clarify this matter. Faced with Jiang Lanyue's questioning and Su Lingling's exposure, Zhang Qingqing found herself at a loss for words. Observing their reactions, Captain Huang began to piece together the situation. He furiously approached Huang Weimin and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. You little brat. Will you not tell the truth? If you remain silent, I will send someone to report this to the police. We will uncover the truth and send both of you to the detention center. Huang Weimin was momentarily stunned by the 2 slaps delivered by his father. Stumbling back and collapsing onto the ground, Zhang Qingqing, fearing that he might betray her, rushed forward, tears streaming down her face. Captain Huang, I am truly wronged. This matter has nothing to do with me. On one side stood the furious father, and on the other, the beloved girl. After a brief moment of reflection, Huang Weimin scrambled to his knees before Captain Huang. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. It was I who secretly opened the warehouse last night and hid those farming tools in the brick kiln. I merely wished to demonstrate that Jiang Lanyue was incapable of managing the warehouse, hoping you would reinstate Qingqing as the warehouse keeper. He then lifted his gaze. This matter has no relation to Qingqing. She was entirely unaware of it. Captain Huang understood the truth of Zhang Qingqing's involvement better than anyone else present. Everyone in the room was acutely aware of it as well. Enraged by his son's disgraceful behavior, he struck him again, wishing he could punish him more severely. After delivering the blow, Captain Huang took a moment to collect himself. Now, how should we appropriately handle this situation? Chapter 66. What would happen to me? Captain Huang's question drew the attention of everyone to Jiang Lanyue. To overlook this would be impossible. Huang Weimin's antics had gone too far for anyone to tolerate. If I were Comrade Jiang, I would be in a dire predicament. The murmurs of the crowd were crystal clear to Jiang Lanyue. After a brief silence, she smiled and said, Captain Huang, if today this matter allows Comrade Huang Weimin to succeed in framing me, what fate would await me? This question rendered Captain Huang momentarily speechless. The loss of public property was a serious dereliction of duty, and falsely accusing her of embezzlement would compound the offense. If things escalated, combined with her past of reform through labor, she could very well face years of imprisonment. Noticing Captain Huang's silence, Jiang Lanyue coldly remarked, Do you now comprehend the gravity of this matter, Captain? I understand that parents harbor love for their children, but there must also be boundaries. To indulge a child is akin to harming them. Comrade Huang Weimin has transitioned from a mere member of the team to someone who wishes to see others imprisoned. Surely, your indulgence has played a role in this transformation. Jiang Lanyue's words left Captain Huang unable to meet her gaze. Standing nearby, Wang Igua chimed in, Captain, Jiang Lanyue is correct. Your leniency only serves to harm Comrade Huang Weimin. Moreover, today's incident has escalated to such a degree that the truth cannot be concealed. If word reaches the ears of those with ill intentions, they could report you to the commune, and the consequences would be dire. Many eyes are on your position as captain. A single misstep could lead to your downfall. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Captain Huang's eyes reddened, tears nearly spilling forth. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Lanyue and Wang Igua's words, Huang Weimin erupted with rage, shouting at them, Jiang Lanyue, You malicious reform labor. I merely wanted you to relinquish the position of warehouse keeper, but you wish to see me imprisoned. How cruel-hearted you are. Why do you assist that convict in harming me, Wang Aigua? We share no enmity. What are your true intentions? After hurling insults, he rushed over and embraced Captain Huang's leg. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me this once. I shall never dare to cause you trouble again. Observing Captain Huang's hesitation, Deng Shufan stepped forward from the crowd. You are the pillar of our family. Do not falter. When the eldest makes a mistake, he must bear the responsibility. If you continue to shield him, our family's future is doomed. They had more than just Huang Weimin as a son. There were 2 younger sons and a daughter who all depended on their father, the captain. Deng Shufan's words agitated Huang Weimin. Would you be willing to let your own son go to prison? His heartless words incensed Deng Shufan. Have I not cared for you? When I married into the Huang family, you were still an infant. For years, I have provided you with the best of everything. Yet, time and again, you bring trouble upon yourself. Now, for that wretched girl Zhang Qingqing, you have stooped to stealing public property and framing your comrades. Do you comprehend the gravity of your crime? I will not tolerate this. Huang Weimin, unable to bear his stepmother's ire, charged at Deng Shufan. Captain Huang, witnessing his son's defiance, retaliated with 2 swift punches, knocking him to the ground. You ungrateful wretch. Although she is not your biological mother, she has raised you for so many years. Has she spoken falsely? Since you refuse to repent, do not blame me for being a harsh father. Bring a few men and take him to the police station. Whether he faces execution or imprisonment shall be decided by law. Chapter 67. The search was successful. Yet the situation remained complicated. Captain Huang had long been tormented by Huang Weimin's behavior. The aggrieved members of the collective and young intellectuals erupted in agitation. Several members rushed forward, seizing the fallen Huang Weimin and heading towards the town. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Huang Weimin shouted, Father, I know I was wrong. I am your son. You cannot abandon me. Yet, no matter how loudly he cried, Captain Huang feigned deafness. Before long, Huang Weimin was taken away, his voice fading into the distance. You handle this, murmured Captain Huang, his heart heavy upon seeing his son taken away. He waved his hand dismissively, uttering no further words, and turned to leave the village office. Such a significant matter had reached its conclusion, leaving Zhang Qingqing alone, weeping inconsolably, ignored by everyone around her. After a tumultuous morning, the workers had only just begun their tasks when noon arrived. As she returned home, she caught sight of a tall figure standing by the low wall. Lu Liyue, what brings you here? Jiang Lanyue exclaimed in surprise. She had not seen him that morning as he had left early, assuming he was on a mission. Of course, I have matters to discuss. After casting a glance at Jiang Lanyue, Lu Yuang turned his attention to the door. He opened it to reveal a net bag in his hand, containing 4 lunch boxes. Jiang Lanyue, without uttering much, quickly fished out her keys and unlocked the door. Upon entering, the small room appeared both cramped and low, with inadequate light. Lu Yuang, being quite tall, had to stoop to enter. Once inside, he placed the lunch boxes on the table in the main room, opening them as he spoke. I brought some food from the cafeteria. Let us share a meal. Upon seeing the lunch boxes, Jiang Lanyue grasped his intention, and thus did not decline his kind offer. She took a seat before Lu Yuang and accepted the lunchbox he handed over. Within were 2 boxes of white rice, accompanied by braised pork, scrambled eggs with green peppers and braised eggplant. Quite a satisfactory lunch. As she ate, Jiang Lanyue inquired, You mentioned you had something to discuss. What is it? Lu Yuang, with extraordinary nonchalance, served her a piece of braised pork before replying, I had someone look into the husband of the military wife you're searching for. Is his name Ding Xingyuan? Yes. Jiang Lanyue recalled the name Guo Jinlan had mentioned, nodding vigorously. Have you found him? Where is he now? Observing Jiang Lanyue's excited demeanor, Lu Yuang adopted a more serious tone. Complicated? How could it be complicated if we found the person? His words left Jiang Lanyue perplexed. She was about to probe further when suddenly, a cacophony of furious shouts erupted outside the courtyard. Jiang Lanyue, you wicked troublemaker, come out here. You've harmed my grandson. May you suffer a terrible fate. I will fight you to the end, old hag. Though the voice was unfamiliar, the words allowed Jiang Lanyue to deduce the identity of the speaker. She set down her chopsticks and, addressing the visibly stunned Lu Yuang, said, You continue eating. I'll go take a look. With that, she rose and exited through the door. In the courtyard, Granny Huang wore a face as dark as thunder, radiating an aura of hostility. Supporting her was Zhang Qingqing, who continued to fan the flames. Granny Huang, It's precisely because of Jiang Lanua's relentless pursuit that Captain Huang had no choice but to send Comrade Huang Weimin to the police station. Everyone says that with his record, his life is ruined. Those who have been reformed face scorn from all. Chapter 68. The Cost of Failed Schemes. The more Zhang Qingqing spoke, the more enraged Granny Huang became. Upon seeing Jiang Lanua emerge from the house, she erupted. "You heartless girl! What enmity does our Huang family have with you that you must harm my eldest grandson? You must go to the police station immediately and clarify that this is all a misunderstanding. Otherwise, I swear I will die right here before you, ensuring you never rise again." Huang Weimin's reckless behavior was not solely due to Captain Huang's indulgence. Granny Huang's pampering played a significant role as well. Thus, witnessing her uproar, Jiang Lanua merely smiled calmly. "Grandma Huang, if you wish to rescue Comrade Huang Weimin, I am not the one you should seek." With these words, Jiang Lanua turned her gaze towards Zhang Qingqing. After all, Comrade Huang Weimin had already confessed in front of everyone that he concealed those tools in an attempt to frame me. Retracting my statement now would serve no purpose. The only viable solution is for Comrade Zhang Qingqing to go to the police station and admit that this was a conspiracy between the two of them. It is far better for both to share the burden of guilt than for one to shoulder it alone. Had it not been for Zhang Qingqing's refusal to acknowledge her involvement, placing all the blame on Comrade Huang Weimin, the situation would not have escalated to such dire consequences. "You speak nonsense." Zhang Qingqing had initially believed that by summoning Grandma Huang, Jiang Lanua would be rendered powerless. To her surprise, Jiang Lanua's eloquence was disarming. "What I say is the truth." Observing Zhang Qingqing's wide-eyed shock, Jiang Lanua directed her attention back to Grandma Huang. "You must understand why Comrade Huang Weimin resorted to such actions. Now that he has been apprehended, and yet Zhang Qingqing remains unscathed, do you not find this peculiar?" Zhang Qingqing, now in a state of panic, quickly interjected, "You are slandering me. As long as you do not pursue this matter, Comrade Huang Weimin can be exonerated. Did he steal from me? He took public property. How could I, Jiang Lanua, have any authority over that?" With a cold glare fixed on Zhang Qingqing, Jiang Lanua sneered. "I am fully aware of your intentions. You aim to provoke a conflict between me and Grandma Huang. Should anything happen to her, I would be doomed. However, your error lies in underestimating the intelligence of others. In my view, Grandma Huang is far from foolish." After speaking, Jiang Lanua locked eyes with Grandma Huang. Her words had managed to quell Grandma Huang's previously seething anger. In a fluster, Zhang Qingqing attempted to incite her again. "Grandma Huang, Jiang Lanua is merely evading responsibility. You must not. I find her reasoning quite valid." Without allowing Zhang Qingqing to finish, Grandma Huang seized her wrist. Caught in Grandma Huang's grip, Zhang Qingqing felt a surge of fear. She wanted to resist, but dared not move too vigorously for fear of harming Grandma Huang. In the end, she could only helplessly allow herself to be led away. Such trivial tricks dare not be attempted in front of Jiang Lanua. However, as she lifted her gaze, she noticed Lu Yurong had appeared behind her unbeknownst to her. With a raised eyebrow, he regarded her with interest. "I did not expect you to exhibit such cleverness." It seemed he had previously underestimated her. "Please excuse my lack of decorum," Jiang Lanua replied, feeling flustered under Lu Yuang's gaze, and quickly retreated indoors for a meal. The afternoon passed quietly without incident, and when her shift ended, she informed Guozhenlan that the military had located her husband. This news delighted Guozhenlan immensely. As Jiang Lanua took her hand, they made their way outside the company when Lu Yurong happened to emerge from the door. Upon seeing them approach, he nodded slightly. "You're here. Please come inside."
Yes.
Nodding obediently, Jiang Lanua took Xiaoduan's hand and proceeded into the company. Guozhenlan beheld Lu Yurong, so handsome and imposing, exuding an air of elegance. In Chapter 69, "Will you like me if we don't divorce?" Lu Yurong suddenly interjected, declaring, "I am her beloved." His words startled Jiang Lanua, nearly causing her to choke on her drink. Guozhenlan, equally incredulous, remarked, "Leader, you truly are her beloved? This girl is so fortunate to have a company commander as her partner, and one so strikingly handsome." Lu Yurong nodded earnestly, urging, "Come in quickly." Flushed with embarrassment from Lu Yurong's declaration, Jiang Lanua felt too ashamed to face anyone. She hastily pulled Guozhenlan through the entrance of the company headquarters. Inside the office, they found Captain Ma, Captain Sun, and Captain Tai, along with the instructors from the three companies, creating quite the formidable atmosphere. Upon their entrance, the sight left them somewhat bewildered. Jiang Lanua quickly regained composure and addressed Captain Tai, "Commander, this is Guozhenlan, the military wife. She has entrusted me with the task of locating her beloved Ding Xingyun. I have heard he has been found. Could you inform her of his whereabouts?" "Indeed, leadership," Guozhenlan added. "I have been searching for my husband for several years. If I cannot find him soon, I fear I shall be unable to endure. At this, the usually strong Guo could not help but shed tears. Her 2 children, Dazhuang and Xiaozhuang, pitifully called out to her, "Mom, please don't cry. We will surely find Dad." "Yes, Mother, you still have us." Seeing the 3 of them so sorrowful, Captain Tai sighed. "The individual has been located, but the circumstances are quite extraordinary. Everyone, please step outside. I wish to speak with this sister privately." "Understood." The others promptly turned and exited. Jiang Lanhua patted Guo Jinlan's shoulder before following suit. As she emerged, she spotted Lu Yuang standing outside the office door, seemingly having anticipated their dismissal, waiting for them. Upon seeing him, an inexplicable urge to flee surged within her. Yet, Lu Yuang called out, "Come here." This subtle, yet undeniable pressure irked Jiang Lanhua, prompting her to pout and reluctantly approach him. As she neared, she noticed an unexpected lightness in Lu Yuang's demeanor, which dampened her spirits. "Why did you speak to Guo Sao like that?" she inquired. "I merely stated the truth," Lu Yuang replied, turning to face her with a serious expression. "How would you have preferred I introduce myself?" She found herself momentarily at a loss for words, falling into silence for a full minute before responding. "Regardless, we are destined for divorce. There is no need to discuss it now, nor in the future to provide explanations." Her words extinguished the warmth in Lu Yuang's expression in an instant. Jiang Lanhua's statement left her bewildered. "If I were not to divorce you, would you then be willing to live harmoniously with me? Would you be able to like me as you do Chewing Shua, rather than treating me with indifference and disdain at the mere sight of me? I am not the original. I refuse to accept a love that is forced. Why is it that when I try to cater to his desires, he appears even more displeased?" Chapter 70. You refuse to agree to a divorce? Jiang Lanhua's words rendered Lu Yuang speechless in an instant. He reiterated, "I shall say this one last time. I do not harbor feelings for Chewing Shua."
Oh.
Jiang Lanhua shrugged, feigning indifference. Regardless of whether he liked Chewing Shua or not, he certainly did not have any affection for her. Jiang Lanhua. Observing the woman's lack of reaction, Lu Yuang continued, "In the past, I disliked your actions, which is why I held animosity towards you. However, I will now assume the responsibilities of a husband. Marriage is no trifling matter, Jiang Lanhua. I do not wish for you to treat this lightly." Jiang Lanhua was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. "You aren't trying to tell me that you refuse to agree to our divorce, are you? This deviates from the trajectory of our previous lives. In her former life, he had eagerly sought a divorce from the original protagonist. I never agreed to it in the first place." Given the astonished expression on her face, Lu Yuang frowned, his seriousness palpable. "You aren't implying that?" Jiang Lanhua was rendered speechless by his words. Just as she was frantically organizing her thoughts to clarify her stance, he abruptly interjected. "Do you wish to know what has transpired with Ding Xingyuan over the years?" His diversion left Jiang Lanhua momentarily perplexed, while Lu Yuang continued speaking. "He is currently serving as the deputy instructor in the 1st Battalion of the 5th Regiment of the 16th Army in the Rongdong Military District. And he is about to get married. He has lost his memory? And he is to be wed?" This absurdity left Jiang Lanhua wide-eyed in astonishment. "What about Guo Zhaonan? She has waited for him all these years, and even bore him twin daughters. How could he marry another?" Anticipating that Jiang Lanhua would surely advocate for Guo Jinlan, Lu Yuang sighed. He was unaware of his own wife and twin daughters. The battle had incurred heavy losses, nearly decimating the entire regiment, and no one knew of his family's circumstances. Fate can be cruel, and Jiang Lanhua felt a weight in her heart. How would such matters be handled according to your military's customs? They would likely present the issue to the 3 parties involved and see how they could negotiate a resolution. Turning to Jiang Lanhua, Lu Yuang spoke with earnestness. His words were clearly laden with meaning. "I still believe that marriage encompasses more than mere responsibility. It should also embody love. Without love, if a man is reluctant, I refuse to squander my entire life." This woman, indeed, was not the same as before. Lu Yuang regarded Jiang Lanhua, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Guo Jinlan emerged from the office, her complexion ashen. She held the hands of her twin daughters, appearing as if she were a mere shell of herself. Jiang Lanhua hurried to her side. "Guo Zhaonan, are you all right?" "I am fine." Upon hearing Jiang Lanhua's call, Guo Jinlan finally snapped back to reality. Her pale face gazed at Jiang Lanhua. "I have finally found my man. I truly thank you, Lanhua." However, understanding the emotional turmoil within Guo Jinlan, Jiang Lanhua felt compelled to offer her solace. Yet, as words hovered on her lips, she found herself at a loss for what to say. Guo Jinlan, however, confided, "The camp commander mentioned that my husband will come to see me tomorrow. After years of separation, I truly do not know how to cope. Dear sister, could you possibly accompany me?" The revelation that her child's father had moved on with someone else had shattered her entire hope. She feared she would be unable to endure the forthcoming day. Very well. I shall accompany you. With tears brimming in her eyes, Jiang Lanue felt a deep sympathy for Guizhenlan. Indeed, the vice commander. The distress stemming from Ding Xingyuan's matter had profoundly affected Guizhenlan. Moved by the plight of the two children, Jiang Lanue personally prepared 2 bowls of noodles for them. She attentively watched as they ate, and once they were tucked into bed, she finally felt reassured enough to leave their home. Yet, as she lifted her gaze, she spotted a tall figure illuminated by the bright moonlight. Chapter 71. Does dining require male youth companions? Comrade Zhang Taizhu, what brings you here? At this hour? He ought to be at the youth station. I was out for a stroll and happened to pass by, he replied, smiling at Jiang Lanue. I have some good news to share with you, so I waited for you to emerge. Instantly, Jiang Lanue surmised the nature of this good news. Is it that Huang Weimin has been detained and is facing sentencing? Indeed, Zhang Taizhu nodded, visibly impressed by her astuteness. Embezzling public property is a grave offense, and framing a comrade only exacerbates the crime. This news brings joy to us all, for Huang Weimin has bullied many, and we have all suffered in silence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanue smiled softly. I hope he can turn over a new leaf. In a moment of silence, Zhang Taizhu suddenly remarked, by the way, Comrade Jiang, my real name is not Zhang Taizhu, it is Zhang Zhongzhou.
Huh?
Taken aback by this unexpected revelation, Jiang Lanue paused. He continued with a grin. Zhang Taizhu is my brother's name. He was reluctant to go to the countryside, so I came in his stead. The gravity of laboring in place of another was a serious breach of discipline. Zhang Taizhu's candidness startled Jiang Lanue. Why are you telling me this? Because I trust that Comrade Jiang would never betray me. With a bright smile directed at Jiang Lanue, Zhang Zhongzhou began to walk ahead. Along the way, he shared numerous anecdotes from his life in the city, which endeared him to Jiang Lanue even more. Comrade Zhang, she called, rest assured. You have assisted me on multiple occasions. I shall never divulge your secret. Good, Zhang Zhongzhou replied with a smile, winking at her. Then this shall be our little secret. The implication of his words felt rather ambiguous to Jiang Lanue. As she observed Zhang Zhongzhou's retreating figure, she shook her head and entered her home. The day's activities had left her utterly exhausted. As soon as she lay down, she drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, she rose at the break of dawn. After completing her morning routine, she prepared to make herself some breakfast. However, someone called out to her from the doorway. Comrade Jiang, are you awake? I am, she replied. Noticing Zhang Zhongzhou, whose sun-kissed complexion and handsome demeanor stood out at her door. He held a lunchbox in hand, a cheerful smile illuminating his face. I made some fried sauce noodles. Would you care to try? The gesture seemed to breach the boundaries of camaraderie, prompting Jiang Lanue to consider declining. Yet, Zhang Zhongzhou insisted. Let this be my way of thanking you for standing up for us youth in the countryside. Please, do not refuse me. Relenting, Jiang Lanue agreed. Realizing the earnestness in his request, she stepped outside, accepted the lunchbox from Zhang Zhongzhou, and sat on the threshold, chopsticks in hand, ready to savor the meal. The noodles were delightful, rich in flavor yet not overly greasy, and Jiang Lanue found herself genuinely enjoying the dish. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhongzhou settled beside her, grinning as he recounted. Before it was confirmed that I would go to the countryside, I had contemplated staying in the city to open a noodle shop, so I learned how to cook noodles. Many assumed he would indeed remain rooted in rural life, as the slogan suggested. Jiang Lanue smiled back, rest assured. With your exceptional culinary skills, there will surely be a place for you. When your noodle shop opens, I shall certainly support your business. Excellent. Zhang Zhongzhou beamed, captivated by the sparkle in her eyes that quickened his heartbeat. Just then, a cold voice interrupted. Jiang Lanue, what are you doing? I'm having breakfast, she replied. Breakfast? With a male youth accompanying you? Lu Yuang's expression darkened as he approached. He extended his hand toward Zhang Taizhu. Hello, I am Lu Yuang, the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the 7th Independent Regiment of the Rongxi Military District. Zhang Taizhu, recognizing the formality, quickly stood to shake his hand. Lu Yuang added, I am Jiang Lanue's partner. It is pleasing to see comrades getting along well. Chapter 72. The Jealous Husband. To assert his claim, Lu Yuang emphasized the word comrade. Zhang Taizhu, being astute, understood the implications. He had suspected Lu Yuang's identity when he escorted Jiang Lanue to the brigade that day. However, he had also heard rumors of Lu Yuang's affections for someone else within the military, and his treatment of Jiang Lanue left much to be desired. Thus, Zhang Taizhu replied with a smile, it is only natural for comrades to assist one another. If he were a true husband, why would he allow Jiang Lanue to endure such hardships? Were it not for her intelligence and capability, she would have been overwhelmed by the other female youths.
Indeed.
Comrade Zhang has taken great care of me, Zhang Lanyue interjected, sensing the tension. He spoke up for me when I was wronged, and even cooked for me. Meeting such a good person is truly a stroke of luck. Oh, is that so? Lui Wang raised an eyebrow, an inexplicable irritation bubbling within him. When I cook for you, I don't recall you ever praising me. Zhang Lanyue, I am indeed your husband, you ungrateful little one.
Uffed.
Was that remark made by Lui Wang? The proud and aloof figure, envied by all since childhood, the epitome of unattainable beauty? Zhang Lanyue nearly spat out her noodles. Zhang Taizhu, witnessing this, clearly discerned the nature of their relationship. After making his statement, Zhang Taizhu departed. Zhang Lanyue hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Comrade Zhang, for your noodles. Once Zhang Taizhu was sent off, Zhang Lanyue resumed her task of picking at the noodles in her lunchbox. Her voice muffled. What brings you here so early? And speaking such peculiar words, it's truly exasperating. I came to fetch you. We are going to the military with Sister Gua, Lui Wang replied succinctly, standing before her. Are the noodles tasty? Yes, Zhang Lanyue nodded, feeling his intense gaze upon her. Reluctantly, she offered her lunchbox. Would you like to have a taste? This woman truly had a knack for driving him to frustration. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Hurry up and eat, so we can leave. Oh, she replied. Exhausted from the previous night, she had fallen asleep without having dinner. It was essential to satiate her hunger before anything else. After finishing her meal, Zhang Lanyue washed her lunchbox and called for Lu Yuan. And they set off towards the village committee. Along the way, they encountered numerous members of the commune. Upon seeing Zhang Lanyue and Lu Yurong walking together, many could not help but steal glances at them. With so many gathered, discussions were inevitable. Did you hear? Yesterday afternoon, there was quite the uproar at the village chief's home. Captain Huang's elderly mother insisted on forcing Zhang Qingqing to confess her collusion with Huang Weimin, hoping to share the blame to lessen his sentence. However, Zhang Qingqing stubbornly refused, infuriating Grandma Huang to the point of hospitalization. Indeed, Zhang Qingqing is quite the character. Who doesn't know that the theft of tools was a joint venture between her and Huang Weimin? Yet she brazenly expects Huang Weimin to take the fall for her. I wonder if she can sleep at night. Whether or not she could sleep was uncertain, but having caused such turmoil for Captain Huang's family, she would surely face dire consequences in the future. Just as they were embroiled in their gossip, Zhang Qingqing, hurrying to work, overheard them and shot them a furious glare. Just as she was about to retort, someone shouted, "Look, isn't that the steward Zhang arriving?" Chapter 73. She is a privileged one, bullying me. The man, clad in military uniform, stood tall, handsome, and exuded a commanding presence. While she was not only overweight and unattractive but also a convict. For soldiers, marriage requires organizational approval. Marrying such a woman would be a path to ruin. Huh. I believe you are merely envious, they remarked. They were only suggesting that the officer might be Zhang Lanyue's partner, which provoked Zhang Qingqing, prompting Su Lingling to mock her further. Indeed. The other female educated youth nodded in agreement, insisting that regardless of whether the officer was involved with Jiang Bao's steward, it was none of Zhang Qingqing's concern. These young women relentlessly picked at her wounds, nearly pushing Zhang Qingqing to tears. At that moment, Zhang Lanyue and Lu Yurong arrived at the warehouse entrance. With tear-filled eyes, Zhang Qingqing gazed at Lu Yurong, but he seemed oblivious to her presence, his attention solely fixed on Zhang Lanyue. Upon reaching the warehouse door, Zhang Lanyue addressed the crowd, stating that she had matters to attend to that morning and could not remain at the warehouse. If anyone needed to exchange tools in her absence, they were to seek out the record keeper, Wang. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement of her words. After Zhang Lanyue opened the warehouse door, she swiftly took a seat and began recording the morning's tool distribution with remarkable speed. Her handwriting was elegant, laid out neatly within a well-structured table, making it easy to read. This impressed Lu Yuang, who raised an eyebrow in surprise as he observed her work. Once everyone had collected their tools and departed, he finally spoke. I had no idea your handwriting was so beautiful. Previously, he had found every aspect of this woman unappealing, yet now he discovered her numerous virtues. Could it be that his judgment had been flawed? Perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. His sudden praise left Zhang Lanyue feeling flustered. Just as she was about to close the ledger and leave, she noticed Zhang Qingqing, who had been standing aside, appearing pitiful and motionless. Zhang's gaze occasionally lingered on Lu Yuang, reminiscent of a monster eyeing a monk, drooling in anticipation. Clearing her throat, Zhang Lanyue inquired, Comrade Zhang Qingqing, aren't you planning to work today? At this question, Zhang Qingqing suddenly burst into tears. Comrade Zhang Lanyue, I bear you no grudge. Why do you wish to harm me?
She sobbed.
Her cries were as mournful as if she had lost her parents, prompting Jiang Lanyue to respond. But Zhang Qingqing cut her off, rushing to Lu Yuang's side, tearfully imploring, "Leader, please advocate for me. She has taken my position as warehouse manager, forcing me into the most arduous labor. She has even slandered me, accusing me of colluding with comrade Huang Weimin to steal public property. I am truly at a loss for words. I am an honored female educated youth here to labor, a genuine high school graduate, and I cannot endure this injustice." Chapter 74. Her connection is my connection. Zhang Qingqing had the audacity to report Jiang Lanyue to Lu Yurong while simultaneously showcasing her own plight. This scheming behavior was almost laughable to Jiang Lanyue, who was eager to see what tricks Zhang Qingqing would attempt next. "You took my job the moment you arrived. ISNT that leveraging connections?" After speaking, Zhang Qingqing gazed at Lu Yuang with tearful eyes, but the antics she employed were ones Lu Yuang had witnessed countless times before. "However, I must remind you that any whistleblowers should ensure the authenticity of their reports. If it is determined that the allegations are false, they will face severe consequences. As for your claims regarding comrade Jiang Lanyue's connections within the military, that would be me. To accuse her in my presence is to take advantage of her restraint in not leveraging her connections." Zhang Qingqing could hardly fathom that Jiang Lanyue's supporter was this striking officer. Her complexion changed, and fear rendered her speechless. Observing her discomfiture, Jiang Lanyue chuckled. "Zhang Qingqing, have you grasped the situation? You have mistakenly targeted the wrong person." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Zhang Qingqing wiped her tears and fled the scene. Once she departed, Wang Aigua, who had just completed the work records, approached with his notebook. Noticing the presence of Lu Yuang in the warehouse, he nodded in acknowledgement. Turning to Jiang Lanyue, he said, "Leave the warehouse matters to me, comrade Jiang. You may carry on with your duties." "Thank you." Jiang Lanyue smiled at Wang Aigua, then glanced at Lu Yuang. "Let's go and fetch Sister Gua." Indeed, Lu Yuang nodded, saying little, and accompanied Jiang Lanyue as they left. When did she begin to change? Was it the day she told him that once she established herself, she would proceed with their divorce? "I cannot remain immature forever." After hearing Lu Yuang's words, Jiang Lanyue turned and smiled at him. Her grin was bright and open-hearted. Observing her noticeably slimmer face, her features seemed more attractive than before, causing Lu Yuang's heart to race inexplicably. In conversation, they arrived at the Gua family's courtyard. Jiang Lanyue called out, "Sister Gua, we are heading to the military. Are you ready?" Ready. Hurriedly emerged Gua Zhenlan from the house, donned in a blue cotton suit. Meanwhile, her two sisters, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, wore matching white dresses. Their short hair, styled into two braids, was tied with red ribbons, reminiscent of their mother. Upon seeing Jiang Lanyue, Gua Zhenlan felt a bit anxious. "Sister Lanyue, do I look presentable?" After years apart from her husband, whom she had not seen since their wedding, she was understandably concerned about her appearance. Jiang Lanyue, understanding her apprehension, smiled and reassured her, "You look splendid just as you are." "All right," Gua Zhenlan replied, quickly shutting the door. A military pickup truck was parked outside, likely driven by Lu Yuang earlier that morning. Once they boarded the vehicle, they headed straight for the military base. Before long, they arrived outside the battalion office. As they disembarked, Ge Xiaozhuang, who was waiting at the office door, hurried over. "Captain, the personnel have arrived." Upon hearing that Ding Xingyuan was already present, Gua Zhenlan, filled with anxiety, grasped Jiang Lanyue's hand tightly. "Sister, I cannot go in." "Don't be nervous." Jiang Lanyue comforted her with a gentle pat on her hand. "I will accompany you inside."
All right.
At this moment, only Jiang Lanyue could offer her a semblance of confidence. Gua Zhenlan swallowed hard, then was led by Jiang Lanyue directly through the door of the battalion office. Chapter 75. Is a marriage without love immoral? Nonsense. Inside the office, aside from Captain Tai, there was also Instructor Huang and another military officer in uniform who appeared to be rather simple-minded. Additionally, two female soldiers sat nearby. One was chewing Shue, while the other remained unknown to Jiang Lanyue. However, the eyes of the unfamiliar soldier fixated on Gua Zhenlan as she entered. Jiang Lanyue had an inkling of the soldier's identity. Upon entering, Gua Zhenlan immediately recognized Ding Xingyuan. Her eyes reddened, and she hurried over, exclaiming, "Xingyuan, is that really you? How wonderful that you are safe." Yet, in response to Gua Zhenlan's advance, Ding Xingyuan instinctively took 2 steps back, his expression one of unfamiliarity. His actions clearly hurt Gua Zhenlan, causing her movements to falter, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "I'm sorry, I cannot recall her past. So, I find it difficult to accept this identity as your husband." As Gua Zhenlan wept, Ding Xingyuan appeared somewhat remorseful and hastily offered an explanation. Instructor Huang interjected, "Indeed,
Sister-in-law,
Deputy Instructor Ding sustained severe injuries during combat, leading to his memory loss. He is a hero, and I hope you can show him some understanding. I understand. I truly do. Upon hearing this, Guo Zhenlan nodded. I asked Lan Yue to help find him because I merely wish to ascertain whether he still exists in this world. As long as he is alive, I shall be content. Her words prompted a shared glance between Instructor Huang and Captain Tai. While they remained silent, Guo Zhenlan quickly took her two daughters and approached Ding Xingyuan. Dazhuang, Xiaozhuang, this is your father, call him daddy. Dazhuang and Xiaozhuang, though unfamiliar with the soldier before them, obediently called out, daddy. He crouched down, gazing at the faces of Dazhuang and Xiaozhuang, which bore a resemblance to his own, and gently asked, how old are you? We're 5 years old. Indeed. Xiaozhuang tugged at Ding Xingyuan's sleeve, sniffing pitifully. The children's words filled Ding Xingyuan with guilt, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Just as the atmosphere threatened to become stifled, the female soldier who had been staring at Guo Zhenlan began to cry. Chu Yingxue, seemingly provoked, immediately stood up and declared, Instructor Huang, Captain Tai, I have something to say. Observing Chu Yingxue's demeanor, it was evident that her words would not be favorable. Captain Tai swiftly exchanged glances with Instructor Huang, who, realizing the situation, attempted to intervene, but it was too late.
Choosings, addressing Guo Zhenlan, only asset?
I do not know what relationship this comrade Guo had with Deputy Instructor Ding in the past, but he is now my comrade and Tang Xiaoya's fiancé. Thus, it is clear that his connection with Comrade Guo is a matter of the past. Even though they were once married and had children, it cannot alter the fact that Deputy Instructor Ding has forgotten her and harbors no feelings towards her. Therefore, I implore Comrade Guo not to bind Deputy Instructor Ding with a marriage forged in the shackles of feudalism, nor to use your shared children as a means to constrain him. Guo Zhenlan, by nature, is a person of integrity and typically remains reticent.
Now,
confronted by the articulate Chu Yingxue, she finds herself devoid of any means to resist, only able to weep and say, I did not mean it that way. Then, what do you mean? Chu Yingxue retorted, her tone laced with disdain. A marriage devoid of love is inherently immoral. If you truly care for Deputy Instructor Ding, Comrade Guo, you should release him to find his own happiness. With a few light words, she demands that someone relinquish a husband waited upon for 6 long years. Guo Zhenlan, at a loss for words, could only shed tears. Jiang Lan, unable to bear the scene any longer, cast a fierce glare at Chu Yingxue. I wish to know, Comrade Chu, whether your words represent your own sentiments or those of Comrade Tang Xiaoya. This matter concerns Deputy Instructor Ding, my sister-in-law Guo, and Comrade Tang, and as an outsider, what right do you have to criticize my sister-in-law? It is evident that Chu Yingxue aims to use this situation to insinuate Guo's coercion of Lu Yuang, asserting that their union lacks love, thus rendering it immoral. Jiang Lanue's words struck like a fatal blow, leaving Chu Yingxue flushed and speechless. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoya, witnessing the exchange, hastily rose to defend, saying, Yingxue is merely standing up for me, Comrade Jiang Lanue. Please do not attack her. Have I attacked her? Jiang Lanue raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Tang Xiaoya with interest. Truly, she is a worthy comrade of Chu Yingxue, as they both share the same insipid demeanor. Since Comrade Chu has spoken, I shall dare to voice a few thoughts as well. Chapter 76. Is there nothing beyond love? You are utterly consumed by romantic notions. Over these 6 years, she has sought your whereabouts from countless individuals, enduring hardships that only she truly knows. I do not wish to bind you with notions of love or morality as Comrade Chu does. I merely hope you can provide my sister-in-law Guo and her 2 children with a proper resolution. We cannot allow countless military spouses to feel that their sacrifices and waiting have been in vain, only to be burdened with the labels of greed and immorality. The world encompasses more than love. It also includes responsibility and conscience. Without these, one ceases to be truly human. Jiang Lanue's words resonated powerfully, dripping with irony. Both Chu Yingxue and Tang Xiaoya found themselves blushing in response. Meanwhile, Lu Yuang, standing outside the office and listening to this exchange, couldn't he help but smile. Instructor Huang, sensing Jiang Lanue's displeasure, quickly added, rest assured, Comrade Jiang Lanue and this sister-in-law, the organization will undoubtedly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Indeed. The camp leader did not anticipate that Jiang Lanue possessed such eloquence and promptly nodded in agreement. We will certainly address this matter with the utmost seriousness, ensuring that all military spouses can feel at ease. Even Ding Xingyuan, who had previously been unable to look at Guo Zhenlan, cast a remorseful glance in her direction, his eyes brimming with guilt. At that moment, Tang Xiaoya became flustered. She immediately stepped forward, exclaiming, I know Comrade Guo is waiting for Deputy Instructor Ding back home. She is loyal and devoted. Comrade Gua, I implore you, please let Deputy Instructor Ding be with me. I truly cannot bear to be without him. Upon hearing Tang Xiaoya's plea, Gua Zhenlan was left in tears, overwhelmed and helpless. Zhang Lanyue, unable to bear the sight, protectively shielded her behind herself and coldly remarked, Comrade Tang Xiaoya, before you utter such words, please consider the circumstances of my sister-in-law Gua and her 2 children. This was the undeniable truth. And the camp leader nodded in agreement. Deputy Instructor Ding, what are your thoughts? With a hint of disarray, Ding Xingyuan shook his head in response. Prior to this, he had resolutely believed that he would unhesitatingly choose Tang Xiaoya. Yet, upon seeing Gua Zhenlan and her 2 children, he realized just how selfish he truly was. Very well. Let us allow everyone some time to contemplate. Upon hearing this, the camp leader rose to his feet. Communicator, please escort Deputy Instructor Ding to the lounge for some rest. Yes, Commander. At the commander's directive, the communicator, who had been waiting outside, swiftly entered to guide them out. Observing this, Tang Xiaoya hurriedly attempted to follow. Sensing her intention, Zhang Lanue reached out to block her path. What do you think you are doing?
Jeanne Lanue's intervention infuriated Tang Xiaoya.
Chu Yingxue glared at her with clenched teeth, stating, Comrade Zhang Lanue, you are an outsider in this matter. I hope you refrain from interfering. With a scoff, Zhang Lanue dismissed Chu Yingshue's remarks entirely. Chapter 77. They are more compatible. Indeed. Understanding Zhang Lanue's implication, the camp leader nodded. However, Zhang Lanue's decisive maneuver caught both Tang Xiaoya and Chu Yingxue off guard. They were both anxious and furious, yet utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanue gently took hold of the bewildered Da Xuang and Xiao Shuang, saying with utmost kindness, Come. Let us go with Sister Lanue to the military family compound. Subsequently, Zhang Lanue led them out. Outside, Lui Wang smiled warmly upon seeing Zhang Lanue emerge. Meeting his gaze, Zhang Lanue spoke, I will first take my sister-in-law and the 2 children home to wait for the outcome here. All right, Lui Wang replied with a nod, his eyes softening as he regarded Zhang Lanue. At that moment, Chu Yingxue emerged from the office, pulling a tear-streaked Tang Xiaoya along with her. Upon spotting Lui Wang standing outside, Chu Yingshue's complexion instantly paled. However, Lui Wang paid her no mind. He simply rummaged through his military uniform pocket and handed the keys to Zhang Lanue. Grandma may not be home. This is the key to the house. You may keep it. There is no need for its return. When she moved out, she left behind the original key. Zhang Lanue believed the key might still hold significance, so she graciously accepted it without decline. However, witnessing this exchange, Chu Yingxue observed Lu Yuang's demeanor towards Zhang Lanue, which resembled that of a married couple. Angered, her eyes reddened, and she stamped her foot, pulling Tang Xiaoya away in haste. Noticing this, Zhang Lanue called out to her. Upon hearing Zhang Lanue's voice, Grandma Lu quickly rose from her rocking chair. The table in the living room was adorned with biscuits and candies, clearly prepared for children. Grandma Lu personally brewed tea and presented it to Gua Zhenlan. Child, I have heard all about your situation from my grandson Yuang. You are a person of deep affection and loyalty. The organization will certainly provide you with an explanation, so rest assured. Thank you, Elder. Noticing Grandma Lu's kind gesture, Gua Zhenlan immediately stood to accept the tea offered to her. Zhang Lanue then brought over the remaining 2 cups of honey water and handed them to Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang before sitting down to inquire, Sister-in-law, what are your plans moving forward? Although she was uncertain of Deputy Instructor Ding's choice, they needed to be prepared to avoid being caught off guard. Upon hearing Zhang Lanue's words, Gua Zhenlan fell silent for a moment, lowering her head as she said, he is now a deputy instructor. And Comrade Tang Xiaoya is beautiful and has a lovely voice. She is more suited to him than I am. Had it not been for his family's poverty, he would not have been compelled to marry me. Now, he should find someone more to his liking, so I no longer wish to compete. Gua Zhenlan's long-standing connection with Ding Xingyuan must have fostered deep feelings for him. Her decision to refrain from contention likely stemmed from a desire to spare him any distress. By this measure, Tang Xiaoya could not possibly compare to Gua Zhenlan. Understanding this, Zhang Lanue reassured, Sister-in-law, do not worry. Regardless of how Deputy Instructor Ding decides, I will ensure you do not suffer. Hearing Zhang Lanue's words, Gua Zhenlan smiled at her. Lanue, you are a good person. Thank you for considering the 3 of us. No matter the outcome, I will remember your kindness. Observing the slight redness in her eyes, Zhang Lanue chose not to say more and simply patted her hand. At noon, Gua Zhenlan and her daughters stayed at the Lu residence for lunch. The meal was so lavish that Gua Zhenlan had little appetite, as her focus was on ensuring Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang were well fed. Shortly after the meal, someone from the department summoned them. When the 4 of them arrived at the department, the same individuals were present in the office as in the morning. Just as they entered, Lu Yuang followed behind. Once everyone was gathered, Captain Tai turned his attention to Ding Xingyuan. Deputy Instructor Ding, now that everyone is here, please share your decision. Chapter 78. A man may be discarded, but money must be retained. Upon Captain Tai's inquiry, Ding Xingyuan lowered his head, preparing to speak. However, before he could utter a word, Guo Jinlan preemptively interjected, Captain Tai, I relinquish my claim. I wish to dissolve my marital relationship with Deputy Instructor Ding. I do not require any compensation from the organization or Deputy Instructor Ding. In the future, I shall lead a fulfilling life with my 2 children. So there is no need for anyone to feel troubled. The attendees were taken aback by Guo Jinlan's unexpected declaration, rendered speechless. Particularly, Ding Xingyuan gazed at Guo Jinlan with incredulity etched across his face. He had anticipated that she would cling to him, aspiring to become the deputy commandant's wife. Yet, she chose to relinquish that ambition. Comrade Guo Jinlan, have you truly contemplated this decision? The Iron Camp leader repeatedly sought confirmation regarding her words. Instructor Huang also became earnest. Sister-in-law, indeed, both Deputy Commandant Ding and the organization owe you a debt. You need not subject yourself to such indignity. If you have any requests or conditions, feel free to voice them. Just as Guo Jinlan intended to decline, her words were abruptly halted as Jiang Lanyue seized her arm. Observing this, Tang Xiaoya and Chu Yingxue assumed she was meddling in the affair. Chu Yingxue immediately interjected, Comrade Jiang Lanyue, what do you mean by this? Comrade Guo Jinlan has expressed her desire to withdraw. Why do you seek to obstruct her? Do you consider genuine emotions to be insignificant? Chu Yingxue's outburst was utterly unwarranted. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but roll her eyes at her. Is your affection truly sincere, while my sister-in-law's feelings are not? Why has she chosen to step back, allowing Deputy Commandant Ding and Comrade Tang Xiaoya to thrive? It is simply because she does not wish to burden Deputy Commandant Ding or tarnish his reputation with allegations of abandonment. Your so-called sincere feelings, which only serve your own happiness without regard for the other's burdens, can only be described as selfish. Jiang Lanyue's remarks left Chu Yingxue speechless once more. Noticing Tang Xiaoya's shifting expressions of embarrassment, Jiang Lanyue turned her attention to the Iron Camp leader and Instructor Huang. Therefore, I hope the organization can consider their actual challenges and arrange a position for my sister-in-law within the military. However, Jiang Lanyue's proposal was met with immediate resistance from Tang Xiaoya. Since Comrade Guo Jinlan has decided to withdraw, she ought to sever ties completely. For you, Comrade Jiang Lanyue, to wish to bring her into the military, what is your true intention? Chu Yingxue echoed the sentiment, her indignation palpable. I understand your motives. You wish for Comrade Guo Jinlan to be near Deputy Commandant Ding, which would inevitably influence their marital bond. Look at these lofty, self-righteous female literary soldiers, consumed by their own trivial concerns. Jiang Lanyue shot them a cold glare. Ladies, is there truly nothing in your minds beyond the affairs between men and women? Deputy Commandant Ding is not stationed in this military district. How would arranging a position for my sister-in-law here affect you? If your bond is as profound as you claim, why do you fear any influence? Jiang Lanyue's sharp tongue left Tang Xiaoya and Chu Yingxue once again at a loss. Jiang Lanyue then turned to the Iron Commander, saying, even if the commander does not consider my sister Guo's feelings, I implore you to assist her for my sake. The Iron Commander was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Lanyue would leverage the favors owed to her within the unit to secure employment for Guo Jinlan. He exchanged a glance with Instructor Huang before responding. Very well, there happens to be a position for a sales clerk at the military supply store that can be arranged for Comrade Guo Jinlan. In this era, being a sales clerk was a coveted role, and within the military it was indeed a prized position. Upon hearing this, Guo Jinlan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly appropriate? Jiang Lanyue, sensing her unease, shook her head reassuringly. Deputy Instructor Ding, while you may wish to evade your responsibilities as a husband, I shall refrain from casting judgment. However, as a father, you cannot continue to shirk your duties. Ding Xingyuan, being a perceptive individual, understood Jiang Lanyue's implication. He lowered his head and stated, from now on, I will allocate a portion of my expenses and various supply receipts to Comrade Guo Jinlan for the upbringing of the child. She has suffered alone for many years, and I shall provide her with a measure of financial support. Excellent, Jiang Lanyue replied, nodding with satisfaction. Guo Jinlan, an honest soul, only fully grasped the situation once Jiang Lanyue had resolved all matters on her behalf. Thus, she remained silent and obediently followed Jiang Lanyue. After they departed, Ding Xingyuan and Tang Xiaoya also left, leaving the office with only their own personnel. Instructor Huang could no longer contain his admiration and gave Lu Yuang a thumbs up. Yuang, your Jiang Lanyue is truly remarkable. Just look at her demeanor. She has those two formidable female soldiers completely subdued. Indeed, the Iron Commander chuckled, sipping his tea from a porcelain cup. Recently, Comrade Jiang Lanue's progressive thinking is truly commendable. The favors she has garnered, she now uses to care for the wronged military wives, which is truly praiseworthy. Observing the enthusiastic praise for Jiang Lanue, Lu Yuang felt uplifted and smiled. She has indeed undergone a significant transformation. Noticing Lu Yuang's changed attitude towards Jiang Lanue, the Iron Commander exchanged a knowing glance with Instructor Huang. He then called for the communications officer to arrange the sales clerk position for Guozhenlan. Once outside the military gates, Guozhenlan could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Sister-in-law, do not be disheartened. Some matters are beyond our control. I know, she replied, her body trembling with suppressed emotion. But after searching for so many years, I thought that once I found him, our family would be reunited. Yet I never anticipated, never imagined, he would choose to marry another. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang will no longer have a father. Feeling deep sympathy for Guozhenlan, Jiang Lanue sighed and gently patted her shoulder. Sister-in-law, let us assume he has not been found, and that he has sacrificed himself. As bereaved family members, we must continue to live well. However, the words of Jiang Lanue reached the ears of Lu Yuang, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. Jiang Lanue, I am not dead yet, and you already claim to be a bereaved family member? They never anticipated that Lu Yuang would come along. Has he really nothing better to do lately? Is he so idle that he roams about? As a dignified deputy battalion commander, does he truly need to engage in such trivial matters? Although Jiang Lanue harbored doubts, she chose not to voice them further. Upon hearing Jiang Lanue's words, Guozhenlan took the hands of her two children and hastened her steps forward. Since Lu Yuang claimed he was there to attend to matters concerning Captain Huang, Jiang Lanue summoned a fellow member to assist him in finding Captain Huang. Just as Lu Yuang departed, Wang Aigua entered from the adjacent office. When he handed her the registration form, it was accompanied by a list of tools the brigade intended to purchase. Comrade Lanue, this list requires your signature. The brigade will submit it to the commune for unified procurement of the tools. Why is there a need to purchase so many tools? Jiang Lanue inquired, glancing curiously at Wang Aigua as she noted the substantial quantities of various tools listed. Wang Aigua responded, because we are about to transplant rice and sow corn. The wear and tear on tools will increase, so we must prepare in advance. His words prompted Jiang Lanue to ponder. After a moment, she replied, I understand. Let this list remain here. I will sign it and return it to Comrade Wang. Very well. Once Wang Aigua left, Jiang Lanue summoned the mechanical shuttle system with a mere thought. In the system's warehouse, she rummaged until she located the tools she required. Subsequently, she outlined the tools and conducted a graphical analysis. Taking out paper and pen, she meticulously sketched each part of the tools, clearly articulating their principles. With the completed paper in hand, she emerged from the warehouse, beaming. Chapter 80. Rely on oneself, avoid favoritism. As she inquired about Captain Huang's whereabouts, Jiang Lanue arrived in the fields where the members were laboring. At that moment, Captain Huang was engaged in conversation with Lu Yuang, both appearing to enjoy a lively discussion. Upon seeing Jiang Lanue, Captain Huang waved her over eagerly. Lanue, come here quickly. Captain. After smiling at Captain Huang, Jiang Lanue intended to address the matter at hand. Yet Captain Huang preempted her, saying, You, my dear comrade, are far too modest. Deputy Battalion Commander Lu is your partner, yet you have never mentioned him. This nearly led to a multitude of misunderstandings, did it not? It certainly deterred that rascal from causing trouble for you. I merely wished to work diligently, to establish my place in the brigade through my own abilities, rather than relying on connections. Noticing the shift in Captain Huang's attitude, Jiang Lanue felt a tinge of frustration and cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yuang. This fellow, was he not here to attend to matters concerning Sister Guo? Why was he discussing her? Look at our comrade Jiang's awareness. It is something that most cannot compare to. Upon hearing Jiang Lanue's remarks, Captain Huang couldn't help but smile. This time, Comrade Jiang had successfully secured a job application for Comrade Guozhenlan, a truly commendable achievement. Our team would make every effort to ensure the matter was handled effectively, fully appreciating Comrade Jiang's goodwill. It was already quite challenging for a woman like Guozhenlan, raising two children on her own, and the team often extended their support to her. Now, witnessing her obtain such a promising position brought joy to Captain Huang. Jiang Lanue, upon noticing his delight, smiled back at Captain Huang and said, Then let us express our gratitude to you, Captain Huang. By the way, I came to see you for an important matter. Please take a look at this. With that, Jiang Lanue presented him with her meticulously drawn blueprint. Oh, this is your creation, Comrade Jiang? Captain Huang exclaimed as he examined the neatly organized sketches on the paper. Even a professional engineer would envy such artistic skill.
Indeed.
It is my work. Seeing the astonishment in his eyes, Jiang Lanyu nodded. Before her time travel, she had been a somewhat renowned painter. So creating realistic sketches posed no challenge for her. Captain Huang's gaze towards her brimmed with admiration. You are truly remarkable. At that moment, Lu Yuang, who stood nearby, leaned in to take a closer look at Jiang Lanyue's drawings. The initial set of illustrations depicted merely a few iron plates, handles, levers, and axles, ordinary components. Yet, as Jiang explained, they were assembled repeatedly, ultimately transforming into a peculiar yet compact device. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" "A seed-sowing device." Jiang Lanyu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yuang, choosing not to engage him further. She earnestly continued to explain to Captain Huang, "Look here. These are the seed and fertilizer bins on either side. This section features a measuring scale, ensuring precise quantities of seeds and fertilizer are dispensed with each use. The duckbill below burrows into the soil, delivering seeds and fertilizer. Once the duckbill penetrates the ground, there is a switch on the handle. By pressing it, we can effortlessly distribute fertilizer and seeds. This way, our village's extensive corn planting will be accomplished with ease. Can it truly work?" Captain Huang was visibly taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's words. "Comrade Lanyue, this is no jest. If this contraption proves effective, imagine how much labor we could save. Every season during corn planting, the members and youth workers are overwhelmed, toiling for over 20 days, exhausted by the spring sowing and summer planting." Noticing Captain Huang's skepticism, Jiang Lanyue grew earnest. "If you doubt me, provide a place where I can construct this device. We will let the results speak for themselves." "Are you serious?" Captain Huang observed her, realizing she did not seem to be joking. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Very well, I happen to be heading to the commune shortly. You shall accompany me, and we will see if you can indeed bring this invention to life." With his agreement, Jiang Lanyue's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. I promise I will not disappoint you, Captain." As she smiled, two delicate dimples appeared on her cheeks, adding an endearing charm to her expression. Although this matter had little to do with Lu Yuanong, he suddenly spoke up, saying, "In that case, allow me to escort you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue instinctively wanted to refuse. However, Captain Huang preempted her, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid. We are grateful to Deputy Camp Leader Lu." With this, Jiang Lanyue felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. She had no choice but to obediently follow behind Captain Huang and Lu Yuanong as they made their way towards the village headquarters. Deputy Camp Leader Lu Yuanong stated expressionlessly, "Drive to the commune." "Yes." In response to the order, Gu Xiaozhuang hurriedly entered the vehicle and deftly started the engine. Noticing this, Captain Huang quickly made his way to the front passenger seat, leaving the back row for Lu Yuanong and Jiang Lanyue. Though Jiang Lanyue felt a sense of frustration, she could only muster the courage to get into the car. This fellow had been persistently hovering around her lately, yet he refused to divorce her. What was he truly plotting? The scene was undeniably captivating. Due to their journey, they soon arrived at the Wanfashan commune. Captain Huang first went to the commune government to finalize matters regarding Guojinlan's employment, and then guided them to the mechanical factory established by the township commune. The factory, though modest in size, comprised several large tile-roofed buildings, appearing small yet fully equipped. Captain Huang led them to meet the head of the mechanical factory. Upon seeing a military officer of considerable rank accompanying Captain Huang, the head displayed great enthusiasm. After exchanging pleasantries, Captain Huang presented the drawings created by Jiang Lanyue to the head. Upon examining the blueprints, the head's eyes lit up, and he eagerly inquired, "Which comrade produced these drawings?" Regardless of whether this can be realized, the artistry and design capability are commendable. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang promptly pointed to Jiang Lanyue, who stood beside him. "These drawings were crafted by our Team's warehousekeeper, Comrade Jiang Lanyue. She claims that this ingenious design can assist our brigade in expediting sewing. Therefore, I brought her to seek your assistance, hoping you might facilitate the creation of a prototype based on these drawings." I see Director Qi, upon listening to Captain Huang, turned to glance at Jiang Lanyue. Noticing she was a plump young lady, he commented, "Our mechanical factory has both a cutting workshop and a welding workshop, so this can indeed be produced. However, I will require approval from the township government leaders before I can instruct the workers to proceed. Moreover, the materials needed will incur costs. Who will bear these expenses?" In this era of scarce resources, every request necessitated multiple layers of approval, leaving Director Qi unable to make a unilateral decision. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang found himself in a quandary. None of us have ever produced this item, so we are uncertain about its feasibility. Even if we apply, the commune leaders may not consent. Indeed, Director Chi remarked, holding the blueprint with a hint of regret. The design is theoretically sound. It would be quite unfortunate if it cannot be realized. Jiang Lanue initially believed that persuading Captain Huang would enable her to create this wondrous device under certain conditions. However, upon realizing the numerous challenges ahead, she felt somewhat disheartened. Just as the three of them found themselves at a loss, Lu Yuang, who had been standing nearby, spoke up. Lanue, how confident are you in producing this device? Of course, 100%. Jiang Lanue intended to assert, as the mechanical systems provided accurate data and analyses. Yet, meeting Lu Yuang's gaze diminished her confidence. At least 80 to 90%, she amended. Lu Yuang nodded thoughtfully, saying nothing further. He then turned to Ge Xiaozhuang. Please have a discussion. Yes, Deputy Battalion Commander. Upon receiving the command, Ge Xiaozhuang hurriedly made his way to the commune ahead. Approximately 10 minutes later, a messenger from the machinery factory arrived, reporting that the commune had made a phone call reassuring them to proceed with the construction. Should the device be successfully created and prove beneficial for sewing, the commune would offer a reward. Captain Huang understood that this was a courtesy extended to Lu Yuang by the commune leaders. They cheerfully followed Director Chi to the cutting workshop. In front of everyone, Jiang Lanue annotated the required dimensions of various materials on the blueprints. Once completed, she requested a sheet of white paper from the workers and redrew a similar blueprint, marking the dimensions once more, which she then handed to the cutting workers. Captain Huang, intrigued, inquired Comrade Jiang Lanue, what distinguishes these two blueprints? Why draw them twice? Jiang Lanue smiled at Captain Huang, explaining, the first blueprint illustrates a dual-cylinder design, capable of simultaneously dispensing seeds and fertilizer. Nodding in understanding, Captain Huang asked, if that is the case, why did you not initially design a single-cylinder model? The demand for such a dual-cylinder sewing device will be substantial in the future, which is why I designed it as a dual-cylinder from the outset. I see. Comrade Jiang, you truly are a talent. Captain Huang was thoroughly impressed by Jiang Lanue's explanation. Standing behind them, Lu Yuang observed Jiang Lanue speak with confidence, a smile involuntarily forming on his lips. Following Jiang Lanue's blueprints, the workers in the cutting workshop swiftly prepared the necessary materials. Subsequently, Director Chi instructed the workers to transport these materials to the welding workshop, in front of Jiang Lanue and the others. The welders meticulously joined the pieces according to the blueprints. Once all components were ready, Jiang Lanue personally assembled each part in sequence. By the time both sewing devices were fully assembled, the sky outside had darkened. Excellent. Jiang Lanue felt a surge of joy as she successfully replicated the device from the blueprints for the first time. Without further ado, she began to move the items outside. Little did she know that she had yet to encounter the cedar, as Ge Xiaozhuang swiftly seized the dual-cylinder cedar. Comrade Jiang, allow me to take care of this. How can I let a lady carry such a heavy item? Indeed, Captain Huang lifted another one, cheerfully making his way outside. Comrade Jiang's hands should be reserved for drafting. Let us handle this laborious task.
Sigh.
Watching them depart like that, Jiang Lanue felt a twinge of helplessness. In the presence of Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanue felt somewhat uneasy. Lowering her head in response, she quickened her pace to catch up with Captain Huang and the others. At this moment, the members and educated youth had already finished their work, leaving the fields deserted. With a flashlight in hand, Ge Xiaozhuang, alongside the cheerful Captain Huang wielding the seeding device, swiftly managed to sow an entire row of corn. His excitement elevated his voice. This tool is truly remarkable. In such a short time, I've already completed 2 rows. Let me try the dual-cylinder one and see if it performs equally well. If this contraption proves successful, Comrade Jiang, you will have made a significant contribution. After uttering these words, Captain Huang merrily took the dual-cylinder device to test it out. As he experimented, he exclaimed, this is splendid. It's incredibly convenient, akin to play. When did you learn to design and draft? He could not shake the feeling that Jiang Lanue was no longer the same Jiang Lanue he once knew. How could a person suddenly transform from being unskilled to remarkably talented? Chapter 83. The frugal husband acts up again. I learned it from my fellow inmates. Jiang Lanue, feeling a pang of unease under Lu Yuang's scrutinizing gaze, dared not lift her head. Though her explanation seemed a tad far-fetched, Lu Yuang accepted it earnestly. Nodding seriously, he remarked, wherever you learned it, what matters is its utility. Now that he seemed to trust her, Jiang Lanue felt a wave of relief wash over her. His words left Jiang Lanue momentarily dumbfounded as she looked up at him in astonishment. The man, illuminated by moonlight, had a chiseled profile, with smooth lines, a high nose and long eyelashes rendering him extraordinarily handsome. Jiang Lanue's heart skipped a beat. Noticing her surprise, Lu Yuang quickly clarified, "Grandmother said she misses you." Realizing it was merely Grandma Lu's sentiment, Jiang Lanyue felt relieved once more. Good. With the seating device in hand, Captain Huang's smile widened to the point of nearly splitting his face. "Comrade Jiang Lanyue, your design is truly exceptional, whether for single or dual cylinders. This seeder makes sewing and fertilizing remarkably convenient. If our team had several such tools, we would undoubtedly claim first place this year." Hearing Captain Huang's praise, Jiang Lanyue smiled in return. Having already constructed 2 devices, she felt confident that there would be no issues. Rest assured, the village has already expressed its support. As long as our creations prove useful, they will certainly back us wholeheartedly. While speaking with fervor, Captain Huang gazed at Jiang Lanyue with joy. As Captain Huang extols the virtues of others, it becomes apparent that he possesses a certain eloquence. In the presence of Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanyue feels a twinge of embarrassment. Once the vehicle departs, Lu Yuang casts a glance at Jiang Lanyue. "You need not worry about the military wives. I shall handle the communication." What peculiar whim has seized Lu Yuang? Is he reluctant? The tall, imposing figure towers beside her, his gaze imbued with a hint of inquiry. The thought that the original owner of this body met her demise by execution sends a shiver down Jiang Lanyue's spine. Is it truly merely a matter of conserving time? Her words cause Lu Yuang to halt in his tracks, regarding her with utmost seriousness. The male youth who had shown her kindness is indeed quite handsome. And he is reputed to be a model worker, a leader among his peers, a truly exceptional individual. However, noticing his apparent skepticism, Jiang Lanyue finds herself momentarily perplexed. Just as her thoughts are on the verge of articulation, a delicate voice wafts over from a short distance ahead. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight stands a slender, fair-skinned soldier, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon Lu Yuang as she leans against a nearby sapling. Chapter 84, A Rival Worthy of Sympathy. My heart quivers. Her voice, soft and gentle, evokes a sense of compassion. What brings you here? Upon seeing Chu Yingxue, Lu Yuan's expression darkens. Recognizing his displeasure, Chu Yingxue bites her lip, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, exuding a sense of grievance. With reddened eyes, she presents him with the document. Upon hearing that there is a task at hand, Lu Yuan's demeanor softens slightly as he accepts the document and begins to peruse it. Having completed this exchange, he turns to leave. Noticing that Lu Yuang pays her no heed, Chu Yingxue instinctively calls out to him. After uttering her words, Lu Yuang turns once more to depart. With a sprained ankle rendering her unable to walk, her only recourse is to request that Lu Yuang carry her, which would necessitate either a piggyback or an embrace. Observing Chu Yingxue's hopeful expression, Lu Yuang coldly responds, "I will send someone to fetch you shortly."
With that,
he swiftly departs.
alas,
Is Lu Yuang truly disregarding her? Tears brim in Chu Yingxue's eyes from frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue, witnessing her discomfort, can't help but chuckle softly. "Pfft, what are you laughing at?" Despite her anger, Chu Yingxue regards Jiang Lanyue with a gaze steeped in disdain and contempt. Do not presume that because Lu Deputy Camp Commander respects your status as his beloved, you have any opportunity to exploit it.
let m'assure you,
True love remains unaffected by any obstacles. You are akin to that rural woman, Guojinlan, base and vile. Attempting to ensnare a man who is fundamentally mismatched with you through various means is utterly contemptible. How audacious for a woman seeking to intrude upon another's affection, yet reviled by the man herself, to speak of love with such brazen arrogance. Jiang Lanyue suppresses her smile, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. Chu Yingxue, I acknowledge that your family circumstances are quite favorable. However, with such advantageous conditions, did your parents fail to instill in you the values of propriety, integrity, and honor? Even those from feudal society understand that a formal marriage requires a proper ceremony, while a clandestine affair is deemed a concubine's relationship. Lu Yuang, Guo's sister-in-law, and Deputy Instructor Ding, and I are all legitimate couples who have solemnly acquired marriage certificates. What audacity do you possess to challenge us? To call us base and indecent? Do you and Tang Xiaoya, as female soldiers, consider the seduction of another's husband to be refined? If that is your perspective, I might as well have a candid conversation with your commander to inquire how such shameless soldiers came to be under her command. Jiang Lanyue's words struck a sensitive chord with Chu Yingxue, rendering her speechless and paling in fear. Observing her rendered mute, Jiang Lanyue, with a stern countenance, warned. I have refrained from holding your previous antics against you, but should Guo's sister-in-law join the unit, if you dare to bully her, I will ensure you are thoroughly humiliated. With that, Jiang Lanyue departed gracefully, leaving Chu Yingxue fuming in place, her feet stamping in frustration. In the ensuing 2 days, Lu Yuang was preoccupied with mission completion and did not appear before Jiang Lanyue. Captain Huang's request to the commune for the production of more sewing machines progressed smoothly, leaving him in high spirits. He directed the educated youths to transport the equipment to the fields, where, in front of all the members and the educated youths, he demonstrated the machine's functionality. Upon witnessing its efficacy, everyone gathered in curious excitement. "Captain, where did you procure such a remarkable device? It's incredibly convenient," they exclaimed.
Indeed.
"This contraption requires no nesting or burying of seeds. It can sow corn in a single trip, saving us so much effort. I surmise this must have been crafted by the mechanical factory in the commune. The individual who designed this is undoubtedly a genius, truly understanding the needs of the laboring populace." Seeing their enthusiasm, Captain Huang intentionally teased them. "If the designer of this sewing machine were standing before you, would you not express your gratitude?" At this remark, all eyes turned toward Captain Huang in disbelief. Surely, none among our group possesses such skill? Could it possibly be designed by an educated youth with advanced degrees? As thoughts of the highly educated youth surfaced, all gazes shifted toward Zhang Qingqing, who stood amidst the crowd. She often flaunted her high school diploma, thus maintaining an image of an intellectual among them. As they mistakenly assumed she was the creator of the device, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but smile with pride, intending to tacitly accept the credit. However, before she could bask in her moment of glory, Captain Huang interjected, "It's not merely high education that equates to capability, as the saying goes. Heroes are not defined by their origins. Feel free to speculate." As curiosity mounted, the members and educated youths began to grow impatient. "Captain, please spare us the suspense. Just tell us who designed this," they urged. "Indeed, it matters not who conceived this remarkable invention. This individual has alleviated our burdens greatly. Henceforth, she shall serve as my exemplar, and I shall certainly learn from her." Laughter erupted as Captain Huang noticed the exuberance of the crowd. "Once the rush for planting concludes, I shall ensure her contributions are reported to the commune, allowing her to receive the accolades she rightfully deserves." The words of Captain Huang regarding the design by custodian Jiang left everyone incredulous. "Indeed, Captain Huang, are you jesting?" Prior to this, no one had ever heard of custodian Jiang possessing any design capabilities. Observing the skepticism among the crowd, Zhang Qingqing, who had nearly claimed the design credit herself, could not help but interject sarcastically. Indeed, who is unaware that she is an uneducated labor reform inmate? To assert she is capable of designing tools is beyond belief. Could it be that someone, in their desire for accolades, is impersonating another design? Such actions would violate regulations, and should this come to light, the team would face serious repercussions. Now she suddenly emerges, casting doubt on the notion that this creation was designed by Jiang Lanyue. The disdainful and scornful gazes of those present bore down upon her, particularly Captain Huang, whose expression darkened instantly. "Comrade Zhang Qingqing, do you possess any evidence to support such claims? If not, then you risk slandering her without basis and must bear the consequences." Indeed, with Captain Huang's rebuttal, Su Lingling and her fellow youth echoed their agreement. Some individuals simply cannot tolerate the success of others, harboring a narrow-minded view. Given the intelligence of Comrade Jiang, it is hardly surprising that she could design something remarkable. Earlier, someone mentioned impersonating another's design as a breach of discipline. Thus, why did she remain silent when everyone mistakenly credited her with the design? This is truly enlightening. "You." The scorn from the female youth left Zhang Qingqing fuming with indignation. With a scowl, she retorted, "This design has been under my watch from inception to its production at the local machinery factory. There is no doubt it was crafted by Comrade Jiang Lanyue. However, if you persist in bullying Comrade Jiang Lanyue and act in ways detrimental to our unity, I will have no choice but to consider transferring you to Team 16. Captain Huang's words left Zhang Qingqing in a state of shock. Her eyes widened, and she trembled slightly. "Captain, please. I cannot go to Team 16. It is far too arduous, and I would not survive." Before she could finish, Captain Huang turned to the youth and villagers. "I still have some cured meat saved from last year's New Year's festivities. To celebrate the commune's recognition of Comrade Jiang's design of this remarkable planting device, I will bring the meat to the village tonight for a communal feast." Wonderful. The announcement of cured meat brought cheers from the other villagers. In this era, meat coupons are a prized commodity, and the news delighted everyone even further. Subsequently, Captain Huang dispatched a villager, armed with the meat coupons provided by Jiang Lanyue, to the township supply and marketing cooperative to procure the meat. The remaining individuals all grasped the sacred artifact and began to learn the art of sowing in the fields. Throughout the entire process, not a single soul paid any heed to the neglected Zhang Qingqing. Chapter 86. It appears that someone is orchestrating mischief behind the scenes. "Then do enlighten me. What disgraceful act have I committed?" Zhang Qingqing's words were indeed intriguing. Jiang Lanhua paused to regard her, wearing an expression that seemed to challenge her to reveal her intentions. Zhang Qingqing, with unwavering conviction, asserted, "You rely on the valor of your martyr parents and the fact that you were shielded by the esteemed elder Liu on the battlefield, which led to your status as the adopted daughter of the Liu family. Granny Liu regards your life as precious as that of the late elder Liu. Hence her indulgence towards you. And what have you done? You leveraged Granny Liu's affection to coerce Liu Yuang into marrying you. You, a coward who trembled at the thought of arduous training and sought to withdraw from service, spent 3 years in confinement. Were it not for the Liu family's protection, you would have faced execution long ago." Zhang Qingqing's awareness of these matters clearly indicated that someone had deliberately divulged such information to her. Consequently, upon hearing these words, Jiang Lanhua's countenance darkened. "So, are you targeting me because of my fortunate circumstances, or are you envious because I married a worthy husband? Regardless of your envy, it is of no consequence. Good fortune is a skill in itself. Regrettably, you lack such a talent." With that, Jiang Lanhua turned to leave. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Qingqing called out to her, "What does it matter that you have the Liu family as your backing? Beyond the heavens, there are greater realms, and beyond people, there are greater beings. Your arrogance will inevitably bring ruin to the Liu family." Zhang Qingqing was evidently determined to engage her in an unyielding contest. Jiang Lanhua merely responded with a look that conveyed her indifference to Zhang Qingqing's threats. "Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs." With that, Jiang Lanhua sauntered away gracefully. The captain had announced that they would feast on communal stew tonight, which led to a lively atmosphere in the village's communal courtyard after work. Coupled with the cured meats provided by the village chief and the eggs and sun-dried fish contributed by the villagers, along with the brown rice, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and potatoes gathered from each household, the stew simmered to perfection. Once served in large iron bowls, the aroma was simply irresistible. The savory braised pork with potatoes, combined with a dozen sun-dried fish stewed with cabbage, was enough to make anyone's mouth water. The fragrant cured meat, boiled to perfection, was sliced into translucent pieces, looking particularly tempting. The brown rice mixed with white rice and sweet potatoes was cooked into a delightful dish. When the lid was lifted, the scent was so enticing that it nearly made everyone's mouths water. Thus, the villagers gathered around the long table made of wooden planks, each holding large porcelain bowls. The rice was heaped with cured meat and various stews, and everyone relished the meal joyfully. The rich pork was indeed delectable, especially when paired with the potatoes. Indeed, the cured meat was delightful. Although the sun-dried fish had not been marinated long enough, the broth was a creamy white, offering a unique flavor. As everyone finally indulged in meat, their spirits were high. Jiang Lanhua chose a spot at the edge, taking a few pieces of sweet potato and a small mound of rice. She also added some cabbage and fish, quietly eating by herself. As she pondered, a cheerful voice resonated beside her. "Why have you eaten so little? Is it unappetizing?" "Not at all." Turning to face the beaming Zhang Taizhu, Jiang Lanhua smiled in return. "Are you gaining weight?" Before Zhang Taizhu could respond, he scrutinized Jiang Lanhua from head to toe. Upon hearing this, she chuckled softly and resumed her meal. Suddenly, Zhang Taizhu inquired, "How is your relationship with your partner?" "Well, it's going all right." Recalling Liu Yuang, Jiang Lanhua spoke with a hint of reservation. Zhang Tiezhu's expression dimmed slightly. "I didn't expect you to marry so early." In this era, although the legal age for marriage for women is 18, the youth are encouraged to contribute to the nation's development, leading many to engage in labor instead of marrying young. Few marry at such an early age. Hearing this, Jiang Lanhua fell into silence. Noticing her apparent discomfort, Zhang Taizhu hastily added, "It's all right. Marrying young doesn't signify anything negative. By the way, a few of us male youth discussed it, and after the rush of planting, we will assist you." Zhang Taizhu seemed to have something joyous to share, his dark eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, before he could finish, a deep, calm voice interrupted. Jiang Lanhua. Chapter 87. A husband too good, fearful of others stealing him. A tall, handsome soldier clad in military attire stood at the edge of the embankment, pushing a bicycle adorned with 2 large red flowers, evidently newly purchased. A member of the crowd couldn't help but jest. "Jiang, your significant other has come to fetch you." "Yes, Jiang. Why not introduce us to your partner? Are you hiding such a wonderful person out of fear that we might steal him from you?" This remark elicited a wave of hearty laughter. Jiang Lanhua, feeling quite embarrassed, turned crimson and hurriedly set down her utensils, rushing to Liu Yuang's side. "What brings you here?" Succinctly, Liu Yuang chose to overlook her flushed face and address the gathered members and youth. "Hello everyone, I am Jiang Lanhua's partner, Liu Yuang." I currently serve as the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the Leopard Independent Regiment in the 7th Army of the Rongxi Military Region. Jiang Lanue's partner was, astonishingly, a deputy commander. So young, many had assumed he was merely a platoon leader. Consequently, the previously jovial expressions of the crowd shifted to seriousness as they took in the revelation. Deputy Commander Liu, you are too humble. Jiang Lanue works diligently and competently. She has not only avoided causing us trouble, but has also created numerous conveniences for us. The sincerity in their praises for Jiang Lanue was evident. Lu Yuang nodded appreciatively. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for everyone's support. Observing this, Lu Yuang strode to match her pace. The task was complete. As he pushed the bicycle, he spoke lightly, while Jiang Lanue, still flustered from the earlier incident, found herself at a loss for words. Noticing her silence, Lu Yuang asked, "Are you upset? I recall you mentioning previously that you preferred to keep your marriage private. However, faced with so many witnesses, I felt that if I did not acknowledge it, they would only cast further aspersions upon you. Indeed, in a past life, this was the case. Because Lu Yuang frequently visited my grandmother, yet refused to acknowledge his relationship with the original owner, the villagers often derided her, claiming she was overly eager to attach herself to him, which provoked her into numerous quarrels. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Lanue declared, "Let us discuss future matters later. There is no use in dwelling on them now. Once she establishes herself in this era, she would promptly divorce Lu Yuang, ensuring she would not follow in the original owner's footsteps." Observing Jiang Lanue's helplessness, Lu Yuang chuckled. "Did you purchase this bicycle for me?" Jiang Lanue was taken aback, exclaiming, No, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. A bicycle now costs at least 50 or 60 yuan, likely consuming 2 months of Lu Yuang's salary. If I buy it, I shall use it. Why hesitate?" Seeing her reluctance, Lu Yuang simply halted, swung his long legs over, and seated himself upon the bicycle. Though the military green uniform appeared loose, it could not conceal his strong waist and perfectly proportioned physique. After speaking, she hurriedly turned to walk away. Yet Lu Yuang caught up, grabbing her arm and pulling her onto the back seat, firmly wrapping her arms around his waist. "Hold on tight. Do not fall off." No sooner had he spoken than he pedaled forward swiftly. The sudden jolt caught Jiang Lanue completely off guard, and she instinctively clung tightly to Lu Yuang's waist. The man cycling ahead could not suppress his laughter, his soft chuckle echoing joyfully in the stillness of a night. This left Jiang Lanue, seated behind him, utterly astonished. Oh no, does this unassuming husband truly intend to reconcile with the original owner and continue life with her? This thought sent a chill of dread coursing through Jiang Lanue. By the time she regained her senses, they had already reached the main road. However, upon arriving at the Lu residence, they found the door firmly shut and the interior cloaked in darkness. Both were momentarily stunned. Lu Yuang shook his head, clearly taken aback. "Could it be that she saw me come to fetch you and locked the door?" Previously, Lu Grandma had locked Jiang Lanue's room to compel them to share a bed. "What shall we do now?" As she uttered these words, she turned to leave, but Lu Yuang seized her wrist firmly with his large hand. The warmth of his body seeped through the thin shirt she wore, sending a shiver across her skin. Bathed in the moonlight mingled with the soft glow of the street lamps, he appeared almost divine. Thus, she did not refuse and settled onto the back seat of Lu Yuang's bicycle, and together they proceeded to the command center. As soon as they departed, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the vacant yard next door. Holding a key in her hand, Grandma Lu cheerfully remarked, "It seems that rascal Yuang has finally had a revelation. I suspect we shall soon meet my great-great-grandson." When Lu Yuang arrived at the company office with Jiang Lanue, he respectfully saluted. "Good day, Deputy Battalion Commander. Thank you for your hard work." Nodding in their direction, Lu Yuang refrained from saying much more. After he parked his bicycle aside, he took Jiang Lanue and entered the office. The lounge was situated at the back of the office, and upon passing through, Lu Yuang pushed open the innermost door and stepped inside. As the light flickered on, Jiang Lanue beheld the modest lounge, which, aside from a set of table and chairs, contained only a single bed. The bed was adorned with a military pillow and blanket, indistinguishable from the quarters of the soldiers. She was utterly bewildered. Why is there only one bed? Observing her astonishment, Lu Yuang couldn't help but chuckle. This lounge is intended for the officers' temporary rest, hence there is merely one bed. However, since I frequently stay here, others do not utilize the space for rest. But with only one bed, where shall I sleep? Jiang Lanue, unable to meet Lu Yuang's gaze, felt her cheeks flush crimson. This caused Lu Yuang, who was in the midst of unbuttoning his military uniform, to pause. He then removed his uniform and draped it over the back of a nearby chair. "You can just make do and squeeze in with me for the night."
Squeeze in with you?
Despite inhabiting the original owner's body, She had never contemplated fulfilling the duties of a wife. Wasn't this a torment for her? As Jiang Lanue attempted to leave, Lu Yuang grasped her arm and spoke in a low, earnest tone. Lanue, we are already married. I am your husband. I understand that our previous relationship was fraught with difficulties, which led you to consider divorce. However, since we are wed, I have no intention of relinquishing you so easily. So this was Lu Yuang's perspective. No wonder the original owner had been so difficult. Lu Yuang had never been adamant about their divorce, showing her endless tolerance. It appeared that the admirable background and upbringing of the Lu family had indeed nurtured him into a person of great generosity and forbearance. Seeing Jiang Lanue remain silent, Lu Yuang gently turned her to face him. He then gazed into her eyes and said, I am aware of your fears. I will respect you. Chapter 89. He must think I am quite lecherous. Lu Yuang's voice was so soothing, his soft murmurs utterly enchanting Jiang Lanue. Instinctively, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. You truly have no intentions of divorcing me? What about your white moonlight? White moonlight? Lu Yuang raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to Chewing Xue? Recalling Lu Yuang's cold demeanor towards Chewing Xue in previous encounters, Jiang Lanue felt uncertain, but nodded nonetheless. Yes, have you not always had feelings for her? I have not, Lu Yuang shook his head. I have never held any affection for her. I have already addressed the rumors circulating within the army. He remembered overhearing his parents discreetly discussing matters when he was merely a teenager. Grandmother issued a decree that he should marry Jiang Lanue once he reached adulthood. Although he harbored a strong aversion towards her, deeming her to be vulgar, domineering, and not possessing a kind heart, he was nonetheless willing to fulfill his grandmother's wish. Thus, he had never found affection for any girl, as he was acutely aware that his future bride would be Jiang Lanue. You truly do not harbor feelings for Chewing Xue. At this moment, Jiang Lanue began to believe his words. In the previous life, the original owner, swayed by rumors, had concluded that Chewing Xue was the beloved of Lu Yuang, leading to a fierce rivalry between them and frequent bullying of Chewing Xue. Ironically, the more she acted this way, the more fervently the gossip spread within the ranks, to the point where it was likely that Lu Yuang himself began to develop different feelings for Chewing Xue. It was not that the original owner lacked respect for Lu Yuang as a husband, but rather, she had gradually pushed him into the arms of Chewing Xue. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, Lu Yuang reassured her once more. I truly do not like her. I am unaware of how those rumors within the troops emerged. I understand that you have misunderstood. I have already addressed this with the battalion commander and the instructor. I understand now. Suddenly grasping Lu Yuang's genuine feelings, Jiang Lanue felt a wave of confusion wash over her. Sensing her embarrassment, Lu Yuang offered, I have spare toothpaste, a toothbrush, and a towel here. Do you need to freshen up? All right. After all, Lu Yuang had no intention of allowing her to leave that evening, so Jiang Lanue decided to embrace the situation. She watched as Lu Yuang retrieved the toothbrush, toothpaste, towel, and basin for her. Clutching these items, she stepped outside to wash her face and brush her teeth. Though she couldn't shake the feeling that the two sentries were watching her, Lu Yuang, unbeknownst to her, had procured an additional pillow, placing it beside the first. To avoid any awkwardness, Jiang Lanue quickly seized the opportunity while Lu Yuang was preoccupied with his own hygiene. She removed her outer trousers and shirt, slipping under the covers of the bed, pretending to be asleep. Her face, having thinned considerably, bore a slightly prominent nose. The light cast a shadow on her face through her long eyelashes. Consequently, he refrained from saying much, extinguished the light, shed his trousers, and lay down beside Jiang Lanue. The night deepened gradually. At first, Jiang Lanue dared not move, pressing herself against one end of the bed in fear of making physical contact with Lu Yuang. As sleepiness began to envelop her, she gradually relaxed. When the reveille sounded the next morning, she jolted awake in fright. The scene before her was one she wished she could escape. She found herself nestled in his embrace, her legs draped over his, and one hand unceremoniously tucked into his shirt, resting on his firm abdomen. Realizing her predicament, Jiang Lanue quickly sat up and retreated, distancing herself from him while repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Oh my, what on earth did she do last night? She should have been wary of Lu Yuang taking advantage of her. Yet she was the one who initiated. No matter. He then rose from the bed and began to dress in front of Jiang Lanue. Having committed such an embarrassing act, Jiang Lanue found herself at a loss for words and could only nod in acknowledgement. Even without her eyes upon him, she sensed Lu Yuang's laughter. Thus, as he donned his military uniform and stepped out, Jiang Lanue could only lament as she repeatedly pounded the bed in frustration. Oh dear. He must think I am quite lewd. Chapter 90. A broken mirror cannot be put together again. We were never truly broken. With the events that had transpired, Jiang Langyue understood that regret was futile. She then took her basin and toothbrush to wash up. The sentry at the office door had already changed shifts since last night. Upon seeing Jiang Langyue emerge, her hair in disarray, the two sentries stationed outside were evidently startled. Once they regained their composure, they saluted in unison. "Good morning, Comrade Jiang." "Good morning to you as well." Following that, she attempted to neatly fold the quilt on her bed, only to find that no matter her efforts, it remained a lumpy mass, failing to replicate the neat, tofu-like squares Lu Yuang had achieved. She ultimately conceded defeat. Jiang Langyue then switched off the lights and closed the door, mounting Lu Yurong's bicycle parked outside the office, and hurriedly left the military compound. On her desk, a note bore her elegant handwriting. Recalling how she had nestled against him like a little kitten last night, Lu Yuang felt an inexplicable quickening of his heart. Before long, Captain Sun and Captain Ma arrived. Upon entering the office, they found Lu Yuang enjoying breakfast, with an unopened lunchbox beside him. Captain Ma could not suppress a chuckle. "Deputy Commander Lu, we saw Comrade Jiang Langyue riding her bicycle away in quite a hurry just now. So, have you two rekindled your relationship?" "We've never truly been broken," replied Lu Yuang, raising an eyebrow as he popped the last piece of steamed bun into his mouth and poured himself some tea. This fellow still refuses to admit it." Observing his air of triumph, Captain Ma chuckled. The elder Captain Sun nodded with satisfaction. "It's wonderful that you two can lead a good life together. Comrade Jiang Langyue is certainly not the same as before. She has proven herself to be a commendable comrade. Unlike that woman from your family, who pales in comparison to Comrade Jiang." "Indeed," Captain Ma concurred. "Once you two obtain your marriage certificate, you still need to hold a wedding. Regardless, you must set up a few tables and celebrate together." At the mention of this, Lu Yuang smiled. Jiang Langyue remained unaware of the gossip circulating about her. Feeling somewhat better, she scooped a bowl of flour and rolled out some noodles, combining them with the remaining cabbage hearts and the last 2 eggs to prepare a bowl of noodles. By the time she finished eating, daylight had fully broken, and the villagers and educated youth began to head off to work. Yet, as she approached the corner not far from the small house, still yet to reach the main road, Zhang Qingqing remarked that Zhang's caretaker did not truly wish to marry her. She relied on her status as the adopted daughter of the Lu family, believing that the old hero of the Lu family held deep affections for her, which compelled the Deputy Commander Lu to marry her. It is said that this Deputy Commander has a beloved, a beautiful soldier from the arts troupe, who was tragically torn from him by her. I wondered how such a handsome and dashing officer could possibly fancy Jiang Langyue. Upon hearing this, the nearby female intellectual visibly bristled. She forcefully pushed away the hand that the female intellectual had looped around her arm, creating distance between them. "You, after indulging in a feast last night due to Manager Zhang's connection, how can you now malign others?" Indeed, another female intellectual also defended Jiang Langyue. "Zhang Qingqing has always been a liar. Can you truly believe her words? Have you lost your senses?" It was evident that the mere mention of Jiang Langyue had provoked a strong reaction from the two female intellectuals. The one who initially spoke looked awkwardly at them. "I only speak the truth. Why are you so agitated?" Moreover, Zhang Qingqing claimed that Jiang Langyue would encounter great trouble today. "I suspect someone is coming to settle scores with her." "Settle scores? What scores?" Upon hearing this, the other female intellectuals furrowed their brows. Now that Manager Jiang is married to the Deputy Commander Lu, any past romantic entanglements are mere history. If that female soldier were to cause a scene, it would indeed be her wrongdoing. "Wan, do you know something? You are closest to Zhang Qingqing. Do enlighten us." I know nothing," Ma Wan thought, harboring a degree of protection for Zhang Qingqing, and thus had no desire to assist Jiang Langyue. After uttering this, she hurriedly departed, leaving the other female intellectuals stamping their feet in frustration. This Ma Wan, always leaving things half-said, is truly irritating. I believe she and Zhang Qingqing are simply envious of Manager Jiang, and perhaps there is no issue at all. Indeed, let us hasten to work. If anything were to arise, the Deputy Commander Lu would certainly not allow Manager Jiang to be wronged. After all, last night, we all witnessed the tenderness with which Deputy Commander Lu treated Manager Jiang. Such gazes could not be feigned if his heart did not reside with her. As they conversed, the female intellectuals made their way toward the village office. Jiang Langyue trailed behind, a knowing smile gracing her lips. It seemed Zhang Qingqing's awareness of the original owner's past was likely connected to Chewing Xue. Lu Yuan's altered demeanor towards me indeed unsettled her. With this thought in mind, Jiang Langyue quickened her pace toward the village office. Given the early hour, there were not many people waiting at the warehouse door. After opening the warehouse door, Jiang Langyue began to register each individual coming to collect tools. As the wall clock ticked to 7:30, the number of people began to swell. Suddenly, The roar of a pickup truck resonated from outside. Upon hearing the commotion, the members of the collective and the youth awaiting tools at the entrance began to speculate about the arrival of yet another military vehicle. Could it be that Deputy Camp Leader Liu had come to seek out Manager Zhang once more? As the crowd murmured amongst themselves, 3 soldiers disembarked from the vehicle. One, a young private responsible for driving, and another, a commanding woman in her 40s exuding authority. Following her was a strikingly beautiful young female soldier, whose every gesture radiated elegance. The sight of the trio rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. After stepping out, Chu Yingxue pointed towards the direction of the warehouse. The woman in charge then donned a stern expression and made her way directly toward it. Observing this, Su Lingling hurried into the warehouse and informed Jiang Langyue, who was engrossed in her writing. Manager Jiang, it seems there are military personnel here seeking you.
Me?
Jiang Langyue looked up to meet Su Lingling's concerned gaze, and an understanding dawned upon her. Just then, Jing Yayuan entered the warehouse. Jiang Langyue rose to greet the leader of the 16th Army's artistic troupe, whom she had only met a handful of times in her previous life. May I inquire whom you are seeking? Is there anyone here besides you with connections to the military? Jing Yayuan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Jiang Langyue. Comrade Jiang Langyue, I wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Langyue glanced at Chu Yingxue, who stood behind Jing Yayuan. Since you are all here, I am willing to engage in conversation. However, I am currently occupied with work, so you will need to wait a moment. You expect me to wait? Jing Yayuan arched an eyebrow, her gaze toward Jiang Langyue laced with a hint of menace. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you display such rudeness? Do you not fear that I shall speak with Bai Qing and have her teach you a lesson? Bai Qing, the mother of Lu Yuang and the head of the 16th Army District Hospital, was said to be a close friend of Jing Yayuan. In her past life, Bai Qing had aspired to unite Chu Yingxue and Lu Yuang, and thus harbored a particular disdain for the original Jiang Langyue, her prospective daughter-in-law.
Zhu Xing's
Closely following Jing Yayuan, interjected Jiang Langyue, do not be ungrateful. My aunt is the head of the artistic troupe of the 16th Army District. Her visit to you is a tremendous favor, and you dare to ask her to wait? In response to these words, Jiang Langyue merely smiled faintly. Indeed, this leader holds a significant rank, and I have great respect for that. However, I am presently engaged in my duties and cannot abandon them. If you do not wish to wait, I kindly request that you take your leave. What did you say? Chu Yingxue could hardly believe that Jiang Langyue had the audacity to dismiss her aunt. Infuriated, she retorted, what makes your trivial work so important? Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences if my aunt's time is wasted? Should your presence hinder our brigade's productivity, may I ask if you, Chu Yingxue, are prepared to bear the consequences? With the support of those around her, Chu Yingxue no longer pretended to be the innocent flower. And Jiang Langyue could not help but smirk. Indeed, Jiang Langyue showed no sign of intimidation. And even those comrades and educated youths who had previously worried for her could not help but admire her in secret. This was a critical time for planting. We were contributing to the nation's construction, so why should we set aside our work? Yes, this comrade claimed that Zhang's role was trivial. Are the artistic soldiers in your military truly superior? Chu Yingxue was taken aback, not expecting someone as insufferable as Jiang Langyue to defend her. In her haste, she almost retorted, but unexpectedly, Jing Yayuan seized her arm, her gaze sharp as a blade, fixing it firmly on Jiang Langyue. I intend to speak with you privately out of respect, Jiang Langyue. Do not compel me to humiliate you in front of so many. In her previous life, Jing Yayuan had encountered the original owner in a similar manner, looking down upon her with disdain. Jiang Langyue merely smiled, since you are so relentless. Feel free to speak your mind, but do not hinder my task of distributing tools to everyone. This insolent girl now feigned seriousness. Jing Yayuan scoffed, her eyes boring into her. I have come today to warn you against stirring trouble and disrupting the relationship between Lu Yuang and Yingxue. Your coercion of Lu Yuang into obtaining a marriage certificate has driven Bai Qing to illness. Do you realize that your presence in the Lu family could be a burden to them? The Lu family took you in out of kindness. Yet you have set your sights on Lu Yuang. This is a betrayal of their goodwill. As Jing Yayuan criticized her in front of so many, Jiang Langyue finally adopted a serious demeanor. I have made mistakes in the past that have burdened the Lu family, and I am striving to amend my ways. As for the accusation of disrupting Chu Yingxue and Lu Yuang's relationship, that is truly unjust. Just last night, I asked Lu Yuang if he had feelings for Chu Yingxue. If it were true, I would willingly divorce him and step aside. However, Lu Yuang stated that he intends to build a life with me and has never harbored feelings for Chu Yingxue. If you do not believe me, you may verify my words with him. If he does not love our Yingxue, could he possibly love you? Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, Jing Yayun appeared as though she might burst into laughter. She scrutinized Jiang Lanyue from head to toe. Xue is beautiful and talented, shining brightly wherever she goes. What qualifications does a woman like you, who is both overweight and unattractive, have to be compared to her? It seemed that not only Jing Yayun but many others regarded the original owner as an unsightly toad intruding upon the perfect pair of Lu Yuang and Xue. Thus, Jiang Lanyue remained unfazed, simply regarding Jing Yayun with indifference. Lu Yuang is a man of great substance. If he were to judge solely by appearance, you would hardly be in a position to boast here. Why does everyone believe that Comrade Xu and my husband share mutual affection? You should be the most aware of the truth in your heart. Lu Yuang possesses a kind heart, refraining from escalating the situation to the point of embarrassment for you. However, should you persist in exploiting this opportunity to lead others to believe he harbors feelings for you, it may be imperative for him to clarify this misunderstanding before the entire regiment. Jiang Lanyue's words struck a chord with Xue, leaving her visibly flustered. What do you mean? I don't understand. Truly, do not comprehend? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, her expression growing more solemn. I am merely an orphan. Even if old lady Lu genuinely adores me, what can I do if Lu Yuang refuses to consent to marriage? Thus, we both know who has truly dismantled what. The more she delved into these matters, the clearer it became to Jiang Lanyue just how confused the original owner of this life had been. Lu Yuang is not without opinions. How could he simply marry whoever his grandmother decreed without question? Jiang Lanyue's words stirred Xue to the brink of tears. Jing Yayuan, feeling sympathy for her niece, immediately interjected, "You sharp-tongued little wretch. Your relentless pursuit of the Lu family is solely for personal gain, is it not? If you facilitate our Xue, the Jing family is more than willing to provide you with benefits, be it employment or any conditions you propose. We can negotiate." Chapter 93. How can I sell what is not even mine? So, is Commander Jing suggesting I sell my husband? Maintaining her composure while locking eyes with Jing Yayuan, Jiang Lanyue suddenly broke into a cold smile. I'm afraid I cannot comply. I reiterate, if you possess the capability to have Lu Yuang acknowledge his mutual affection with Xue, I shall demand no benefits from you, and will promptly proceed with the divorce. However, to relinquish my family for a woman pining after my husband is out of the question. If Xue is truly sincere and virtuous, she would undoubtedly insist on Lu Yuang's divorce to facilitate their union. At this point, even Jing Yayuan found herself at a loss for words. Jiang Lanyue regarded her coolly. In that case, Commander Jing, please take your leave. Do not disturb my work. After all, it is not a matter of power and influence to claim another's husband. We live in an era where the people hold sovereignty. Even as an orphan, I am not someone to be bullied at will. Jiang Lanyue's eloquence was nothing short of remarkable. The surrounding members and educated youth could not help but cast admiring glances in her direction. With gritted teeth, Xue retorted. Fine, you wait. With that, she stormed off in a fit of anger. Following her, the defeated Xue, eyes reddened, hurriedly left the scene. Their departure left the warehouse in a state of uproar. Jiang, you truly possess remarkable courage. To stand so resolutely before the commander is indeed admirable. Indeed. It turns out it was not Jiang who sought to claim him, but rather this shameless soldier who insisted on pursuing another husband. How can one be so brazen? Thankfully, Jiang displayed wisdom, successfully driving both of them away. Otherwise, dealing with a team leader and a female soldier would indeed be quite challenging. Observing everyone's enthusiastic discourse in her defense, Jiang Lanyue smiled and remarked, having grown up in the army and encountered many superiors, I have developed a bit of courage. There's no need for excessive praise. She urged everyone to come forth and register their names, lest they delay their work. Upon hearing her words, the crowd gathered to begin the registration. Once everyone had received their tools and turned to their tasks, Jiang Lanyue noticed the furious Zhang Qingqing departing in a huff from the dike outside. After the morning distribution of tools, Jiang Lanyue found herself at leisure. Having just organized the registration ledger, she intended to call Wang Aigua to supervise the fieldwork when Captain Huang cheerfully entered. Seeing Captain Huang give her a thumbs up, Jiang Lanyue surmised he was aware of the earlier incident. She chuckled, I feel quite embarrassed for causing a delay in the team's work. Please, Captain, do not mock me. What's there to be embarrassed about? Captain Huang waved his hand dismissively. If you continue this way, I would hesitate to ask for your assistance, even if I needed it. However, this matter is one only you can handle, so I must muster the courage to speak up. Noting the seriousness in Captain Huang's demeanor, Jiang Lanyue immediately grew sober. If it's within my capabilities, please do not hesitate to ask. But if it requires the Lu family's involvement, I fear I would be powerless. She could not, after all. emulate the original owner by seeking outside assistance and then pressuring Lu Yurong to intervene on her behalf. Chapter 94. So much work, choose freely. Realizing Zhang Lanue had misunderstood, Captain Huang burst into hearty laughter. Comrade Zhang, you have misconstrued the situation. I am certain you can assist. If I were to seek out Deputy Commander Lu, he would likely be unable to help. With this clarification, Zhang Lanue felt a sense of relief. All right then, Captain, please tell me what you need. Zhang Lanue was straightforward, and Captain Huang wasted no time with pleasantries. He promptly took a seat and, with a grin, said, Comrade Zhang, your seed sowing device is truly remarkable. Our corn planting is proceeding as if aided by divine intervention. It turned out that Captain Huang had reaped the benefits of the sowing device and was now eager for her to design a transplanting machine. Unable to suppress her amusement at his ingratiating manner, Zhang Lanue replied, Captain, designing this transplanting machine is not particularly difficult. However, time is of the essence. We have at most 7 or 8 days before the transplanting must commence. Creating a high-efficiency, mechanical transplanting machine may not be feasible, but a simple, hand-operated version would indeed be manageable. Really? Zhang Lanue's words lit up Captain Huang's eyes. A hand-operated machine is acceptable. As long as it eliminates the need to transplant each seedling individually, it would greatly enhance efficiency. Comrade Zhang, you are truly a talent. If it proves effective, we shall expedite the production of several units. This way, it will facilitate our production efforts. Captain Huang was beaming with delight, his lips nearly unable to contain his joy. What does it matter to supervise? I will personally accompany Comrade Wang Aigua. Hearing Zhang Lanue's words, Captain Huang immediately patted his chest. You stay here and ponder over the design. I await your good news. With that, Captain Huang prepared to rise and leave. However, Zhang Lanue quickly called out to him. Captain, I have something else to discuss. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang promptly turned back. Speak your mind, Comrade Zhang. As long as it brings you joy, I will accommodate any request. Zhang Lanue couldn't help but chuckle at Captain Huang's words, setting aside her pen. Mentioning Zhang Qingqing, Captain Huang's smile vanished in an instant. Comrade Zhang, I believe you would perform the role of warehouse manager far more competently than Comrade Zhang Qingqing. Therefore, if you have no other aspirations, I suggest you continue in this position. Should there be another role within the team that piques your interest, I will promptly arrange a transfer for you. As for the warehouse manager position, I will appoint another responsible individual to take over. Given that the captain has expressed such sentiments, I shall not hold back. With a smile at Captain Huang, Zhang Lanue stood up. I intend to accept your previous proposal, Captain, and work alongside Technician Zhang as our team's technician. This way, I can design more tools for our team. Once our tools yield results, I can also enhance my own skills through external learning and exchanges. After all, the technician's role offers freedom, unlike the warehouse manager, who must remain here daily. Awaiting the end of the workday, Captain Huang found Zhang Lanue's reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Very well, you shall be the technician henceforth. I will arrange for someone else to take over the warehouse duties, so do not worry, Comrade Zhang. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your efforts. With a smile directed at Captain Huang, Zhang Lanue chose not to elaborate further. Captain Huang, in high spirits, left with his hands clasped behind his back. No sooner had he departed than Wang Aigua emerged from the adjacent room. Upon reaching her door, he gave her a thumbs up and mouthed, "Keep it up." They then turned and walked away. With the work matters settled, Zhang Lanue felt a sense of relief. For the remainder of the morning, she diligently sat in the warehouse, sketching designs. Just as she reached the midpoint of her work, a timid figure appeared at the warehouse entrance. Chapter 95. Why should work not be returned to its owner? Sensing movement outside, Zhang Lanue rose and walked out. Upon reaching the door, she spotted a young girl dressed in an old-fashioned blue coat, her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails, standing at the entrance, too shy to look up. The stone beneath the eaves was marked with muddy footprints from her cloth shoes, indicating she had been hesitating there for quite some time. Therefore, Zhang Lanue inquired, "You are Xia Daniu, correct? You came here with your mother to collect tools before. I recognize you." Zhang Lanue's sudden address startled the girl, who nervously lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Lanue's eyes, only to quickly lower her head again. I am called Xia Daniu. Zhang, the custodian, was sent here by Captain Huang, who instructed her to teach me how to maintain the records. Earlier, Captain Huang approached her, mentioning that her family was in distress and that she needed to care for them, thus appointing her as the warehouse keeper. She still could hardly believe it. Apparently, this job had been bestowed upon you by Captain Huang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanue smiled. "Come in, and I shall instruct you." To her surprise, Zhang Lanue was not the least bit angry about someone attempting to usurp her position, which left Xia Daniu astonished. Once she regained her composure, she hurried into the warehouse. Jiang Lanue's inquiry evidently made Xia Daniu feel somewhat guilty. Stammering for a while, she finally confessed, "I never really attended school. I only went to the village's primary school and completed up to the 3rd grade. I'm not sure if I can write my name properly. The captain said I could learn at my own pace." Observing the worn clothes Xia Daniu wore, likely belonging to her elders, with patches on both elbows, it was clear that her family was struggling. Jiang Lanyu nodded reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. I have already recorded the names of everyone in our group in this ledger. If there are any names you cannot write, just refer to it and copy them." Many villagers spoke of Jiang as having connections due to her relationship with the battalion commander, suggesting she might be difficult to approach. Thus, Xia Daniu initially felt intimidated. However, seeing Jiang Lanue's approachable demeanor eased her tension. "Thank you, Jiang Custodian. I will strive to learn," she said. "Very well, come closer, and I shall teach you." Noticing Xia Daniu's nervousness, Jiang Lanyu beckoned her over. This encouraged Xia Daniu to gather her courage and approach Jiang Lanyu to examine the records. She was indeed quick-witted. After merely half an hour of instruction, Xia Daniu was nearly proficient. Observing her neatly filled page, Jiang Lanyu smiled. "Excellent. From now on, you will be responsible for recording when everyone returns their tools this afternoon." "I am afraid I cannot." Upon hearing this, Xia Daniu panicked. Just as she was about to decline, Jiang Lanyu firmly placed her hand on her shoulder. "You must have confidence in yourself. If you encounter any difficulties, I will assist you further." With Jiang Lanue's encouragement, the young girl finally nodded in agreement. However, just as they had settled this arrangement, a furious individual burst through the door of the warehouse, slamming it against the wall with a resounding crash. Xia Daniu, being timid, turned pale with fright. Jiang Lanyu, looking up, confronted the suddenly enraged Zhang Qingqing. "Comrade Zhang, what is the meaning of this? If you damage the warehouse door, you will be liable for the repairs." "Jiang Lanyu, spare me your pretense." Zhang Qingqing was infuriated upon seeing Jiang Lanyu. "I ask you, if you are relinquishing the position of warehouse custodian, why did you recommend this illiterate girl to Captain Huang? This job was originally mine, and you snatched it away from me. Now that you no longer wish to fulfill this role, why not return it to me? Jiang Lanyu, you wicked woman. How can you be so cruel?" Chapter 96. Fish die and the net breaks. "You may hesitate, but I shall not." Jiang Lanyu had long anticipated that if the job was not returned to Zhang Qingqing, this woman would undoubtedly cause a stir. Thus, she responded with a cold smile. "This position never belonged to you. How can one speak of returning it? Typically, the easier tasks within the team are designated to support those facing difficulties, such as the members and educated youth. With a single mother, 2 daughters, a son, and an elderly matron, no family could be more challenged than Xia's. It was entirely justifiable for team leader Huang to assign this caretaker role to Xia Daniu. "Comrade Zhang, I advise you not to take this opportunity to slander." "Am I slandering? It seems you are resorting to retaliation." Zhang Qingqing glared, seething with a desire to devour Jiang Lanyu. "You despise me for exposing your disgraceful deeds among the team, thus using this matter to provoke me, am I correct? I shall report you to the village authorities. What if you have connections? I will ensure you and Huang Dalu face the consequences together." Zhang Qingqing, clearly agitated, leaped forward to lash out. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Lanyu nearly succumbed to laughter. "By all means, report me. I will also pay a visit to the police station to discuss Huang Weiman's embezzlement of public funds, which also implicates you. After all, this case remains unresolved. Should Huang Weiman confess, you will accompany him behind bars." Zhang Qingqing stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Jiang Lanyu's remark had swiftly deflated her bravado. Observing her speechless state, Jiang Lanyu couldn't help but smirk with a hint of irony. Jiang Lanyu, never initiate conflict. But those who cannot tolerate my presence should not expect my courtesy in return." Perhaps it was the aura exuded by Jiang Lanyu that momentarily subdued Zhang Qingqing. Realizing she could not intimidate Jiang Lanyu, she turned her icy gaze upon the timid Xia Daniu, who, under her scrutiny, stumbled back in fear. Jiang Lanyu instinctively stepped protectively in front of Xia Daniu. Surely she was aware that team leader Huang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her. If she continued to be vulnerable to his accusations, he would undoubtedly show no mercy. "Wait for me." Unable to swallow her resentment, Zhang Qingqing's eyes reddened, and she stormed out. Once she departed, Xia Daniu sighed. "Jiang, you shouldn't provoke Zhang. She will retaliate against you. She has already made our family feel ashamed." "I am not afraid of her," Jiang Lanyu replied, dismissing the concern. Noticing Xia Daniu's fear, Tian Yunyo patted her shoulder reassuringly. However, as they approached the main road beside the village committee, They spotted Sister Gua carrying a bulging bundle and leading both De Shuang and Xiao Shuang towards the direction of the army. Seeing this, Zhang Lanyue hurriedly rode over. Upon reaching them, she smiled and inquired, Sister, are you planning to move to the barracks? Yes, Gua Zhenlan replied with a cheerful smile. The team leader came to see me this morning and confirmed that the job is all set. I am to report for duty tomorrow. He also mentioned that there is a small courtyard behind the convenience store, ample space for the three of us to reside. Thus, I moved in with De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, making my commute to work much more convenient. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Both my employment and housing are secured. Sister-in-law, congratulations to you. Over the past few days, Gua Zhenlan has transformed from a woman who once despaired over her missing husband into one who now smiles, appearing no different from a vibrant young lady in her 20s. However, upon hearing Zhang Lanyue's kind words, Gua Zhenlan was deeply touched, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lanyue, I shall forever cherish your kindness. Were it not for your assistance, my daughter and I might have been doomed to a life of despair. Such immense gratitude cannot be expressed lightly. Rest assured. Sister-in-law will never forget your generosity. As tears threatened to spill, Zhang Lanyue quickly interjected with a smile. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? You have endured so much for your children, and this is what you rightfully deserve. From now on, focus on living well with your children and let go of other burdens. Gua Zhenlan wiped away her tears with the sleeve of her garment and smiled once more. Yet, just as they finished this exchange, a fearsome old woman suddenly charged at them. Grabbing Gua Zhenlan, she began to hurl insults. You wretched woman! How dare you defy me? Are you attempting to rebel? As she berated her, the old woman viciously pinched Gua Zhenlan's arm, as though she harbored a deep-seated vendetta against her. Chapter 97. The old woman, unshod and fearless of shoes. Do you understand? Gua Zhenlan cried out in pain as the old woman continued her assault, causing De Shuang and Xiao Shuang to burst into tears. Grandma, please don't hurt my mother. You two little brats, get away from me. As De Shuang and Xiao Shuang attempted to pull her away, the old woman raised her other hand to shove the children aside.
Quick to respond.
Zhang Lanyue rushed forward and seized the old woman's wrist. What do you think you are doing? Attacking someone in broad daylight. Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities? You wretched girl, let go of me. The old woman, caught off guard, began to curse at Zhang Lanyue. Don't think I don't know who you are. You're just that well-connected person from the team, the current custodian. It's because of your meddling that this woman found my son and is now pushing for a divorce. As the old saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. You have disrupted our family, and you shall face the consequences. Then I shall eagerly await to see who ultimately faces retribution. Displeased with the old woman's tirade, Zhang Lanyue tightened her grip, causing the old woman's expression to shift in pain. Reluctantly, she released her hold on Gua Zhenlan. Once free, Zhang Lanyue stepped protectively behind Gua Zhenlan. Your son has already moved on and is set to marry that female soldier. How dare you continue to bully my sister-in-law? That is merely my son Eskil. That female soldier insists on marrying him. What business is it of yours? The old woman dismissed Zhang Lanyue's defense with disdain. Moreover, what does it matter if a man finds another woman? Haven't women endured this for ages? However, this shameless old woman actually insisted on moving out of the house. She even wanted to become a saleswoman. Does she truly believe that we, her in-laws, are powerless to control her? While the original character's past actions may have been disgraceful, they pale in comparison to this elderly woman's behavior. Thus, Zhang Lanyue suppressed her anger and spoke each word deliberately. We are now in a new China, where monogamy is the law. Does your precious son still wish to have one at home and another outside, enjoying the benefits of both? Zhang Lanyue's words left the wicked old woman speechless. Her eyes nearly bulged with rage as she exclaimed, Gua Zhenlan, you wretched woman. Are you going to allow this troublemaker to ruin your husband? Our Ding family has truly fallen into misfortune by marrying such a harbinger of bad luck. Enough. Without allowing her to finish, Gua Zhenlan interrupted, I have divorced your son, and thus, I am no longer part of your family. I will take both De Shuang and Xiao Shuang with me. You will have a new daughter-in-law, so do not think you can bully me any longer. You. Gua Zhenlan, who had been obedient to the elderly couple for many years, was now met with the furious reaction of the old woman. You think you can sever ties with my son so easily? Dream on about becoming a saleswoman. I tell you, you will immediately relinquish this job to your sister-in-law. Once you do so, you may take the children and leave. Our Ding family will not object. If you think you can benefit from my son, think again. It turned out that her pursuit was merely to covet the job. It seemed that she had refrained from speaking earlier because the job was not yet secured, which diminished her confidence to cause a scene. Observing Gua Jinlan's changing complexion, Jiang Lanyue stated plainly, "This position was secured by my efforts on behalf of Sister Gua. It has nothing to do with your son. If your daughter wishes for a job, she should seek out your new daughter-in-law. She is quite capable. Not only adept at stealing men, but also a leading figure in the cultural troupe. Do not assume that if she is unwilling to associate with you, you can bully my sister-in-law instead." As Jiang Lanyue continued, the elderly woman became increasingly flustered and speechless. Jiang Lanyue had no desire to engage further, merely smirking as she remarked, "Your son is merely a deputy instructor, without roots or connections in the military. If you wish for him to thrive, you should temper your behavior. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, Jiang Lanyue took the heavy burden off Gua Jinlan's shoulders and placed it onto the back of her bicycle. Once secured, she turned to Gua Jinlan and said, "Sister, let us depart. Should anyone dare to bully you in the future, I will ensure they face dire consequences." Jiang Lanyue's threats were genuinely intimidating. Seeing that the wicked old woman was subdued, Gua Jinlan hurriedly took hold of De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, hastening to follow Jiang Lanyue. It took the old woman quite some time to regain her senses, after which she plopped down on the ground and began to wail, "Oh, why is my life so full of suffering?" Chapter 98. Intruding into others' marital affairs? Upon witnessing the situation, Jiang Lanyue addressed her sister-in-law. "If you show compassion towards such individuals, you are merely inflicting cruelty upon yourself. Judging by her demeanor, it is likely she has long been aware of her son's circumstances in the military. However, they refrained from informing you, all to maintain the facade of a harmonious home while indulging in affairs outside. How did I not realize this sooner?" As Jiang Lanyue articulated her thoughts, Gua Jinlan's eyes brimmed with tears. "So, they have conspired against me. I have treated them as my own parents all these years, showing them filial piety, enduring hardships without complaint, yet they have repaid my kindness with such betrayal." The more she spoke, the more Gua Jinlan struggled to contain her sobs. Observing this, Jiang Lanyue gently patted her shoulder. "Do not fret. Your life will improve from now on. However, remember, one must be resilient and cannot allow themselves to be bullied as before." "I understand," Gua Jinlan replied, deeply touched by Jiang Lanyue's words. After successfully escorting her to the small shop at the military base, Jiang Lanyue assisted in tidying up the yard behind it. The yard housed 4 small rooms, 2 of which served as living quarters, 1 for cooking, and the last for storing miscellaneous items. Fortunately, the essentials such as beds and tables were already present. With just a few daily necessities, one could manage to live comfortably. While they busied themselves with the organization, a voice called out from outside the shop, "Is anyone there? I want to buy something." Due to the previous sales clerk's breach of discipline, the shop was currently unattended and in a state of closure. Hearing the call, Gua Jinlan set down what she was holding, preparing to step outside. Jiang Lanyue quickly intervened. "Sister-in-law, please continue with your tasks. I will check it out." She noted that the voice sounded youthful, likely that of a military spouse rather than a performer from the arts troupe. It would be best for Gua Jinlan to acclimate before taking on any work. "All right," Gua Jinlan nodded in agreement. Jiang Lanyue wasted no time and proceeded to the front of the shop. Upon arrival, she found the individuals outside growing increasingly impatient, persistently knocking on the window. Leaning against the table in front of the window, Jiang Lanyue removed the wooden barrier that covered the sales window. Standing outside were indeed several elegantly dressed female soldiers, possessing both poise and beauty. The moment they recognized Jiang Lanyue, their expressions shifted dramatically.
"Oh,
I wondered who was so lazy as to refuse to work despite having secured a position. It turns out to be Jiang Lanyue," one remarked. "Indeed. Who doesn't know she has relied on the Liu family's influence to act so arrogantly? Not only does she bully our Yingxue sister, but she also coerced Deputy Camp Liu into marrying her. With her unattractive appearance, she is likely to be left alone in a cold marriage, merely a living widow." How ironic it was, Jiang Lanyue thought, that they possessed voices fit for singing yet spoke such disparaging words. With her arms crossed, she regarded them coolly. Once the female soldiers had finished their remarks, she spoke slowly. "You lament daily, claiming I have shattered the bond between Chu Yingxue and my husband. Unbeknownst to others, one might truly believe that Chu Yingxue is destined to remain unmarried. And what if I rely on the Liu family? My ability to connect with them is a testament to my own merit. You feign an air of disdain towards me, yet inwardly you are consumed by jealousy. This hypocrisy makes me blush on your behalf. As for the matters that transpire behind closed doors between Liu Yuang and myself, those are affairs solely between husband and wife. Do you unmarried female soldiers presume to meddle in the private lives of a married couple?" These female soldiers are taken aback, astonished that Jiang Lanyue would utter such shameless words. Each of them flushed with embarrassment, seething in silence, resorting to stamping their feet. Zhang Langyue, you have no shame. How am I the one lacking in shame? Zhang Langyue arched an eyebrow, regarding them with an expression that suggested they must be unwell. Lu Yuang and I are both unmarried, and our union has the blessing of our elders. How have you twisted it into something so egregious? It is, in fact, you who assist Chuang Xue in pursuing a married man, truly a moral failing. It seems I must report this to the organization to prevent you from mimicking such disgraceful behavior that tarnishes the image of our beloved soldiers. With such an accusation, the female soldiers found themselves at a loss. Their faces paled, and they hastily defended themselves. We didn't mean it that way. We merely looked down upon you, the labor reform convict. Who do you disdain? Before they could finish, a deep, icy voice resonated from behind them. Deputy Camp Leader Lu. With the presence of the person involved, the female soldiers were even more terrified. Zhang Langyue, regardless of your threats to report us and Sister Xue, I stand by my words. Quite the resilient spirit, Zhang Langyue smirked, her gaze sweeping past the female soldiers to rest squarely on Lu Yuang. I too have made my stance clear. If you wish to divorce me and be with Chuang Xue, I would acquiesce. After all, I cannot endure the thought of Zhang Langyue, consumed by jealousy, over a man. The moment Zhang Langyue uttered those words, shock enveloped all present female soldiers. Even Guo Zhenlan, who had emerged from the courtyard, was taken aback by this declaration. Rushing over, she pulled Zhang Langyue aside. Sister, you must be out of your mind. You would forsake such a fine man as Deputy Camp Leader Lu? You will regret this. I regret it already. Had I known that marrying him would lead to constant humiliation, I would have never agreed to it. Her tone bore a hint of grievance, almost on the verge of tears. I shall reiterate, I have never harbored mutual feelings with anyone. The rumors circulating within the ranks have been deliberately spread, and I will seek to clarify the truth publicly. If anyone dares to use this excuse to bully my beloved, Lu Yuang will undoubtedly hold them accountable. The female soldiers could hardly fathom that Lu Yuang would publicly stand up for Zhang Langyue. They were all stunned into silence, not daring to breathe a word. The female soldier who had previously thought herself brave enough to speak up was now trembling in fear. Deputy Camp Commander Lu. We didn't mean it like that, what do you mean? Lu Yuang interrupted her abruptly. My spouse has indeed committed many mistakes in the past, but she has since rectified them. Recently, she not only saved Instructor Zhang's spouse and child, but also relinquished her rightful position as a saleswoman to support a wronged military wife. Are you truly oblivious to her deeds? It appears the ideological work of the cultural troop has been woefully inadequate. I shall promptly report this to your political commissar to address the issue thoroughly. Lu Yuan's intention to escalate the matter to the regiment terrified the female soldiers, prompting some to weep. Indeed, we only heard about it from Sister Xue. We were unaware of the entire situation. It is evident that when the flames of conflict reached their own doorstep, they exhibited a disconcerting tendency to turn on one another. Zhang Langyue chuckled coldly. Since you are unaware of the full circumstances, on what basis do you come to defame and slander me? It seems your intellect is lacking, allowing you to be used as pawns without even realizing it. Upon hearing her words, the female soldiers finally seemed to comprehend. They exchanged glances and hurriedly departed. As these soldiers fled, Guo Zhenlan could not help but give Zhang Langyue a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Lu Yuang stood outside the shop, unable to meet Zhang Lanyue's gaze in his embarrassment. He lowered his head and said, "Come out, accompany me for a moment." "Where to?" Zhang Langyue glanced at him with mild displeasure, pouting slightly. "Perhaps I should maintain a distance from you. Otherwise, others will claim I am shamelessly clinging to you." Her words made Lu Yuang's face flush with shame. "We are married. You need not concern yourself with their opinions. Come on, let me seek justice for you." Chapter 100. Your man supports you. Upon hearing Lu Yuang's intention to seek justice, Zhang Langyue was momentarily taken aback. But Guani quickly opened the shop door and pushed her outside. "Don't be stubborn, sister." Previously, she had only known Zhang Langyue as the well-connected individual everyone feared to confront. But now, witnessing her being bullied by these female soldiers, she realized that Zhang Langyue was also a victim. With no choice but to follow Guo Auntie out, Zhang Langyue looked at Lu Yuang. "You are, after all, a deputy camp commander. If you were to confront these female soldiers, would it not be said that you lack magnanimity?"
You need not worry about me.
Recalling how she often sought him out in times of distress, much to his annoyance, Zhang Langyue felt a pang of guilt in Lu Yuang's heart as he witnessed her being slandered and insulted. He reached out and grasped her wrist firmly. "Just come with me." With that, he pulled her along, heading directly to the cultural troops' headquarters. After explaining their purpose to the sentry at the entrance, they were brought to the office outside the regiment's headquarters, just in time to hear the sound of a table being slammed from within. That Zhang Langyue is simply too arrogant. The leader of the group offered her an opportunity. Yet she had the audacity to put on airs and instructed me to seek out Lu Yuang. She is certain that this insufferable young man possesses a sense of responsibility, believing that once they obtain a marriage certificate, he would not easily seek divorce. How unfortunate for Bai Qing to have such a daughter-in-law. The voice was unmistakable. It was Jing Yayan, who had sought her earlier that morning. Just as Jing Yayan finished speaking, Lu Dahai, the head of their military district's arts troupe, interjected.
All right.
Old Jing, since Lu Yurong and this Jiang Lanyu refused to divorce, there's no need for you to worry so much. Aring Xue is such a remarkable girl, surely. She won't struggle to find a suitable partner. Within the military, Lu Yuang is renowned for his adherence to rules and his unyielding nature. Coupled with the Lu family's background and his own abilities, he is not someone one can easily provoke. That simply won't do. I cannot swallow this humiliation. Jing Yayan bit her lip in frustration after casting a glance at Lu Dahai. She then turned to the side, where Chu Yingxue stood, tear-streaked and sobbing. I must expose Jiang Lanyue's true nature, compelling her to retreat. After all, this situation has escalated. I cannot allow my niece to lose face. The Jing family cannot bear such disgrace. Jing Yayan's words left Lu Dahai in a quandary. He intended to dissuade the aunt and niece from provoking someone beyond their means. However, a cold voice cut in before he could speak. I am quite curious about how you, Commander Jing, intend to intimidate my beloved into retreating? The chill in the voice momentarily stunned even the well-acquainted Jing Yayan. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yuang strode in, confidently leading Jiang Lanyue. His tall and commanding presence, along with his piercing gaze, surveyed the assembly before finally resting on Jing Yayan. So, you are Lu Yuang? The soldier before her was strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable authority that rivaled even the most seasoned leaders. Jing Yayan felt an inexplicable satisfaction. And it finally dawned on her why her Yingxue was resolutely drawn to Lu Yuang. I am, he replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he locked eyes with Jing Yayan. Meanwhile, Chu Yingxue felt a pang of guilt at the scene unfolding. She quickly interjected, Yuang, please don't be angry. My aunt only speaks this way out of concern for me. She doesn't truly intend to harm Jiang Lanyue. Please, consider her misplaced concern and let it go. Lu Yuang let out a cold laugh, not even sparing a glance at Chu Yingxue. Your aunt's misguided concern permits her to bully others? 18 years ago, my beloved's parents perished on the battlefield. When she was bullied, no one stood up for her. Was that her fate? His words, filled with protectiveness for Jiang Lanyue, struck Chu Yingxue deeply, reducing her to the brink of tears. Unable to bear it any longer, Jing Yayan slammed her hand on the table and stood up, shouting, You insolent boy, cease your insolence before me. You are not in a position to act so boldly. You deceived my niece's affections. And now you come here pretending to be a devoted husband. Jing Yayan, do not fall for your charade. Since you have come today, you must provide an explanation to the Jing family. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Chapter 101. When confronted, liars meet their doom. What explanation do you seek? Jing Yayan is truly shameless, and Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but roll her eyes. My fiancé has already stated that he does not favor your niece and will not divorce me. Why does your family's daughter seem so desperate for men that she feels compelled to compete with others? She had long heard that Chu Yingxue was the jewel of the Jing family, cherished by everyone. It was said that the Jing family had 3 sons and ultimately, they had only one daughter, Chu Yingxue. Thus, she took her mother's surname and does not bear the Jing name. Few in the military were aware that Chu Yingxue's background was comparable to that of Lu Yuang. Shut your mouth. Jiang Lanyue's words were too harsh, and Jing Yayan could no longer contain her anger, instinctively raising her hand to strike. However, just as her hand was lifted, it was seized by Lu Yuang. Lu Dahai, who was also in the office, along with Chu Yingxue standing to the side, were both taken aback by Jing Yayan's sudden movement. Then, they heard Lu Yuang grit his teeth and say, Commander Jing, please control your emotions. If you dare to lay a hand on my beloved again, do not blame me for being impolite. You, Lu Yuang, that fool, is actually protecting this unworthy labor reform criminal? Jing Yayan was infuriated, glaring at him and saying, Did you not hear how she insulted Yingxue? She spoke the truth. Lu Yuang's voice turned cold, each word squeezed out between his clenched teeth. If Commander Jing does not believe it, she could inquire with our Iron Camp commander to discover who spread these rumors within the army. She could also question Comrade Chu Yingxue about where and under what circumstances we confirmed our relationship and fell for each other. Surely Comrade Chu would be at a loss for words, wouldn't she? You. This audacious young man possesses quite the confidence, and Jing Yayan felt a jolt in her heart. Faced with Lu Yuang, even with her boldness, Chu Yingxue dared not lie any further. She began to cry, Aunt, please do not ask me any more. I have no face to speak. Whether it was truly a matter of having no face or simply nothing to say was unclear. Even now, Chu Yingxue feigned the demeanor of a wronged innocent, causing Jiang Lanyue to roll her eyes skyward. There had been persistent rumors in the army that Yu and Lu Yuang were in love. Yet no one had ever seen them in private contact. The only two occasions were when you blocked him at the entrance of the family quarters. And I was present on both occasions. So, Comrade Chu Yingxue, you wouldn't be lying, would you? Previously, she had doubted Lu Yuang's claims of having no connection to Chu Yingxue. Now, witnessing Chu Yingxue's reaction, she was convinced. The original owner was truly foolish, having been manipulated her entire life, ultimately driving away such a wonderful husband. I did not. The moment Jiang Lanyue accused her of lying, Chu Yingxue became flustered. Jiang Lanyue interjected, so you merely sensed Lu Yuang's affection for you, he never explicitly expressed it. In the military, it seems that the rumors circulating are merely figments of your imagination, born from misinterpretation. If that is the case, the matter can be resolved quite easily. By tracing the origins of these rumors, one can inevitably uncover the source. And then we shall apprehend the individual responsible for disseminating such falsehoods and address the issue with the seriousness it deserves. However, there is no need for further investigation. When this incident first transpired, Captain Tai and I had already unraveled the truth. Comrade Chu Yingxue, you have intentionally spread these rumors to create misunderstandings. You have even sent your aunt to confront my beloved at her workplace. Now, I ask you, how do you propose to rectify this situation? Chapter 102. The frugal husband believes that the pure-hearted is incomparable to me. It turns out he was already aware, he knows everything. Furthermore, he now supports Jiang Lanyue, demanding an explanation from her. Chu Yingxue, rendered speechless, gazed at him with her beautiful, sorrowful eyes, tears cascading down her cheeks. What is it about this reformed convict that puts me at a disadvantage? Have I not adored you for years, and yet you fail to see it? You would rather marry a convict, jeopardizing your future, than be with me. What could possibly be the reason for this? Little did she know. Lu Yuang firmly grasped her hand, his voice grave. Though she may err, she would never intentionally place me in a difficult position. She is impulsive and headstrong, lacking in social grace. Yet, her heart has always belonged to me. Thus, even when she falters, I am willing to embrace her. In Lu Yuang's heart, this is how he perceives the original character. He has always tolerated her flaws and arrogance without disdain. The foolish original character is not just foolish. She is blind to the truth. Lu Yuang's words struck a devastating blow to Chu Yingxue. Were both of them speaking the truth? Did you indeed spread these rumors? Had Lu Yuang never been in a relationship with you? Faced with Lu Yuang, Chu Yingxue dared not utter a lie. The mortified Jing Yayuan was incensed. She raised her hand and struck Chu Yingxue's face with a resounding slap. How could you be so brazen as to deceive even me? Our Jing family prides itself on integrity. How could we have raised a daughter such as you? Aunt, I was wrong, please do not be angry. Jing Yayuan, the most cherished in the Jing family, was now furious with Chu Yingxue, who felt utterly panicked. She wished to plead for mercy, but Jing Yayuan forcefully pushed her away. Having erred, I will take responsibility. Vice Captain Lu may propose conditions, and I assure you, I will do everything within my power to make amends to your beloved. This reflects the spirit and accountability expected of a military family. Speak freely. State your desires. His gaze was filled with affection, akin to a parent asking a child if they wish for sweets. Jiang Lanyue, blushing under his scrutiny, finally replied, At present, I have no particular wishes. Consider it a personal favor owed by Commander Jing. When I find myself in genuine need, I shall seek you out. Jing Yayuan had initially believed that Jiang Lanyue would seize this opportunity to make grand demands. After all, those in the military often remarked that she was an insatiable person. However, to their surprise, she only sought a personal favor, making no demands whatsoever. Jing Yayuan nodded in unexpected agreement, saying, Very well, I shall await your visit. Having exchanged all necessary words, Lu Yuang intended to take his leave. He merely nodded at Lu Dahai, stating, aside from Comrade Chu Yingxue, there are many female soldiers in the artistic troupe influenced by her, who have been seizing every opportunity to trouble my beloved Lan Yu. I hope Commander Lu will address this matter with the seriousness it deserves, restoring justice for my wife. To his astonishment, the fire of this issue ultimately blazed upon him. Lu Dahai, witnessing the situation, felt quite awkward and quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a shortcoming in my work. Rest assured, Deputy Camp Commander Lu, I will handle this matter with utmost seriousness. Well then, I bid you farewell. With that, Lu Yirong grasped Jiang Lanyue's wrist and led her away. Once they departed, the already tearful Chu Yingxue pitifully called out, Auntie. On their way back, due to Lu Yuang's earlier candor in the artistic troupe's office, Jiang Lanyue felt somewhat uneasy. Thus, She attempted to distance herself from him, hoping to maintain her clarity of thought. Yet, it seemed he possessed an uncanny radar. Whenever she quickened her pace, he matched it, and when she slowed, he halted to wait for her. Frustrated, Jiang Luanyue could not help but look up at him. Were your words just now sincere? How expansive could his heart be to embrace the original her so thoroughly, without reservation? Lu Yuang shook his head, a smile gracing his face. This gesture touched Jiang Luanyue, prompting her to inquire, then why? Surely, there must be a reason? Aware of the turmoil within her, he understood that if he did not clarify his feelings, she might revert to her previous insecurities, engaging in unwise actions to attract his attention. Thus, he confessed, because I remember when you first arrived at the Lu family. Grandma fell gravely ill due to Grandpa's sacrifice and nearly did not survive. It was because of you that she found a reason to persevere. Therefore, I believe you saved her, and I ought to treat you well. Given that Lu Yuang was 3 years her senior, it followed that when the original her entered the Lu household, he was just over 4 years old, indeed at an age where memories begin to form. Jiang Luanyue suddenly comprehended his feelings, yet found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 103. In the past, you regarded me with indifference. Now I am beyond your reach.
Ah?
Jiang Luanyue could hardly fathom that Lu Yuang would utter such words. Do you not wish to reconsider? After all, I have made so many mistakes in the past. You need not feel obligated to endure a life alongside me. Even if you do not favor chewing Xue, there are countless wonderful women in this world. What if you encounter someone you truly adore in the future? You might regret, I will not regret. Lu Yuang interrupted her before she could finish. The girl I like is right in front of me. Before she moved out, his interactions with her were indeed motivated by duty and his grandmother's wishes, compelling him to endure their relationship. However, after she moved out, she became resilient, courageous, upright, and kind-hearted. Such a Jiang Luanyue is already quite deserving of his affection.
Now.
Jiang Luanyue found herself at a loss for words. Stammering for quite some time, she finally, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Why is it that when I liked you, you did not reciprocate, and now that you have feelings for me, I am expected to pretend as if nothing happened? You intend to hold a wedding, and I shall not agree to that." With that, Jiang Luanyue stormed off, leaving Lu Yuang standing there, perplexed by her retreating figure. Was she truly angry with him? It was already past noon, and she had set up a pot on the honeycomb stove in the yard, preparing a pot of noodles as she was about to eat. After toiling for an entire morning, Jiang Luanyue was indeed famished. Thus, she said little and assisted in bringing bowls and pickled vegetables. Soon, the 4 of them gathered around the small table in the yard to eat. While stirring the noodles in her bowl, Jiang Luanyue ate without any sense of taste. Chewing Xue not only faced criticism but also received a slap from her aunt, who apologized, claiming it was a personal favor owed to Jiang Luanyue. As for the gossiping female soldiers, they would also face reprimands. Wasn't that quite favorable? This left Guozhenlan somewhat puzzled. Then why aren't you happy? Guozhenlan, who had experience, sought to share her insights with Jiang Luanyue, who had remained single since birth. Sister-in-law, I feel strangely unsettled. What do you mean by strangely unsettled? Guozhenlan, intrigued, set her chopsticks down. Jiang Luanyue's words made Guozhenlan realize something. But Luanyue, I don't see that Deputy Commander Lu lacks feelings for you. Moreover, he is such a good person. If you simply give up, will you not regret it in the future? Indeed, Lu Yuang was handsome, capable, well-mannered, and came from a prestigious background. Even in modern times, he would be considered a paragon of male desirability. Given the original character's attributes, it would be improbable for Jiang Luanyue to encounter a man superior to Lu Yuang in the future. Thus, Jiang Luanyue shook her head. I do not know. Since you do not know, take your time. There is no need to rush into any decisions. Seeing her youth, Guozhenlan understood she was still oblivious to the realities of marriage. With a smile, Guozhenlan offered her a piece of pickled vegetable. In truth, marriage entails its fair share of bumps and hurdles. When dating, it is a delightful union of two. However, once married, it becomes a journey of mutual tolerance and adjustment. Hence, it is best to communicate openly. You may find clarity. Guozhenlan truly was a wise older sister. Her words illuminated Jiang Luanyue's path forward. Yet, just as Guozhenlan finished speaking, a knock echoed from behind them. There stood Ding Xingyuan, clad in military attire, at the entrance of the courtyard, locking eyes with them. Chapter 104. If you cannot stand me, yet cannot eliminate me, what shall you do? What brings you here? Upon seeing this chin shimmy, Jiang Luanyue felt a surge of irritation. Ding Xingyuan appeared somewhat awkward. He hastily retrieved an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the windowsill beside him. Within it lay 500 yuan, 100 jin of grain coupons, 50 jin of meat coupons, along with some oil and fabric tickets, all of which I had saved up myself. I am aware that these offerings are modest, Nonetheless, they represent a small token of my goodwill, which Comrade Gua must accept. No need. He genuinely followed Jiang Lanyue's instructions and brought the money intended for the child's upbringing, yet the honest Gua Zhenlan contemplated a refusal. However, before she could voice her objection, Jiang Lanyue grasped her arm firmly. Sister-in-law, this humble courtyard is in disrepair. With this money, you could hire someone to make it more comfortable for you and the children. Moreover, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang have grown so little due to inadequate nourishment. So, please accept these provisions. Even if not for yourself, consider the well-being of the children. Mentioning the children silenced Gua Zhenlan. After delivering her words, Jiang Lanyue turned to leave, but suddenly called out to him, "Wait, is there something else, Comrade Jiang?" Jiang Lanyue replied, "Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you any trouble. However, there is a matter I feel compelled to bring to your attention. It is you who has strayed in your affections, causing my sister-in-law to endure years of hardship. Furthermore, the sales clerk position was one I secured for her. How dare your mother imply that this job is a privilege bestowed by you? And to pressure my sister-in-law to relinquish this position for your sister?" Deputy Instructor Ding. One must not lack integrity. Jiang Lanyue's words left Ding Xingyuan utterly crimson and shamefaced. He cast a bewildered glance at Jiang Lanyue, then turned to the silent Gua Zhenlan. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering another word and exited the small shop. Once he departed, Gua Zhenlan sighed, "Lanyue, I truly bear no resentment towards him. My fate is unfortunate. I was not born into a good family, thus I lack a supportive in-law. Henceforth, I shall harbor no grievances against anyone and simply wish to lead a good life with De Shuang and Xiao Shuang. Besides, I have a sister as wonderful as you. I am already quite content. Sister-in-law, your magnanimity is commendable, yet others perceive you as easy to bully, thus we must not yield even a fraction." As Jiang Lanyue observed Gua Zhenlan, she sat down to continue her noodles, earnestly sharing her thoughts. Once Jiang Lanyue finished her meal at the shop, it was quite late. Upon her arrival, the members and youth had already exchanged a batch of tools. Xie Dainiu sat at the registration desk, diligently writing, resembling a true custodian. Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Just then, Wang Aigua appeared before her. "I heard that Sister Gua has moved to the army?"
Yes.
Wang Aigua was not typically one to indulge in gossip, yet he held a deep concern for the vulnerable and possessed a righteous heart. Thus, Jiang Lanyue had long regarded him as a dear friend. "You handled this matter splendidly." Wang Aigua smiled, giving Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. Though his words seemed amiable, considering he had left Sister Gua and her daughters alone at home for so many years, I could not perceive him as genuinely kind-hearted. In the future, with Sister Gua in the army, I would appreciate your careful attention to her. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to share them with me. I shall certainly offer my assistance. Upon hearing Wang Aigua's words, Jiang Lanyue, who shared a similar perspective, chuckled and lightly patted his arm. Just as she was about to speak, a mocking voice emanated from behind them. "Oh, quite impressive. Such words can only be uttered by someone as petty as Technician Zhang. What's the matter, Technician Zhang? Are you displeased? Yet, even if you are, what can you do about it?" Chapter 105. Do you have the capability to compete with me? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiachuan was infuriated, his expression darkening. "Jiang Lanyue, do not take pride in your position. The people detest individuals like you, who rely on connections and act without restraint. Opposing the people will ultimately lead to your downfall." With a smirk, Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow at the foolishness of his proclamation. "You, a technician lacking the necessary skills, how dare you claim to represent the people? You accuse me of being a privileged insider, asserting that I only became a technician through connections. If you have the ability, let us compete and see whose repair skills are superior. If you lose, you should resign and join the laborers and youth in the fields." Jiang Lanyue's sharp retort left Zhang Jiachuan utterly speechless. He stammered for a long time before finally clenching his teeth and declaring, "I refuse to compete with you. I would rather spend that time studying technical manuals to enhance my abilities." Despite his insecurity, he remained unyielding in his words. Jiang Lanyue laughed. "If you are afraid to compete, simply admit it instead of making excuses. Zhang Jiachuan, since you are here today, let me be clear. My role as a technician does not threaten your position. We are not on the same level. Had I wished to compete for your position, you would have lost it long ago." Her words ignited Zhang Jiachuan's fury. Just as he was about to respond, Jiang Lanyue interrupted him without hesitation. "Therefore, it would be wise for you to remain compliant and refrain from provoking me. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not show you any mercy." Zhang Jiachuan, seething with rage yet feeling powerless, could only complain to Wang Aigua. "Look at her arrogant demeanor. It's all due to her connections. What's so remarkable about that?" Later that afternoon, as Captain Huang made his rounds, cheerfully checking on the design progress at the warehouse. Jiang Lanyue had just completed her drawings. Upon seeing Captain Huang enter, she promptly rose and said, "Captain, I have designed the transplanting machine you requested. Would you like to take a look at the blueprints?" "Yes, indeed. I would love to." Captain Huang was pleasantly surprised by Jiang Lanyue's swift progress and grinned broadly. He quickly took the blueprints and examined them thoroughly. Although he could only grasp the general concept, he confidently remarked, "This device appears to be more complex than the seeding machine. Constructing it should be quite a challenge. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to the machinery factory and attempt to create one." "Very well." Captain Huang is indeed rather impetuous, and Jiang Lanyue, upon hearing his words, did not dissent. She allowed him to summon the tractor operators from their team, and soon they were en route to the local machinery factory aboard a tractor. With blueprints in hand, they proceeded to the cutting workshop to shape the materials as per Jiang Lanyue's specifications. Once the materials were prepared, they made their way to the welding workshop. Upon entering the welding workshop, Jiang Lanyue noticed a chaotic heap of discarded engines at the entrance, which appeared to be remnants of scrap. She quickly called out to Director Chi, "Director Chi, these engines are all valuable. Why are they discarded here?" Noting that Jiang Lanyue referred to the defective engines, he sighed. Although they appeared intact, each had various issues, having been deemed substandard and thus set aside. Given that our machinery factory has only recently commenced operations, such complications are to be expected. Director Chi assumed Jiang Lanyue was merely curious about the surplus of defective engines. However, Jiang Lanyue perceived that, through a mechanical analysis, these engines were not beyond repair. With minor adjustments, they could be fully operational. "What use do you have for this scrap?" Director Chi inquired, intrigued, and broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Captain Huang leaned in and remarked, "Comrade Jiang, we are here to construct a rice transplanter. Why are you contemplating these discarded engines?" "I certainly have my reasons," Jiang Lanyue replied, glancing at Captain Huang before returning her attention to Director Chi. "If you could kindly provide me with these old engines, I could elucidate the specific aspects of your technology that are underdeveloped, resulting in such a surplus of waste." Chapter 106. The most challenging debt to repay is that of human favor. Director Chi was taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's request. He expressed his astonishment. Comrade Jiang Lanyue not only designs but also possesses repair skills? Indeed, Captain Huang interjected proudly. Our comrade Jiang's repair expertise is unparalleled. From tractors to water pumps, she can mend them all. Huang's words instilled a measure of admiration in Director Chi's gaze toward Jiang Lanyue. "Very well, Comrade Jiang. Please elucidate the issues plaguing these engines. If you can identify the root causes, they shall all belong to you. Without incurring any cost, one could acquire such a bounty of engines." Jiang Lanyue smiled. "Thank you, Director Chi." Having expressed her gratitude, Jiang Lanyue requested a set of tools from the nearby workers. Before the eyes of Director Chi and Captain Huang, she proceeded to dismantle the outer casings of all the engines. After a thorough examination, she organized the more than 20 engines into 3 distinct rows. "Director Chi, this row here has issues stemming from loose internal components, resulting in poor connectivity. Thus, the engines occasionally operate, and at other times, they do not. The array of motors exhibits internal wiring issues, resulting in uneven stress on the coils, thereby hindering their proper functionality. Conversely, the primary circuit board of this set of motors has encountered a malfunction, necessitating meticulous repair. Judging by this ratio, the predominant challenges faced by our machinery factory in manufacturing these motors can be summarized into 3 major categories. With targeted adjustments, we can significantly reduce the likelihood of future malfunctions." As Jiang Lanyue articulately expounded on the matter, Director Chi's admiration for her was palpable. Comrade Jiang is indeed a remarkable talent. She effortlessly identified numerous issues, providing profound insights that were enlightening. However, it raises the question of what purpose you have for these defective motors. If they are of any utility, I could instead provide you with 2 functioning motors. As a token of gratitude for your assistance in diagnosing the faults, Director Chi's willingness to offer them superior motors was indeed a significant favor. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang was about to acquiesce. Yet, Jiang Lanyue preemptively declined, saying, "No need, Director Chi. These minor issues are trivial. If I were to truly require 2 high-quality motors, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. I can repair these motors for continued use, as they will ultimately be employed in the experimental rice transplanting machine. If they work, that suffices." Hearing Jiang Lanyue's reasoning, Director Chi did not press the matter further. He smiled and nodded. "Very well, if you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to let me know. I will certainly not decline any assistance I can offer." "Thank you, Director Chi," Jiang Lanyue responded politely. After exchanging pleasantries, she promptly requested the necessary tools from the workers and, alongside Captain Huang, knelt on the ground. With a soldering gun in one hand and solder in the other, she diligently commenced the repairs. As the surrounding workers departed, only the two remained. Captain Huang then inquired, "Comrade Jiang, why did you refuse the good motors that Director Qi offered us?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Langyue chuckled softly. "For issues we can resolve ourselves. There is no need to incur a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, if he later requests our assistance with something, we would find it difficult to refuse. After all, Director Qi appears quite astute and is certainly not one to suffer losses." This realization dawned on Captain Huang as he nodded in understanding, falling silent thereafter. Before long, the motor, which the factory technicians had struggled to repair, began to operate smoothly upon being powered on. Captain Huang had not yet had the chance to rejoice when Zhang Langyue had already completed the welding of all components for the rice transplanting machine she had designed. Observing this, she hurriedly assembled each part together. She then modified the manual crank by removing it and adding a fixed crossbeam. The motor was affixed, and the driving belt was attached. Once everything was assembled, Zhang Langyue plugged in the power cord. The motor roared to life, propelling the chain of the transplanting machine. The seedling compartment rotated slowly, causing 5 ductile prongs responsible for planting to rise and fall with remarkable efficiency. After a moment, witnessing Captain Huang's excitement, Zhang Langyue smiled with calm assurance. Little did they know, just as they had loaded the items onto the tractor, Director Qi came rushing over, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Langyue. "Captain Huang, Comrade Jiang," he began, "I have a matter I wish to discuss with both of you." Upon hearing this, Captain Huang and Zhang Langyue exchanged a glance. He then spoke. "We are all old friends here, Director Qi. Please speak your mind." In response, Director Qi glanced once more at Zhang Langyue. "I have applied to the village to transfer Comrade Jiang to our machinery factory as a designer or a technician. These positions are formal worker roles that would significantly enhance Comrade Jiang's future development and overall benefits."
What?
Captain Huang was taken aback, never expecting that this old friend would attempt to poach his talent. Director Qi's casual words were aimed at taking away someone who was essential to him, and he could not acquiesce to such an endeavor. "Captain Huang, your stance seems rather selfish, lacking consideration for Comrade Jiang's personal career prospects," Director Qi countered. "I just spoke with the village head, who assured me that as long as Comrade Jiang is willing, she can choose any desirable position at the machinery factory. Such opportunities are rare for technicians, and you wouldn't want to disappoint me or the village head, would you?" Hesitation clouded Zhang Lanyue's expression as she sensed both men eager for her response. She was well aware that the positions at the machinery factory offered superior prospects and benefits compared to those in the village. However, she was inclined to remain rooted in rural life, contributing to the community. Observing Zhang Lanyue's diplomatic response, Director Qi couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at Comrade Zhang's awareness. It belies her youth." Captain Huang sighed in relief, touched as he patted Zhang Lanyue on the shoulder. In the days that followed, the members of the cooperative prepared diligently for the rice planting in the paddy fields. They transported the rice transplanter to the fields, and everything progressed smoothly. Zhang Lanyue directed her team to neatly arrange the pulled seedlings in the transplanting box, then connected the power supply and began reversing the transplanter. The mechanized duckbill, driven by the motor, methodically planted each seedling into the mud. Captain Huang, standing on the ridge, was astonished by the remarkable efficiency, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He immediately gave Zhang Lanyue a thumbs up. "Comrade Lanyue, you are truly a genius, a prodigious talent." In response, Zhang Lanyue climbed out of the field, washing the mud from her feet, and pointed to the manual transplanter nearby. "This manual model requires 2 people to operate, which does slow down the process a bit. However, given the vastness of our fields, relying on electric power isn't feasible right now. Therefore, we should focus on producing more manual transplanters for the time being. And once the basic conditions are met, we can consider adding motors. Whatever you say, Comrade Jiang." Captain Huang beamed, rising to his feet with a smile directed at her. "As for the matter of constructing the rice transplanting machine, I shall take charge of it. Comrade Zhang Lanyue, you have already exerted yourself in the design of the machine, so take a well-deserved break for a couple of days." In truth, Captain Huang is concerned that Zhang Lanyue has grown too familiar with Director Qi at the machinery factory and fears that she might be lured away by him. Zhang Lanyue is well aware of his apprehensions and simply smiles at him. "Very well, I shall leave the remainder to you, Captain." "It's no trouble at all," he replies. His spirits lifted at her swift agreement. Subsequently, Zhang Lanyue did not say much more. She instructed Captain Huang and a few fellow workers on the operation of the manual transplanting machine. Having accomplished her task, she gracefully withdrew and made her way towards the earthen hut. However, upon arriving at the small courtyard, she discovered that her humble abode had been stripped of its roof and was in a deplorable state. Chapter 108. The male lead's straightforwardness is overwhelming. A few industrious young men from the countryside were busy, some weaving walls with old bamboo strips, while others were applying yellow mud to the walls, all caught up in their labor. In front of the hut stood a tall man clad in military green attire. She had only been away for half an afternoon, and so many had gathered here. Jiang Lanyu approached the worksite with curiosity and inquired, "What are you all doing?" Leading the effort, Zhang Taizhu was perched on a ladder against the wall, holding mud to patch it. "We have decided to utilize our free time after work to help elevate your small hut, making it more comfortable for you to reside in," he explained. Indeed. The other young men nodded in agreement. "This hut is in such disrepair, it truly requires some renovation. Rest assured, Comrade Jiang, we shall have it completed within 3 days. And it will not hinder your stay." The condition of the hut was already quite dire, yet they claimed it would not impede her living arrangements. Jiang Lanyu could not help but sigh. These young men were genuinely considerate of her. Raising an eyebrow at their words, Jiang Lanyu exchanged a defiant glance with Lu Yuang. "That pales in comparison to your popularity. So many female soldiers are eager to marry you." This woman had become quite sharp-tongued, not knowing when she had developed such a wit. Lu Yuang cleared his throat and turned his gaze toward the industrious young men. Zhang Taizhu, who had been cheerful, found his smile fading upon hearing Lu Yuang's remark. However, after glancing at Jiang Lanyu, he quickly regained his cheerfulness. "No worries, we shall finish the house first. Who knows? Perhaps Comrade Jiang might wish to stay again someday?" Zhang Tieju's words were clearly meant to provoke him, as he was convinced that Jiang Lanyu would not remain in the army indefinitely. Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, that is not a possibility." With that, he took hold of Jiang Lanyu's hand, while his other hand grasped her bicycle, leading her away. "Why have you come again today? Is everything in the army quiet lately?" On their way back, Jiang Lanyu felt the silence was somewhat awkward, so she sought to strike up a conversation. Lu Yirong glanced down at her and said, "I have given considerable thought to what you said. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past, and I will strive to amend my ways. You expressed reluctance to hastily arrange a wedding, which is perfectly acceptable. From this day forth, I shall officially pursue you. Once you discern the sincerity of my feelings, we can revisit such matters. Are you truly going to pursue me?" Jiang Lanyu was taken aback by Lu Yuang's unexpected declaration, leaving her momentarily speechless. The pain surged, causing tears to brim in her eyes. "What's wrong?" Observing her distress, Lu Yuang swiftly supported her chin, gently urging her to open her mouth for inspection. Jiang Lanyu, unable to endure such ambiguous intimacy, hastily pushed his hand away, her face flushed crimson. "Please, do not jest in such a manner." The original owner had spent a lifetime yearning for someone she could never attain. Yet here he was, merely a month after her arrival, professing his affection for her. Jiang Lanyu found it utterly unbelievable. "I am not jesting." Lu Yuang maintained a serious gaze, reaching out to grasp her hand. "I genuinely like you. Since you agreed to move out of the military compound, it has become increasingly difficult for me to overlook you. Lanyu, I hope you can earnestly consider our relationship. Should you have any reservations, please voice them. I shall certainly make amends." Jiang Lanyu was seldom confronted with a male lead in a time travel narrative who was so forthright. "You are already quite admirable. There is no need for change." With that, Jiang Lanyu hurriedly dashed towards the direction of the military base. However, just as she reached the entrance, she unexpectedly encountered a family of uninvited guests. Chapter 109. Bullying After Divorce? Let me teach you a lesson. Old Lady Ding, accompanied by her eldest daughter-in-law, Kong Huaying, and her youngest daughter, Ding Yaomei, was accosting Guizhenlan at the entrance of the military base. "You wicked, detestable woman. How dare you come before my son to lodge complaints? You possess quite the audacity. Let me see if I do not strip you of your skin today." Grasping Guizhenlan's hair, Old Lady Ding left her no room for resistance. Ding Yaomei also joined in, seizing opportunities to pinch Guizhenlan whenever she could. "Now that you've divorced my second brother, you are no longer part of our family. How dare you cling to him? Do you truly think the Ding family is easily trifled with? You've deceived him into providing you with a job, yet you refuse to share it with me. I cannot allow you to live comfortably." In contrast to the ruthless demeanor of the Ding mother and daughter, Kong Huaying, though not physically involved, stood by, offering sarcastic remarks. "Since Yaomei desires that position, you should relinquish it. Given my brother's nature, would he allow you to suffer? Perhaps witnessing the Ding family's merciless assault on Guizhenlan, the sentinels stationed at the military base could no longer stand idly by. They rushed out to intervene. "Ladies, please, let us discuss matters calmly. Refrain from violence." Seeing this, Ding Huaying quickly interjected, "Comrades, we are merely discussing family matters. Please do not interfere." Meanwhile, Old Lady Ding, fearing the military personnel might intervene, clutched Guo Jinlan's hair, attempting to drag her aside. Guo Jinlan protested, "Comrades, I have already divorced their son. I am no longer their daughter-in-law. Please help me." The sentinels, recognizing Guo Jinlan as the new sales clerk from the small shop, contemplated intervening once more. Yet, unexpectedly, Ding Huaying boldly obstructed them, stating, "Comrades, your troops have no authority over our civilian affairs. Should you dare to show bias, we shall report you to your superiors." Ding Huaying was indeed astute, effectively silencing the two sentinels. However, before she could finish her words, a figure suddenly rushed forward, shoving her aside. Before she could react, the individual forcefully pried Ding Laotai's hand away, rescuing Guo Jinlan. Witnessing this, Ding Yaomei lunged forward, poised to strike. Yet, Zhang Lanyue, without hesitation, retaliated with a resounding slap across Ding Yaomei's face. "How dare you hit me?" Ding Yaomei exclaimed, furious, as she stamped her foot. "My second brother is a hero. You dare to assault the family of a hero? Zhang Lanyue, you are utterly lawless. And what is so remarkable about a hero?" Zhang Lanyue retorted with a cold smile. "My parents were martyrs. Can your second brother compare to them?" Ding Yaomei was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhang Lanyue's words. "This is a matter concerning our family and does not pertain to you. Do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." "How can it not concern me?" Zhang Lanyue shot back, glaring intently at the mother and daughter pair. "Are you deliberately seeking trouble or simply incapable of understanding human language? I have already stated that this job was secured for my sister-in-law Gua, and it has nothing to do with your Ding family. Do you wish to usurp this opportunity? Do you think I, Zhang Lanyue, can be easily bullied? Call the 16th Army and notify Deputy Instructor Ding to handle this matter," Zhang Lanyue asserted. As she was not a member of the military, the sentinel hesitated, unsure of whether to follow her command. It was only when he noticed Lu Yuang approaching and nodded at him that he hurriedly responded, "Yes," and went to make the call. "You." Ding Huaying thought for a moment before turning to leave. "I shall not hold this against you today, but I will return another day." Seeing her attempt to escape, Zhang Lanyue swiftly seized her wrist. "You think you can hit someone and just run away? It won't be that easy. What do you intend to do?" Ding Huaying and Ding Yaomei both paled in response to Zhang Lanyue's wild demeanor. Ding Laotai, infuriated, exclaimed, "How dare you strike an old woman?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lanyue rolled her eyes. "I am not like you, lacking in manners and quick to resort to violence. However, having assaulted someone, you cannot simply walk away. I will not let this matter rest until it is resolved today. You insolent girl, you."
Ding Laotai,
realizing that Zhang Lanyue was intent on escalating the situation, felt compelled to retaliate. However, as her hand was raised, she caught sight of Lu Yuang, who was frowning and preparing to intervene. Regardless of Ding Laotai's tirades, Zhang Lanyue remained unperturbed. Not long after the call was made to the 16th Army, Ding Xingyuan had yet to arrive. Hearing the news, Tang Xiaoya hurried over, accompanied by the equally displeased Chu Yingxue. Chapter 110, You Are Formidable, Willing to Strike an Elder. Upon arriving at the entrance of the military compound, an anxious elderly woman, tugged at the wrist by Zhang Lanyue, immediately caught Tang Xiaoya's attention. "And are you alright?" exclaimed Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you finally made it." The moment she saw her future daughter-in-law, Ding Laotai felt a surge of confidence, as though she had found a solid support. "Look at this Zhang Lanyue, she refuses to let me leave. Is this not an act of bullying? Zhang Lanyue, what is your intention? Previously, you were only arrogant within the military family quarters. How have you now grown bold enough to bully the masses?"
Indeed.
Chu Yingxue thought of how Lu Yuang had humiliated her for the sake of this woman, her resentment deepening. "You do not even spare an elderly person. How can your heart be so cruel for such a malicious woman?" Lu Yuang had publicly declared in front of the entire regiment that she had deliberately spread rumors of their relationship, a humiliation she could never forgive. "If you possess such a good heart, then you should resolve this matter yourselves." Not wishing to engage further with the two, Zhang Lanyue forcefully pushed Ding Laotai towards Tang Xiaoya.
Ouch!
Tang Xiaoya, delicate as she was, nearly lost her balance from the sudden collision. At the same time, the pungent odor of Ding Laotai's long-neglected hygiene assaulted her senses, causing Xiaoya to instinctively retreat a couple of steps, creating distance between them. Observing her disgusted expression, Zhang Lanyue couldn't help but smirk. "When it came to seizing someone else's husband, you were quite diligent. Why now, before the marriage has even taken place? Do you disdain your future mother-in-law?" Caught off guard by the pointed remarks, Tang Xiaoya's face flushed with anger. However, Zhang Lanyue did not grant her the opportunity to retaliate. "Today's events were instigated by your Ding family, who assaulted my sister Gua. Since both you and Chu Yingxue have come to mediate, why don't you suggest how this should be compensated?" Compensated for what? Tang Xiaoya furrowed her brow. Her demeanor one of entitlement. Although Guo Zhenlan is divorced from my brother, she has called Aunt Ding Mom for many years. What a few slaps. Such a statement was indeed shameless. Jiang Lanue's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that simply calling her mom gives you the right to strike her? So once you enter the Ding household, you would also accept being struck at will? Seeing Tang Xiaoya stammer and falter, unable to justify her stance, Jiang Lanue crossed her arms, determined to pursue the matter. You can refuse to compensate, but I could report this to the authorities. Furthermore, I will bring this matter to the 16th Army Corps. I am curious to see if your heroic fiancé will be affected by this incident. As a member of the military, Tang Xiaoya understood that if this situation escalated to the 16th Army Corps, Ding Xingyuan would undoubtedly face repercussions. Fuming, she gritted her teeth and asked, "What kind of compensation do you want?" Anticipating her capitulation, Jiang Lanue felt a swell of triumph. It's simple. A monetary compensation along with food coupons will suffice. 100 yuan and 50 kilograms of grain coupons, and we can consider today as incident settled. Are you robbing me? Before Tang Xiaoya could respond, Ding Laotai was the first to voice her discontent. I shall give you not a single cent. Let us see how you will respond. Jiang Lanue coldly laughed. I cannot do much. I can merely ensure that your son has a difficult time in the 16th Army. You are being excessively tyrannical. Tang Xiaoya felt utterly helpless, her eyes reddening as Jiang Lanue held her by the throat. Unable to endure the sight, Chu Yinxue rushed to Lu Yuang's side. Expressing her grievances. Deputy Camp Leader Lu, will you stand idly by while Jiang Lanue bullies others? Who is bullying whom? Lu Yuang raised an eyebrow. His disdain evident as he refused to even look at Chu Yinxue. If Comrade Chu cannot discern right from wrong, she should refrain from aiding the oppressor. You. Chu Yinxue was infuriated to realize that Lu Yuang was condoning Jiang Lanue's behavior. Tears brimmed in her eyes. Seeing that Lu Yuang was indifferent, Tang Xiaoya understood her own helplessness. With reddened eyes, she declared, "Very well, I shall provide you with the 100 yuan and 50 jin of food stamps. Are you satisfied now? Excellent, then hand them over." Jiang Lanue gazed at Tang Xiaoya with an indifferent expression, extending her hand. This infuriated Tang Xiaoya to the brink of explosion. How could I possibly carry such a large sum of money and food stamps with me? Ah, I see. You are one who values face. Jiang Lanue nodded knowingly. Regardless, everyone here has witnessed this. I have no fear that you will renege on your word. With that, Jiang Lanue took hold of Guo Zhenlan and prepared to leave. By the way, aren't you seeking employment? You should arrange something for your new sister-in-law. She is quite well connected in the army. With a cheerful remark, Jiang Lanue departed. The foolish old woman Ding, upon hearing this, brightened with excitement. She hurriedly approached Tang Xiaoya. Little Tang, can you really arrange a job for our Yao Mei? Once you marry into our family, you will be her dear sister-in-law. You cannot neglect her. Chapter 111. The next one is more obedient. How am I to manage that? The old woman drew closer, her odor and halitosis overwhelming Tang Xiaoya. She grimaced, visibly displeased. I am merely a soldier. I possess neither power nor influence, and I cannot arrange anything. Why can't you arrange anything? Ding's discontent was palpable as she pressed on. If Jiang Lanue, who is not even a member of the army, can secure a position for that vile Guo Zhenlan, what makes you incapable? Indeed, Ding Yaomei echoed, her irritation mounting. I believe you are not incapable. You simply do not wish to assist me. You are a proud soldier, looking down upon us rural folk. But do not forget, my brother is also a member of the Ding family. If you wish to enter our household, you must adhere to our family rules. Otherwise, you might as well be worse than Guo Zhenlan. You. The Ding family's incessant nagging was utterly devoid of reason. Tang Xiaoya was fuming, tears streaming down her face. How am I inferior to a rural woman? I am a proud soldier, having cared for your brother for 3 years. How can I be less than she? Just as Tang Xiaoya stomped her foot in frustration, a military truck came speeding to a halt at the entrance of the camp. Immediately upon his hurried arrival, Ding Xingyuan alighted from his vehicle. Second brother. Upon seeing Ding Xingyuan, Ding Yaomei rushed over in tears. What sort of wife have you chosen? She hasn't even crossed the threshold yet, and she is already shouting at me and mother. Granny Ding expressed her displeasure towards Tang Xiaoya for not arranging work for her daughter. Her face was stern. Indeed, it is worth noting that over the years, Guo Zhenlan has always been obedient to me. How dare she raise her voice at me? Tang Xiaoya was taken aback by their sudden complaints and stood there, flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Lu Yurong, who had remained present, approached Ding Xingyuan and shook his hand. He then remarked, Deputy Instructor Ding, I hope you can resolve matters at home and prevent them from troubling Comrade Guo Zhenlan again. It is already quite arduous for a woman to care for and raise 2 daughters. If this happens again, I fear my wife may no longer be able to spare you any leniency. Ding Xingyuan nodded, feeling guilty. He had witnessed how temperamental Jiang Lanyue could be during their last encounter. I understand. Thank you, Deputy Captain Liu. After polite exchanges concluded, Lu Yuang turned to enter the military compound. Observing her departure in frustration, the Ding family women remained unperturbed, wearing expressions of triumph. So, you think you can escape unscathed? Meanwhile, at the small convenience store, Guo Jinlan opened the door and curiously inquired of Jiang Lanyue, Sister Lanyue, is that Tang Xiaoya really that formidable? Can she arrange jobs for anyone she wishes? Jiang Lanyue chuckled. She is merely an ordinary female soldier from a cultural troupe, with no connections whatsoever. Otherwise, why would she cling to Ding Xingyuan? Then you. Jiang Lanyue's smile grew more mischievous. Of course, I am digging a pit for her. She thinks she can protect the Ding family? It would be a disservice to her not to expose her to their true nature. Realizing this, Guo Jinlan couldn't help but give Jiang Lanyue a thumbs up. You are truly clever, unlike me, who is naive and easily bullied. Sister-in-law, you are not naive. You are simply too soft-hearted, which is not beneficial. As the store door swung open, De Shuang and Xiao Shuang hurriedly dashed out. Jiang Lanyue affectionately patted the heads of the two little girls. Guo Jinlan was genuinely touched by Jiang Lanyue's affection and nodded in appreciation. Subsequently, Jiang Lanyue said nothing further and turned to head towards the military dependence quarters. Just as she reached the halfway point, she encountered Lu Yuang, who had come to escort her. They exchanged smiles and Lu Yuang remarked, Deputy Instructor Ding has arrived, and those individuals should have been taken away. Indeed, Jiang Lanyue responded, not surprised by this development. She walked alongside Lu Yuang toward the dependence quarters while asking, by the way, Lu Yuang, do you know of any suitable candidates among your acquaintances for Guo's sister-in-law? Chapter 112. To remain in mourning for a heartless man for 3 years? Are you looking to introduce someone to Guo's sister-in-law? Jiang Lanyue's question left Lu Yuang somewhat astonished. However, given that she had only recently finalized her divorce with Deputy Instructor Ding, wouldn't this be too swift? What do you mean by too swift? Jiang Lanyue raised an eyebrow, saying, that Ding fellow is not dead. Why should we observe 3 years of mourning for him? It was evident that Jiang Lanyue harbored a profound disdain for Ding Xingyuan. Lu Yuang tactfully cleared his throat and remarked, Lanyue, he is, after all, a hero who has returned from the battlefield. Regardless of your feelings towards him, you ought to show him a modicum of respect. Lu Yuang likely expressed this concern out of fear that her words might provoke trouble in front of outsiders. Jiang Lanyue understood his intentions well and responded, I have nothing to say about his contributions to the country and the people. But he has indeed wronged my sister-in-law Guo in matters of the heart. Thus, I cannot help but loathe him, although they have only recently divorced. My sister-in-law has waited for him for several years. He has already sought solace in another's embrace and is on the verge of remarrying. Why should my sister-in-law remain alone? Moreover, think about the Ding family. Why do they target my sister-in-law? Is it not because she has no man to support her and no family to rely upon? I desire nothing more than to find a good man for her, someone who will protect her, so that she and the children can live their lives in peace. It was the first time Lu Yuang witnessed Jiang Lanyue so passionately defending someone, especially earlier, at the entrance of the military base. She had confronted the Ding family members like a chivalrous heroine standing against injustice. Is this even a selection process? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue's eyes sparkled. It's not a selection, merely a targeted choice. Lu Yuang spoke earnestly, maintaining a serious demeanor. Furthermore, if he could assist a comrade in resolving marital issues, it would indeed be a noble endeavor. Lu Yuang appeared to be a stern and unapproachable person, yet he surprisingly understood and agreed with everything she said. Nodding in acknowledgement, he chose not to pursue the matter further. In the days that followed, Jiang Lanyue spent her time at the team, occasionally addressing mechanical faults. She observed the team members and educated youth in the fields, where they swiftly completed the sowing of an entire plot of corn using advanced sowing machinery. After planting the corn, they began transplanting rice seedlings ahead of schedule, employing 2 newly constructed automatic transplanting machines and 5 manual ones. Owing to their harmonious cooperation, the entire rice field was transplanted within 3 days, completing the task a full half-month ahead of previous years. On the final day of labor, Captain Huang convened a meeting. Standing on the stone platform at the village office, Captain Huang was exuberant. Upon hearing his words, the team members and educated youth erupted in applause, particularly Zhang Taizhu and Wang Aigua, who could hardly contain their smiles. Captain, they exclaimed, not only should the township and government reward Comrade Jiang Lanyue, but our team should also express our gratitude. Otherwise, we would be remiss in acknowledging her contributions. Indeed, Comrade Jiang Lanyue has achieved so much in just a month with us. She certainly deserves recognition. Captain Huang chuckled in response. Over the past few days, I have successfully secured a spot for her to attend a machinery class in the county. The instructor for the mechanical class was specially invited from the provincial capital. Making the opportunity exceedingly precious, this would greatly benefit Comrade Jiang Lanue. The mechanical class organized by the county government aims to enhance the skills of technicians across various townships. This class is held only once a year, and those who are selected represent the elite among the technicians in their respective teams.
Consequently,
The competition for this coveted spot is fierce, with numerous technicians vying for it. Aware of the significance of this opportunity, Jiang Lanue understood that Captain Huang had invested considerable effort to secure it for her. Just as she contemplated expressing her gratitude, a dissenting voice erupted from the crowd. Captain, on what grounds do you grant this opportunity to Jiang Lanue? I find it unacceptable. From the rear of the assembly stood Zhang Jiaquan, wearing a stern expression and exhibiting evident displeasure. What grounds do you have to dispute? Zhang Taizhu raised an eyebrow at Zhang Jiaquan's indignation. Surely, you do not believe your repair skills surpass those of Comrade Jiang Lanue? Indeed, Zhang Tiezhu's words ignited a flurry of discussions among the members and educated youth present. Exactly. Not only is he lacking in skill, but his temperament is also quite intolerable. He often shouts at us, unlike Technician Jiang, who, despite being the daughter of a martyr, treats each of us with utmost courtesy. In contrast to the members and educated youth who voiced their grievances against Zhang Jiaquan, Captain Huang, positioned above, asked sternly, Comrade Zhang Jiaquan, if you have any objections, please express them directly. I see no reason why this learning opportunity should not be awarded to Comrade Jiang Lanue. Seeing that Captain Huang was unwilling to grant him any leniency, Zhang Jiaquan's expression darkened further. Since you all claim that Jiang Lanue possesses exceptional skills and remarkable design talent, granting her this learning opportunity seems a waste, as she may not gain much from the instructor, he retorted. While they had encountered individuals with thick skins before, none compared to Zhang Jiaquan's audacity. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang could not help but shake his head. Comrade Zhang Jiaquan, regardless of how much Jiang Lanue may learn from this class, this opportunity is a reward I specifically sought for her from the township. Moreover, the instructors are of a significantly high caliber. Your comprehension would likely falter if you were to attend. At this remark, the members could not suppress their laughter, and the educated youth began to whisper among themselves. Indeed, when he is sent to the township for learning, he often retains only half of what he learns. Now he seeks to contest for a chance to study at the county level merely for the sake of appearances? We are well aware of Zhang Jiaquan's shortcomings. He is but a half-filled bottle, swaying unsteadily. Captain Huang is not foolish enough to squander such a valuable opportunity on him. The derision and disdain from those around him nearly pushed Zhang Jiaquan to the brink of fury. Gritting his teeth, he declared, even if the team wishes to cultivate Jiang Lanue, there should be a sense of order regarding who comes first. Just because she has designed a seed planter and a transplanting machine, does that nullify my years of contributions? This is unjust. Comrade Jiang, what do you think? Zhang Jiaquan intended to leverage his seniority to pressure her into relinquishing this opportunity, but Jiang Lanue was not swayed by such tactics. Did Technician Zhang not comprehend that this chance was specifically requested by the captain as a reward for her? It was inherently hers. To deny her would be an injustice. As soon as Jiang Lanue articulated her thoughts, Zhang Jiaquan found himself at a loss for words. Observing the exchange, Captain Huang interjected, stating, there is another opportunity this month for the team to attend training in town, and I had already planned to assign Technician Zhang to this task. You need not contest this matter with Comrade Jiang any further. It is settled. With Captain Huang's decisive proclamation, Zhang Jiaquan was left without recourse. He stormed out of the village office, not waiting for the meeting to conclude. But his departure went unnoticed as everyone else jovially wrapped up the meeting regarding the harvest and planting. After all, Louis Rong had invited Captain Xiao from the 2nd Battalion to meet with Guaseoni today. When Jiang Lanue arrived at the small shop, Guaseoni was diligently at work. Today, she wore a well-worn blue cotton shirt and trousers, her hair styled into 2 thick braids secured with red ribbons, appearing far less like a woman in her 20s. Seeing her like this, Jiang Lanue could not help but complain, sister-in-law, why aren't you wearing the clothes I brought for you? Captain Xiao will arrive shortly. Are you truly going to meet him like this? Is this not acceptable? Gua Zhenlan responded, glancing at her attire, appearing somewhat self-conscious. If it is not, then perhaps I should not meet him. He is a captain. Why would he take notice of me? Chapter 114. A Matchmaking Encounter. What brings you here, Chen Shimi? When Jiang Lanue mentioned introducing her to potential suitors, she spoke of a younger company commander and a widowed battalion commander in his 30s. Even mentioning a hero who had distinguished himself on the battlefield. Each candidate seemed beyond her reach, instilling a sense of dread within her. Yet Jiang Lanue regarded her as if she were a celestial being, meticulously selecting until she settled on Captain Xiao, who was of the same age as Guo Zhenlan. It was said that Captain Xiao, having sustained injuries in battle, was unable to father children, which was why he remained unmarried. Jiang Lanue believed that such a captain would surely treat both Da Zhuang and Xiao Shuang well, prompting Guo Zhenlan to agree to at least meet him. How could one look down on her? My sister-in-law is so remarkable. Any discerning man would be captivated. To bolster Guo Zhenlan's confidence, Jiang Lanue promptly ushered her into the room. Quickly change into the dress I brought you. I will do your hair shortly, regardless of the outcome. We must present ourselves well. We cannot afford to appear lacking.
All right.
Seeing Jiang Lanue's insistence, Guo Zhenlan had no choice but to change into the dress. When she emerged from the room, Jiang Lanue could not resist giving her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law, I told you that you would look splendid in this. The emerald green plaid dress, crafted from a new fabric that had never been worn, was altered by Grandma Lu using a sewing machine. The dress elegantly accentuated Guo Seoni's slender waist and elongated legs. The colors enhanced her complexion, rendering her significantly more youthful, far from resembling a woman in her 30s. Is she truly beautiful? Guo's sister-in-law felt a tinge of embarrassment, her face flushing. Of course, she is beautiful. My sense of aesthetics is undoubtedly impeccable. As Jiang Lanue spoke, she swiftly approached Guo's sister-in-law and guided her to a chair. Stay put. I shall style your hair further, and I assure you, it will look splendid. With no recourse against Jiang Lanue's enthusiasm, Guo Zhenlan allowed her to untie her braid and begin her work. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Lanue had skillfully fashioned a stunning princess hairstyle for Guo Zhenlan. Her long hair cascaded down her back, instantly elevating her elegance. Once the hair was done, Jiang Lanue casually grabbed a jar of facial cream from the shelf. Scooping a generous amount, she applied it to Guo Zhenlan's face. There was no escape. Guo Zhenlan could only submit to Jiang Lanue's relentless ministrations. When Jiang Lanue finally finished and turned Guo Zhenlan to face the mirror, she could scarcely believe her reflection. The woman staring back had fair skin, delicate cheeks, and exquisite features, resembling a city lady rather than a rural woman. Seeing her awestruck expression, Jiang Lanue smiled. What do you think, sister-in-law? Now you must feel more confident. Just then, there was a knock at the window of the small shop. Someone has arrived. Jiang Lanue assumed it was a customer and turned around with a smile to inquire about their needs. Meanwhile, Ding Xingyuan had clearly noticed the transformed Guo Zhenlan sitting beside Jiang Lanue, leaving him utterly speechless. Comrade Guo, you. What about me? Guo Zhenlan replied, her expression unchanging as she did not glance at Ding Xingyuan. I cannot remain alone forever. Her words rendered Ding Xingyuan momentarily speechless. Jiang Lanue chimed in. Not only can my sister-in-law not lack a supportive husband, subject to the whims of others, but even Da Huang and Xiao Shuang cannot grow up without a father. Some irresponsible individuals leave only the discerning comrades to vie for the position. After all, my sister-in-law possesses many admirable qualities, and there are plenty of discerning individuals eager to court her. Faced with Jiang Lanue's sarcasm, Ding Xingyuan could not lift his head. He hastily retrieved a thick stack of 10-yuan notes and a handful of ration coupons from his military uniform pocket, placing them on the counter of the small shop. I apologize for the previous incident. I regret any distress caused. This is a token of compensation. I hope you find happiness in the future. With that, Ding Xingyuan quickly turned to leave. However, just as he did, he collided with Lu Yuang, accompanied by a lean, energetic officer who was approaching. The three of them froze in mutual surprise. Chapter 115. A hypocrite seeking confrontation? Lu Yuang was the first to react, smiling and nodding in greeting. Deputy Instructor Ding. Deputy Commander Lu. He then approached, politely extending his hand. I had the fortune of meeting Commander Xiao before. It is a pleasure to encounter you again. Hello. Xiao Duo replied, nodding and flashing a subtle smile that revealed his pearly white teeth, exuding a sunny and cheerful demeanor. Observing this, Lu Yuang spoke up. I presume Deputy Instructor Ding has matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, he grasped Commander Zhao's arm, intending to lead him away. However, to their surprise, Ding Xingyuan suddenly interjected, Commander Xiao, I believe you are here to meet Comrade Guo Zhenlan today, am I correct? How do you know? Xiao responded. Comrade Guo Zhenlan is my ex-wife. I suffered an injury and lost my memory while stationed here. She waited for me for many years. Although we are no longer married, if you are to be with her, I hope you will treat her well. She is a good woman, loyal to her husband, and I wish for you to compensate her on my behalf. Ding Xingyuan's words carried a subtly charged implication. Lu Yuang felt the inappropriateness of the statement and instinctively opened his mouth to respond. Yet, before he could utter a word, Jiang Lanue stormed out from the nearby convenience store, seething with indignation. Ding Xingyuan, you hypocrite! she shouted, her fury so palpable it seemed she might tear him apart. Lu Yuang quickly pulled her into an embrace, attempting to calm her. Lan Yue, please don't make a scene. I'm not causing a scene. Just listen to what he is saying. Jiang Lanyue fumed, yet despite her anger, Lu Yirong held her tightly, making it impossible for her to break free. In contrast to Ding Xingyuan's expectations, Xiao Duo did not react with anger or a frown. Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor and smiled softly. I have indeed heard about how Comrade Guozhenlan sought you out for many years after your amnesia. However, the military keeps records of soldiers' hometown addresses, and I am certain they would have contacted your family after your memory loss. It seems Comrade Guozhenlan was unaware, suggesting that your family deliberately concealed this from her. While she is indeed a remarkable woman, I find that neither you nor your family deserve such loyalty from her. At the very least, after knowing she intends to start anew, it is rather inappropriate for you to make such unfounded remarks, revealing your own reluctance to let go. Xiao Duo was astute. His words left Ding Xingyuan momentarily speechless. Just then, a gentle voice emerged from behind him. Deputy Instructor Ding, my future is of no concern to you. I only hope you will manage your family and your fiancé well, and refrain from allowing them to disturb me any further. After speaking, she turned to Xiao Duo, her gaze both tender and resolute. Commander Xiao, I have heard of your heroic deeds, and I hold you in great esteem. However, I have been married before and have 2 daughters. I fear I may not be worthy of you. Guozhenlan's soft voice, coupled with her elegant attire that day, left Xiao Duo momentarily dazed. He felt a bit flustered, the dark hue of his complexion slightly reddening. Comrade Gua, Deputy Commander Liu, has informed me of your circumstances. I hold you in high regard and bear no ill will towards your past. I believe you will be a good father to your children. After all, he sustained injuries on the battlefield, and the doctor has indicated that he may find it challenging to have his own children. Thus, having a pair of daughters serves as a comfort to him. However, I never anticipated that Xiao Duo would be so magnanimous, and Guozhenlan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lowering her gaze, after a moment of silence, she summoned the courage to meet Xiao Duo's eyes. I have but one request. I hope that Captain Xiao does not find himself with me out of pity for my circumstances or the words of others. I desire my future husband to appreciate me for who I am, to engage with me sincerely and wholeheartedly. As my friend Jiang Lanyue wisely stated, everyone deserves to be genuinely and passionately loved. That is the affection I seek. Without such sentiments, I can still lead a fulfilling life with my daughters. As Guozhenlan spoke, her gentle gaze sparkled, captivating all who beheld her. Xiao Duo had never encountered such a tender yet resilient woman, and he found himself momentarily entranced. It was only when Lu Yuang coughed softly that he regained his composure. Chapter 116. Those who betray true hearts shall suffer 1,000 pricks. Xiao Duo's words evidently unsettled Ding Xingyuan, who nodded in agreement, smiling warmly. Very well, I consent. It seemed that the two had truly found a mutual understanding, which made their courtship remarkably smooth. Jiang Lanyue, embraced by Lu Yirong, bounced with joy, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist and nuzzling into his embrace. How wonderful! It has truly come to fruition. As others celebrated their successful match, the matchmaker reveled in her triumph. Lu Yuang could not suppress a laugh. What shall we do next? We ought to find them a place to further their acquaintance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue instinctively looked up at him. Their eyes met, and she suddenly realized that she had been held by Lu Yuang all along. Flustered, she quickly pushed him away, her cheeks flushed, and hurried to Guozhenlan's side.
Sister-in-law.
We cannot simply stand here conversing. Shall we go to my home? We can sit and chat, and I'll prepare lunch myself. That sounds delightful, but I hope it's not too much trouble. Allow me to close the door for you. Please wait a moment. Just a few steps away, she could not resist whispering. Sister-in-law, what do you think of him? Guozhenlan felt her cheeks heat up at the question but shyly nodded. He seems quite good, pleasant in appearance. And he appears to have a kind heart. Your taste, and that of Captain Liu, are indeed commendable. If you like him, that is what matters. Jiang Lanyue had never seen Guozhenlan smile so brightly, and her heart swelled with happiness for her friend. The two continued to share laughter as they entered the small shop. Meanwhile, Ding Xingyuan, who had been standing silently by, wore an expression that could only be described as a kaleidoscope of emotions. Seeing this, Lu Yirong chuckled. Deputy Instructor Ding, I hear you are soon to wed Comrade Tang Xiaya. Do not forget to notify me. I shall certainly attend to celebrate your joy. Lu Yuang's words served as a reminder that Ding Xingyuan should focus on the present, for he now had someone special beside him and should not dwell on past attachments. Ding Xingyuan merely offered an awkward smile and uttered a simple, of course. With that, he said nothing further and hurriedly departed. By the time Zhang Langyue and the others emerged after securing the door, that insufferable fellow, Ding Xingyuan, had vanished without a trace. Zhang Langyue felt quite satisfied and instructed Guo Zhenlan and Xiao Duo to walk behind, allowing them to converse. She maintained a cheerful demeanor throughout, radiating genuine happiness. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Yurong asked, "Why are you so invested in Guo's situation?" At his inquiry, Zhang Langyue cast him a sidelong glance. "I simply cannot bear to see good people suffer, nor can I stand the thought of sincere individuals being betrayed. That is why I wish to assist her." Her words plunged Lu Yurong into contemplation. Perhaps she had once felt the same sense of betrayal regarding her own sincerity. This desire to help Guo, to prevent her from experiencing the isolation she once endured, resonated deeply within him. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lu Yurong felt a tightness in his chest and quietly grasped Zhang Lanyue's hand. "Rest assured, I will not squander your sincerity." "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled. "It is broad daylight, and people are all around us." She hurried a few steps ahead, creating distance between them, unwilling to walk alongside him any longer. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, Xiao Duo engaged in conversation with Guo Zhenlan in the living room. Meanwhile, Zhang Lanyue and Lu Yurong retreated to the kitchen to prepare lunch together. Noticing the rapport between the two, Grandma Lu wisely found an excuse to retreat to her room under the pretense of helping Zhang Lanyue change her clothes. In the kitchen, Zhang Lanyue sliced vegetables while Lu Yurong rinsed rice, their teamwork surprisingly harmonious. Yet, he frequently fixed his gaze upon her, causing Zhang Lanyue to feel increasingly flustered. She contemplated shooing him away, wishing to complete her tasks without his presence. However, the lively laughter emanating from the living room deterred her from interrupting Guo and Xiao Duo's enjoyment. With a blush creeping to her cheeks, she remarked, "Why do you keep staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" While Lu Yurong was peeling garlic, he couldn't help but observe her noticeably slimmer profile. "No, you look quite well," he replied. Zhang Lanyue was aware that over the past month, she had lost around 20 pounds, resulting in a significant transformation. "I believe being overweight is not ideal, so I adjusted my dietary habits. Gradually losing weight has made me appear more presentable." The original owner had been quite heavy, nearly reaching 160 pounds. Now, even after shedding 20 pounds, she still weighed over 130. Thankfully, standing at approximately 5 feet 5 inches. Her current weight did not seem excessive, and her features were beginning to emerge. Realizing she had intentionally controlled her diet to achieve this slenderness, Lu Yurong nodded in approval. "You look just fine as you are now. There is no need to lose more. Being too thin is detrimental to one's health." As he spoke, he placed the garlic into a small bowl set aside. However, she failed to notice the fallen cabbage leaves on the floor, and as she stepped on one, she slipped, her body tilting backward. "Careful." Seeing Zhang Lanyue about to fall, Lu Yurong instinctively rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Chapter 117. How could one possibly regard a rural woman with esteem? A pleasant fragrance of soapberry wafted from his white shirt. Zhang Lanyue buried her head in his neck, listening to the heartbeat of the two, so close that it felt as if she could almost hear it. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Thus, she instinctively attempted to push Lu Yurong away. Yet Lu Yurong, this fellow, firmly held her waist, refusing to let go, his voice deep and commanding, "Do not move." He then effortlessly spun Zhang Lanyue around, placing her in the position he had just vacated. Once Zhang Lanyue regained her footing, he reluctantly withdrew his hands. Her waist, indeed, felt incredibly soft. Elated within, Lu Yurong turned with a smile, picking up a broom to tidy the fallen items. Zhang Lanyue caught sight of his grin and, in a fit of anger, stamped her foot, exclaiming, "You rogue." Thereafter, she resolutely ignored Lu Yurong. After an hour of bustling in the kitchen, Zhang Lanyue finally served lunch: stir-fried pork with green peppers, braised fish, stewed potatoes with ribs, and a mouth-watering chicken with vegetables alongside tomato and egg soup. As the dishes graced the table, the aroma filled the entire living room. Guo Zhenlan, seated within, immediately rose to lend a hand. Xiao Duo also stood, admiring the feast before him, showering praises. He had not anticipated that his sister-in-law's culinary skills were so remarkable. They were in for a delightful meal today. Observing Xiao Duo naturally refer to himself and Guo's sister-in-law as we, it was evident that he held a favorable impression of her. Carrying bowls and chopsticks, Zhang Lanyue smiled. "These are but simple home-cooked dishes, nothing extraordinary. However, if Captain Xiao does not mind, you are welcome to visit often." "Very well." Seeing Zhang Lanyue's warm and generous smile, accentuated by two shallow dimples, Xiao Duo nodded with a smile, though he found it curious. Rumors had circulated in the army that Deputy Captain Lu's wife was unattractive and had a disagreeable personality, yet upon meeting Jiang Lanue, he found her quite appealing, even beautiful. Standing alongside the exceptionally handsome Lu Yuang, Jiang Lanue appeared quite the match. It seemed the gossip was indeed untrustworthy. After the meal, the matter of Gua's sister-in-law and Captain Xiao was tentatively settled. Following lunch, Lu Yurong escorted Captain Xiao out, while Jiang Lanue led Gua's sister-in-law out of the military family compound. Noticing her cheerful demeanor, Jiang Lanue advised, "Sister-in-law, take the time to understand Captain Xiao. If it seems suitable, we can discuss further. If not, I shall introduce you to others." Above all, she was determined to ensure Gua's sister-in-law fared better than Ding Xingyuan and Tang Xiaoya.
Thank you so much, Lanue.
Understanding that Jiang Lanue was looking out for her, Gua's sister-in-law grasped her hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Regardless of the outcome, I will always remember the kindness you and Deputy Captain Lu have shown me. I may not have much to offer in return, but should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Gua's sister-in-law's words made Jiang Lanue unable to suppress her laughter. "Dear sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Such words create a sense of distance between us." As they exchanged laughter and conversation, they approached the entrance of the military family compound when suddenly, an individual emerged, blocking their path. Jiang Lanue looked up and was met with the furious visage of Tang Xiaoya, which elicited a chuckle from her. "Comrade Tang Xiaoya, what brings you here? Could it be that you have come to congratulate my sister-in-law for finding a suitor far superior to Deputy Instructor Ding?" Tang Xiaoya's rage nearly caused her to grind her teeth.
Jiang Lanue, do not be so smug.
How could a promising young man like Captain Xiao possibly be interested in a rural woman like her? Just wait. There will come a time when you will be proven wrong. Chapter 118. Perhaps your family may not want you anymore. What of rural women, indeed? Observing Tang Xiaoya's indignation, Jiang Lanue raised an eyebrow. Great figures have proclaimed that women can uphold half the sky. During the War of Resistance, it was countless rural women who supported the cause from behind the lines, contributing to our victory. In the current endeavor of nation-building, rural women have made significant contributions. Comrade Tang Xiaoya, as a soldier, how can you look down upon the honorable and humble rural women? The ideological awareness of your artistic troupe is truly lacking. Tang Xiaoya was rendered speechless by Jiang Lanue's words. Gua Zhenlan, not wishing to prolong the conflict, tugged at Jiang Lanue's sleeve. "Lanue, let us be on our way. You shall not leave." Tang Xiaoya, having suffered a setback, was unwilling to relent. She continued to obstruct Jiang Lanue and Gua Zhenlan, her eyes reddened with emotion.
Jiang Lanue,
"I know your intentions. You wish to introduce Gua Zhenlan to Captain Xiao, hoping she will remain in the military, forever parading before Xingyuan, thus ensuring our unrest." This detestable labor reform offender was indeed malicious. Jiang Lanue was taken aback by Tang Xiaoya's evident anxiety over Gua Zhenlan's potential stay in the military. She laughed. "So it is your fear that drives you, Comrade Tang Xiaoya. Did you not claim that your bond with Deputy Instructor Ding was unbreakable? If your feelings run so deep, how could my sister-in-law's presence in the military possibly disturb you? Unless your affections are a facade, and some individuals cannot bear to lose. Opting instead to feign deep emotions for the sake of appearances. You fear that one day, it may all come crashing down. You speak nonsense."
Tang Sita, incense.
Stomped her foot. She desired to curse Jiang Lanue, yet found herself easily subdued. "Let me make it clear to you, regardless of your motives, my sister-in-law's life is none of your, or Ding Xingyuan's concern. If you choose to be obstinate, I shall not hesitate to respond in kind." Recognizing she could not best Jiang Lanue in argument, Tang Xiaoya gritted her teeth and shouted, "Jiang Lanue, I hold no grudge against you. Why do you seek to harm me? Bringing this rural woman to the military is one thing, but introducing her to suitors is beyond my concern. However, why did you stir up trouble before the Ding family, making them believe I wield power in the military? Now, they are pressuring me to secure jobs for them. Are you satisfied now?" The Ding family's reaction was as she had anticipated. Jiang Lanue felt a sense of joy. "You said it yourself. Being a daughter-in-law of the Ding family requires filial piety, so you had me, Sister Gua, relinquish her job. Now that Sister Gua is no longer a daughter-in-law of the Ding family, this duty of filial piety naturally falls upon you. With your admirable devotion, is it too much to arrange a job for them? Could it be that you lack the capability and yet still boast? Now that you find yourself in a predicament, you come to blame me? TSK, 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 how shameless you are, Tang Xiaoya." As she spoke, Jiang Lanue cast another glance at Gua Zhenlan, her face brimming with schadenfreude. "If you cannot secure this job, you'll be in dire straits. That old matriarch of the Ding family is a relentless woman who will not rest until her goals are achieved. If you offend her, they might not want you as their daughter-in-law anymore." Tang Xiaoya, struck at her Achilles heel, felt tears welling in her eyes, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, Jiang Lanyue seized Guo Zhenlan's arm, her expression one of triumph. Sister, let us take our leave. Guo Zhenlan, witnessing Tang Xiaoya's distress, could not help but chuckle, and together with Jiang Lanyue, they departed. After arranging matters concerning Sister Guo's matchmaking, Jiang Lanyue prepared to head to the county for her study program. Seeing her packing, Grandma Lu approached with concern. "Yaya, I truly worry about you going to the county alone. How about I let Yuang take a leave and accompany you?" Grandma Lu's words elicited a laugh from Jiang Lanyue. She selected a few shirts and skirts that had been too small for the original owner but fit her perfectly now, neatly placing them in her suitcase. She then replied, "No need, Grandma. The team trusts me, which is why I received this opportunity for learning. If I were to bring someone along, not only would they laugh at me, but they would also doubt my capability for responsibility. Any future opportunities might then slip away from me." Sigh. While her reasoning was indeed sound, Grandma Lu had no retort, only a sigh of resignation. Just as Jiang Lanyue finished packing, comforted Grandma Lu for a while, and prepared to depart, a figure hurriedly entered the courtyard of the Lu family. Chapter 119. Such a good relationship. Is the sun rising in the west? There was a break in the middle. Upon reaching Jiang Lanyue, Lu Yuang naturally took the suitcase from her hands. "I will take you to the county." "No need." Jiang Lanyue was somewhat flustered. Hastily waving her hand, "Captain Huang has already made arrangements, stating he would first take me to the township, and then just let him take you." Grandma Lu, perceiving Lu Yuang's intentions, cheerfully interrupted Jiang Lanyue. "Silly child, your own man cares for you. What is there to be embarrassed about?" Grandma Lu's words caused Jiang Lanyue to blush deeply. Before she could respond, Lu Yuang grasped her hand firmly. "Let us go. I have made all the arrangements," he said, as he took her hand and stepped out of the courtyard. Grandma Lu stood at the entrance of the living room, unable to suppress her laughter. "Ah, this is how it should be." Once outside the military housing area, Lu Yuang kept holding Jiang Lanyue's hand without letting go. Nearby, several military wives passing by noticed them and couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. "Isn't that Deputy Captain Lu and Jiang Lanyue? How come they are holding hands in broad daylight?" Indeed, Deputy Captain Lu is usually so aloof and never smiles at anyone. Who would have thought he would hold hands with Jiang Lanyue? It's as if the sun rose from the west. Hearing their chatter, Zhao Pundi, who happened to be passing by, couldn't help but speak up. "Don't be ridiculous. They are a married couple. What's wrong with holding hands if their relationship is good?" The military wives were well aware that Jiang Lanyue had saved Zhao Pundi and her children, thus their bond was strong. Upon hearing this, the wives exchanged glances and began to gossip. "Of course, we know they are married, but wasn't he Deputy Captain Lu previously dismissive of Jiang Lanyue? How could his attitude change so drastically in just a month?" "Yes, I heard that the new clerk at the military supply store was arranged by Jiang Lanyue. In the past, she was like a pariah at our unit, but now even within the ranks, she is being shown respect. It's truly unimaginable." Zhao Pundi was well aware that their comments were aimed at trying to draw connections to the Lu family's background. Although she had not used her connections for herself, she had compensated the wronged military wives. Such generosity and vision. Shouldn't these ladies be satisfied? After all, we are also military wives. If given such an opportunity, would we not be as magnanimous as Jiang Lanyue? Zhao Pundi's words left the military wives speechless. Observing their expressions change, her irritation subsided. A woman of her caliber deserves nothing less than kindness, even from Deputy Captain Lu. If I were her husband, I would treat her well too. With that, Zhao Pundi took her 2 children and left, leaving the gossiping military wives by the roadside, rolling their eyes at the trio. How fortunate she was to have the chance to speak well of Jiang Lanyue while reprimanding us. Exactly. Whether they are good together or not has nothing to do with us. We are merely outsiders, watching the spectacle. Meanwhile, Jiang Lanyue was led by Lu Yurong to the military pickup truck at the entrance of the housing area, where he finally released her hand. As onlookers cast peculiar glances in their direction, Jiang Lanyue hastily opened the car door and climbed in. Lu Yuang then opened the driver's side door, retrieved the keys, and began to start the vehicle. What sort of person was he? Previously so indifferent to the original owner. And now he held her hand without regard for other scrutiny. Was the disparity not too glaring? Are you worried about what others might say? Have you forgotten, we are already married, and thus, husband and wife. His declaration of husband and wife rendered Jiang Lanyue speechless, leaving her at a loss for words. One could only inwardly lament. Oh, the original owner. You compelled Lu Yuang to marry you, as a means to punish me, didn't you? Observing her silence, Lu Yuang instead smiled. He swiftly ignited the engine. departing from the military base and heading towards the county. The distance from the base to the county was not far. The journey took merely an hour by car. Jiang Lanyue first instructed Lu Yuang to drop her off at the guest house adjacent to the county government. After registering her name, the front desk staff handed her a room key. The room was located on the second floor, slightly off to the side, a rather cramped single room. Fortunately, it had a window that allowed ample light to stream in. Upon entering, Lu Yuang placed her suitcase on the room's table and surveyed his surroundings. He then spoke. How long will you be staying in the county for this training? It should be about half a month. Upon discovering a simple toilet and a hot water pipe for bathing, Lu Yuang's expression turned somewhat serious at the mention of her extended stay. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yuang suddenly wrapped his arms around her. Chapter 120. What skills are the ladies here to learn? Jiang Lanyue could scarcely fathom that Lu Yuang would embrace her. She instinctively attempted to push him away in her fluster. Yet he held her tightly, his voice muffled. I will come to see you when I have the time. No need for that, right? It's just half a month. Sensing that Lu Yuang seemed genuinely reluctant to part, Jiang Lanyue felt somewhat flustered and at a loss. What should she do? It appeared that Lu Yuang might truly have developed feelings for her. Noticing her lack of resistance, Lu Yuang finally released her. He then reached into the pocket of his military uniform, extracting a bundle of 10 yuan notes and a handful of food coupons, which he directly pressed into her hands. Here are some money and the food coupons I exchanged. Take them, and do not hesitate to use them. No, it's all right. I still have money. Lu Yuang was indeed generous, offering her over 100 yuan. In this era, 1 or 200 yuan was a considerable sum. Jiang Lanyue instinctively wanted to refuse. But Lu Yuang disregarded her protests and firmly placed the money and coupons in her hands, earnestly stating, I am your husband. It is my duty to provide for you.
Take it.
The word husband instantly flushed Jiang Lanyue's cheeks. The instigator, however, remained unfazed, gently ruffling her hair as he cautioned, make sure to eat well. And remember to lock the door when you rest. Tucked within the money was a slip of paper bearing the camp's phone number. Call me if you need anything.
Oh.
Understood. Blushing furiously, Jiang Lanyue nodded slightly. After that, Lu Yuang said nothing more and, with lingering reluctance, departed from the guest house. Once Lu Yuang was gone, Jiang Lanyue, who had been extremely tense moments earlier, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As she opened her palm to examine the food coupons and money, she realized her palms were clammy with sweat, slightly dampening the coupons. It was not until she heard the sound of a vehicle starting downstairs that Jiang Lanyue approached the window, stealing a glance below. She saw the military green pickup truck swiftly driving away. Recalling the embrace that Lu Yuang had given her earlier, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but smile. She then organized her money and ration tickets before opening the suitcase she had brought. From it, she retrieved the identification issued by the brigade and made her way directly to the county government adjacent to the guest house. This study program aimed to select outstanding technicians from the entire county for training, thus attracting a considerable number of participants. Upon her arrival at the county government to register, Jiang Lanyue discovered that the large classroom designated for the program was already occupied by dozens of individuals. Her entrance immediately captured the attention of all the technicians present. It was not due to her brilliance, but rather because she was the sole female among a sea of male technicians attending the study program. After entering the classroom, she chose a seat by the window. The male technicians could not resist whispering amongst themselves. Wasn't it said that the slots for the program were limited? How could a woman be allowed to participate? This had never occurred before. Technical work was traditionally deemed a man's domain. How could a woman manage it? Surely, this female participant must have entered the wrong place. As they murmured, a male technician among the group spoke up with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lanyue lifted her gaze to look at him. The technician, Li, boldly retorted, What are you staring at? Am I not stating the obvious? You are shamelessly taking advantage of this opportunity. You should leave now, or don't blame me for reporting you to the authorities. Chapter 121. If you dare to investigate, would you report me? Jiang Lanyue sneered, unfazed by Li's arrogant demeanor. What grounds do you have to report me? Noticing her confidence, Li exchanged glances with the other technicians nearby. Of course, it would be based on the premise that you are leveraging your connections to seize a spot in this program. It seems this female technician truly relies on her background to be here. Otherwise, how could such a prime opportunity fall into her hands? Indeed, repairing machinery has always been a man's job. I've yet to see a woman technician who could participate in a study program. Everyone knew that Li was a seasoned technician from Wanfosi Township, known for his forthright nature. Even the township head would give him some respect. Encountering him would surely spell trouble for this female participant. Yet, faced with Li's assertive accusations, Jiang Lanyue continued to smirk. You claim I gained entry through backdoor connections. I would like to ask, what evidence do you possess? Surely, you cannot simply cast such aspersions without substantiation. If that is the case, I might argue that you are leveraging your seniority to suppress new technicians. After all, the tides of change bring forth fresh waves. You must be afraid that we, the newcomers, might outshine you. Her words incited an immediate reaction, causing Lee to rise from his seat in anger. The surrounding male technicians exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond to Jiang Lanue's retort. After all, many of them were not attending the study program for the first time. Previously, they had, to varying degrees, faced reprimands from the senior technician, Lee, and harbored feelings of discontent. In his frustration, Technician Lee pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Lanue, exclaiming, "Do you still want evidence? Your team has male technicians. That is evidence enough." "What sort of evidence is that?" Jiang Lanue retorted with a cold laugh, her gaze increasingly disdainful. "So, your implication is that the presence of male technicians in our team disqualifies me from participating in this study program? Shouldn't both female and male colleagues, regardless of their respective roles, have equal opportunities? No matter the disparity in their capabilities, should men always be prioritized for opportunities?" Technician Lee. This is a blatant display of discrimination against women, a profound disrespect for all women. As she spoke, Jiang Lanue raised an eyebrow and scanned all the male technicians present. Is this truly your collective sentiment? The label of discrimination against women is no trifling matter. The more astute male technicians quickly shook their heads in denial. "We did not say such a thing. This female colleague, you cannot condemn us all based on one incident. Indeed, we hold great respect for our female colleagues. We welcome any woman who wishes to pursue roles traditionally held by men." Observing the male technicians, it was evident that when the matter implicated them directly, they were eager to distance themselves. "Since you have chosen to bring this issue to light in front of everyone, I, Jiang Lanue, have no fear. Let us jointly petition the leadership to thoroughly investigate the qualifications of all technicians participating in this study program. For those who are ineligible, let us impose stringent penalties. Shall we?" Jiang Lanue aimed to implicate all technicians. Upon hearing this, Technician Lee's expression darkened. The younger male technician beside him quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Uncle, we cannot allow this investigation to proceed. If it does, we cannot hide the fact that we came to this study program together." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Technician Lee's countenance grew even graver. "I am the one who suggested this investigation, and now you wish to investigate us? Jiang Lanue, do not presume that." Jiang Lanue interrupted him before he could finish. "This is Minil County, not your Zhongdong team, where you dictate the terms." Jiang Lanue spoke with undeniable conviction, and the atmosphere in the classroom became charged with tension. Just then, a government official dressed in a blue Zhongshan suit, exuding authority, entered the room, accompanied by two others. Observing this, Technician Lee immediately seized the opportunity, stating, "Director Ma, this Jiang Lanue is disrupting the class. I request that her opportunity to study be revoked." Chapter 122. You can't stand me, yet you can't remove me. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Director Ma, who had just reached the podium, glanced at Jiang Lanue, his brow furrowing. "Why is there a female colleague here?" Following this, the last individual to enter, a male staff member clad in a white shirt and thick glasses, hastily interjected. As soon as the words of the male official escaped his lips, the young man beside Director Ma cast a surprised glance at Jiang Lanue. Director Ma appeared somewhat incredulous at this statement. Technician Lee, observing the situation, hurriedly interjected, "What could she possibly design? She has only been released from prison for less than a year. How could she possibly possess any repair skills? Her presence here is most likely tied to her military husband. In this era of the people being the masters of their own affairs, who dares to exploit connections for special treatment? We cannot tolerate that." Indeed, upon learning that Jiang Lanue was a former convict and had connections, Director Ma's expression darkened. Noticing that this matter implicated Captain Huang, Jiang Lanue quickly spoke up. "Director Ma, this is all slander. While I have served time, I have turned over a new leaf. Our government's laws do not state that comrades who have made mistakes are forever barred from opportunities, do they? Furthermore, on what basis does Technician Lee assert that I advanced through connections? Everything must be substantiated by evidence. Moreover, I have already proposed that to ensure the fairness of the study group, we should verify the qualifications and abilities of all comrades attending. It was Technician Lee's own insecurity that led to her refusal. How can that be my fault? She is unafraid of scrutiny and even suggests we investigate together?" Jiang Lanue's words momentarily left Director Ma at a loss for a response. It was then that the young man beside him suddenly remarked, "I find this female comrade's argument quite reasonable. Either we do not investigate, or we all investigate together." With only one female comrade in the study group, Targeting her could indeed raise suspicions of unfair treatment. With so many individuals involved, who knows how many issues might arise if we were to conduct an investigation. Teacher Tang. Your time is precious and should not be wasted on trivial matters. Thus, let us refrain from any investigation, so as not to hinder your lessons for the technicians. After uttering these words, Director Ma cast a glance at the male official. The young man quickly signaled Technician Li to sit down, urging him not to escalate the situation further. However, Li Dazhuang remained unconvinced and attempted to voice his objections. Director Ma, but before he could finish, Director Ma erupted. What more do you want? If you do not wish to retain this study opportunity, you may leave at once. With that outburst from Director Ma, Li Dazhuang dared not say another word. Yet Zhang Langyue had no time to attend to him. Her focus was entirely on the young man brought in by Director Ma. This young man appeared quite youthful, likely no older than 18 or 19. Given the respect shown to him by Director Ma, it was evident that he was either exceptionally capable or possessed significant connections. Once Zhang Langyue settled in, Director Ma finally introduced technicians. This is our esteemed 8th-level engineer from the provincial capital, the instructor for this study group, Teacher Tang Zhaoheng. Although young, Teacher Tang hails from a family of technologists. His father is a senior engineer, and his mother is a renowned designer. From a young age, Teacher Tang has been deeply influenced and is well-versed in various mechanical issues and repair methods. Indeed, upon hearing Director Ma's words, all the technicians readily agreed. However, Zhang Langyue, observing Tang Zhaoheng, quietly lowered her gaze, fully understanding the situation. After Director Ma introduced Tang Zhaoheng, he left with the male assistant, and Tang Zhaoheng proceeded to teach the class. Throughout the lesson, he discussed the principles of machinery and the causes of various potential issues. The content was quite profound, leaving many technicians bewildered. Although Zhang Langyue initially struggled, the mechanical system automatically analyzed Tang Zhaoheng's explanations for her. As she gazed at the virtual screen of the mechanical system, the principles became instantly clear. At the end of the class, everyone filed out of the classroom. Zhang Langyue, wishing to avoid the crowd of male technicians, lingered until last. Just as she stood up, the previously eloquent Tang Zhaoheng approached her with a smile, extending his hand. Comrade Zhang Langyue, I have long admired your name. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 123. Rumors spread like wildfire. Clarifications require great effort. Teacher Tang, you know me? Zhang Langyue was taken aback by Tang Zhaoheng's initiative to greet her. He smiled and pulled a piece of paper from his lecture notes, handing it to her. This is a design blueprint I came across during my earlier visit to Minil County. This blueprint must have originated from Comrade Jiang, right? It was the very sketch she had casually drawn when designing the first batch of seating devices. After the project was completed, she had left the blueprint at the mechanical factory, so she was quite astonished to see it in Tang Zhaoheng's possession. How did this come to be in Teacher Tang's hands? Tang Zhaoheng looked at Zhang Langyue with admiration in his eyes. I am truly amazed that a female comrade possesses such design talent. Without any systematic training, you were able to create such a design. Moreover, you achieved remarkable results in practice. It is no exaggeration to call you a genius. It became apparent why Tang Zhaoheng had spoken up to assist her when Director Ma had put her in a difficult position. Zhang Langyue smiled modestly. It's merely a small design. It's nothing to boast about. Teacher Tang, please refrain from praising me. Seeing her humility, Tang Zhaoheng also smiled. Your abilities deserve recognition. Comrade Zhang Langyue, this is the praise you rightfully deserve. How about I treat you to a meal? I still have some technical questions regarding your two designs that I would like to discuss with you. A level 8 engineer from the province seeking her advice on technical matters? Zhang Langyue quickly waved her hands. Teacher Tang, please don't say that. If others hear this, I might be drowned in spit. She was well aware of the difficulties posed by the male technicians, and Tang Zhaoheng understood her truthfulness. He nodded, no worries, let us dine and converse. If anyone dares to trouble you in the future, feel free to come to me. He did not wish for such a promising talent to be suppressed by those unworthy. Thank you, Teacher Tang. His enthusiastic invitation left Zhang Langyue with little choice but to accept. With a smile, she accompanied Tang Zhaoheng to the second cafeteria of the county government. The county government boasted 2 dining halls. The first, catering to ordinary staff, grassroots cadres attending training, and local members. The second, a more exclusive venue for leaders and guests from the province. As Tang Zhaoheng was a lecturer invited from the provincial capital, it was only fitting that they dined in the second cafeteria, where he effortlessly led Zhang Langyue inside. Outside the first cafeteria, Li Dazhuang and his companions, who were queuing for their meals, were taken aback to see Zhang Langyue ascend to the second floor with Tang Zhaoheng, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Particularly, Li Dazhuang's nephew, Li Wenhui, was so astonished that he nearly shouted, "What right does Zhang Langyue have to go to the second cafeteria?" How could she possibly be with Teacher Tang? Do they have some sort of connection? Alarmed by Li Wenhui's exclamation, Li Dazhuang swiftly slapped him on the head. You foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? Teacher Tang has come from the provincial city. How could he possibly be interested in a labor reform convict? Yet, once the words were spoken, the surrounding technicians, fueled by jealousy, couldn't resist adding their own comments. They acknowledged that Jiang Lanyue was indeed quite attractive. Although a bit plump, she was tall and fair-skinned, and her smile revealed two charming dimples, surpassing the beauty of the average girl. Indeed, she managed to marry a military officer. That must be a testament to her capabilities. Our Teacher Tang, though skilled and knowledgeable, is merely a young lad of 18 or 19. If someone were to harbor ill intentions, he might not be able to withstand it. I wondered why Jiang Lanyue lingered after class today. It appears she had ulterior motives. Such gossip spread through the county government as easily as wildfire, all because Jiang Lanyue shared a meal with Tang Zhaoheng. Unbeknownst to her, as she exited the cafeteria, she was oblivious to the commotion. However, just as she stepped onto the street, still searching for the supply and marketing cooperative, her gaze fell upon a black pickup truck parked ahead. A man stealthily crawled out from beneath the vehicle and, taking advantage of the momentary absence of onlookers, darted into a nearby alley. Almost immediately, the mechanical system flickered to life, flashing a red alert. Warning, warning. Chapter 124, Assistance, yet entangled in trouble. The sudden alarm startled Jiang Lanyue. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the mechanical system had detected a dangerous object placed beneath the black pickup truck. Clearly marked with a bold warning, the specifics of the hazardous item were still under analysis. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the nearby state-run restaurant. Clad in white shirts paired with khaki trousers, they bore the unmistakable appearance of government officials. At the center of this gathering was a leader in a Zhongshan suit, kind-eyed and appearing to be in his 50s. In the memory of the original owner, there exists a faint impression of this leader. It seems he had previously served in the military and was held in high esteem. Observing the jovial exchange among them, they approached the vehicle. At that moment, the mechanical system suddenly discerned that the hazardous object affixed to the underside of the car was, in fact, a miniature bomb. Upon seeing the analysis results, Jiang Lanyue, in a surge of impulse, rushed towards the group without a moment's hesitation. Comrade, what are you doing? The two male officials at the forefront, quick to react, blocked her path upon noticing her approach. In the face of urgency, Jiang Lanyue prioritized action over explanation, exclaiming, Leader, I just passed by and saw someone crawl under that car, seemingly tampering with something. If you intend to approach that vehicle, it would be prudent to conduct a thorough inspection. Her words rendered the atmosphere grave for all present. The male official closest to the leader furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with his companions. Observing this, one of the male officials swiftly turned and darted to the side of the vehicle, crawling beneath it. When he emerged, his face was ashen. Report, Leader, there is a bomb underneath. At this revelation, the countenance of everyone shifted dramatically, especially the male officials, who instinctively shielded the leader while casting wary glances at Jiang Lanyue. One of the officials could not contain himself, stating, This area is at the center of the county. With workers finishing their shifts, a crowd will soon gather. We must evacuate the public immediately or relocate the vehicle to a more open, sparsely populated area. That may not be feasible, replied the calm and composed elder leader, shaking his head. No matter which direction we drive from here, we will pass through residential areas. Should the bomb detonate unexpectedly, the consequences would be catastrophic. At least in this location, which is not a residential area, if we can manage the flow of people passing by, we can minimize the potential damage. Having articulated his thoughts, the elder leader then issued his orders. Quickly notify the relevant departments to control the workers passing through here, and request the nearby station troops to send personnel to defuse the bomb. Understood. Upon hearing the elder leader's commands, the two male officials dashed into the state-owned restaurant to call the relevant departments. The elder leader then addressed Jiang Lanyue, saying, Comrade, you should find a safe place to take cover. The bomb's power is immense. If it were to explode suddenly, your life would be in jeopardy. Very well. Acknowledging the perilous nature of the situation, Jiang Lanyue resolved to seek refuge nearby. However, upon hearing this, she was taken aback. Surely, you do not suspect that I planted the bomb? Why would I inform you of it then? Noticing her innocent demeanor, another male official responded, We apologize, comrade. But you are the sole eyewitness, and thus you must cooperate with our investigation. Realizing that reasoning with them would be futile, Jiang Lanyue chose not to argue further. Fine. I shall remain here and observe how you intend to conduct your investigation. Upon finishing her words, she stepped aside, distant yet resolute. The two male aides lingered close by, their gazes fixed intently upon her. Meanwhile, unseen to all, the mechanical system incessantly analyzed the data of the miniature bomb, emitting a persistent red alert. Warning, warning. It assessed the danger level and precision of the item, exceeding the analytical capabilities of the current mechanical shuttle system. Should the host attempt a forced analysis, it would trigger an anomalous mode, potentially inflicting severe consequences upon the host. Would the host like to continue the analysis? Chapter 125. It's over. My dear husband is doomed to be blown to pieces. The mechanical shuttle system's sudden maneuver elicited an exasperated eye roll from Jiang Lanyue. If even this advanced system could not discern the miniature bomb, its explosive potential was surely unfathomable. The surrounding personnel would likely suffer unspeakable fates, and she herself, trapped in this predicament, could very well be caught in the crossfire. With no option left, Jiang Lanyue chose to proceed with the analysis. Just as she made her selection, the male aide who had hurriedly entered the state-owned restaurant to make a call burst back out. Leader, we have contacted the troops nearby who are completing their mission. It's the entire battalion of the 7th Army's Independent Cheetah Regiment, and they have received our distress signal and are hastening toward us. They are less than 5 kilometers away. Excellent. The news of nearby troops relieved everyone's anxiety. The old leader instructed. Quickly contact the relevant departments to evacuate the surrounding populace. We must minimize casualties. Yes. Understood. The male aides promptly set about their tasks, notifying others and completing their missions. The remaining aides expressed their concern, saying, Leader, this place is too dangerous. You should move to a safer location. Upon hearing this, the old leader waved his hand dismissively. No, I must remain here. Otherwise, who will oversee the situation? However, the aides grew increasingly anxious as he refused to budge. The old leader raised his hand, signaling them to cease their protests. He then approached Jiang Lanyue, who was under scrutiny. Young comrade, you have been wronged for speaking the truth. It is too perilous here. Please accompany them to the government office. Once this matter is resolved, you will surely be commended. I will not leave. She had committed herself to allowing the mechanical system to analyze the bomb. To depart now would mean losing everything. Moreover, the entire battalion of the Cheetah Independent Regiment would be arriving shortly. Those were Lu Yuang's men. If anything were to go awry, the consequences would be catastrophic. Jiang Lanyue's words elicited a strong reaction from the two aides watching her, their expressions filled with skepticism. You must leave. Unless you have another agenda, I will not go. She retorted fiercely, turning to glare at them. Do you even know who the deputy commander of the Cheetah Independent Regiment is? He is my husband. My husband arrives. What if an unexpected event occurs? I refuse to leave. I shall remain here. Once the mechanical system analyzes this bomb, it will undoubtedly assist us. Currently, I can only use Lu Yuang as a shield to stay. Are you a military wife? Hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, the two male officers were taken aback. The senior leader appeared somewhat astonished as well. So you are the spouse of an officer. No wonder you exhibit such courage. However, rest assured, we will handle this matter appropriately. You should retreat to a safer location. This bomb could detonate at any moment. Nevertheless, regardless of their persuasion, Jiang Lanyue was resolute in her decision to stay. Just then, 3 military green pickup trucks sped toward them. As the vehicles came to a halt, a dozen soldiers in uniform swiftly disembarked. At the forefront were Captain Lu Yuang, Captain Sun, and Instructor Zhang. Initially, upon receiving the news that a bomb had been placed beneath Mayor Chio's vehicle, Lu Yuang regarded the situation with utmost seriousness. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Lanyue standing alongside Mayor Chio, his brow furrowed immediately. Striding toward them, he instinctively inquired, How did you end up here? Lu Yuang's fierce demeanor was indeed intimidating, a stark contrast to his earlier, persistent embrace of her. Just as Jiang Lanyue was about to explain, Mayor Chio interjected. This military wife discovered the bomb and intervened in time. Had it not been for her, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With that, Mayor Chio extended his hand to Lu Yuang. Captain Lu, it has been a while. Surprised, Lu Yuang shook his hand, yet remained gravely serious. I will arrange transportation to evacuate you from this hazardous area. The subsequent matters will be entrusted to me. Thank you for your efforts. Mayor Chio had previously heard of Lu Yuang's capabilities and reputation, so he felt particularly assured leaving the situation in his hands. Once the troops escorted Mayor Chio and his party onto the military pickup and departed, Ge Xiaozhuang approached Jiang Lanyue and urged, Comrade Jiang, you should leave quickly. This place is too dangerous. I will not leave. Noticing the 2 male officers following her, Jiang Lanyue grasped Lu Yuang's hand. Please, let me stay. Perhaps I can be of assistance. She suddenly recalled from the original owner's memories that a significant explosion had indeed occurred in her past life. The unit responsible for disarming the bomb was not the 1st Battalion but the 2nd. If this bomb were to explode, It would be entirely her fault for unexpectedly appearing and altering the course of events, resulting in the demise of everyone in the 1st Battalion. Chapter 126. I almost met my end. How could you possibly disarm a bomb? Listen, you must leave. Feeling Jiang Lanue's grip on his hand, Lui Wang became increasingly tense and trembling. This was a matter of life and death. You cannot act recklessly. Indeed, she had no means to prove to Lui Wang that she could be of help. At the moment when Jiang Lanue found herself utterly helpless, the mechanical system unexpectedly illuminated a new image. She immediately exclaimed, I truly possess some knowledge. This bomb is the British NK-19 microbomb. It has been enhanced from the NK-18, possessing immense explosive power. I heard about it while I was in the cell. I can genuinely assist. Just as Jiang Lanue fervently attempted to prove her worth, a soldier who had crawled beneath the vehicle to inspect the bomb emerged with his head poking out. Deputy Commander, this bomb is the British NK-19. It's not easy to disarm. Upon hearing this, Lui Wang's countenance darkened ominously. Not willing to relent, Jiang Lanue decided to take a firmer stance. If you do not allow me to stay and help, I fear everyone may perish here. There are so many soldiers in the entire battalion. They are your brothers who have fought alongside you. Can you truly bear to let them die? No sooner had Jiang Lanue's words fallen than Captain Ma approached, his expression gravely serious. Deputy Commander Liu, we cannot disarm the NK-19. Once activated, the time until detonation is alarmingly brief. What shall we do now? I will. After casting a stern glance at Jiang Lanue, Lui Wang seized the tools from a nearby soldier and then crawled beneath the vehicle. At that moment, the mechanical system began to analyze a series of data. To their horror, only 3 minutes remained until the bomb's detonation. Seeing Jiang Lanue still standing there in a daze, Captain Ma anxiously called out to Ge Xiaozhuang, quickly take Comrade Jiang away. Yes. Obeying the command, Ge Xiaozhuang moved to pull her away. Yet, Jiang Lanue forcefully pushed Captain Ma aside and swiftly crawled under the vehicle as well. Captain Ma and the soldiers present were left utterly astonished by her actions. Lui Wang, who was lying under the vehicle studying the bomb, glared at Jiang Lanue as she settled beside him, his frustration palpable. Sensing his anger, Jiang Lanue steeled herself and said, Stop glaring at me. Disarming the bomb is of utmost importance. Hearing this, Lui Wang gritted his teeth and turned his attention back to the bomb, which was about the size of half a palm. As the virtual screen displayed the countdown to detonation, each passing second heightened Jiang Lanue's anxiety. Lui Wang cautiously pried open the bomb's outer casing, revealing a far more intricate internal structure than that of a typical bomb. The tangled wires made it nearly impossible to discern where to begin. With less than 20 seconds remaining until detonation, Jiang Lanue snatched the cutting pliers from Lui Wang's hands, trembling as she faced the array of wires, uncertain which one to sever. 15 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. For seconds, as the bomb neared its explosion, Jiang Lanue felt her heart racing within her chest. Just as the countdown reached 3 seconds, the mechanical system finally identified the key to disarming the bomb. Gripping the cutting pliers, Jiang Lanue took a deep breath. Gritting her teeth, she forcefully shattered the flashing green indicator light. In an instant, the bomb, which had been pulsating violently, came to an abrupt halt. The crisis has been averted. And after the intense tension, Jiang Lanue felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, utterly immobilized. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead incessantly. She gasped for breath. Overwhelmed with fear. That was close, too close. I nearly met my demise. Sensing his movement, Jiang Lanue turned to meet his gaze. She was about to boast about her success in preventing the bomb from detonating when unexpectedly, Lui Wang lowered his head and kissed her without hesitation. Chapter 127. Not all accolades are advantageous. Lui Wang's action left Jiang Lanue utterly astonished. She froze momentarily, but as realization dawned upon her, she instinctively attempted to push him away. However, the man appeared to have anticipated her reaction, swiftly grasping the back of her head and deepening the kiss. It was only when Ge Xiaozhuang squatted outside the vehicle, anxiously inquiring, Deputy Company Commander, how is it? That Jiang Lanue mustered the strength to push him away and scrambled out from beneath the car in a flurry. Given the perilous nature of bomb disposal, the onlookers found nothing strange as they saw Jiang Lanue emerge, her face flushed. When Lui Wang finally emerged from under the vehicle, Squad Leader Sun and Company Leader Ma hurried to greet him. How did it go, Deputy Liu? Was the bomb disarmed? Observing the anxious expressions on their faces, Lui Wang turned to Jiang Lanue. The bomb has been disarmed. Wonderful. Upon hearing that the bomb had been neutralized, Squad Leader Sun joyfully slapped Company Leader Ma's arm. Company Leader Ma grinned widely. You truly are remarkable, Yuang. To disarm an NK-19 bomb, you have saved our entire battalion. Indeed. Squad Leader Sun expressed his profound admiration for Lu Yuang. If the bomb hadn't been successfully disarmed, our lives would have been at stake. Deputy Lu, you have once again achieved a great feat. As they all mistakenly believed that he had disarmed the bomb himself, Lu Yuang was about to clarify. Actually, it wasn't me. However, before he could reveal the truth, Zhang Lanue interrupted him directly. Yes, it was indeed perilous. If he hadn't successfully disarmed the bomb, we would all have perished. Hearing this, Squad Leader Sun and Company Leader Ma were even more impressed, patting Lu Yuang on the shoulder. Noticing that Zhang Lanue intentionally allowed everyone to misunderstand that he was the one who disarmed the bomb, he approached her and quietly asked, "Why won't you let me tell the truth? What is the benefit of honesty?" Zhang Lanue raised an eyebrow, her cheeks flushed as she dared not meet his gaze. "I am merely a technician from the production team. If I were to tell others that I could disarm bombs, what would they think? Moreover, I merely stumbled upon this success by sheer luck. Therefore, there is no need to make a grand announcement about it, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. In this era, the nation is in dire need of rebuilding, with numerous spies lurking in various corners, waiting for the opportunity to strike. If someone were to possess abilities beyond their station, it would certainly raise suspicions." Zhang Lanue's concerns were valid, and Lu Yuang nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's leave it at that. However, you must have been quite frightened today, right? I truly could not contain myself beneath the vehicle." He had never imagined that the woman he once despised could evoke such admiration and stir his heart at a particular moment. The mere recollection of the recent events caused Zhang Lanue's cheeks to flush intensely. In a flurry, she turned away and hastened toward the government guest house. However, she barely took 2 steps when Instructor Zhang called out to her. "Deputy Camp Commander Lu, how should we handle this bomb?" With the mission still incomplete, Lu Yirong could no longer afford to think about Zhang Lanue. Following orders, Ge Xiaozhuang quickly pursued to escort her away. Once Ge Xiaozhuang had departed, Zhang Lanue finally relaxed. The host had violated the protocol by exceeding the designated level for the analysis task, and the system would enter an abnormal mode. Under this mode, the host would be subjected to a task-based upgrade. The mechanical traversal system would only revert to its automatic upgrade upon the completion of the task by the host. Should the host fail to complete the tasks in a timely manner, the system would detach from the host's body and cease to provide assistance. Hearing about this punishment, Zhang Lanue felt a throbbing headache and clutched her forehead. She could scarcely fathom how she, as a technician, would manage in the future without the aid of the system. It appeared that she had no choice but to obediently fulfill the tasks as dictated by the mechanical system in order to survive in this era. Just as she pondered this, the virtual screen before her suddenly shifted. A few lines of red text appeared. Mechanical system, primary level, abnormal mode task 1. The host must resolve the crisis. Task 2, unlocked upon completion of task 1. Task 3, unlocked upon completion of task 2. Staring at the screen in disbelief, Zhang Lanue was at a loss. What crisis was this? Why were the subsequent 2 tasks still locked? Was the abnormal mode truly so erratic? Little did she know, as she voiced her complaints, someone knocked on the door. A stranger's voice resonated from outside. "May I ask if Comrade Zhang Lanue is present?" Chapter 128. Are you joking? Suspecting me of staging this? This voice startled Zhang Lanue, causing her to sit upright in bed. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that perhaps the crisis task mentioned by the system had arrived. Thus, she rose from her bed and cautiously opened the door. Standing at the threshold were the front desk staff of the guest house and 2 men clad in police uniforms. Zhang Lanue introduced herself. "I am Zhang Lanue. May I inquire who you are?" One of the officers then produced his identification and presented it to her. "This is our identification. We kindly ask for your cooperation, Comrade Zhang." "Very well, I shall accompany you," she responded, acknowledging that the anticipated moment had indeed arrived. Without daring to oppose, Zhang Lanue quickly tidied herself and followed the 2 officers directly to the Minnal County Public Security Bureau. Under their guidance, she was soon ushered into the inquiry room. There, Zhang Lanue recounted the sequence of events in detail. The 2 officers exchanged glances before one of them spoke. "So, you are saying that at that moment, you were the only one who saw it, a man in a blue Zhongshan suit, approximately 1.7 meters tall, who emerged from the mayor's car. No one else witnessed this?" "Indeed," Zhang Lanue nodded. "I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings at the time. I only noticed this man acting suspiciously. Later, I observed Mayor Chiu and his companions emerging from the state-owned hotel, preparing to board the vehicle. Concerned about potential dangers, I felt compelled to speak up." "Do you know Mayor Chiu?" inquired the taciturn police officer, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Lanue. She nodded slightly. "I am the spouse of the deputy commander of the 1st Battalion of the 7th Army's Leopard Independent Regiment in the Rongxi military region." I encountered him once during his visit to the Rongshi military district. This explanation appeared plausible, prompting both officers to nod in acknowledgement. However, they noted previously, you were discharged from service for violations, leading to significant turmoil, resulting in a 3-year labor reform sentence. Your conduct during that period was less than satisfactory. Yet, upon your release, you suddenly possess mechanical repair skills. How do you account for that? The gravity of the situation, particularly concerning the installation of explosives in the mayor's vehicle, rendered her a prime suspect. Jiang Lanue recognized that her previous justifications were flimsy and ineffective against the police's scrutiny. She spoke earnestly, in truth. I have always harbored a keen interest in mechanical repair. I've perused numerous texts on the subject and acquired knowledge during my time in prison, where I often engaged with fellow inmates who shared insights on this area. Thus, upon my release, I found myself adept in mechanical matters. Given the diverse backgrounds of my fellow inmates, it is impossible to pinpoint any specific individual to verify the truth of my claims. Upon hearing her explanation, the officers exchanged glances and one remarked, however, we received reports suggesting that you, Comrade Jiang, acquired your research placement through connections. The other officer nodded gravely. Just half a month ago, 3 spies were identified in the prison where you served. They infiltrated the labor reform personnel to carry out their agendas, leading to a series of heinous terrorist attacks. Jiang Lanue, not only did you emerge from that very facility, but you also happened to witness an incident where Mayor Chiu was nearly harmed. Such coincidences are simply implausible. It became evident that they deemed her a suspect in the bomb-placing incident. Jiang Lanue felt an overwhelming sense of relief that the bomb disposal had been attributed to Lu Yuang. Otherwise, she feared she would be irreparably tarnished. Just as she desperately pondered how to prove her innocence, a knock echoed from outside the interrogation room. The officer nearest the door coldly commanded, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a young officer clad in police uniform, who respectfully announced, "Captain, the team responsible for bomb disposal has arrived." Upon hearing this, the officer addressed as Captain prepared to rise. However, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. "Captain Lin, it has been quite some time." Entering with an air of authority and upright stature was Lu Yuang, accompanied by Instructor Zhang and Gu Xiaozhuang. "It is indeed our Deputy Commander Lu. It has been quite a while since we last met." Upon seeing familiar faces, Captain Lin extended a warm handshake. Standing beside him, Instructor Zhang, after shaking hands with Captain Lin, broke into a smile. "The case involving the spies falls under your jurisdiction at the Public Security Bureau. We have come to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the incident to facilitate your investigation. We are truly grateful." Upon hearing this, Captain Lin promptly invited them to his office. However, given the stature of the elite military unit from the Rongshi military region that they represented, they certainly could not be treated with indifference. Just as Captain Lin finished speaking, Lu Yuang interjected, saying, "No need for that. Let us converse here." He then turned to the visibly distressed Jiang Lanue, adding, "Since my beloved is present, it is best to clarify matters face to face to avoid any misunderstandings." "She is the Deputy Commander's beloved?" Captain Lin could scarcely believe it, gazing incredulously at Lu Yuang and then at Jiang Lanue. Although Jiang Lanue had introduced herself, he had not connected her with Lu Yuang. Given Lu's illustrious background and exceptional capabilities, how could he possibly be married to someone with such a past as a former convict? Indeed, Lu Yuang confirmed, noting Captain Lin's skepticism. At this revelation, Captain Lin's expression shifted to one of surprise. He glanced at Lu Yuang and hesitantly remarked, "I apologize, Deputy Commander Lu. But we currently suspect that your beloved may have been infiltrated by reactionary elements during her time in reform through labor. Therefore, until the matter is clarified, it may be." "On what grounds do you suspect me of being a reactionary?" Jiang Lanue retorted angrily, feeling deeply wronged. "Just because I was present at the time. You presume I am responsible? If I were indeed culpable, why would I bring the matter to light?" This presented a genuine conundrum, one that even the 2 officers found perplexing. Observing the situation, Instructor Zhang quickly interjected, "Comrades, you must have misunderstood. Comrade Jiang Lanue could never be a reactionary. Though she has made mistakes, she has reformed. Moreover, her parents were martyrs, and she was raised by the revered daughters of the army. She is absolutely devoid of any ideological issues." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuang regarded Captain Lin and his companion with utmost seriousness. "Captain Lin, my beloved is in no way connected to this incident. I implore you not to wrongfully accuse an innocent person in your haste to provide an explanation to your superiors. Otherwise, who would dare to report suspicious individuals in the future?" Lu Yuang's grave demeanor clearly indicated his intent to support Jiang Lanue. Captain Lin exchanged a glance with his subordinate, momentarily caught in a quandary. Meanwhile, Lu Yuang stepped before Jiang Laniyue and said, "Speak freely. I will not allow you to be wronged." Jiang Laniyue nearly succumbed to tears at Lu Yuang's heartfelt words, overwhelmed by her sense of injustice. She sniffed, her eyes reddened, and said, "I still remember what that person looks like. I can draw his likeness." Fortunately, in the original owner's past life, she had seen a newspaper depicting the execution of this spy and vividly recalled his features. Thus, even though Jiang Laniyue had not clearly seen the man's face today, she could still render it from the original owner's memory. "Well then, Comrade Jiang, please proceed with your drawing." Given the circumstances, Captain Lin had no choice but to procure paper and pen for Jiang Laniyue. Under the gaze of the onlookers, she swiftly produced a portrait. Everyone present was astonished by Jiang Laniyue's artistic skill. The likeness was remarkably clear and expressive, easily recognizable. Lu Yuang first glanced at the drawing and then handed it to Captain Lin. However, upon seeing the portrait, Captain Lin's expression changed dramatically. "Impossible. It can't be him." "Comrade Jiang Laniyue, are you absolutely certain?" "I am indeed certain," Jiang Laniyue replied with conviction. "When this person emerged from beneath the vehicle, I saw his face. He appeared particularly flustered and dashed into the alley beside the state-run restaurant. As for your earlier query regarding why I passed by the state-run restaurant after class, it was because I intended to purchase some daily necessities from a supply and marketing cooperative. After all, our study group requires supplies for half a month." Jiang Laniyue's explanation prompted Captain Lin and another officer to exchange glances. Sensing their lingering skepticism, she continued, "I have been released for 6 months now and am unaware of the happenings within the prison. You mentioned that 3 spies infiltrated the cell I occupied, compromising several inmates. May I ask, are all the inmates released in the past 6 months considered dangerous elements?" Her words momentarily stunned Captain Lin, who then shook his head. "Of course not. At least 20 inmates have been released in the past 6 months, and not everyone has displayed subversive behavior." "Precisely," Jiang Laniyue affirmed, her confidence unwavering. "Thus, you cannot merely suspect that I planted the bomb based on this alone. That would be somewhat discriminatory towards those of us who have erred in the past." Upon hearing Jiang Laniyue's statement, Captain Lin awkwardly cleared his throat. Lu Yuang's request placed Captain Lin in a difficult position. After all, Jiang Laniyue had essentially saved Mayor Chiu in this incident. Captain Lin could not afford to dismiss this entirely. Certainly, with the matter having progressed thus far, Captain Lin dared not insist on detaining her. He could only produce a bail certificate for Lu Yuang to sign, allowing them to take Jiang Laniyue away. Yet, as he watched their olive green pickup truck drive away from the police station, one of Captain Lin's subordinates could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Captain, are we just letting them go? What if? What if what?" Captain Lin shot him a look, his brow furrowed deeply. "We cannot afford to offend the Lu family in the military, nor can we afford to cross Mayor Chiu." "Understood, Captain." Upon hearing Captain Lin's words, his subordinates promptly summoned reinforcements and hastened to apprehend individuals. Exiting the police station, Jiang Laniyue exhaled in relief, yet could not help but murmur, "I never anticipated that doing a good deed would lead to such turmoil. These officers are indeed rather confused." Observing her with a hint of concern, Lu Yuang chuckled softly. Given the current circumstances, their excessive caution was somewhat understandable. Once they clarified the matter, they would cease to trouble her. With Lu Yuang's reassurances, Jiang Laniyue nodded in agreement. In truth, it was undeniable that the original inhabitant of this body had once been infiltrated by traitors while imprisoned, which ultimately led to her unwittingly divulging crucial information to a spy during Lu Yuang's mission, resulting in significant losses. Thus, the police's suspicions of her were not entirely unfounded. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a mechanical system prompt appeared before her. "Congratulations, host. Task 1 completed. Task 2 unlocked successfully. Task 2. Spend 1 night alone with Lu Yuang. Upon completion of Task 2, Task 3 will be unlocked." What? The content of Task 2 required her to spend an entire night alone with Lu Yuang? Jiang Laniyue was astounded, her mind momentarily blank. However, how could she keep Lu Yuang at the guest house? "What is wrong?" Lu Yuang inquired, noticing her silence and lowered gaze, his concern palpable. Jiang Laniyue's heart raced with anxiety. Yet, she feared that if the reactionary elements were not apprehended, and if they discovered she had saved Mayor Chiu, they might seek revenge. "Could you possibly stay with me?" Chapter 131. Don't you like to sleep while being held? The moment those words escaped her lips, Jiang Laniyue's face flushed crimson, utterly mortified. In the front seat, Gu Xiaozhuang and Instructor Zhang exchanged amused glances at her remark. Instructor Zhang teased, "Indeed, after enduring such perilous events, Comrade Jiang must be frightened. Deputy Commander, you should certainly stay to offer some comfort." Gu Xiaozhuang nodded in agreement, clearly amused by the banter directed at Lu Yuang. "Yes, Following the order, Gu Xiaozhuang and instructor Zhang readily complied, steering their vehicle straight towards the guest house. Seeing Lu Yuang acquiesce to the situation left Jiang Lanyue so bashful that she dared not lift her head until they arrived at the guest house and ascended to their room. By then, night had fallen. As Lu Yurong entered, he unbuttoned the 2 buttons of his collar and turned to ask, "Are you hungry?" "Yes," Jiang Lanyue replied, realizing that after such a tumultuous day, she indeed felt famished. She glanced at the cold steamed buns and vegetables that Gu Xiaozhuang had brought earlier, knowing they would need reheating to be palatable. With that, Lu Yurong turned and exited the room. Finally alone, Jiang Lanyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She hurried to the restroom, filled a basin with warm water, and refreshed her face with a towel, feeling significantly more at ease. He appeared with 2 additional lunchboxes in hand, placing them directly on the small table upon entering. He informed her that the little cafeteria was open for service, but lamented the late hour, revealing that only rice and stir-fried celery with eggs remained. "Make do with this," he said kindly, observing his thoughtfulness as he placed the fresh rice and vegetables in front of her. She noted that he had opted for reheated steamed buns and a box of stir-fried potato strips for himself. A wave of unexpected emotion washed over Jiang Lanyue. She picked up the lunchbox and began to eat leisurely. After they finished their meal, Lu Yuang took the lunchboxes to wash at the sink in the bathroom. The sound of running water made Jiang Lanyue's heart race. She glanced around the room, noting the small bed, barely a meter wide. Sharing it with another person would indeed be quite cramped. Just as she grappled with her thoughts, Lu Yuang emerged from the bathroom, suggesting, "Why not tidy up and rest? It's getting late." Jiang Lanyue felt her cheeks flush at his words, hastily grabbing her toothpaste and toothbrush before darting into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She lingered inside for over 20 minutes before emerging slowly. To her surprise, she found Lu Yuang had changed out of his military uniform and was lying on the edge of the small bed, engrossed in a book. Embarrassed, she stood at the bathroom door, unsure of what to do. At that moment, Lu Yuang called out, "Come on, we're married. There's no need to be so shy." His words only deepened her blush. With a steely resolve, she approached him, first shedding her outer clothing before crawling into bed from the foot of it, covering herself with the blanket and leaving her pants draped at the end. Completing this hurried process, she quickly nestled under the covers, pressing herself against the wall to avoid any contact with Lu Yuang. Her actions elicited a chuckle from him, prompting him to set aside his book and turn off the bedside lamp. With the room plunged into darkness, silence enveloped them. Jiang Lanyue closed her eyes, willing herself to fall asleep quickly, hoping that morning would arrive soon. However, no sooner had she shut her eyes than an arm encircled her waist. A broad chest pressed against her back. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled, flipping over to face him, her hands resting against his solid chest. "I was just scared and wanted you to keep me company. I didn't mean anything else." Surely, he couldn't think she meant otherwise? "I understand. It's late. We should sleep," he replied.
I am tired.
After saying this, Jiang Lanyue quickly turned to lean against the wall, too embarrassed to make a sound. Meanwhile, the man behind her wore a smile that lingered for quite some time. That night, Jiang Lanyue had no recollection of how she fell asleep. When she finally awoke, she was greeted by a knock at the door, accompanied by Gu Xiaozhuang's voice. "Deputy Company Commander, it's time to go." As her consciousness returned, Jiang Lanyue realized she was once again nestled in Lu Yuang's embrace. She tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, her legs draped over his long limbs. Before she could even stir, a large hand gently patted her head. His voice was deep and tender, as if soothing her. "I must take my leave." Chapter 132, Kicking the Troublemaker Out of the Research Class. Jiang Lanyue was already so embarrassed that she couldn't utter a word. She quickly released him and turned away, inwardly regretting what she had done the previous night. Just as she was hiding under the covers in utter humiliation, Lu Yuang swiftly got out of bed, dressed, and freshened up. He then said to her, "After the mission concludes, I shall return to see you." With that, he opened the door and exited. When the door closed behind him and his footsteps faded away, Jiang Lanyue finally exhaled a sigh of relief and opened her eyes. In an instant, the mechanical system's prompt screen appeared before her. "Congratulations, host. Task 2 completed. Task 3 unlocked. Task 3 details, gain the approval of Lu's parents."
What?
This task seemed insurmountably difficult. Jiang Lanyue was taken aback, sitting up abruptly in bed, convinced she must have misread it. Lu Yuang's parents abhorred the original owner, especially his mother, who felt discomfort upon seeing her. To earn their approval was akin to a declaration that the system intended to strip her of this body. She silently lamented, "Oh, troublesome system, I merely sought to save someone and ended up in this predicament. Why must you complicate matters for me?" With a sense of resignation until dawn, Jiang Langyue considered her upcoming class in the research program. Finally, she rose from her bed, freshened up, and prepared to head downstairs to the canteen for a meal before attending class. However, as she stepped out of the inn after breakfast, she was confronted by the very officer who had interrogated her alongside Captain Lin yesterday. Upon seeing Jiang Langyue, the officer approached her. "Comrade Jiang, my surname is Yu. We met yesterday. I kindly request that you accompany us once more today. Are you still suspicious of me?" Jiang Langyue felt a tinge of helplessness as she regarded the officer. But he smiled and replied, "No, last night we apprehended the suspect you identified.
Today,
We would like you to confirm the identification." So, the reactionary had indeed been captured. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Jiang Langyue said, and she got into their vehicle, heading directly to the Middle County Police Station. Upon her arrival, in the interrogation room, Captain Lin was questioning the captured reactionary. Through the glass, Jiang Langyue recognized him immediately. "That's him. He is the one I saw yesterday. That settles it." Officer Yu nodded, his expression complex. Noticing this, Jiang Langyue couldn't help but inquire, "Yesterday, when you saw his portrait, you seemed surprised. Is there something particularly unique about his identity?" Having now confirmed it, Officer Yu finally explained, "This individual has been an aide in Mayor Chio's team for 2 to 3 years. We never anticipated he would turn out to be a spy. Yesterday, during the attempt to apprehend him, a bomb of the same type was discovered in his briefcase. Otherwise, we might not have confirmed anything. It turns out this individual was indeed associated with Mayor Chio. Evidently, this spy had concealed himself quite adeptly. No wonder, despite the years that have passed since this incident, it was only now that he faced justice, revealing his past crimes." As Officer Yu was conversing with Jiang Langyue, Captain Lin emerged from the interrogation room. Upon seeing him, Officer Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Captain Lin approached Jiang Langyue and extended his hand, stating, "Comrade Jiang, the case has been thoroughly investigated. This man was indeed the reactionary who planted the bomb yesterday. I apologize for misunderstanding your words and actions. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing Captain Lin's sincerity, Jiang Langyue smiled and shook his hand. She understood that his actions were aimed at resolving the case swiftly, so there was no need for him to feel burdened by it. Captain Lin felt increasingly embarrassed by her magnanimity. "Let this be a favor owed to you, Comrade Jiang. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Very well," Jiang Langyue replied with a nod to Captain Lin, choosing not to elaborate further. With this trouble behind her, she felt lighthearted and looked forward to attending her study class to enhance her knowledge. After all, mechanical systems could detach at any moment. Acquiring genuine skills was truly dependable. However, as she ascended the staircase and had yet to reach the classroom, she overheard some gossip. "I tell you, this Jiang Langyue has gotten involved with Teacher Tang. Last night, a technician staying next door heard a man's voice coming from her room. Indeed, I heard it too. Who would have thought this reformed-through labor convict could even attract an 8th-level engineer from the provincial capital? We male technicians can't compete with that." Chapter 133, Spreading Scandal. "Can I forgive you?" They were so engrossed in their chatter that they failed to notice Jiang Langyue had approached them. Observing their gleeful demeanor, she could not help but interject, "I never expected a group of grown men would take such delight in spreading rumors. Has no one informed you that men with loose tongues seldom achieve greatness?" The male technicians were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Jiang Lanyue's bold response. Initially, their expressions shifted to one of unease, but soon they regained their audacity, retorting, "If you have no shame in your actions, why should we refrain from speaking out? Jiang Lanyue, don't think that because you've ingratiated yourself with Teacher Tang, we'll be intimidated." "Exactly," echoed another technician, emboldened by the moral high ground they believed they occupied. "We cannot tolerate someone like you, who exploits their femininity to achieve personal gain. If you have any sense, you will withdraw from the study group voluntarily. Otherwise, do not expect us to spare your dignity." It was clear they intended to give her no reprieve today. Jiang Lanyue merely scoffed at their audacity. As she prepared to retort, she spotted Tang Zhaohang, elegantly attired in a gray Zhongshan suit, approaching the classroom from another direction with a book in hand. Jiang Lanyue boldly called out to him, "Teacher Tang, could you please come here for a moment?" The male technicians, clearly taken aback by Jiang Lanyue's audacity to summon Tang Zhaohang for confrontation, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting uneasily. Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's call, Tang Zhaohang approached with a look of mild confusion. "What are you all doing standing here? Why aren't you in class?" he inquired. At his words, the technicians turned to head towards the classroom, but Jiang Lanyue shouted, "Stop. You think you can spread rumors and just walk away?" The male technicians were taken aback, their faces darkening. "Jiang Lanyue, don't push your luck," one of them retorted. "We're only considering Teacher Tang's reputation. Don't make this difficult." I intend to make it difficult. Jiang Wanyu shot them a fierce glare before turning her attention back to Tang Zhaoheng. Teacher Tang. May I inquire where you were last night and with whom? Is there anyone who can vouch for you? Her tone was akin to an interrogation, leaving Tang Zhaoheng feeling somewhat innocent. I was with several technicians from the county's technical department discussing technical issues until late. I ended up sleeping in the technical department's lounge and came directly to class this morning. What's the matter? Jiang Wanyu continued. Then may I ask, what gives you the audacity to insist that Teacher Tang was involved in anything untoward with me? Not only are you unjustly accusing a female colleague, but you're also maligning a teacher invited from the provincial capital. This is a grave matter. I must report this to the authorities.
What?
Why are you spreading such nonsense? She demanded, her ire evident. The technicians, now looking like frightened turtles, hastily attempted to deflect blame. It wasn't us. It was Technician Li who mentioned it early this morning in the cafeteria. One of them protested. Yes. We only heard that there was a man's voice in Comrade Zhang's room last night, which led to this misunderstanding. Jiang Wanyu rolled her eyes in exasperation. I am married. Is it not permissible for my husband to visit me? You jump to conclusions without understanding the truth, casting baseless accusations. She pointed at the technicians, her indignation palpable. Just then, Technician Li rushed out of the government office alongside Director Ma, who wore an increasingly grim expression as Li continued to fan the flames. Director. What I said is true. This incident has caused significant repercussions. It must be dealt with seriously. Upon seeing Jiang Wanyu standing at the classroom door beside Tang Zhaoheng, Director Ma's expression darkened further. This disgraceful act will not be overlooked. You can forget about your position as a technician. Chapter 134. When you lift a stone only to drop it on your own foot, you deserve it. Director Ma's words left everyone present exchanging glances. Technician Li wore a smug expression, declaring, indeed, while we technicians occupy a technical position, we still have certain expectations regarding the character of our comrades. As Technician Li reveled in his self-satisfaction, Jiang Wanyu's gaze was as fierce as a predator's. Observing this, Tang Zhaoheng intended to step forward and clarify the situation. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Wanyu shot him a glance that silenced him immediately. With a cold smirk, Jiang Wanyu addressed Technician Li. You claim I have insulted the integrity of our technical team. Pray, do you possess any evidence? Of course I do. Technician Li retorted, puffing out his chest. I personally witnessed you coaxing Teacher Tang into your room last night. Such certainty? Jiang Wanyu raised an eyebrow. To slander a comrade and wrongfully accuse a teacher is a serious charge that carries consequences. Can you bear that responsibility, Li Dazhuang? Her words elicited a mocking laugh from Li Dazhuang, who seemed to revel in the trap he had laid. With a grim expression, Tang Zhaoheng glared at Li Dazhuang, indignantly stating, I was at the county technical department all night, and several comrades there can attest to my whereabouts. You concoct such falsehoods merely to undermine our female technicians. Having a scoundrel like you in our team is utterly intolerable.
What?
Li Dazhuang was taken aback, not expecting Tang Zhaoheng to assert that someone could vouch for him. He paused, then turned to Jiang Wanyu in disbelief.
How could that be?
I distinctly heard. Heard what? Jiang Wanyu countered, raising an eyebrow. You claim to have heard a man's voice in my room, and thus you smear my reputation and that of Teacher Tang? Director, after our study class concluded yesterday afternoon, I happened upon a plot where a spy was installing a bomb on Mayor Chio's car. I intervened just in time, allowing the mayor to escape unharmed and the bomb to be safely defused. The request for assistance to defuse the bomb came from the unit my partner serves in. Concerned for my safety, my partner stayed at the guest house with me last night, inadvertently providing Technician Li with an opportunity to wrongfully accuse me. Furthermore, I must bring to your attention another matter. After being taken to the police station for questioning yesterday afternoon, I was informed by the police that someone in the study class had alleged that I gained entry through backdoor means, insinuating that my work background was dubious and that I was a spy lurking in Minnal County. This misinformation misled the police, consuming valuable time in their inquiries and nearly allowing the true perpetrator to escape. This situation is exceedingly grave, and I urge Director Ma to investigate thoroughly. Indeed, there were police officials who visited to inquire about Jiang Wanyu's situation yesterday afternoon. Director Ma was responsible for the reception. And since both Li Dazhuang and Jiang Wanyu were technicians from Wanfo Township and their production teams were adjacent, he was somewhat familiar with her. Thus, Director Ma assigned Li Dazhuang to assist in answering the police's inquiries. Yet he never anticipated that this individual would dare to speak so recklessly in order to undermine his comrades. His expression darkened instantly. Li Dazhuang, did you truly convey this to the public security officials? Are you aware of the immense responsibility I would bear if the issue were escalated? If, by any chance, we wrongfully accuse Comrade Jiang Wanyu, can you shoulder that burden? However, He was taken aback when the audacious girl countered his accusations. His demeanor shifted, and he immediately began to plead for mercy. Director, I was merely mistaken. I did not intend to act in such a manner. Director, please grant me another chance. Yet, before he could finish, Zhang Lanhua interrupted him decisively. What did Technician Li just say? We all heard it. Technician Li. You wouldn't dare to go back on your word, would you? Chapter 135. Cheap husband. Why are you so jealous? Tang Xiaohang was particularly incensed by this situation. He wore a stern expression and stated, Director Ma, it is your prerogative to decide how to handle Li Dazhuang. However, I do not wish for such individuals to be present in my research class. With that, he strode directly into the classroom. Zhang Lanhua paid no heed to the distressed Li Dazhuang, whose countenance resembled that of someone who had tasted something bitter, and followed him into the classroom. The remaining male technicians realized they had been manipulated by Li Dazhuang, nearly becoming his unwitting pawns. As they turned to enter the classroom, they expressed their indignation. I never expected Li Dazhuang to be so despicable. Indeed, it seems his previous remarks were solely for his own gain. How naive we were to believe he was simply a person of good nature, standing up for justice. Once everyone had departed, Li Dazhuang attempted once more to plead for leniency. However, Director Ma shot him a fierce glare. You troublemaker, begone. I do not wish to see you again. Having uttered this reprimand, Director Ma swept away in a huff. In the following fortnight, the classes of the research program proceeded particularly smoothly. Zhang Lanhua diligently absorbed various technical knowledge, aided by the mechanical system's guidance and explanations. Her theoretical understanding and foundational skills in machinery swiftly solidified. Consequently, during the assessment at the end of the research program, Zhang Lanhua achieved an outstanding first place without heavily relying on the mechanical system. Emerging from the classroom, Zhang Lanhua gazed at the red certificate in her hand, her spirits elevated. Tang Xiaohang hurried out after her and remarked, Comrade Jiang possesses remarkable talent. Her prowess in both theoretical and practical aspects is commendable. Given Comrade Zhang's abilities, remaining as a technician in the grassroots production team seems rather underutilized. Why not accompany me to the provincial capital as my assistant? Zhang Lanhua was clearly taken aback by Tang Xiaohang's audacious proposition, momentarily speechless. Teacher Tang, I am merely a grassroots technician. Transitioning to become your assistant in the provincial capital is an enormous leap. He was an 8th-level engineer, while his assistant should ideally be a 10th-level technician. She had not even been officially rated in the production team, and the notion of becoming his assistant equated to an unqualified clerk making an immediate jump to provincial office work. In my eyes, rank is inconsequential. True capability is what truly matters. Understanding what Zhang Lanhua is concerned about, Tang Xiaohang merely smiled. Moreover, both of my parents are formidable figures in the technology sector. If they were to witness your remarkable talent, they would undoubtedly be inclined to nurture your potential. Tang Xiaohang's parents are a top-tier engineer and a designer. Indeed, they are not just capable, they are titans in the realm of technology. Zhang Lanhua has her own ambitions and does not intend to climb the lofty branches of the Tang family. She smiled, wishing to decline.
Yet,
before her words could escape her lips, a deep voice resonated. Lanhua. Recently, Lui Wang has been particularly attentive, often sending Gu Xiaozhuang to deliver items or coming to see her personally. Hello, Teacher Tang. Upon hearing this, Lui Wang extended his hand to Tang Xiaohang. Tang Xiaohang reciprocated the gesture, greetings, Comrade Liu. While speaking, his gaze inadvertently drifted back to Zhang Lanhua. He was aware that her partner was a soldier, but he had not anticipated him being such a youthful officer. Zhang Lanhua was full of surprises. Noticing Tang Xiaohang's unwavering attention on Zhang Lanhua, Lui Wang spoke first. We have matters to attend to, so we shall not detain Teacher Tang any longer. Farewell. With that, he grasped Zhang Lanhua's wrist and turned towards the military pickup parked nearby. She sensed that Lui Wang seemed somewhat displeased, his grip a tad too firm. Could he be feeling jealous of Tang Xiaohang? No matter, let us focus on the task at hand. After a brief glance at Zhang Lanhua, Lui Wang ushered her into the vehicle. They swiftly turned around and headed towards the county government auditorium. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes drive, they arrived. Once Lui Wang helped Zhang Lanhua out of the car, she glanced at the grand entrance of the county government auditorium, turning to him with curiosity. What have you brought me here for? What do you think? Lui Wang raised an eyebrow, disregarding the onlookers around them. He firmly took hold of Zhang Lanhua's wrist and led her through the auditorium doors. Inside, numerous government officials were engaged in a meeting. Major Yu, who had narrowly escaped a disaster that day, was seated at the center, delivering a speech. Now, I would like to invite Comrade Jiang and Deputy Captain Liu. who was responsible for bomb disposal that day, to the stage to receive their honors. Chapter 136. Want to bully someone? First, get past me. It turned out that Liu Wang had brought her here to accept an award. Jiang Lanue was momentarily taken aback, and before she could fully grasp the situation, Liu Wang had pulled her onto the stage to receive the accolade. With a beaming smile, Mayor Chiu addressed the audience of comrades, presenting a reward of 300 yuan and announcing this commendable act countywide as a form of encouragement. Completely unprepared for such recognition, Jiang Lanue joyfully shook hands with Mayor Chiu. Thank you to the government and the mayor for this honor. I will strive even harder to contribute to our nation. Excellent. Seeing the sincerity on Jiang Lanue's face, Mayor Chiu nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you inform me in advance that I would be recognized? I could have prepared for it. This is an honor that the original owner could not have even dreamed of in her past life. To her astonishment, she not only attained it but was also rewarded with 300 yuan. The sensation is simply exquisite. She wished to surprise you. Observing Jiang Lanue's smile, which was so broad it seemed it might never close, Liu Yuang joined in her laughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanue got into the car with Liu Yuang. By the time they arrived at the military base, night had fallen. Liu Yuang carried Jiang Lanue's luggage as they made their way toward the military family quarters. Halfway there, they spotted a couple standing under a street lamp, embroiled in a heated argument. Furious, Tang Xiaoya incessantly complained to Ding Xingyuan. Can't you do something about your family? Don't come to the military to cause a scene. The comrades in the regiment are laughing at me. Do I not have any dignity left? I have already stated that I will find a way to help your sister get a job. News will come in a few days. So why do they keep pressuring me? Today, they came and said I am not as good as that Guizhenlan. If I am indeed inferior to her, then let them continue to have Guizhenlan as their daughter-in-law. As she uttered these words, Tang Xiaoya cried, feeling wronged. Ding Xingyuan stood there at a loss, trying to explain. I'm sorry, Xiaoya, they just want to listen to me. I've caused you distress. You don't need to arrange my sister's job. I will handle it. I just hope that next time you are angry, you want to take it out on Comrade Gua. After all, she is innocent. What do you mean? Are you feeling sorry for her? Ding Xingyuan's words evidently provoked Tang Xiaoya. When your family comes to disturb me, you remain indifferent. I only want to give that Guizhenlan a piece of my mind, and you come running to me? I want to ask you, in your heart, who is more important to you, me or Guizhenlan? Faced with Tang Xiaoya's accusation, Ding Xingyuan faltered, unable to articulate a coherent response. This infuriated Tang Xiao even more. With red eyes, she shouted, I knew it. How could a rural woman easily relinquish a man? She must be playing coy, pretending to separate while secretly trying to win you back. How dare she stab me in the back? Tang Xiaoya, am not to be trifled with. As she vented her anger, Tang Xiaoya stormed toward the small shop, clearly intent on confronting Guizhenlan. However, as she turned around, she was met by Jiang Lanue blocking the path. With a cold expression, Jiang Lanue sternly glared at her. If you wish to bully my sister-in-law Gua, you must first get past me. Jiang Lanue had been gone for half a month, and Tang Xiaoya had long forgotten about her, believing she could easily bully Guizhenlan. Thus, encountering her so suddenly caused Tang Xiaoya to turn pale with fright. Even Ding Xingyuan was unsure of how to face Jiang Lanue, feeling incredibly guilty. What do you mean? Jiang Lanue glared coldly at Tang Xiaoya, her anger intensifying. I have encountered shameless individuals before, but never have I come across a pair as contemptible as you two. One of you uses amnesia as an excuse to evade the responsibilities of a spouse, while the other, fully aware of another's commitment, eagerly entangled herself with him for 3 years. The sordid details of your affair are of no concern to me, for I, Jiang Lanue, do not wish to sully my lips by discussing them. However, if you conspire to treat me, Sister Gua, as a mere soft target, do not blame me for my wrath. When I unleash my ire, I offer no favors or mercy. Tang Xiaoya, humiliated, turned crimson, her tears cascading like pearls. You bully people, she cried, glancing imploringly at Liu Yuang. Deputy Camp Commander, do you condone your partner's bullying? Bully you? Jiang Lanue nearly laughed aloud. You, a mere lump of filth by the roadside, irritate me merely by your presence. Were it not for your cruelty toward Sister Gua, I would not deign to acknowledge you. You were so brazen when you stole another's man, and now that you have him, entangled with this insufferable family, you have only yourself to blame. You. Jiang Lanue's audacity left Tang Xiaoya quaking in fear, stumbling back a few steps. Observing this, Ding Xingyuan stepped forward to shield her. Comrade Jiang, it is I who have erred. You cannot. You are aware of your fault? Jiang Lanue raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of sparing this scoundrel. Since you recognize your misdeeds, You ought to clean up your mess and vanish from Sister Gua's life as if you had never existed. Do not presume I am unaware of Tang Xiaoya's persistent harassment of Sister Gua, driven by your fickleness, yearning for both the beautiful, artistic soldier and the gentle, caring nature of Sister Gua, who tended to your home. A man like you, who cannot appreciate what he has truly brought misfortune upon Sister Gua by being with you. As Jiang Luanyue's indignation escalated, it seemed she might rush at Ding Xingyuan and Tang Xiaoya. Lu Yuang, sensing the impending chaos, hastily grasped her arm. Luanyue, please remain calm. I trust that Deputy Instructor Ding will exercise sound judgment. After all, should they overstep, the military leadership will not turn a blind eye. Lu Yuang's words were ostensibly a counsel to Jiang Luanyue, yet served as a veiled warning to Ding Xingyuan and Tang Xiaoya. If they overstepped their bounds, he would report the matter to the authorities, ensuring they faced consequences. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ding Xingyuan turned pale. I will certainly be more mindful in the future, Comrade Jiang. You have my assurance. However, the credibility of Ding Xingyuan's assurances was dubious at best. Jiang Luanyue rolled her eyes in disbelief. With your characters, I cannot place my trust in you. Thus, I shall keep a vigilant watch over you both. Should you dare to bully Sister Gua again, I will ensure you do not escape unscathed. With that declaration, Jiang Luanyue turned on her heel and departed. Lu Yuang, recognizing the urgency, hurriedly gathered his belongings and followed. In the distance, Jiang Luanyue's furious voice echoed, a testament to her indignation. What nonsense is this? When one is discontented with their own life, they cast all blame upon my sister-in-law Gua. Just because she is honest and unassuming, they take advantage of her, which is utterly heartless. These words nearly caused Tang Xiaoya to explode with indignation. Can't you see how Jiang Luanyue is being bullied? Tang Xiaoya's inquiries left Ding Xingyuan speechless. After uttering this remark, Ding Xingyuan departed without a word. Once again, he has abandoned her, and Tang Xiaoya, infuriated, stormed off as well. As for Jiang Luanyue and her companions, upon arriving at the Lu residence, they were surprised to discover that there was more than just Grandma Lu at home. A young female soldier, clad in military uniform and possessing an endearing demeanor, was conversing with Grandma Lu. Upon seeing them enter, the soldier quickly rose to her feet. Her presence evidently astonished Lu Yuang, who extended a hand to her with a smile. You must be Comrade Jiang Luanyue. I am Feng Qinsha, a student of teacher Bai, tasked with looking after Grandma. It is a pleasure to meet you. The teacher Bai she mentioned must be Bai Qing, who works at the military hospital and is Lu Yuang's mother. Bai Qing has never held the original daughter-in-law in high regard, and now, sending such a beautiful student to assist undoubtedly serves to undermine her. Little did they anticipate that in just half a month, the household nearly fell victim to theft. Chapter 138. Who cannot pretend to be innocent? Observing this, Jiang Luanyue smiled and extended her hand to shake Feng Chencha's. Hello, Comrade Feng. It is no trouble at all. I am Jiang Luanyue. Meeting Feng Chencha's gaze, she appeared remarkably harmless. Grandma Lu is just like my own grandmother. I am truly happy to care for her. I only envy Comrade Jiang for the fortunate position of being able to live alongside her grandmother. The way Feng Qinsha referred to Grandma was even more affectionate than Jiang Luanyue herself, and her sweet demeanor certainly aligned with what Bai Qing would appreciate in a daughter-in-law. Unable to suppress a laugh, Jiang Luanyue responded, Comrade Feng, your expression of envy leaves me at a loss for words. I was indeed fortunate to be raised by my grandmother. However, if my parents had not sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, I might not have had such an opportunity. If given the choice, I would prefer to be like other comrades, having both parents around and perhaps even a few siblings for a bustling and joyful family life. The original daughter-in-law had never mentioned her parents' sacrifice in the battlefield during her time at the Lu residence. Now, as she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, which deeply pained Grandma Lu. Even Lu Yuang felt a pang in his heart. Luanyue, my parents are your parents too. Please do not be saddened by this. But how could it be the same? Jiang Luanyue sniffed, appearing even more aggrieved. If Lu Yuang's parents truly cared for the original daughter-in-law as their own, perhaps there would be no need for someone like Feng Qinsha. Although the original daughter-in-law was indeed not particularly likable, Bai Qing had always harbored reservations and never truly accepted her from the heart. Feng Qinsha had heard much about Jiang Luanyue from Bai Qing. She was aware of Jiang's foolishness, irritability, and domineering nature, which was precisely why she had uttered such words earlier, attempting to provoke her. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Luanyue would turn the tables on her. This left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Comrade Jiang, I believe you have misunderstood. Our teacher Bai is a wonderful person. She has always regarded you as her own daughter. It seemed that Feng Qinsha, instead of inciting Jiang's anger, had inadvertently guided her towards Bai Qing's discontent. Comrade Foam, it is you who have misunderstood me. While I dearly miss my biological parents, that does not imply I harbor any ill feelings towards Aunt Bai. I used to be thoughtless and often caused Aunt Bai distress, but I have matured now. How could I still be so ungrateful? Jiang Lanua's words rendered Feng Chunsha speechless. Grandma Lu, upon hearing this, was filled with joy. Indeed, our Lanua has grown up and understands the goodness of us all. Observing Feng Chunsha's frozen expression, Jiang Lanua smiled again. Since Comrade Feng has come specifically to care for Grandma, you must be residing here for the past few days, right? I wonder if you're comfortable? Yet, before Feng could respond, Lu Yuang interjected. She's been staying in Grandma's room while Grandma is in mine. The implication was clear. She had not been allowed to stay in his room. Feng Chunsha discerned Lu Yuang's evident concern for Jiang Lanua. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Lanua immediately invited her to stay. Are 3 rooms sufficient for accommodation? Jiang Lanua's words caused the awkward smile on Feng Chunsha's face to falter. She glanced between Jiang Lanua and Lu Yuang, and in an instant, she comprehended Jiang's meaning. The two of them were, in fact, living together. This revelation left her complexion shifting between shades of green and white, utterly flustered. However, just as she reached the courtyard entrance, she collided with an incoming person. Unprepared, Guo Zhenlan was on the verge of falling when Captain Xiao, standing beside her, swiftly wrapped her in his arms. Chapter 139. You said you would stay with me tonight. Apologies. Feng Chunsha quickly apologized, not expecting to bump into someone. Yet, Captain Xiao paid her no mind. His concern was solely for Guo Zhenlan. Are you alright? I'm fine. I didn't get hurt. Feeling embarrassed to be held by Xiao Duo in front of so many onlookers, Guo Zhenlan hastily pushed him away, creating distance between them. She turned to Feng Chunsha and asked, Comrade, are you alright? I'm fine. Feng Chunsha lowered her head, feeling both awkward and aggrieved. Observing this, Xiao Duo understood the situation. After speaking, he approached Feng Chunsha. Comrade Feng, let us go.
Alright.
Given the circumstances, Feng Chunsha had no choice but to comply. Once they left, Guo Zhenlan hurried to Jiang Lanua's side and grasped her hand. In recent days, the military wives had visited her small shop, and she had overheard whispers. It was said that Lu Yuan's mother disapproved of Jiang Lanua and had sent her prize student to curry favor with Grandma Lu. The intention was to separate Lu Yuang and Jiang Lanua, allowing her, as a student, to be with Lu Yuang. They were both overthinking. Such matters are rarely straightforward. Aware that Guo Zhenlan was concerned for her, Jiang Lanua offered a gentle smile. However, it seemed that during my absence, Tang Xiaoya had once again troubled my sister-in-law. Upon mentioning Tang Xiaoya, Guo Zhenlan lowered her head with a wry smile. The Ding family constantly troubled her, prompting her to seek solace in me. Nevertheless, Xiao Duo had intervened by speaking with the head of the cultural troupe, and in recent days, she had been considerably quieter. The way Guo Zhenlan referred to Captain Xiao had evolved from Captain Xiao to Xiao Duo, suggesting a burgeoning camaraderie between them. Jiang Lanua smiled, remarking that having someone to protect her was indeed a boon, but dealing with individuals like Tang Xiaoya and Ding Xingyuan required a firmer approach. Rest assured. Witness how I handle them. Jiang Lanua always felt the deepest empathy for her, consistently standing up for her. Guo Zhenlan chuckled, pulling her close. You needn't stir trouble on my behalf. It would be detrimental to you. Besides, I am doing quite well now. No matter what they say, I remain unfazed. Since Guo Zhenlan arrived at the military camp, she had indeed transformed significantly. Dressed in a floral shirt and khaki suit, with polished black shoes, her complexion had brightened, exuding an air of elegance. Compared to her former self, the change was striking. Jiang Lanua felt reassured, smiling. You should have embraced this long ago. Live for yourself. It would be best to have the wedding before that scoundrel Ding Xingyuan and his vile counterpart Tang Xiaoya can intervene, leaving them infuriated. We still have time. Guo Zhenlan replied, unable to suppress a blush. As for you, having been registered with Deputy Captain Lu for so long, when will you invite us to celebrate? Xiao Duo remarked. Everyone is eagerly waiting. Noticing his gaze shifting towards them, Jiang Lanua hastily pulled Guo Zhenlan into the living room. We haven't decided yet. There is no rush. They enjoyed a delightful dinner together that evening, filled with laughter and joy. After bidding farewell to Xiao Duo and Guo Zhenlan, Grandma Lu engaged Jiang Lanua in conversation for quite some time. However, as she stepped into her room and prepared to shut the door, a large hand pressed against it. Dressed in a white shirt and freshly groomed, Lu Yuang looked down at her. Is there something you need? Jiang Lanua felt a wave of nervousness wash over her under his intense gaze. Yet Lu Yuang spoke earnestly. Did you not tell Feng Chunsha that you would stay with me tonight? Chapter 140. Learning from her? Learning how to entangle oneself in chaotic relationships. Had he taken her seriously? Jiang Lanua's face flushed crimson. I was just joking. I said that merely to provoke her. After all, even if Bai Qing wished for Feng Qinsha to become her daughter-in-law, it would only occur after Lu Yuang divorced both of them. To arrange matters now would be to strip her of dignity. So, you are using me? Lu Yuang raised an eyebrow, his gaze deepening as he regarded Jiang Lanyue. Under the scrutiny of someone with such authority, Jiang Lanyue felt utterly overwhelmed. She could only hastily apologize, I'm sorry. It was merely for the sake of pride. You have witnessed how Feng Qinsha provoked me. Indeed, Jiang Lanyue has faced injustice. Yet she chose to address the matter directly rather than causing a scene. Lu Yuang genuinely appreciates Jiang Lanyue's newfound decisiveness. Thus, he smiled and said, as your husband, feel free to use my support as you wish. I have no objections. With that, he released his hand from the door. It was getting late, and he suggested she should rest early. Once Jiang Lanyue saw him leave, she sighed in relief and promptly shut the door. That night, she enjoyed a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the young intellectuals, Zhang Taizhu and Su Lingling, each led their respective teams of male and female youth, waiting at the warehouse entrance for their farming tools. Indeed, the other male young intellectuals were grinning from ear to ear. Upon hearing their remarks, Su Lingling's group of female youths chimed in. Technician Zhang has achieved such remarkable success, which brings pride to us women. I am eager to see who dares to claim that we, as women, are inferior to men. They recalled how, when Zhang was appointed as a technician, there were those who scoffed, insisting that women could not hold such positions. Zhang's success has proven that we women are capable of excelling in any field. Do not underestimate us in the future. As everyone busily praised her, Jiang Lanyue felt a bit embarrassed and replied, please, do not flatter me. I merely had the good fortune to succeed. It is more than mere luck. Zhang Taizhu countered with a serious expression. Typically, when we see someone crawling under a vehicle, we would not suspect any malicious intent. Therefore, Jiang, do not be modest. This achievement is rightfully yours. Indeed, others nodded in agreement. By the way, Jiang, we have rebuilt your little thatched cottage, and you can move in at your convenience. We may not be able to assist you much, but if you ever need anything, just let us know. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Jiang Lanyue smiled and nodded. Thank you, everyone. Just as she was engaging in light-hearted conversation with the young intellectuals, Captain Huang approached with a beaming expression, patting Jiang Lanyue on the shoulder. Comrade Jiang, you truly are a talent. I did not misjudge you. The township government just called to inform me that a commendation ceremony is being held for you this morning, and your attendance is essential. The township's recognition is likely due to her heroic act in saving Mayor Chiu. Jiang Lanyue instinctively wanted to decline, but upon hearing the insistence to attend, she conceded with a nod. All right, I will prepare and go. Captain Huang, satisfied, responded, I will accompany you. Once they had gathered their belongings and boarded the tractor, they arrived at the Wanfo Township government. The courtyard was already filled with numerous attendees. Upon their arrival, Jiang Lanyue and Captain Huang were invited onto the stage. After shaking hands with them, the township head, Wu Weigua, announced loudly, comrades, this is the one who attended the technical study class at the county level. Yet, relying on her own intelligence and wit, Comrade Jiang Lanyue saved Mayor Chiu and several officials. Comrade Jiang not only possesses a principled mindset and integrity, but she also exhibits remarkable courage. We should all aspire to emulate Comrade Jiang Lanyue. As soon as village head Wu's words fell, the comrades standing in the courtyard erupted in enthusiastic applause. However, at that moment, a discordant voice broke through the atmosphere. Learn from her? Learn how to engage in chaotic relationships and climb the ranks by relying on men? Village head Wu, fellow comrades, you have all been deceived by Jiang Lanyue. It is true that she rescued Mayor Chiu, but she has exploited her connections to bully the technicians from her hometown, causing them to lose their jobs. This is a fact. Village head Wu, I implore you to investigate this matter and restore justice for my uncle. Chapter 141. Self-proving is impossible, but you are certainly a spy. At the utterance of this voice, the comrades present were thrown into an uproar. Village head Wu did not anticipate such disruption, and her expression shifted immediately. Captain Huang reacted swiftly, defending Jiang Lanyue. Comrade, you cannot speak so recklessly. I certainly have evidence. Lu Xiaonyo, amidst the crowd, shouted indignantly. All technicians who attended the research class know that Jiang Lanyue was romantically involved with the instructors at the county level. When they left, they even considered transferring her to the provincial capital as an assistant. What capability does a female technician possess that would warrant such attention from instructors from the provincial capital? Lu Xiaonyo's words instantly misled many male comrades present. They exchanged glances, clearly beginning to harbor doubts about Jiang Lanyue. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiaonyo continued his tirade. And my uncle, Technician Li has been an esteemed technician in our Zhongdong village, contributing significantly to our team. It is precisely because of Jiang Lanue's scheming that my uncle's position was rescinded. After so many years of service, even without accolades, there should be recognition for effort. Comrades, do you find this just? Village head Wu was equally taken aback by these revelations occurring within the county. Meanwhile, Captain Huang, who firmly believed in Jiang Lanue's character, was anxious lest she be wronged. He stood at the side, stamping his feet in distress. You are slandering her, slandering her. In contrast to Captain Huang's urgency, village head Wu pursued the matter with curiosity. Jiang Lanue, facing Lu Xiaoniu's accusations, remained remarkably composed. Comrade Lu, your statements indicate a flawed mindset. The order to dismiss Technician Li came from Director Ma at the county level. What does that have to do with me? Are you suggesting that Director Ma harbors animosity toward your uncle and intended to frame him? If you genuinely believe your uncle is wronged, you may report this to the organization, which will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation and restore justice for him. But to come here and cast aspersions upon an innocent person, is that not excessively oppressive? Seeing Jiang Lanue so unflustered and entirely unperturbed, Lu Xiaoniu began to falter. What I say is the truth. If you have the capability, then prove your innocence to everyone. Wronging her while attempting to lure her into a trap of self-incrimination? Jiang Lanue couldn't help but chuckle coldly at that moment. The reason your uncle lost his job is that while investigating the plot against Mayor Chiu in the Public Security Department, he directed suspicion towards me, nearly allowing the true culprit to escape. Thus, Director Ma had to punish him. However, after hearing your words, I can't help but question whether you two, the uncle and nephew, acted with ulterior motives. After all, there are numerous individuals infiltrated by spies, and your actions raise considerable suspicion. You are wrongfully accusing us. Lu Xiaoniu exclaimed, infuriated by Jiang Lanue's insinuation of them being spies.
Yet,
Jiang Lanue continued to regard him with a calm gaze. If you assert that you are not a spy, then please, in front of everyone, prove your innocence. Lu Xiaoniu was rendered speechless. Observing his silence, Jiang Lanue cast a sweeping glance across the gathered crowd before continuing. As for Teacher Tang from the research class wanting to transfer me to the provincial capital as an assistant, it is because he recognized my capabilities in designing the seeding device and the transplanting machine. He wishes to nurture my talents. However, I made it clear to Teacher Tang that I desire to remain at the grassroots level to toil alongside everyone. It is truly disheartening to be misunderstood in this manner. The admiration from Mayor Wu towards Jiang Lanue was palpable. Comrade Jiang, do not be disheartened. This matter will be dealt with seriously by the township, and justice will be served. Indeed, Captain Huang echoed, visibly agitated and intent on pursuing the matter. Seeing Captain Huang's fury, Mayor Wu promptly patted him on the shoulder. He then awarded Jiang Lanue for his design of the seeding device and transplanting machine in front of all present. In that instant, everyone looked upon Jiang Lanue with envy. After the commendation ceremony, Captain Huang and Jiang Lanue cheerfully prepared to leave the township government. As they walked, Captain Huang remarked, Comrade Lanue, these rewards are akin to over a year's salary and benefits for a township government worker. The organization values you greatly. You must continue to strive for excellence. Yes, I will certainly work hard in the future, Jiang Lanue replied with a humble smile. However, just as they turned a corner and approached the entrance of the township government, Jiang Lanue spotted a familiar figure standing in a secluded corner, tugging at the arm of a plump middle-aged man. Chapter 142. The skills of the new sister-in-law are remarkable. The stout man, taking advantage of the deserted surroundings, seized the hand of the woman in front of him. What are you doing? If someone sees us, you'll be in trouble. I have nothing to fear, the man chuckled lewdly. I have nearly fulfilled your request. As long as you comply with my wishes, this matter will be settled swiftly. Facing the man's demands, Tang Xiaoya's face turned pale with anger. This is not a difficult matter for you. Why must you coerce me? The man, upon hearing this, laughed shamelessly. Coerce you? We are merely fulfilling our respective needs. It cannot be that I assist you with your matters. Yet you withhold the benefits due to me, can it? Do not forget how you ascended to the position of this literary soldier. Now you expect me to arrange employment for your future sister-in-law without so much as a token of gratitude? When the time comes, you will transform into the wife of the deputy instructor, and I shall be but a distant memory. Therefore, whether you wish to pursue this job is entirely up to you. This man's veiled threat effectively cornered Tang Xiaoya. With that remark, she turned and entered the lounge behind him. Seeing this, the man cheerfully followed her inside and shut the door. Jiang Lanue, witnessing a man and woman both enter the lounge, felt her eyes nearly bulge out of their sockets. Captain Huang, standing nearby, noticed her fixation on the door and could not help but inquire, Comrade Jiang, Do you know those two individuals? No, I do not, she replied, suppressing her thoughts. It was truly remarkable how far Tang Xiaoya was willing to go to marry Ding Xingyun. Such connections made for an unexpected endeavor to secure a job for her future sister-in-law. As Jiang Lanhua pondered this, she and Captain Huang exited the township government S building. However, just as they descended the steps, Ding Yaomei, waiting at the bottom, turned and spotted her. Upon seeing Jiang Lanhua, Ding Yaomei rolled her eyes in displeasure.
Yet.
She maintained a polite demeanor toward Captain Huang. Captain, you're here in the township as well. What brings you here? The entire brigade was aware of the Ding family's shamelessness, as they condoned their soldier son's betrayal of Guizhenlan. Hence, Captain Huang was not particularly fond of Ding Yaomei. My future sister-in-law is here to help me arrange employment, Ding Yaomei declared with pride, casting a challenging glance at Jiang Lanhua. Don't think that only certain individuals possess the capability to leverage their connections through men to secure jobs for Guizhenlan. That abandoned woman. My new sister-in-law is far more capable. She has promised to arrange for me to work at the Township Best Supply and Marketing Cooperative as a sales clerk. From now on, I shall be a formally employed person. I shall see who dares to offend our Ding family. Ding Yaomei's words inevitably reminded Jiang Lanhua of the earlier conversation between Tang Xiaoya and that man, eliciting a cold laugh from her. Your new sister-in-law is indeed quite capable. You should cherish her well. However, I wonder how that scoundrel Ding Xingyuan would react if he were to discover the lengths Tang Xiaoya has gone to. Jiang Lanhua's tone dripped with sarcasm, prompting Ding Yaomei to bristle with anger and retort. Captain Huang, noticing this, shot her an admonishing glare. Enough. Securing a job is your own matter. And no longer working with our brigade is a blessing. However, I warn you, it would be wise to keep a low profile and refrain from troubling Comrade Jiang Lanhua. Otherwise, your job security here will be in jeopardy. With that, Captain Huang gave Jiang Lanhua a knowing glance and led her away. Ding Yaomei, left fuming in place, stomped her feet in frustration. Humph.
What is so impressive about that?
Jiang Lanhua, we shall see how long you can bask in your glory. Upon their arrival at the village headquarters, a group of individuals warmly welcomed them. Chapter 143. One should not expect free lunches from the heavens. Do not attempt to deceive me. As Jiang Lanhua leapt off the tractor, a woman seized her arm, directing her towards another path, leaving her utterly perplexed. Captain Huang, meanwhile, was being pulled by two other gentlemen, who, with a hint of exasperation, introduced the two. These gentlemen are Captain Liu from the Zhongdong Brigade and Captain Deng from the Yinxiao Brigade. The woman guiding you is the women's director from the Zhongdong Brigade. Indeed, upon Captain Huang's explanation, Tu Dahong, the women's director from Zhongdong, burst into laughter. I hear you graduated at the top of your class from the research study program, which makes this all the more fitting. Comrade Jiang, you must share your knowledge with everyone so that we can all progress together. Truth be told, I haven't learned much. How could I possibly teach everyone? Jiang Lanhua responded modestly. Besides, they are all seasoned technicians. It is I who should be learning from them. It is well known that the technicians from various brigades are revered and respected in the village. How could a novice technician like her instruct them? Comrade Jiang, you are far too humble. We are well aware of your capabilities. Teaching these technicians is indeed most suitable for you. As Jiang Lanhua appeared somewhat bashful, Director Tu playfully patted her arm. Captain Deng from Yinxiao Brigade chimed in with a smile. Comrade Jiang, there is no need for formality. The seed drill and transplanting machine you designed are not the work of an ordinary person. Thanks to these machines, our three brigades have completed our labor tasks ahead of the others this season. I believe we will secure the top 3 spots for advanced collectives this quarter. All thanks to your efforts, Comrade Jiang. Hearing such praise, Captain Huang chuckled. We are brother brigades. It is only natural that we assist one another. If it comes to that, why not share the principles behind your seed drill and transplanting machine with everyone? They could learn a great deal. With Captain Huang's encouragement, Jiang Lanhua felt it would be inappropriate to decline any further. She smiled and replied, Very well, I shall do my utmost to share with everyone.
Splendid.
We appreciate your willingness, Comrade Jiang. Seeing her agreement, the group erupted in laughter. When they reached the village headquarters of Zhongdong Brigade, lunch was already prepared. The table was adorned with generous bowls of white rice, stir-fried garlic shoots with cured meat, braised fish, chicken stew with potatoes, sautéed green beans, and a refreshing cucumber salad. The meal was quite sumptuous. Under their warm hospitality, Jiang Lanhua and Captain Huang settled down to enjoy the feast. At the dining table, both brigade leaders were exceedingly cordial, and Director Tu exhibited particular attentiveness towards Jiang Lanhua, frequently serving her dishes and pouring her water. Midway through the meal, Captain Liu from Zhongdong Brigade remarked, Comrade Jiang Lanhua, there is a matter we wish to discuss with you. This year, our 3 brigades can apply for a quota for a level 13 technician. We have agreed to allocate this position to you, Comrade Jiang Lanue. After all, Comrade Jiang Lanue has designed 2 machines, making significant contributions amidst the frantic plowing and planting efforts. This accolade is rightfully hers. Indeed, upon mention of this, Captain Huang nodded with delight. It has been quite some time since our brigade has produced such talent. Bestowing this title upon Comrade Jiang is well-deserved. She has already received recognition from the village for her designs. Now, the brigade intends to award her this rare opportunity as a 13th level technician, which likely serves a greater purpose. After all, Li Dazhuang has worked for many years and only achieved the 14th level technician status last year. Had it not been for her unexpected rise, the 13th level technician position might very well have been his. Jiang Lanue understood the implications and smiled at them. Is there a task that requires my assistance, given your decision, esteemed captains? While Captain Huang's decision might be justifiable, the actions of the other 2 brigade leaders warrant contemplation, as one does not receive unearned rewards. Jiang Lanue displayed her cleverness, not allowing her sudden opportunity to cloud her judgment. Captain Liu and Captain Deng exchanged glances and laughed. Indeed, we have a pressing challenge that we fear can only be resolved with your help, Comrade Jiang Lanue. Chapter 144. Do you think I am a pushover? Noticing her expression, Captain Huang quickly smiled at Jiang Lanue. Hear us the situation, Comrade Jiang. The cultivated area of our 3 brigades has reached the standard necessary to apply for a small harvesting machine. However, the challenge lies in the fact that we must have a technician of 12th level or above among us who can maintain and repair this machine. With Captain Huang's explanation, Jiang Lanue grasped the situation. So, the brigade leaders are proposing I take on this 13th level technician role first, and subsequently strive to elevate myself to the 12th level technician status. Then, our 3 brigades can jointly apply for this harvesting machine, correct? In the original owner's memories, there indeed was an instance of applying for a harvesting machine. However, the individual who was pushed forward was none other than Li Dazhuang from the Zhongdong Brigade. Yet, Li Dazhuang ascended to the 12th level technician not through merit, but rather through connections. Seeing Jiang Lanue comprehend the situation, the 3 brigade leaders nodded and smiled. Yes, that is precisely our intention. This batch of harvesting machines is hard to come by, being the first of its kind in our region. If our 3 brigades could secure one, it would be monumental. Indeed, before we had Technician Jiang, we didn't dare to dream of such a possibility. But now that we have Technician Jiang, we must strive for it. Captain Huang, filled with confidence, gazed at Jiang Lanue. Let us not even mention anything else, your innate talent for design. If you were to create another invention, achieving the 12th level technician status would surely be effortless for you. It is worth noting that Jiang Lanue was promoted to technician without first holding positions as a technical intern or assistant, jumping directly to the technician level. This is inextricably linked to her design of the sewing device and the transplanting machine. After all, Mayor Wu explicitly stated that they should nurture Jiang Lanue well. Thus, these 12-level technicians are hardly significant. Observing their eager gazes fixed upon her, Jiang Lanue smiled. I suppose I can give it a try, as it concerns the collective interests of our 3 teams, and I cannot decline. Moreover, attaining the esteemed position of a 13th level technician would grant me access to government stipends and grain coupons. With achievements, I can continuously ascend, and perhaps even travel like Tang Zhaoheng to teach others, earning respect. That would indeed be splendid. Upon hearing this, Captain Huang immediately broke into a grin. I knew Comrade Jiang possessed high ideals and would undoubtedly agree. Indeed, both Captain Deng and Captain Liu were equally delighted. As for securing the harvester, we shall leave it to Comrade Jiang. Just as the 3 captains were beaming with satisfaction, ready to raise their glasses in a toast to Jiang Lanue, a man suddenly burst into the office. He was fuming, slamming his hoe onto the concrete floor with a resounding thud. You captains are being excessively tyrannical. I, Li Dazhuang, have served in Zhongdong team for many years. And though I may not have accolades, I certainly have toiled. Are you really planning to discard me for such a trivial matter? That 13th level technician position was rightfully mine. And you intend to hand it to Jiang Lanue? Do you think I, Li Dazhuang, am a pushover? Chapter 145. A singular bloom? I shall ensure you remain hidden. Li Dazhuang, what do you intend to do? Hearing his words, Captain Liu was the first to rise in anger, slamming his hand on the table. What do you mean that this position is yours? Given your actions, slandering comrades and obstructing police investigations, while bringing disgrace to our county, how dare you feel wronged? Seeing this, Captain Deng stood up to restrain Captain Liu, attempting to calm him, while he remarked, Li Dazhuang, making mistakes is not the issue. The true problem lies in your refusal to repent for your misdeeds. You have contributed to Zhongdong team for many years. Yet Captain Liu has never treated you unjustly. If you labor earnestly and amend your ways, we can still discuss your position in the future. However, no matter how Captain Deng tried to persuade him, Li Dazhuang remained defiant. He pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Lanyue, cursing, "I simply cannot tolerate this wretched girl. What does a woman know about competing with men for dominance?" Li Dazhuang sought to intimidate the three captains with this provocative stance. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lanyue could not help but chuckle. Does Comrade Li possess such confidence that Zhongdong team lacks other technicians? Oh, there are, indeed. Li Dazhuang sneered, brimming with arrogance. There is another technician, my nephew, Lu Xiaonyou. I personally trained him, and he certainly won't solve every problem. After all, I have been the sole technician in Zhongdong team for so many years, capable of fixing both old and new malfunctions of all the machines. Jiang Lanyue, do you think it is so easy to overpower me? No wonder Li Dazhuang is so arrogant. He seems to be emboldened by his position. Jiang Lanyue chuckled and remarked, since there is no technician to oversee the mechanical repairs in Zhongdong Brigade, then Captain Liu, you can come to me whenever your machinery breaks down. The audacity in Jiang Lanyue's words immediately instilled a sense of insecurity in Li Dazhuang. After all, despite his years of experience as a technician, he often found himself struggling with repairs, and his temper was notoriously volatile. If Jiang Lanyue could indeed bring forth a capable technician to assist Zhongdong Brigade, it would be a significant improvement, even if they couldn't design innovative solutions like her. Having settled this matter, Jiang Lanyue nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Tu Dahong interjected. Addressing Li Dazhuang, the county has already revoked your position as a technician, Comrade Li. You should continue participating in labor. There's no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. Left speechless with anger, Li Dazhuang could only grit his teeth and retort, fine, just wait and see. With that, he stormed off, fuming. As he walked away, Captain Huang added, Comrade Jiang, since you intend to bring someone to Zhongdong Brigade, why not bring a technician along? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue looked at Captain Huang in surprise. Isn't there already Zhang Jiaqian in our village? If I were to bring another technician, wouldn't that upset him? Chapter 146. Watch me show her what I can do. What does it matter? Speaking of Zhang Jiaqian, Captain Huang expressed his dissatisfaction. Ever since you attended the training course in the county, Zhang Jiaqian has become lethargic. For the past 2 years, he has drawn a technician's salary without making any progress. Such individuals will be eliminated sooner or later. It appeared that Captain Huang was contemplating replacing Zhang Jiaqian. Jiang Lanyue smiled and asked, so, who does the captain intend to have accompany me for training? Her implication was clear. She was willing to take on a new apprentice. Captain Huang was a responsible leader. Even with a promising opportunity at hand, he would not resort to favoritism for his own people, which Jiang Lanyue greatly admired. Very well. Let everyone have a say in selecting this person. Having just finished lunch, there were few people at the village office before work commenced. Jiang Lanyue intended to rest in the warehouse for a while to recharge before her afternoon lecture. However, upon arriving at the warehouse entrance, she heard some commotion inside. Peering through the window, she was surprised to see Xie Daniu, the newly appointed warehouse manager, dancing inside. Her slender figure moved gracefully, and Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but applaud after she finished her dance. Startled by the sound, Xie Daniu was visibly taken aback. Upon realizing it was Jiang Lanyue standing outside, she hurried over to open the door. When the door swung open, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Lanyue's eyes. Technician Jiang, what brings you here? I plan to rest after lunch, not expecting to find you here. Noticing Xie Daniu's embarrassment, Jiang Lanyue gently patted her shoulder. You possess remarkable talent in dancing, a compliment that astonished Xie Daniu, causing her to lift her gaze in surprise. Engineer, Jiang pondered. Do you not think this is a diversion from work? The village's elderly women often chided her, claiming that if she spent a day not laboring to earn more work points, she was merely preoccupied with dancing, which they deemed unproductive. Why is it considered unproductive? Jiang Lanyue mused as she strolled towards a storeroom and found a chair to sit upon. You are not neglecting your duties. What harm is there in indulging in a personal hobby? Moreover, those female artistic soldiers in the army sing and dance daily to uplift spirits and enrich morale. They are celebrated as honorable soldiers. Hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, Xie Daniu could not help but chuckle. She then turned and scurried to her drawer, retrieving a pair of shoes and presenting them to Jiang Lanyue. Engineer Jiang, these are handmade cloth shoes crafted by my mother. She wanted to express her gratitude for your guidance in my role as a custodian. I had been hesitant to give them to you, fearing you might dislike them. However, having heard your earlier remarks, I now realize that you would never disdain anyone. Initially, Jiang Lanyue felt a twinge of reluctance to accept the gift. But seeing Xie Daniu's trepidation, she graciously accepted the cloth shoes. Wonderful. Jiang Lanyue indeed accepted the shoes, bringing immense joy to Xia Daniu. After accepting the gift, Jiang Lanyue suddenly recalled something. By the way, Daniu, with your dancing prowess, why not consider joining the army as a performing soldier? This question left Xia Daniu momentarily bewildered. The young girl chuckled wryly. Becoming a soldier requires connections, and my family is both impoverished and lacking influence. How could I ever become a performing soldier? Furthermore, my father is bedridden, and my mother requires long-term medication. I have younger siblings to support. If I were to join the army, no one would earn work points at home, and they would likely starve. It was evident that Xia Daniu's family faced significant hardships, which explained Captain Huang's concern for her and his insistence on her role as a custodian. Jiang Lanyue grew serious, explaining, in fact, serving in the army would yield a higher salary than your current position as a warehouse custodian. Moreover, being a soldier is an honor, and the unit provides special assistance to your family. I recall that the salary for a typical performing soldier ranges from 40 to 50 yuan monthly. Along with essential rations and supplies, the benefits are quite decent. As Jiang Lanyue elaborated, Xia Daniu felt increasingly tempted. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is the salary for performing soldiers that high? But the issue remains that I cannot qualify. In this era, everyone aspired to serve in the military. Without connections or a background, Xia Daniu faced considerable challenges in pursuing such a path. Jiang Lanyue patted her shoulder reassuringly. Do not fret. Such matters often hinge on fate. Perhaps one day, fortune will smile upon you. With that, Jiang Lanyue rose with a smile, adjusting her attire and hair before turning to head to the meeting room adjacent to the work points recording office. However, upon reaching the doorway, she heard Lu Xiangnou's voice emanating from within. Let me tell you, Captain Lu and the others have already come to an agreement. The sole position of a 13th level technician is to be bestowed upon Jiang Lanyue. You may question how a newcomer, just recently appointed as a technician, could possibly surpass us to attain this position. It seems to me that her connection to her commanding officer husband plays a significant role in this disparity. Just wait and see how I will deal with her shortly. She aspires to instruct us, yet she is hardly qualified. Chapter 147. One must possess virtue to inspire virtue in others. Lu Xiaoniu, who has attended a research training program, dares to come to her class. It appears that Captain Lu also believes he gained little from that program. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanyue promptly entered the conference room. The attendees, aside from a few youthful technicians who politely stood to greet her, remained seated, much like Lu Xiaoniu, who did not budge. Seeing this, Jiang Lanyue smiled and said, Please, everyone take a seat. Today is not a formal lecture. It is merely a technical exchange. Therefore, I encourage you to share your diverse perspectives freely, without reservation. We have no intention of being overly polite, she added. Just as her words settled, Lu Xiaoniu let out a mocking laugh. After all, the research training program covered only a limited curriculum, one I have already mastered. Is that so? Jiang Lanyue arched an eyebrow and took her seat. I certainly acknowledge that Technician Lu has attended the research training program and learned some material. However, there are many technicians present who did not have the opportunity to attend. Please consider their perspective. After all, a single team is allotted only one spot, yet both you and your uncle have claimed two. This is fundamentally unfair to the other technicians. As Jiang Lanyue spoke, several technicians in the room changed their expressions. However, before Lu Xiaoniu could retort, she swiftly interrupted. Tell me, did neither you nor your uncle face any inquiries from Mayor Chiu regarding the matter of harboring the saboteur who planted a bomb in his vehicle? Should you continue to be uncooperative, I am prepared to report this to the Public Security Bureau for a thorough investigation. If Jiang Lanue's previous comments merely incited Lu Xiaoniu's ire, this assertion left him visibly shaken. You are slandering me. My uncle and I have never sheltered that saboteur. Is that so? Jiang Lanue scoffed. How do you explain the incident when the Public Security Bureau was investigating and Li Dazhuang attempted to shift the suspicion onto me? I have no animosity towards him. He had no reason to implicate me. The only plausible explanation is that you and the saboteur are in cahoots. Jiang Lanue's reasoning was compelling, causing the technicians present to regard Lu Xiaoniu with skepticism. Two technicians, who had previously lost their chance to attend the training program due to the favoritism shown towards Lu and his uncle, could not help but chime in. Indeed. How coincidental that you both attended the research training program right when Mayor Chiu's vehicle was bombed. Moreover, you and your uncle received preferential treatment throughout the Zhongdong team. It is not unfounded to suggest you have powerful backing. You Lu Xiaoniu stammered, witnessing the influence of Jiang Lanue's words as the others began to turn against him. Lu Xiaoniu, consumed by rage, slammed his palm upon the table and exclaimed, You are slandering us. I shall report you to the township government. Just you wait. With that, he stormed out in a huff. One of the technicians, visibly concerned, turned to Jiang Langyue and said, "Comrade Jiang, what do you think we should do about this?" "Do not concern yourself with him," Jiang Langyue replied, her composure unshaken as she smiled at everyone. "The innocent shall remain untainted. I fear not his report.
Now,
Let me share with you some knowledge I acquired during my study sessions, as well as the design principles behind the seeders and transplanters I previously engineered. I hope this will bring you some enlightenment." With that, Jiang Langyue picked up a piece of chalk and began her lecture on the blackboard behind her. From noon until dusk, her class continued, leaving the technicians in awe of her dedication. As the session concluded and she exited the meeting room, several technicians followed her, their faces alight with gratitude. "Comrade Jiang, we truly appreciate your generosity in sharing your knowledge. Many of my uncertainties have been clarified," one technician expressed. "Indeed." Another technician chimed in. "When Li Dazhuang taught us, he always withheld information, fearing that by teaching his disciples, he would jeopardize his own position. He even monopolized valuable learning opportunities, leaving us helpless. Yes, now with Comrade Jiang, we finally have a chance to thrive." The discontent towards Li Dazhuang and Lu Xiaoniu was palpable among the technicians. Jiang Langyue chuckled. "Given the time constraints today, I may not have explained everything thoroughly. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to find me later and I will assist you as best as I can." Upon hearing her words, the technicians laughed heartily. "Very well, we shall not hold back in the future." However, just as she took a few steps away, she spotted Ding Xingyuan, clad in military attire, observing her from a distance. His demeanor clearly indicated that he had come to seek her out. Chapter 148. Seeking my assistance? What brings Deputy Instructor Ding here? As she approached him while pushing her bicycle, Jiang Langyue displayed a hint of wariness. Ding Xingyuan, feeling a bit awkward, managed a sheepish smile and said, "I have a request to make of Comrade Jiang." "You wish for my assistance?" How peculiar. Jiang Langyue raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress her amusement. "I, Jiang Langyue, possess neither power nor influence. What could I possibly offer? Have you perhaps mistaken me for someone else?" Realizing Jiang Lanyue's discontent towards him, Ding Xingyuan felt increasingly uneasy. He lowered his gaze and awkwardly continued, "I have heard that Comrade Jiang intends to take on 2 apprentices to learn technical skills. Would it be possible for you to consider my younger brother for this opportunity? He is quite clever, and if he could learn from you, I am certain he would achieve great things." "Ah, so that is why he has come." Upon hearing this, Jiang Langyue could not help but chuckle. "Indeed, that is the case. However, Captain Huang has already stated that we must consult with the cooperative members to select the most deserving and challenging candidate for this position. However, I recall that Deputy Instructor Ding's family is faring quite well, with you as the Deputy Instructor's son and a cultured daughter-in-law. Furthermore, your younger sister has secured a job as a saleswoman, making life at home rather comfortable. To seek further advantages seems a touch greedy, does it not?" Jiang Lanyue's candid remarks caused Ding Xingyuan's face to flush instantly. "I have conveyed this to my family as well. Yet my mother insists that my younger brother cannot be without work, and as the elder brother, I cannot turn a blind eye. Thus, Comrade Jiang, might you exercise some leniency? A family so insatiable comes to plead for your indulgence?" Jiang Lanyue could hardly suppress her eye roll. "I am afraid, Deputy Instructor Ding, that I cannot accommodate this request. After all, I am responsible for teaching the individuals I am to be with daily. I must hold them to at least a standard of character. I cannot possibly invite trouble upon myself, can I?" Upon uttering this, Jiang Lanyue pushed her bicycle and prepared to leave. Yet, Ding Xingyuan, undeterred, continued to follow her. His persistence truly vexed Jiang Lanyue, prompting her to halt and glare at him. "If you persist in following me, I shall raise an alarm. Should word spread of the deputy instructor harassing a military spouse, it would surely not bode well for you." Ding Xingyuan, well aware of Jiang Lanyue's temperament, retreated a couple of steps, hesitantly stating, "There is another matter I wish to discuss with Comrade Jiang. It concerns Xinlan and Captain Xiao. I hope you might persuade her. Although Captain Xiao is a decent man, Xinlan and he are ill-suited. Should they marry hastily, I fear it may adversely affect Dadua and Xiaoduo." "What nonsense are you spouting?" This time, Jiang Lanyue truly lost her temper. "You fear for the children's well-being, yet why did you choose Tang Xiaoya during the selection process? So, it is acceptable for a mother to remarry to their detriment, while you, as their father, can abandon your responsibilities and become a chinshimi?" Humiliated by Jiang Lanyue's scolding, Ding Xingyuan's face turned crimson. He wished to argue but found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Lanyue utterly detested his pretentious demeanor and, gritting her teeth, retorted, "I know why you have come to seek me. You must have approached my sister-in-law before this, am I correct? If your moral coercion could not sway her, do you truly believe you can manipulate me? Let me make myself clear, Ding Xingyuan. it would be wise for you to keep your distance from my sister-in-law Gua. Otherwise, there will come a day when you will regret it. With that, an irate Jiang Lanyue mounted her bicycle and departed, leaving Ding Xingyuan standing in the village square. His eyes reddened. Large raindrops began to fall, nearly soaking her white shirt. Upon halting her bike and rushing into the small shop, she could not help but lament. Sister-in-law, the rain outside is torrential. I am completely drenched. Just as she finished speaking, she turned to find two men clad in white shirts and military trousers gazing at her. At that moment, her white shirt was clinging to her form, and had she not been wearing an undershirt, her modesty would have been compromised. Chapter 149. Thank heavens. The long-awaited resolution is finally at hand. Captain Xiao, ever perceptive, quickly averted his gaze and made his way toward the backyard. Lu Yuan quickly grabbed his military jacket draped over the chair and walked over to drape it over Jiang Lanyue. His voice was low and deep. Next time, bring a raincoat. Catching a cold would be unfortunate. Noticing a slight flush on Lu Yuan's face, clearly embarrassed, Jiang Lanyue couldn't help but chuckle. What brings you and Captain Xiao here? As expected, just after they had finished their tasks, the rain began to pour. Hearing this, Jiang Lanyue smiled contentedly. Surprised that Captain Xiao had such thoughtful consideration, it would certainly ease things for Guaseoni if she were to share her life with him. Observing her happiness for Guaseoni, Lu Yuan leaned closer and whispered something in her ear. This made Jiang Lanyue's eyes widen. Are you serious? Yes. Lu Yuan nodded just as Guaseoni rushed in from the backyard, holding a dress and smiling warmly. Captain Xiao mentioned you got caught in the rain, and your clothes are soaked. I found a dress for you. Hurry and change, so you don't catch a cold. All right. Jiang Lanyue recognized the dress as one modified by Grandma Lu for Guaseoni, and she readily accepted it. Yet, after receiving the dress, Jiang Lanyue glanced back at the backyard and quietly asked, Sister-in-law, I heard you're planning to get your marriage certificate? The rapid progression surprised her. Yes. Gua Zhenlan shyly nodded, clearly hesitant to speak about it. He said his family is pressuring him to marry, saying it can't be delayed any longer. His parents are coming to the base in a couple of days to meet me. If they don't object, then it's settled. It was evident that Gua Zhenlan had genuine feelings for Xiao Duo, otherwise, she wouldn't be so indifferent to Ding Xingyuan's disruptions. Jiang Lanyue comfortingly patted her shoulder. This is a good thing. As long as you've made up your mind, we shall proceed accordingly. The more she said this, the more Gua Zhenlan blushed. She quickly ushered Jiang Lanyue into a small room in the corner. All right, go change your clothes. You might catch a chill. The wet fabric clinging to her skin was indeed uncomfortable. Thus, Jiang Lanyue did not delay, entering the small room and swiftly changing into the dress. This dress, tailored by Grandma Lu for Guaseoni, fit Jiang Lanyue's slightly plump figure a bit snugly. However, this only accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. When she emerged from the room, Lu Yuan was utterly captivated. The once stout Jiang Lanyue had slimmed down considerably, especially her arms and waist, which showcased the dress's advantages perfectly. Coupled with her fair complexion, her chin had become more defined and her features more pronounced. This transformation enhanced her overall elegance. Guaseoni was clearly taken aback. She had never imagined that Jiang Lanyue, who usually wore loose clothing, could look so stunning in a fitted dress. She hurried over, taking Jiang Lanyue's hand to compliment her. Lanyue, you look absolutely beautiful in that. I never realized how fair your complexion is. Just look at you, so striking. I dare say the artistic troop's female soldiers could hardly compare. Surely, that is an exaggeration. Flattered by Sister Gua's compliments, Jiang Lanyue felt her cheeks flush. Wasn't I once quite plump? Hence, I opted for looser garments to conceal any figure flaws. Recently, however, I've lost a bit of weight and haven't yet had the opportunity to alter those clothes. After all, the previous owner was quite extravagant, despite her ample size. She possessed an abundance of clothing, much of which remains unworn. Jiang Lanyue contemplated that once she found some leisure time, she would personally modify those outfits. In this era, clothing trends lean towards conservatism, with only a few styles available, which do not align with her aesthetic sensibilities. You must make those alterations soon. Just look how lovely you appear in this attire, Sister Gua exclaimed, spinning her around with delight. At that moment, Captain Xiao emerged from the backyard. Upon seeing Jiang Lanyue's transformation, he remarked to his companion, Lu Yuang, old Lu, people used to say you had an unattractive daughter-in-law. But today, it seems they were mistaken. Did you already know that Comrade Jiang would look so splendid after losing weight? Zhao's words prompted Lu Yuang to glance at him briefly, a smile gracing his lips. Yet he remained silent. After all, Grandma had always doted on Jiang Lanyue, which explained her childhood weight gain. Lu Yuang had never anticipated she would look so enchanting after shedding pounds. Just as they conversed, the rain outside lightened to a gentle drizzle. and Gu Xiaozhuang rushed in from outside. Chapter 150. The steely resolve of the future mother-in-law. I understand now. Observing Gu Xiaozhuang's expression, Lu Yuang inferred that Bai Qing was undoubtedly venting her frustrations over the phone. He took the umbrella, preparing to step outside. The trouble was hers. So, he felt it unjust for Lu Yuang to bear the brunt of it. However, he hesitated, knowing well the temperament of his mother, who had always been rather unkind to Zhang Lanue. Yet before he could finish his thought, Zhang Lanue interjected, "It is something I must face. Aunt Bai cannot possibly devour me. What is there to fear?" In the past, the former owner had been quite unruly around others, but docile in the presence of Bai Qing, afraid that she might separate her from Lu Yuang due to her affection for him. Now, however, she felt no trepidation. Why should she hide? Zhang Lanue's bravery left Lu Yuang at a loss for words. After speaking, he took her hand, holding the umbrella, and together they departed from the small shop, their figures receding further into the rain. Upon entering, they found Bai Qing wearing a stern expression as she measured Grandma Lu's blood pressure. Lu Yuang folded the umbrella. Standing at the doorway, he reached out to take Zhang Lanue's hand, intending to enter with her. Bai Qing paid no heed to Zhang Lanue's greeting. She merely put away the blood pressure monitor, taking a moment before finally lifting her gaze to Zhang Lanue. Yet, at the instant her eyes fell upon Zhang Lanue, she appeared momentarily taken aback. Hearing Grandma Lu's praises, Zhang Lanue smiled. As Bai Qing regained her composure, her dissatisfaction lingered. What use is beauty? It is merely superficial. She expressed her bewilderment at her precious son's sudden change of heart towards Zhang Lanue, who had even shared a room with him. It appeared that this headstrong girl had resolutely shed weight, captivating their family Yuang to the point of distraction. The more she pondered this, the angrier Bai Qing became. She abruptly stood up, glaring at Lu Yuang. "Come here." After uttering these words, she stormed off to Lu Yuang's room. Observing this, Lu Yuang offered Zhang Lanue a reassuring glance. However, as soon as the door closed, a cacophony of reprimands erupted from within. "Have you lost your senses? Did I not advise you clearly? The reason for marrying Zhang Lanue was to ease your grandmother's worries. As long as you do not engage with her, you can divorce at any time. But look at you now, acting as if you are truly married. What are you planning? To spend your life with her? Disregarding your future?" Seeing Bai Qing trembling with rage, Lu Yuang lowered his head and earnestly replied, "Mother, since I have obtained a marriage certificate with Lanue, it signifies my intention to share my life with her." Bai Qing instantly realized that this obstinate boy was serious. In her fury, she seized a teacup from the nearby table and hurled it to the ground. "She is a convict. You can afford such disgrace, but the Lu family cannot bear it. Do you wish for your mother to spend her life in the hospital, unable to hold her head high? I assure you, I, Bai Qing, cannot accept such a daughter-in-law. So abandon this thought." Chapter 151. No parents, yet I possess integrity. "Mother, you misunderstand." Lu Yuang refuted immediately, as Bai Qing had reduced Zhang Lanue's efforts and transformations to mere schemes of gilding her image. "From beginning to end, I have never orchestrated anything for Lanue. Do you truly believe I would go so far as to plant a bomb under Merchio's car to achieve my goals?" The weight of such an accusation was too grave. As a military figure, Bai Qing dared not utter such claims lightly. But just as she glared at Lu Yuang, rendered speechless by rage, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. With an impassive expression, Zhang Lanue entered, standing before the mother and son. Upon seeing her, Bai Qing's anger intensified. "What do you want? I am speaking with my son, and you have no place in this conversation." Yet Zhang Lanue merely smiled coldly, unfazed by her hostility. "If your discussion does not concern me, I certainly would not intrude." Lanue. Noticing that Zhang Lanue was also agitated, Lu Yuang furrowed his brow and called out to her. However, Zhang Lanue ignored him, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Bai Qing. "I acknowledge my past mistakes, which is why you, Director Bai, disapprove of me, as I do not meet your standards for a daughter-in-law. Therefore, I have long proposed a divorce to Lu Yuang. Yet, he has persistently refused. Furthermore, I must clarify that whether in becoming a technician or participating in the county study program to rescue Mayor Chiu, I accomplished these entirely on my own, with no assistance from Lu Yuang. I am immensely grateful to the Lu family for their benevolent adoption and nurturing throughout my upbringing, and I hold both Director Bai and Uncle Lu in the highest regard. I would never wish for the Lu family to be thrown into turmoil on my account." Upon uttering these words, Zhang Lanue turned abruptly to leave. Her declaration left Lu Yuang momentarily stunned, and he instinctively began to pursue her, calling out, "Lanue." Wait, yet before he could catch up, Bai Qing halted him, saying, "Do not pursue her. She is merely feigning disinterest. Do you truly believe I cannot see through her ploy? After months apart, this young lady has not only grown more beautiful, but has also become astute. It is no wonder that Yuang, that mischievous boy, has been ensnared. Mother, you harbor too deep a prejudice against her. She is not at all what you claim. Lu Yuang replied anxiously, furrowing his brow in protest. Even when I saved Mayor Chiao, it was Lan Yue who disarmed the bomb. She graciously attributed that achievement to me, which is why the military is now contemplating promoting me to the rank of company commander. Do you truly consider your son to be devoid of discernment? Can I not perceive whether she is a good girl or not? Lu Yurong had always been a source of pride for the Lu couple, whose wisdom and judgment they had consistently acknowledged. However, upon hearing Lu Yuang's retort, Bai Qing found herself engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that Jiang Lanyue has genuinely reformed? Upon reaching the living room, Grandmother Lu hurriedly grasped Jiang Lanyue's arm. No, grandmother, there is no one to blame in this matter. The fault lies solely with my past ignorance, which has led to this present predicament. Seeing tears welling in Grandmother Lu's eyes, Jiang Lanyue gently patted the back of her hand. After expressing her sentiments, she firmly extricated her hand from Grandmother Lu's grasp and briskly made her way towards the door. As she approached the vicinity of Instructor Zhang's residence, Lu Yuang caught up with her. She halted and regarded him with utmost seriousness. After making her point, Jiang Lanyue resolutely withdrew her hand from Lu Yuang's hold. Thus, she departed, and for the first time, Lu Yuang felt an emptiness in his heart. In the military quarters, the military wives could not help but whisper among themselves, has Jiang Lanyue been cast out by Director Bai? This time, she has shown remarkable resolve by actually leaving. Could she have done otherwise? Director Bai possesses a notoriously fierce temper, and few can withstand it. Who would have thought that despite Jiang Lanyue's accolades for saving the mayor, she could not win over this matriarch? Indeed, you are unaware that the higher-ups have already decided to promote Deputy Commander Lu to the position of Company Commander. The wife of a company commander must be both talented and beautiful, while Jiang Lanyue has become quite striking and capable. Her past incarceration will undoubtedly cloud Director Bai's judgment of her. Chapter 152. Surrendering? It is too late. The tribulations he currently endures stem from his ancestral ties to a landowning family, which render him a target of exclusion and hardship. Captain Huang chose him not only for his intelligence, but also because his grandfather had once rendered a favor to Captain Huang's family, thus placing him among the candidates as a means of repaying that debt. Once the selection was finalized, Jiang Lanyue began to accompany Lu Wanqing daily to the Zhongdong Brigade, repairing water pumps one moment and tractors the next. Even the brigade's telephone frequently malfunctioned, leaving them exceedingly busy. At times, one must also contend with the technicians who come to inquire, leaving no moment of respite. The apprentice selected by the Zhongdong Brigade, named Fan Xiaolin, could not help but voice his grievances as he observed Jiang Lanyue's relentless busyness each day. Lu Wanqing shared this sentiment and turned his gaze towards Jiang Lanyue. Yesterday, I saw technician Li enter the brigade's village office, and soon after, the brigade's phone malfunctioned. He left his thoughts unspoken, not fully articulating his suspicions. Jiang Lanyue, noticing their discontent, smiled and asked, in the past few days of shadowing me, have you not acquired a wealth of knowledge? If a similar issue arises again, would you not be equipped to resolve it? Over the past few days, Jiang Lanyue had imparted foundational repair knowledge and engaged them in practical exercises, elucidating the reasons behind machinery failures and the methods for repair. Consequently, they nodded in agreement, acknowledging their newfound skills. Indeed, we have learned much. Should the same problem occur, we would be capable of fixing it. Is that not splendid? Jiang Lanyue chuckled at Lu Wanqing's handsome features and Fan Xiaolin's lean, dark frame. Am I to be unaware of the machine's frequent breakdowns? Is it not evident that someone is deliberately sabotaging them? Since there are those willing to create challenges for us to overcome, what grounds do we have for complaint? Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, Lu Wanqing's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. However, just as they finished their conversation, Li Dazhuang, who had been lurking suspiciously for days, approached the village office. With a stern expression, he addressed Jiang Lanyue. Jiang Lanyue, step outside. I have something to discuss with you. Ignoring his commanding tone, Jiang Lanyue continued tinkering with her tools to repair the phone. Fan Xiaolin and Lu Wanqing also pretended not to hear, their focus unwavering on Jiang Lanyue's work. This infuriated Li Dazhuang, who stormed in and glared at Jiang Lanyue, exclaiming, "You insolent girl! You fail to recognize a good opportunity when presented. Do you truly believe I, Li Dazhuang, fear you? You certainly do not fear me," Jiang Lanyue replied, setting down her screwdriver and meeting his gaze with a look of scorn. After all, you have yet to humble yourself despite your fall from grace, from a respected technician to your current state. I admire your tenacity in opposing me with such self-destructive fervor. But fear not, should you persist in this manner, I shall ensure your days become increasingly eventful. Since arriving at the Zhongdong Brigade, Jiang Luanyue had witnessed Li Dazhuang laboring daily. Accustomed to his former position, he treated the brigade members and educated youth with condescension, resulting in their aversion to collaborating with him. Thus, he worked alone. Moreover, he was ill-suited for manual labor, reportedly earning a meager 6 or 7 cents after a full day's toil, comparable to the earnings of physically frail women. He seethed, realizing that Jiang Luanyue had successfully repaired the numerous items he had sabotaged. The brigade members held her in high regard. He clenched his teeth and conceded, "Fine. I admit defeat. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. I should not have let jealousy drive me to sabotage you. I have suffered greatly as a result. Are you satisfied now? You have been promoted to a level 13 technician. Perhaps it's time to step back?" Li Dazhuang, a man of considerable pride, has surprisingly acknowledged his faults. Upon hearing this, Fan Xiaolin and Lu Wanqing exchanged astonished glances. However, Jiang Luanyue remained unfazed. What if I refuse to step back? Chapter 153. You want to arrange my granddaughter's remarriage? Not a chance. What? This audacious girl, does she intend to drive him to desperation? Li Dazhuang gritted his teeth in anger. If you insist on forcing me into a corner, I will ensure you never achieve a level 12 technician status. No other brigade will be able to apply for a harvester. Even if your skills surpass mine, what does it matter? Being a designer is of no consequence if you lack connections. I have heard that the head of your military hospital disapproves of you and intends to have you divorce your husband. Without the Lu family, you, Jiang Luanyue, are nothing. Is that so? Jiang Luanyue was well aware of the powerful connections Li Dazhuang referred to. She chuckled. Then you shall see, even without the Lu family, I remain your formidable aunt. You cannot best me, just as you have failed to do so before. Li Dazhuang, taken aback by Jiang Luanyue's unyielding demeanor, found himself seething with frustration, yet powerless. Finally, he pointed an accusatory finger at her. Wait for it, you will be left sobbing in regret. With that, he stormed off. There is no need for concern. In the face of absolute strength, deceitful schemes have always proven futile. As he made his way down the narrow path, he spotted a tall figure in military attire standing in the yard of a thatched cottage. It was not Gu Xiaozhuang, who had been delivering goods daily, but Lu Yiwang, who occasionally came to explain matters to her. Jiang Luanyue wished to avoid him, so she turned and headed towards the brigade's village office. Upon arriving at the village office yard, a gentle and melodious voice rang out. Luanyue, I finally found you. Seeing Guo Zhenlan rushing out from the office, Jiang Luanyue couldn't help but smile. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Of course, I came to ask for your help. Guo Zhenlan, smiling somewhat shyly, grasped Jiang Luanyue's hand. A new bride meeting her in-laws was naturally a nerve-wracking affair. Indeed, her quick agreement brought a smile to Guo Zhenlan's face. Since Jiang Luanyue had yet to eat, Guo Zhenlan personally cooked a bowl of noodles for her. After the meal, Jiang Luanyue helped Guo Zhenlan select an outfit, a short blazer paired with a pleated skirt and black leather shoes. She simply styled her hair, presenting an elegant and poised appearance. Glancing in the mirror, Guo Zhenlan was quite pleased with the ensemble. The two women then stepped out together, heading towards the 2nd Battalion's headquarters. However, upon reaching the entrance, they spotted a familiar figure in the distance, animatedly chatting with a pair of unsuspecting farmer couples. Ding Yaomei stood to the side, wearing a smug smile. The moment Guo Zhenlan witnessed the scene, her complexion turned pale, and she instinctively turned to leave. Little did Jiang Luanyue know, she firmly grasped her hand and fearlessly approached the group. As they drew nearer, they were greeted by the sharp and caustic voice of the old woman Ding. You have no idea, my former daughter-in-law was truly a disgrace. Taking advantage of my son's absence, she cavorted around the village, showing me, her mother-in-law, the utmost disrespect. She had initially promised our family that after receiving benefits, she would not remarry. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she deceived an officer and sought to marry again, even wanting to change my twin granddaughter's surnames. How could I possibly agree? I have come today to demand an explanation. Chapter 154. Want to cause a scene? Very well, let us make it a grand affair. Ding's words left the elderly couple of the Xiao family utterly dumbfounded. Exchanging glances, Xiao Hanming, the patriarch, finally spoke. Sister-in-law, from what you describe, could this person be the daughter-in-law my son has mentioned? Indeed, nodded Meng Xiufang, the matriarch of the Xiao family. However, from what we have heard from our son, this lady possesses a gentle disposition and a kind heart, quite unlike your portrayal. We are here today to meet our future daughter-in-law. Once we do, we shall know the truth. The old couple clearly harbored doubts about Ding's claims. Ding wiped her face and feigned tears, saying, Dear sister, I see you two are honest folk, and I genuinely wish to spare you from being harmed, which is why I've come to share these words with you. Guo Jinlan, that wretched woman, has been nothing but lazy since she entered my home. Not only does she have ambiguous relations with other men, but she also frequently berates and abuses me, nearly bringing ruin to my family. As her words grew increasingly outrageous, the Xiao couple found themselves at a loss, unsure of what to believe. They attempted to leave, but Ding Yaomei stepped forward, blocking their path. Uncle, Aunt, originally Guo Jinlan divorced my brother. Her affairs are of no concern to us. However, she still has my 2 nieces with her, and that is the crux of the matter. If your son is foolish enough to marry her, that is his decision. But should we discover that the offspring of our Ding family bear another surname, do not blame us for pursuing you for trouble. The young girl's words were unyielding, revealing a formidable nature. The Xiao couple, momentarily bewildered, were unsure of how to respond. Just then, a cold and piercing voice interrupted. Now you realize that De Shuang and Xiao Shuang are indeed the children of your Ding family? When you disdainfully cast my sister-in-law and her 2 daughters out for bearing 2 daughters, did you ever consider this? With a fierce demeanor, Jiang Lanyu advanced, gripping Guo Jinlan and charging towards them. Ding Yaomei was momentarily taken aback, retreating a couple of steps in alarm. Aware of Jiang Lanyue's temperament, Ding felt a tinge of fear and continued to back away, stammering, You speak nonsense. When did I ever chase them away? Never chase them away. Is it? Jiang Lanyue nodded in satisfaction, her demeanor calm and unperturbed as she gazed at them. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that all your words are true and that you are good people while my sister-in-law is the villain. Since you are so unwilling to part with De Shuang and Xiao Shuang, then you may take the children with you. My sister-in-law might still have the chance to bear children with Captain Xiao in the future, and she is indifferent to the 2 children of your Ding family. To my surprise, Jiang Lanyue's words startled Guo Jinlan, who became somewhat anxious. Asking her to give her 2 daughters to the Ding family was akin to demanding her life. However, Jiang Lanyu lowered her voice and reassured her, Sister-in-law, do not fret. They would not dare to accept. Tang Xiaoya is certainly not someone to be trifled with. If she were to be asked to accept Ding Xingyuan's 2 children, she would surely raise a storm. As expected, when the Ding family women heard Jiang Lanyue's words, they exploded with indignation. Why should we be burdened with these 2 drags? Indeed. Ding Yaomei was infuriated. They want to cast off these 2 troublesome girls and marry off cleanly. It's not that simple. Their reaction was entirely within Jiang Lanyue's expectations. She could not help but raise an eyebrow. Just moments ago, you claimed to cherish these 2 granddaughters. Now, when asked to accept the children, you refuse. Thus, your true aim is to thwart my sister-in-law's marriage, not to care for these children. Caught in her own machinations, the elderly Mrs. Ding was rendered speechless. Ding Yaomei, wearing a disgruntled expression, declared, It is indeed true, remarrying while the man is still alive is utterly unprincipled. In the old society, such an act could have led to dire consequences. Ha! Such words are hardly fit for human discourse. Jiang Lanyue was nearly in stitches. We are now in the new China. It is time to cease invoking the old society. Moreover, your son is still married, yet has been involved with Tang Xiaoya from the arts troupe for 3 years. Who has wronged whom? Surely, you know the answer deep down. And you too? While allowing my sister-in-law to raise 2 children alone, concealed your son's amnesia and his position as an officer in the army, forcing her to search for him for 6 long years. Now that she is finally on the verge of clarity, you come to slander her. Is that so? Very well. Today I shall drag you to the leaders to seek justice. I will even summon the leaders of the 16th Army. I wish to see how your son will face the world once this matter unfolds. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lanyue seized the elderly Mrs. Ding's hand and began to pull her toward the camp office. Chapter 155. Crying? The days of tears are yet to come. What are you doing? The elderly Mrs. Ding never anticipated that Jiang Lanyue would dare to act so boldly. She struggled and shouted, I will not go. What I said is the truth. Jiang Lanyue, let me go. Yet, no matter how she pleaded, Jiang Lanyue seemed deaf to her cries, relying solely on her sheer strength to drag Mrs. Ding along. Ding Yaomei intended to intervene, but as soon as she touched Jiang Lanyue, she was swiftly knocked to the ground. This prompted the elderly Mrs. Ding to panic. Jiang Lanyue, why do you insist on opposing my family? My son is a hero. You bring shame upon him. It would be better to kill me. Ha! Jiang Lanyue scoffed, continuing to drag her forward. Your son is a hero. Does that mean my sister-in-law has made no contributions and is not a hero in her own right? If you seek to make my sister-in-law's life miserable, I will ensure your son faces utter disgrace. I am eager to witness whether your malicious intentions hold more significance than your son's future. When Jiang Langyue becomes frantic, she becomes reckless. Ding Yaomei is also concerned about tarnishing her brother's reputation. In a rush, she exclaims, "This idea did not originate from us. It was proposed by Tang Xiaoya. She claims that my brother will inevitably be assigned to this military district, which will make his interactions with Captain Xiao rather awkward. Therefore, this marriage must not come to fruition." At critical moments, they begin to turn against one another. Jiang Langyue, amused by their antics, grits her teeth and declares, "I do not care who incited whom, but if you dare to spread baseless rumors, you will face the consequences." With that, Jiang Langyue disregards everything else. In the astonished gaze of the elderly Xiao couple, she drags old Lady Ding directly to the arts troupe. In the arts troupe, as leaders from above conduct inspections, all the performers stand on the playground singing in unison, presenting a facade of nobility and purity. However, just as their song concludes, Jiang Langyue arrives, pulling along old Lady Ding. Lu Dahai, the leader of the troupe, did not anticipate such an interruption. His expression immediately shifted. He hurriedly approached and said, "Comrade Jiang, what is the meaning of this? We can discuss matters later." But there was no time for discussion. Urgency compelled Lu to resolve this situation immediately. Jiang Langyue, filled with indignation, unconsciously elevated her voice. "Last time, due to the matter concerning Comrade Xue, I expressed my stance to you, Comrade Lu. I hope the female members of your arts troupe will restrain their actions and refrain from harming military wives. It is well known throughout the army that Comrade Tang Xiaoya has taken away Comrade Guo Jinlan's husband. Out of consideration for the greater good, Comrade Guo chose to divorce Ding Xingyuan. Yet now, Comrade Tang Xiaoya comes again to disrupt Comrade Guo Jinlan's happiness. Is this not an affront to military wives?" Jiang Lanyue's words rang with conviction, resonating throughout the entire playground. Even the leaders observing from above took notice of the unfolding situation. Lu Dahai, thoroughly alarmed, quickly lowered his voice and pleaded, "Little ancestor, dear lady, I assure you I will handle this matter. Could you please go to the regiment's office for now?" Watching Lu Dahai nearly on the verge of tears, Tang Xiaoya standing in line blushed deeply, not daring to lift her head. After delivering her speech, Jiang Langyue turned and led old Lady Ding and the others to the regiment's office. Once they entered the office, the previously arrogant old Lady Ding and Ding Yaomei appeared utterly deflated. Shortly after their arrival, Xiao Duo rushed in upon receiving news. Seeing him, Zhao's parents hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Son, you have finally arrived. Are you all right?" Upon seeing his parents, Xiao Duo seemed somewhat anxious. They shook their heads reassuringly, "We are fine. It is Comrade Guo who has suffered grievances." They were not foolish. It was clear to them that old Lady Ding was a wicked matriarch. Even considering a hypothetical situation where Guo Jinlan was in the wrong, would they dare to cause such a commotion? "I understand." As Xiao Duo's words fell, team leader Lu, having concluded matters on the playground, entered with the tearful Tang Xiaoya, followed closely by the somber-faced Chu Yingxue. Chapter 156, Acknowledge your mistakes, stand at attention when punished. The instigator had arrived, and Jiang Langyue raised an eyebrow at them. However, upon entering, Tang Xiaoya turned and glared fiercely at Jiang Langyue, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Comrade Jiang? Are you trying to ruin me by causing a scene in front of the leadership during their inspection? I understand you share a close bond with Guo Jinlan, akin to sisters, but must you be so intolerant of me? Oh, resorting to false accusations first, are we?" Jiang Langyue scoffed coldly and cast a glance at team leader Lu. "Were it not for your instigation of your future mother-in-law and sister-in-law to slander me before Captain Xiao as parents, I would not have been driven to seek an explanation in such a manner. Is your future more important than my sister-in-law Guo's lifelong happiness? Since you have chosen to engage in wrongdoing, did you not anticipate the consequences?" In front of such a crowd, Tang Xiaoya would never admit to such actions. She immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "You slander me. I have never done such a thing."
Have you not?
"Then it must be you and your mother who are lying. Let us go to the 16th Army to seek justice. I trust there is a place that will speak fairly for us military wives." Upon hearing the mention of escalating the matter to the 16th Army, Granny Ding grew anxious. "Little Tang, saying such things is truly heartless. It was you who approached us yesterday, claiming that the marriage with Guo Jinlan could not proceed, as it would bring shame upon both you and my son. You instructed me to create a scene. Those were your very words. How can you deny it? Indeed, sister-in-law, you cannot drag my brother down for your own future." Ding Yaomei frowned, her face full of indignation. "You are merely an artistic soldier, while my brother is a deputy instructor. Women are destined to assist men. Do you not understand the hierarchy?" At the critical moment, the mother-daughter duo wasted no time in throwing her under the bus, causing Tang Xiaoya to weep even more sorrowfully. Chu Yingxue, unable to bear the scene any longer, stepped forward to defend her. "Comrade Jiang, do not be so unreasonable. The relationship between Xiaoya and Deputy Instructor Ding is a well-regarded tale within the military. Had it not been for Xiaoya caring for Deputy Instructor Ding for 3 years, how could he have recovered to this extent? If Comrade Gua feels wronged, where was she when Deputy Instructor Ding needed someone to tend to him after his injury? Originally, Jiang Lanyue had no intention of confronting Chu Yingxue today, but with her interjection, Jiang Lanyue responded without reservation. Is it the responsibility of the artistic troop's female soldiers to provide care when comrades in the military are injured? Furthermore, after Ding Xingyuan was injured, he fell silent. Is it not evident who is behind this? If Comrade Xu feels aggrieved, she is welcome to request an investigation from higher authorities. Jiang Lanyue's words were sharp and piercing, leaving Chu Yingxue seething with rage, her eyes nearly bulging from her head. Jiang Lanyue exhibited a resolute demeanor, showing no intention of yielding. She continued, moreover, "Spare me the tales of virtue. There is absolutely no noble narrative in usurping someone else's husband. Do you female literary figures take pride in dismantling a family? You may have gained an advantage, and if you gracefully let go, I would still regard you with some respect. However, now that you've reaped the benefits, you wish to further torment my sister-in-law. I cannot tolerate that." Jiang Lanyue was unwilling to relent easily, and naturally, Commander Liu had to provide an explanation. Given that the matter had escalated, he decreed a 3-day confinement and a formal reprimand to be issued throughout the military district. After delivering his admonishment, Commander Liu turned to Jiang Lanyue, adopting a more amicable demeanor. "Comrade Jiang, might the solution be acceptable to you?" Xiao Duo, who had remained silent until then, bore an expression of discontent. "I hope Comrade Tang Xiaoya and the others can offer an apology to Comrade Guozhenlan. After all, uttering such venomous words has inflicted emotional harm that is truly unacceptable. Apologize to her?" Upon hearing this, Elder Ding was ready to protest again. Yet, upon turning to face Jiang Lanyue, her ire immediately dissipated. Ultimately, she had no choice but to meekly lead her daughter to bow in contrition before Guozhenlan. Under pressure from Commander Liu, could only sob and murmur her apologies. Just as they exited the regiment's office, they encountered several leaders approaching with a commanding presence. Upon seeing them, Xiao Duo immediately saluted. "Good day, commanders." Jiang Lanyue, lifting her gaze, was startled to see the elderly officer standing among them. Her complexion shifted dramatically. Chapter 157. The future father-in-law is reliable. Blushing, she cautiously greeted Uncle Liu. Smiling at Jiang Lanyue, Lu Zhengyan nodded in acknowledgement. Observing this interaction, the other elderly officers chuckled. "Old Liu, do you know this fearless young lady?" They had witnessed her fervent quest for justice, her audacity rivaling that of a warrior on the battlefield. Realizing they had observed the entire scene, Jiang Lanyue's cheeks flushed deeper. Before she could muster a response, Lu Zhengyan declared, "Not only do I know her, but she is also quite significant to me. She is my daughter-in-law, as you all are aware." "Is it really her?" The two elderly commanders' eyes sparkled at this revelation. "Is she the one who saved old Qiu?" "Indeed," Lu Zhengyan affirmed with a hint of pride. "This child may have been naive in the past, but she has grown wiser now. Her impulsive nature, however, still requires refinement." Jiang Lanyue was taken aback, never anticipating Lu Zhengyan would publicly acknowledge her as his daughter-in-law in front of so many people. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in, exclaiming, "Uncle Lu, I understand. I will surely amend my ways." Lu Zhengyan was pleased and broke into a smile. In front of so many witnesses, he had graciously provided her an opportunity to redeem herself, leaving Jiang Lanyue unsure of how to refuse. It was fortuitous that the family had gathered, enabling them to clarify matters and dispel any notion that she was attempting to cling to the Lu family, which could breed hostility towards her. Haha. Upon hearing the little girl's words, Lu Zhengyan broke into a smile. It seems it's time to change the way she addresses him. Uncle Lu will no longer suffice. After uttering this remark, he cheerfully entered the cultural troops' headquarters, followed closely by his old commanders and bodyguards. Once they departed, Zhao's parents exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other. Meng Xiufeng then spoke. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, your father-in-law must hold a significant position. It's truly commendable that someone of his stature can stand up for our future daughter-in-law. We sincerely thank you." "Indeed," Xiao Hanming nodded in agreement. "Noticing your boldness just now, I surmised you were no ordinary person. Your kindness will not be forgotten by the Xiao family." Observing their politeness, Jiang Lanyue smiled. "Uncle, aunt, I am good friends with my sister-in-law, so assisting her is only natural. There's no need for such formality." Upon hearing Jiang Lanyue's words, Guozhenlan grasped her hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Had it not been for her, I could never have enjoyed life as I do now." Not only Guozhenlan, but Xiao Duo, standing nearby, also appeared solemn. We shall remember Comrade Zhang's kindness, and in the future, we will certainly repay it. Faced with such earnestness from the Xiao family, Zhang Lanue felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the commotion had subsided, and it was only fair to allow the elder Xiao couple some private moments with their future daughter-in-law. Just as she turned to leave, she unexpectedly collided with a solid wall of flesh. Looking up, she found a serious-looking yet slightly weary man gazing down at her. "What are you doing here?" Upon seeing Lu Yueong, Zhang Lanue instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance between them. However, Lu Yueong continued to fixate on her. "Why have you been avoiding me these past few days?" "I'm not avoiding you," she retorted, reluctant to admit the truth, and turned to walk away. Yet, Lu Yueong grasped her arm firmly, his voice low and intense. "If you intend to evade this, how will we resolve our issues? Are you suggesting we proceed with the divorce?" Chapter 158. The ideal daughter-in-law has arrived. Should I step aside? She acknowledged that Lu Yueong was indeed exceptional, handsome, capable, and hailing from a distinguished family. What stood out even more was his broad-mindedness, able to accept someone like the original owner, and his emotional stability was truly remarkable. However, such a man was undeniably out of reach for the original owner's status. She had no desire to shoulder the burdens of the original owner, nor to endure a life looked down upon by her in-laws. Thus, even if the mechanical system were to impose penalties and separate her from this body, she would find a way to thrive in this world. As they entered the courtyard, they encountered a gathering of military wives seated under a large tree in the military family compound, busily knitting and crafting shoe soles. Leading the group was Wang Chunhua, who was piercing the sole with a thick needle, pulling out long strands of white yarn. "Now that your husband has become the captain, you are even less worthy of him," she remarked. "A man ought to find a wife who brings him honor." Upon hearing Wang Chunhua's statement, the other military wives exchanged knowing glances. "Sister Wang, if you say that your husband has just become the vice-captain, shouldn't you be cautious?" "Well, we are quite different," came the reply. Wang Chunhua raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of confidence. "I have been with our dear son for many years. We are a couple forged in youth and united in old age. After more than a decade, would he dare to abandon me?" However, the other military wives pondered for a moment before one finally spoke up. "I actually think Zhang Lanue is quite admirable. She was immature before, but she has changed. Indeed, she had even brought us fish in the past. And she stood up for us military wives when it came to the issue of the 16th Army's deputy instructor Ding abandoning his original spouse. If she truly leaves the military family compound, who will advocate for us in such matters in the future? It is remarkable that in just a few months, the military wives have grown fond of Zhang Lanue." Wang Chunhua could not help but roll her eyes. "I see you all are being foolish. No one has stolen from your homes, yet you're still uneasy." After uttering these words, Wang Chunhua stood up to leave. Just as she rose, she spotted Lu Yueong and Zhang Lanue approaching them. In an instant, Wang Chunhua's expression shifted, revealing her inner turmoil. Amongst such female banter, Lu Yueong, being a man, found it inappropriate to interject. He merely glanced at everyone before taking Zhang Lanue by the hand and departing. This action stirred excitement among the military wives. "Did you see that? Captain Lu is taking the initiative to hold Zhang Lanue's hand. They do not seem on the verge of divorce at all." Indeed, Captain Lu has always been protective of Zhang Lanue. Without his support, how could she be so audacious in the military? The women chattered animatedly, reveling in their gossip. However, as soon as they entered the courtyard, Feng Qinsha, donning an apron, rushed out from the living room. Her smile faltered upon seeing them. "Comrade Zhang is here too." Her tone suggested that she considered herself the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, while Zhang Lanue was merely an unwelcome guest. Just then, Bai Qing emerged from the living room as well. "Xiao Feng said she came to see me, and she specially prepared a few dishes. I truly admire such young women, capable in their careers and virtuous at home." Zhang Lanue ignored the astonished and slightly irate expression on Lu Yueong's face and turned her gaze to Bai Qing. Without uttering a word, she forcefully pulled her hand away from Lu Yueong's grip and strode into the living room. "Lanue." Sensing Zhang Lanue's anger, Lu Yueong intended to follow her to explain. However, Bai Qing glared at him. With her foul temper, "Do you still intend to appease her? She is utterly lacking in decorum and has no right to be our Lu family's daughter-in-law." Hearing this, Feng Qinsha concealed her smile and remarked, "It is all because I am here that Comrade Zhang has misunderstood. I will go explain it to her." With that, she turned to follow Zhang Lanue. Chapter 159. "You do not acknowledge me as your daughter-in-law? Then I do not recognize you as my mother-in-law either." Observing her movement, Lu Yueong intercepted her. Since Comrade Feng is aware that her actions have led to a misunderstanding, it would be prudent for her to refrain from further involvement. As for my family matters, there is no need for your interference. With that, Lu Yirong turned and entered the living room. His cold demeanor and lack of courtesy left Feng Qinsha feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bai Qing gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her it's all right, you have the teacher backing you. The moment she saw her, the elderly lady appeared genuinely delighted. Come and see. My dear, I have altered your old clothes these past few days. They should fit you perfectly now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lanhua turned her gaze to the clothing rack nearby, which held approximately 20 garments that Grandma Lu had tailored. She couldn't help but smile. Grandma, have you been busy with this all along? Indeed, the elderly lady replied, rising from her sewing machine and taking her hand. Taking charge? Grandma Lu's words took Jiang Lanhua by surprise. Was she truly acknowledging her as a daughter-in-law before so many witnesses? As Jiang Lanhua pondered this, the living room grew lively. Bai Qing, beaming with joy, announced, dinner is ready. Let us feast. Tonight, Xiao Feng has personally prepared dishes that you and Yuang adore. So prepare to be dazzled. Oh, that sounds splendid. Bai Qing's words made Lu Jing'an beam with delight. He turned to Feng Qinsha. Xiao Feng, you truly are a gem. Cooking for a guest. General Lu, you are too modest. I genuinely enjoy doing such things. Feng Qinsha responded gracefully. Lu Jing'an's reference to her as a guest indicated his sentiments towards her. However, Feng Qinsha's smile faltered slightly. Yet she maintained her composure as she turned to fetch the dishes from the kitchen. As the table filled with an array of delectable dishes, braised pork ribs, steamed base, chicken with taro, and a refreshing tomato and egg soup, it was evident that several were Jiang Lanhua's favorites. Just as Jiang Lanhua and Grandma Lu settled at the table, Bai Qing made a pointed remark, in a household, it is essential to have a diligent mistress. If everyone were like some, indulging in leisure, this family would never thrive. Mother. Bai Qing's malice towards Jiang Lanhua was palpable, and Lu Yuang felt compelled to intervene. However, before he could utter a word, Jiang Lanhua chuckled. Since there are those eager to work, I shall gladly enjoy my leisure. After all, some require such tasks to curry favor, but I do not. You. Her words infuriated Bai Qing. The chopsticks she clutched slammed onto the table as she glared at Jiang Lanhua with fury. Is this how you regard your elders? Behind our backs, you pressured Yuang into obtaining a marriage certificate with you, believing that grants you power over us? Let me be clear. I do not recognize you as a daughter-in-law. It seemed that this meal was destined to be ruined. Bai Qing's series of actions left Jiang Lanhua unperturbed. If my demeanor has discomforted you, perhaps you should reflect on the reasons for that. You. Jiang Lanhua's words ignited Bai Qing's fury to unprecedented heights. What are you so proud of? If it were not for my father-in-law risking his life on the battlefield to protect you, could you have caused such turmoil in the Lu family for so many years? I'll remind you, you were raised by the Lu family. You ought to feel gratitude, rather than harbor resentment and wish to ruin us. The original protagonist grew up in the Lu family, basking in affection from Grandma Lu that even Lu Yuang had never experienced. This was the source of Bai Qing's deepest resentment. Jiang Lanhua sighed and regarded her with solemnity. It is precisely because of my gratitude towards the Lu family that I find myself here today, listening to your unkind words, Director Bai. I have already stated that I am willing to divorce Lu Yuang, provided you can persuade him. I shall comply. Having said this, Jiang Lanhua rose to her feet. Turning to Grandma Lu and Lu Jing'an, she declared, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Yet, just as she turned to depart, Feng Qinsha suddenly spoke up. Jiang Lanhua, why do you feel the need to put on an act? Captain Lu is determined to take responsibility for you, and your insistence on seeking our persuasion is merely a pretext for your refusal to let go. Chapter 160. Only rhetoric. How can you compete with me? Jiang Lanhua bore with Bai Qing for two reasons. First, she was an elder, and second, the original protagonist indeed owed a debt of gratitude to the Lu family. However, she owed nothing to Feng Qinsha. I know you have your sights set on Lu Yuang, wishing to take my place. But to slander others for such selfish desires is quite beneath you. ISNT it? Furthermore, if you cannot persuade Lu Yuang to abandon me, it is your own inadequacy. Coming here to morally manipulate me is rather unseemly, don't you think? Shut your mouth. As Jiang Lanhua confronted Feng Qinsha, Bai Qing was the first to rise in defense of her student. Seeing that she was on the brink of losing her composure, Lu Jing'an interjected, Xiao Qing, please sit down. Yet Lu Jing'an firmly insisted, you harbor too much prejudice against Lanhua. I have already investigated the matters you discussed. Everything is in accordance with regulations, and there is no deception involved. What? Bai Qing was furious. No way, I won't agree. That wretched girl is a convict. How could she ever be worthy of our Yuang? At the time when you and Jing'an were together, you were merely a junior military doctor. And there was indeed a disparity. Did I ever look down on you, or oppose your union with him? The words of Grandma Lu left Bai Qing momentarily speechless. Observing Bai Qing's inability to control the situation, Feng Chunsha glared at Jiang Langyue in exasperation. Comrade Jiang, a marriage devoid of love is immoral. You would have Captain Lu face a woman he finds repugnant every day. Do you think that is acceptable? Repugnant? This Feng Chunsha truly knows how to belittle others. Jiang Langyue was somewhat incensed. She turned and seized Lu Yuang's collar, kissing him directly. Everyone present was taken aback by her audacity, stunned into silence. Lu Yuang was equally astonished, feeling a soft warmth upon his lips that was utterly delightful. In just a few seconds, Jiang Langyue released him, fixing him with a serious gaze as she asked, "Do you find it repulsive?" "And no, not at all," he stammered, his face flushed, as if he could hear the rhythmic pounding of his heart within his chest. "You are merely skilled in empty rhetoric. How could you possibly contend with me?"
With that,
Jiang Langyue turned on her heel and departed with an air of grace. Lu Yuang sat in place, momentarily stunned, before he finally rose and dashed out in pursuit. Bai Qing, only then realizing the situation, stomped her feet in frustration, exclaiming, "Look at that wretched girl. She's nothing but a little rogue." Laughter erupted from Lu Jing'an upon hearing this, his delight evident. "I admire this child's spirit. She truly embodies the courage nurtured within our Lu family." In the Lu household, while some were incensed to the point of agitation, others reveled in merriment. Meanwhile, Jiang Langyue, who had rushed out, felt her heart pounding like a drum, wishing fervently to find a place to hide. In a fit of impulsiveness, she had acted recklessly. How could she let that insufferable green tea provoke her into such folly? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Before she could react, a large hand suddenly grasped her arm. Startled, she turned to find that the man's other hand had encircled her waist, pulling her in tightly. He then bent down and captured her lips in a fervent kiss.